Hoffa found himself in the enchanting realm of Harry Potter, filled with excitement at the prospect of encountering the legendary wizard. However, he soon realized that he had been transported to the year 1938, becoming a classmate of Voldemort and a student of Dumbledore. Chapter 1. Conversations Under the Stars. The twilight sun radiated a dreamlike beauty, filtering through the gaps in the clouds and emanating an air of languor. The intricate rows of gravestones cast elongated shadows in the golden sunset, creating a unique atmosphere. Not far from where he stood, beside a flourishing white poplar tree, a man with unruly, cotton candy-like white hair held the hand of a young girl. Undoubtedly, they were a father and daughter visiting a grave. It was the silhouette of a girl with waist-length, pale golden hair that had captured Hoffa's attention. Rest assured, Hoffa was not a pedophile. He held no interest in a girl who appeared to be no more than 10 years old, though he was roughly the same age himself. Yet, her long hair shimmered with an ethereal glow in the sunset, a sight that was simply impossible to overlook. Hoffa couldn't help but gaze a little longer, but that was all. He paused briefly, then quickly averted his gaze, heading towards the town with his suitcase in tow. However, just as he was about to step out of the cemetery's confines, he faintly caught the sound of the man's voice. Luna? Pale golden hair? A flicker of recognition surged through Hoffa's mind, as a few somewhat obscure words from the passage of time flitted through his thoughts. It can't be a coincidence, can it? Pandora Lovegood. Lovegood, it must be right. Hoffa pondered for a moment before breaking into a run. Asking a current wizard for directions is certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly. Perhaps I might even borrow her family's fireplace. What is it called again? Flue powder. Mr. Lovegood, please. Wait a moment. The father and daughter were evidently not in a hurry. Or rather, thankfully, they had not yet used magic to depart, allowing Hoffa to catch up. In truth, Hoffa couldn't even recall the name of the magazine, but that did not deter him from using it as a conversation starter, though. A fellow reader, Luna's tone was somewhat dazed, yet her silver-gray eyes remained fixed intently on Hoffa's face, revealing her budding curiosity. Haha, thank you for your support, my dear little reader, Xenophilius replied with a cheerful nod, clearly pleased. Seeing this, Hoffa immediately showcased his talent for ingratiation, plastering a broad smile on his face and engaging in animated conversation with Xenophilius, as if he were, indeed, a devoted reader of the magazine. Believe me, it was not a challenging feat. By steering the conversation towards the topic of the Nargles, he could effortlessly elicit responses from Xenophilius, adding the occasional agreement to maintain the flow of dialogue. The trio, an adult and 2 children, wandered down the path, laughter echoing behind them, signaling a successful attempt at conversation. Ultimately, Hoffa was unsurprised to receive an invitation to the Lovegood residence, intending to stay for a while. This was merely due to his inadvertent revelation that he would be enrolling at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on September 1st of this year. Next year, you will have to look after your junior, Mr. Hoffa, Xenophilius remarked, ruffling Luna's hair with a grin. Come now. It seems dinner tonight can be a bit more lavish than usual. We must warmly welcome your upperclassmen. It must be said that from this rather lavish dinner, it was evident that the Lovegood family's financial situation was not particularly robust. Nonetheless, this mattered little to Hoffa, who was not one to indulge in extravagance. For him, poverty and hunger were the norms of childhood. Moreover, the modest dining table was laden with an array of ingredients Hoffa had never encountered before. Some were oddly shaped, yet surprisingly flavorful, and the portions were generous. What delighted Hoffa most was a soup made from a creature known as the Gulping Plimpy, which was indeed a delectable dish. However, the meat was less than desirable, likely due to overexertion, making it tough and accompanied by a peculiar earthy taste. Are you full, child? Xenophilius inquired upon noticing Hoffa setting down his spoon. Perhaps you would care for a cup of Gertie-root tea? Oh, no thank you, I believe I've eaten too much. Hoffa chuckled, patting his round belly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Would you mind if I took a stroll outside? Of course. You can have Luna accompany you. It's quite safe here, and the air is splendid. Xenophilius shrugged. As for me, I must prepare for tomorrow's work, you know, writing and such. Luna, may I invite you for a walk? Hoffa turned to the girl, who appeared lost in thought nearby. Luna turned her head at the sound. What? Oh, of course. We can continue discussing other magical creatures. Yes. I believe discussing unicorns would be a splendid choice, as they are reputedly quite famous among muggles, Hoffa replied, rising from his seat, donning his coat, and opening the door not far behind him. While everything else was quite pleasant here, the interior felt a bit cramped, reminding him of the small attic he had lived in for 3 years. The evening air was still familiar, yet it was far more refreshing than that of Top Point's Tamer Lane, given that the Lovegood residence was situated atop a gentle hill. The expansive view and the starry sky made Hoffa's gaze become somewhat dreamy. Perhaps Luna's character was intertwined with this idyllic environment. It's beautiful here. It feels liberating that I in this place. Nothing obstructed his path, and Hoffa wandered aimlessly, casting his eyes toward the infinite night sky. Luna, who had been engrossed in her musings about mistletoe and nargles, suddenly paused at his words, looking at Hoffa before turning her gaze toward the myriad stars. Luna, do you see? There's a taste of freedom here. Can you sense it? She softly remarked, her tone imbued with an even deeper sense of bewilderment than usual. What? Hoffa blinked in surprise, as if recalling something. Oh, yes, did your mother mention that? Mom loved it here. She often took me out to stargaze during her breaks. Luna nodded. Her expression revealed little, but clearly, some matters were not so easily reconciled. Hoffa nodded, vaguely remembering that Luna's mother had passed away, perhaps not long ago. Naturally, he was reminded of his own mother in this life and the last. It is said that the positions and trajectories of the stars can serve as a basis for prophecy. Those centaurs seemed quite adept at it. From Hoffa's perspective, he believed that at such moments, rather than resorting to cliches like I am very sorry or I sympathize with your loss, it would be far more prudent to deftly sidestep the subject. However, Luna was evidently not an ordinary girl. But my mother has passed away, just last year, due to a spell gone wrong. Luna did not take up Hoffa's conversational thread, but continued to speak, lost in her own thoughts. That is truly terrifying. I have been deeply saddened by this matter. Yet, I cannot allow my father to worry. I believe he may be even more distressed than I am. Hence I cannot bring myself to weep. Maka listened to the girl's increasingly muted whispers while his fingers brushed against the envelope he had kept tucked in his coat pocket. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. And while mother also passed away, I believe I somewhat comprehend the sentiment you express. However, I ponder whether this truly signifies that we will never again see our mothers. Maka reflected for a moment before continuing. The principles of magic have always been rather nebulous. If we could delve deeper into its study, the Luna's face finally displayed a semblance of ordinary emotion, though it was likely not due to the excitement of this notion. Once a mistake occurs, it can become exceedingly perilous. Luna's voice remained soft, yet the air of uncertainty dissipated entirely. I suppose you are right, Maka acknowledged awkwardly, rubbing his forehead. Luna gazed at Maka for a while longer, revealing a hint of a smile. She pressed her lips together and gently added, but it is indeed a possible avenue. Wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Luna's words were almost inaudible, akin to a whispered soliloquy. Chapter 2. The Bustling Hovel. That evening, Maka found repose in Xenophilius's workshop. He had fashioned a makeshift bed from an old door plank, layered with 2 blankets and a quilt as a mattress, topped with another quilt for warmth. Though this arrangement might sound rather meager, it proved surprisingly comfortable, granting Maka a restful slumber. The following morning, Luna arrived to rouse him from his slumber. To be frank, Maka had grown accustomed to a lifestyle of late nights and late mornings, and the abrupt change was quite challenging for him. Rise and shine, the sun has already ascended, Luna exclaimed, tugging at Maka's quilt. Cocooned within its warmth, Maka remained unmoved. The sun is already up, she reiterated, her voice rising in urgency. The sun will not rise again, Maka mumbled sleepily. Luna silently observed Maka, curled within the blankets, for a moment before attempting another gentle tug, believing it to be her utmost effort. Yet, Maka showed no signs of response. After waiting a few minutes, Luna turned and hurried downstairs, as if struck by a brilliant idea. Before long, she returned, her feet pattering up the stairs, brandishing a slender, woven wicker basket. The basket swayed slightly in her grasp, suggesting a multitude of tiny creatures were stirring within. This, it seemed, was the reason for her hasty descent. She believed the contents could effectively awaken Maka. With a playful blink, the girl cautiously lifted a corner of the quilt and promptly emptied the basket's contents into the bed. As the small creatures nestled into the covers, Luna appeared satisfied and meticulously tucked the quilt back in place. In no time, a commotion arose beneath the blankets, resembling soft humming sounds. Maka seemed roused, though his voice carried an unusual timbre, as if afflicted by a cold, heavy with nasal tones. What is this? No. The quilt began to stir restlessly, trembling incessantly, causing even the makeshift bed of old door planks to wobble ominously. True to form, the hastily assembled bed was not particularly sturdy, and with a resounding crash, the entire room trembled in response. Struggling, Maka flung the quilt aside, groaning in discomfort. His nasal congestion remained unaffected by the commotion. The little creatures responsible for the chaos were now clinging to Maka, particularly around his face and neck, joyfully humming as they tumbled over his features, with a few daring to probe his nostrils with their soft tongues. Ugh, achoo! Maka shook his head, dislodging the tiny beings from his face, only to find Miss Luna standing nearby, observing the peculiar scene with keen interest. With a gentle touch, Luna pointed at the fluffy creatures adorning Maka. Speaking in a dreamy tone, they were remarkably sociable, often humming in delight. Furthermore, they were easy to care for, consuming everything from leftovers to insects. They particularly enjoyed extending their tongues to delve into the noses of sleeping wizards, feasting on their dry nasal debris. Upon hearing this, Maka quickly pinched his nose, noticing several little creatures eagerly flicking their long tongues in anticipation. All right, this is quite an effective alarm clock, so let us gather them up, Maka said, pinching his nose while waving his other hand dismissively. He then rose from the ground, exclaiming, "Oh, good morning, Luna." Breakfast time had nearly passed, though there was little worth mentioning. The culinary offerings in England had always been dismal, even in the magical realm. Not to mention, the financial state of the Lovegood household was rather precarious. The magazine sales directly influenced their profits, which were primarily allocated for the next issue, leaving them with a pitiful sum to sustain their daily lives. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Luna's father operated to gather materials, reminding Luna to accompany Maka on their explorations. Maka, preoccupied with contemplating how to enhance the flavor of gurdy root tea, did not pay much attention. Both Luna and her father relished this beverage, while Maka found it difficult to accept. Compared to the equally striking yet flawed, color-changing fish soup from the previous night, this gurdy root tea, infused with the essence of the Lovegood family, only brought him discomfort. It was indeed a striking concoction. Sighing, Maka tilted his head back and downed the liquid in his cup. "So, where are we planning to go?" he mused, tilting his head in thought. "Are there any neighbors around here? I mean wizards." Nodding, Maka contemplated visiting another wizard's home to forge some good connections, when suddenly a name caught his attention. "Weasley?" He looked up at Luna. "Is it the family of wizards with all the red hair?" "Not Mrs. Molly," Luna replied, shaking her head, her gaze distant. "Her hair is brown." Maka couldn't help but laugh. "It really is brown." Luna, seeing his amusement, solemnly reiterated, "Indeed it is brown." All right, Maka chuckled, finding her demeanor even more amusing. "How about we visit the Weasley household?" Luna shrugged, seemingly indifferent to their destination. With a sudden bang, after tidying up the dining table and kitchen, Maka watched as Luna vanished into the somewhat grimy fireplace amidst a burst of green flames. "Grab a handful, state the location, and toss it in," Maka muttered as he approached the fireplace, suddenly halting as if struck by a thought. "Right, I must articulate it clearly." It appeared he had recalled Harry's journey to Diagon Alley. Weasley household. Bang. For reasons unknown, the green flames produced by Maka during his use of magic far exceeded those from Luna's previous encounter. Fortunately, this peculiar magical fire did not possess the ability to transport inanimate objects. Otherwise, one could only imagine the chaos as flames surged toward the ceiling, likely capable of uprooting the entire fireplace and transporting it to the Weasley residence. When Maka emerged from the fireplace at the Weasley home, Luna was engaged in conversation with Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, you must be Maka," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, turning to greet him as he stepped forth. "Miss Lovegood just mentioned you. Welcome to our home." As they conversed, Mrs. Weasley abruptly walked over to open a window. "Fred, George, Ron, come inside, we have guests." Upon hearing this, Maka craned his neck to catch a glimpse and spotted a freckled boy hoisting a hairless rat by its tail, followed closely by another boy who appeared slightly shorter. "Fred, give me back Scabbers. Percy gave him to me." "Hey, Ron, just wait. I think he needs a bit of hair tonic." "Enough with the noise. Can't you see we have guests?" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her voice rising. "Where's George?" Fred shrugged and replied, "Mom, I am George." "All right, then where is Fred?" Mrs. Weasley paused in confusion. Suddenly, another boy pushed past them, cheerfully declaring, "Hey, Mom, I'm George. You've mixed us up again." Mrs. Weasley's expression shifted, launching into another round of scolding, while Luna erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself. Maka, observing the scene, could not help but sigh and press his forehead with his hand. "Apologies, Mr. Maka?" A faint voice called from behind him. "It's always so noisy here." "Oh, it's nothing. I simply find myself unaccustomed to such boisterousness." He surmised that the girl before him must be Ginny, the youngest of the Weasley clan. Bill, the eldest, always exuded a rock and roll vibe, while Percy was wild and fiercely proud. The twins delighted in mischief, and even Ron tended toward a somewhat insecure disposition. Only Charlie and the youngest, Ginny, seemed to possess a semblance of normalcy. Of course, he could not be entirely certain if his memories were accurate, having been so long since he last recalled them clearly. "Nonetheless, thank you for your concern, Miss Ginny." Ginny observed Maka's smile with curiosity, wondering if someone had mentioned her to him, as she had yet to introduce herself. All right, come and meet our guests," Mrs. Weasley finally concluded her lengthy reprimand, beckoning her children to join her. Chapter 3. The Commotion at Diagon Alley. Overall, Maka held little interest in the Weasley family. As previously mentioned, he never particularly enjoyed such lively gatherings. Of course, there was no need to delve too deeply into their dynamics. It is worth mentioning that he has made arrangements with Mrs. Weasley to venture into Diagon Alley together at the end of next month to procure the necessary supplies for school. Ron has also received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Time at the Lovegood residence has flown by. Every day, Maka engages in delightful conversations with Luna, often straying into whimsical topics, yet, for the most part, they share a profound rapport. However, the blissful days always seem fleeting, and soon the appointed day with Mrs. Weasley arrived. On that morning, Maka bid farewell to Luna and her father before stepping once more into the Lovegood fireplace with his suitcase in hand. Having spent nearly a month at Luna's home, even the most brazen of individuals would sense it was time to take their leave. Naturally, before departing, Maka lent a hand in repairing the dilapidated fence, leaving a favorable impression behind. During their final parting, Luna displayed a hint of reluctance for the first time. Maka pondered whether this could be considered a rather promising beginning. To be honest, he held a certain fondness for this occasionally astute yet often peculiar girl, though it had not yet reached the level of affection. Suddenly, a vibrant green flame surged past them, nearly singeing Mr. Lovegood's tattered robe. Had he stood any closer, he might have accompanied Maka to Diagon Alley. The rendezvous point with Mrs. Weasley was the apothecary, located behind a leaky cauldron. According to Ron, he had little to purchase, as most of his supplies would be hand-me-downs from Charlie. The only item he truly needed was a new cauldron, as Charlie S. had developed a leak. Ron's expression while stating this was one of reluctance. He would have preferred it to be a copy of Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, which was more expensive and would not seem as foolish. However, as Maka peered into the apothecary, he realized he might have arrived a tad too early. In any case, he decided to proceed to Gringotts first. Maka glanced around and resolved to stick to his original plan. Gringotts is the sole bank within the wizarding world operated by goblins, with branches established globally. The goblins provide services such as depositing funds and renting vaults, along with currency exchange and other ancillary matters. Upon entering the Grand Marble Hall, greeted by the bows of several goblins, Maka was taken aback by the bustling yet orderly atmosphere within. Approximately 100 goblins sat behind a lengthy counter on high stools, weighing coins on brass scales, examining gemstones with magnifying glasses, and diligently recording transactions in large ledgers. The hall was filled with numerous doors leading to various destinations, with many goblins guiding customers through these passages. Such a scene was indeed rare. Maka lingered at the entrance for a while longer before making his way to the counter marked for Muggle currency exchange. "Time is money, my friend," Maka remarked, recalling a famous adage as he observed a young goblin on the stool. He then inquired, "What is the exchange rate for pounds?" Maka swiftly retrieved the majority of his funds from his suitcase, and, after completing the necessary exchange procedures, deposited all but 100 galleons into Gringotts, keeping the latter in his possession for contingencies. "It is my pleasure to serve you, sir. May your wealth multiply." The goblin cheerfully bid him farewell in a sharp voice. Just as Maka reached the entrance, he faintly heard a familiar shout from behind him. "Time is money, my friend." It was truly touching. Maka smiled broadly and departed with a light-hearted gait. Now, what next? Perhaps a leisurely stroll would suffice? As he pondered his direction, his gaze was drawn to an alternate path across from Gringotts. Although Diagon Alley was already quite congested, that path appeared even narrower, with the peculiar architecture casting shadows that obscured much of the light, lending an eerie atmosphere. Maka hesitated momentarily before making his way down that route. A few steps further in, he encountered a quaint little shop named the Giant Spider, its door wide open, revealing an array of bizarre creatures caged within. This reminded him of a note on a shopping list permitting students to carry either an owl, a cat, or a toad. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to step inside, especially since he had arrived rather early and had ample time to spare. "Welcome, young guest," a voice rasped from the back of the shop. An old witch, clad in a wide-brimmed pointed hat, spoke in a sinister tone. "Please feel free to browse." Maka glanced over and began inspecting the creatures confined within their cages. In truth, he was merely observing, as he recognized few of the beings, yet his curiosity remained piqued. Suddenly, he spotted a large black owl, significantly bigger than the varieties he had seen at the previous owl emporium. "What breed is this owl?" Maka inquired, turning to the old witch. "That is a Sundascops owl, native to Sumatra, adept at hunting and vigilant, with a remarkable ability to predict earthquakes and tsunamis," she replied, her dry, cracked lips parting to reveal a crooked, yellowing smile. Maka examined the owl more closely, noting its steady gaze upon him, and couldn't help but ask, "How much?" The old witch's smile broadened, a chilling visage that sent shivers down one's spine. 20 galleons, my dear sir." Maka shot her a glance, his expression unchanged. "Come now, madam. I am not one of those naive Hogwarts children." The old witch scrutinized him for a moment, her posture slightly straightening as her voice grew somewhat louder. "Very well, sir. 15 galleons, fixed price." Wait, sir, 10 no. 8 galleons, at least 8. She suddenly shouted as he began to retreat. "Deal," Maka declared, producing 8 galleons and placing them on the counter before lifting the cage and exiting the shop. "Wait, the cage's price is separate," the old witch called after him. But by then, Maka had already vanished into the throng of the street. At that moment, standing at the entrance, one could be astonished to discover that the old witch towered at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters. Of course, Maka hadn't run far. He merely quickened his pace for a few steps before diving into a shop called Melrochi Museum. Welcome to the Melrochi Curiosities Gallery, where you can find everything at your leisure. A diminutive figure, slightly shorter than Maka, suddenly sprang forth from behind a shelf, his shrill voice piercing the air, even higher than that of the goblins from Gringotts. "I'm just having a look," Maka casually remarked, extracting a wand, or rather, half a wand, from a large basket beside the shelf. This fragment was battered and scarred, with several deep scratches along its length, and the broken end revealed a grimy core. "Is this a curiosity?" Maka inquired, examining the peculiar stick with a bewildered expression. Yet, the small wizard seemed to regard it as a treasure, excitedly waving his arms and exclaiming, "Oh yes. This was once used by a student of Grindelwald, made of purple wood, with a dragon heartstring, 14 3/4 inches long. I mean at one time." Subsequently, Maka picked up several trinkets from the shelves, while the little man danced around him, spinning a series of tall tales that sounded utterly implausible, seemingly hoping to capture Maka's attention. Just as Maka was about to set down the items and leave, he caught a glimpse of a faint blue light flickering through the cracks of the shelf. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning interest in other merchandise, his mind already calculating. "What is that?" he pretended to inquire, seemingly curious. After listening to the small wizard's vague explanation, he expressed interest in the price. 10 galleons. It must be worth at least 10 galleons. Look how rare it is. Seeing that the little man was intent on continuing his charade, Maka had to interrupt, raising his hand to halt the sales pitch. 3 galleons. As far as I know, it's only worth 3. Maka's tone was unusually firm, as if he were fully aware of the true value of this so-called Hellbow's coffin. "No, that's impossible. At the very least, 8 galleons. You must understand, that infamous dark wizard, the vile Hellbow, was buried with before he could finish." Maka interjected once more, "For galleons. No more." Just as the little wizard hesitated, Maka feigned annoyance, growling audibly, and with a casual motion, extracted something from the shelf's crevice. "All right, along with this, 8 galleons for both. Otherwise, I'll take nothing." Maka slapped 8 galleons onto the nearby counter, then fixed the little wizard with an intense stare. The latter fell silent, glancing down at the object in Maka's palm, then back at the 8 galleons on the counter, his expression one of dismay. The item appeared to be a rather old coin, heavy in Maka's hand. Yet it looked grimy and unremarkable. "Very well, consider this a gift. A sum of 8 galleons," he murmured with a resigned expression, placing the coins from the counter into a locked drawer. Meanwhile, on the street, Maka was in high spirits, toying with an ancient coin, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride, as if even the dimly lit alley had brightened. Little did he know, inside the Melrochi Museum, a diminutive wizard wore a similarly triumphant smile. Arrogance is humanity's most treasured asset. It can yield considerable benefits for Melrochi. The short wizard, lost in ecstasy, patted the drawer filled with coins, producing a delightful clink of gold. The antiquated coin in Maka's possession was, in fact, enchanted by this wizard. It was merely a filthy iron token. Setting aside the merchant's devious tricks, Maka, feeling satisfied, estimated that the time was ripe and retraced his steps. Upon reaching the crossroads, he spotted a towering figure emerging from the entrance of Gringotts. "Half-blood giant Hagrid," Maka murmured, making his way over. As he navigated through the throng, he quickly discerned the small figure beside Hagrid. "Oh, might you be the illustrious Harry Potter?" Maka inquired, deliberately sizing the boy up before speaking. Before Harry could respond, those nearby had already gathered around. "Oh my heavens, it's Harry Potter. Is it truly him? Oh dear, I feel as though I am dreaming." The crowd erupted into excited chatter, with some eager individuals pushing forward as if encountering a rare magical creature. Maka glanced around, then seized Harry's sleeve and hurried away, urging Hagrid to follow. Once they had all squeezed into the junk shop, Maka and Harry finally exhaled in relief. "Apologies, I didn't anticipate their reaction," Maka said, a sheepish look on his face. "Oh, it's nothing," Harry replied, shaking his head at the boy who appeared to be his age. "But why? This is the second time. It seems I'm quite famous." Maka glanced at Hagrid, nodding as if coming to a realization. I apologiza, but it seems this isn't something I should explain to you," Maka said, scratching his head, though he was merely reluctant to elaborate. Just as Harry attempted to inquire further, Hagrid approached. "All right, since we are here, why not buy a wand first?" Hagrid clapped Maka on the shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, "You should join us." Maka. Maka McLean," he affirmed with a nod. "Oh yes, Mr. McLean," Hagrid echoed with a nod of his own. "No, just call me Maka," he replied, suddenly resting his hand on Hagrid's behind. He immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. "Goodness, you are quite tall." To alleviate the awkwardness, Maka intentionally altered his voice. Hagrid chuckled awkwardly at the remark, but said nothing further. Maka finally realized that Hagrid would likely care about his lineage. Of course, given Hagrid's character, his concern would probably revolve around how the children perceived him, rather than his bloodline itself. At your age, you're hardly superior to a fairy," he chuckled. Hagrid was not foolish. He had clearly discerned that Maka was attempting to ease the atmosphere. Standing aside, Harry watched the two with a sense of bewilderment, unable to grasp the essence of their conversation, yet sensing an odd tension in the air. "All right, let's go. We shall visit Ollivander's across the street, where you're sure to find the finest wand," Maka suggested. Indeed, wands were the very objects both Maka and Harry yearned for. They approached a quaint little shop that appeared quite dilapidated, its golden sign peeling and inscribed with Ollivander's, established 382 BC, for the finest wands. Within the dust-covered display window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. Upon entering the shop, a chorus of jingling bells resonated from somewhere in the back. The store was modest, furnished only with a long bench and little else. Hagrid settled onto the bench to wait, while Harry felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to being in a strictly managed library. He suppressed the myriad questions flooding his mind and began to peruse the thousands of slender boxes that reached almost to the ceiling. For some reason, an eerie chill crept over him, as if the dust and silence concealed a mysterious magic. "Good morning," a gentle voice greeted, startling Harry. Hagrid, seated beside him, seemed equally taken aback, for a sudden cacophony of cracking sounds erupted, prompting him to rise hastily from the bench. An elderly man stood before them, his pale, large eyes gleaming like two luminous moons in the dim shop. "Good day, Mr. Ollivander," Maka greeted out of courtesy. Harry appeared somewhat shy, but followed Maka's lead, managing a timid hello. "Oh, yes," the old man replied. "Indeed, I anticipated your visit, Harry Potter, and it is no trouble at all. Your eyes resemble your mother's. When she came here to purchase her first wand, it feels as if it were only yesterday. A wand of 10¼ inches, made of willow, producing a lovely swish when waved. An excellent wand for performing magic." Mr. Ollivander approached Harry, who wished fervently that he would blink more often, for his silver eyes sent shivers down Harry's spine. Your father, however, had a preference for a mahogany wand, 11 inches long, flexible, with greater strength, ideal for transfiguration. I say your father favored it. Actually, it was the wand that chose its wizard. Mr. Ollivander seemed oblivious to Maka's presence, leaning ever closer to Harry, his nose nearly touching Harry's face. Harry could even see his own reflection mirrored in the old man's cloudy eyes. "Ah, yes," Mr. Ollivander murmured, as his long, gnarled fingers brushed against the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "I deeply apologize. It was the wand I sold. It is 13½ inches long, crafted from you, and possesses immense power, yet it has fallen into the hands of malevolent individuals. Had I known the consequences this wand would bring forth, I would have acted differently." Mr. Ollivander sighed softly, but then lifted his gaze to the rear of Harry, seemingly recognizing Hagrid, which finally brought relief to Harry. Rubius Hagrid, it is a true pleasure to see you again. Of oak, 16 inches long, slightly curved, correct?" "Indeed, sir," Hagrid replied. "That is quite a fine wand. However, I suspect they must have broken it when they expelled you," Mr. Ollivander said, suddenly becoming serious. "Ah, yes, it was indeed broken," Hagrid stated slowly, "though I still possess the broken wand." "But you no longer use it, do you?" Mr. Ollivander inquired hastily. "Of course not," Hagrid replied, for he had no time to concern himself with his old, broken umbrella, as Ollivander finally focused his attention on him. "Oh, a new face. Greetings, child. Ollivander's interest in Maka was evidently not as profound as his interest in Harry, which was understandable, for Maka did not possess any extraordinary background to garner recognition. What is your name? Oh, very well, Mr. McLean, Ollivander said, casting a keen glance at the two. Now, gentlemen, who shall go first? He extracted a long tape measure with silver markings from his pocket, his expression serious. Maka patted Harry's back, signaling him to proceed. Chapter 5. The Puzzled Ollivander. Bang. The process of Harry Potter selecting his wand took a considerable amount of time, until the wands he had tried were piled into a small mountain on the bench, finally leading him to find a suitable one. In the midst of it all, Harry even accidentally shattered a light-colored vase due to a wand's erratic behavior. Maka observed the wand in Harry's hand, its tip sparkling brilliantly like fireworks, casting dancing light spots upon the wall. Hagrid clapped in applause, while Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, "Oh, splendid! Truly magnificent! My, how wondrous, simply marvelous." He placed Harry's wand into a box, wrapping it in brown oil paper, all the while exclaiming its marvelousness. "I apologize," Harry said. "What part seems so marvelous to you?" Mr. Ollivander gazed at Harry with his pale, colorless eyes. "I remember every wand I have sold, Mr. Potter. Each wand is etched in my memory. In fact, 2 tail feathers from the same phoenix were used. One crafted this wand, while the other created its counterpart." Ollivander paused before continuing, "You're destined to wield this wand, and its brother is what left you with that scar." Harry gasped. "Indeed. 13.5 inches long. Made of you. How could this be? It is simply extraordinary. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. I believe you will achieve great success, Mr. Porter. Regardless, I cannot nominate that enigmatic individual who has indeed accomplished something significant, albeit rather terrifying." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He was uncertain whether he liked Mr. Ollivander. Yet he handed over 7 gold galleons to acquire the wand that seemed to hold a profound connection to him. "Yes, splendid." Ollivander nodded, his keen gaze directed at Maka. "Mr. McLean, it is your turn now. Please step forward so I may observe." "I am right-handed," Maka stated. Having already witnessed the procedure, he promptly cooperated with Ollivander as the measuring tape unfurled, floating around him, measuring from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, around his head. Despite having seen the process before, Maka remained perplexed about the purpose of these measurements. As the tape measured, Ollivander continued to muse, indeed. As I mentioned earlier, each Ollivander wand is unique. Should you wield another wizard's wand, its efficacy shall undoubtedly be diminished. Always remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. At last, when the tape floated before Maka, measuring the distance between his nostrils, he felt he had not experienced such a ludicrous scene in quite some time. "Very well," Ollivander concluded, as the tape tumbled to the ground in a tangle. "Now, Mr. McLean, do try this one. Maple and dragon heartstring, 10 inches long, responsive, slender, yet undeniably powerful. Give a wave." Maka took the wand and waved it effortlessly, a gentle red light shimmering at the tip. "Ah, quite impressive," Ollivander remarked before abruptly pausing. "Wait, try this one. You would, unicorn hair, 9 3/4 inches, similarly responsive, yet more steadfast." Maka hesitated, then set aside the wand in hand to accept the new one offered. Whether due to a difference in his waving style or some other reason, this wand emitted a flicker of golden light, radiating a touch of the divine. He then retrieved another box from a shelf behind him. Rosewood, dragon heartstring, 14.25 inches, sturdy, powerful, and formidable. Maka accepted the slightly purplish wand and waved it once more. A crimson beam shot forth from the tip, crashing into the shelf behind Ollivander, toppling it with a resounding bang. The 4 present were taken aback, but after the initial shock, Ollivander fell into deep contemplation once more. Maka, Hagrid, and Harry exchanged glances, uncertain of what had just transpired. Observing Ollivander's silence, they wisely remained still, refraining from disrupting his thoughts. In the magical realm, wand lore has always been an exceedingly intricate and scholarly field, with few capable of crafting wands. At this moment, aside from Mr. Ollivander, one would be hard-pressed to find another in Diagon Alley with such profound knowledge of wand lore. "I do not understand, truly do not understand." Ollivander suddenly lifted his head and called out to Maka, "Quickly, wave each wand from that pile on the bench." "But sir, that shelf." "Never mind that. It does not matter. Just try waving them." Seeing that others were completely unconcerned about the consequences, Maka felt liberated from any psychological burden and began to wave each wand in succession. In an instant, light, smoke, wand boxes, and the shelves themselves were sent careening about the shop, turning Ollivander's wand shop into complete chaos. All right, enough. Ollivander hastily urged Maka to stop, then glanced at his hands, his expression one of bewilderment. How can this be? Every wand perfectly suits you? This is incomprehensible. If even Ollivander found it perplexing, Maka was utterly at a loss. Ultimately, under Ollivander's reluctant gaze, Maka chose the wand that had created the most commotion and, alongside Hagrid and Harry, departed from the wand shop, which had nearly turned into a rubbish heap. Upon exiting Ollivander's, the trio meticulously cross-checked their list, purchasing items one by one. As they reached the end of the street, Maka suddenly remembered something while gazing at the leaky cauldron. Oh no, I had arranged to meet Mrs. Weasley at the cauldron. This is a disaster. Mrs. Weasley, you say? Hagrid inquired, glancing towards the cauldron. No need to worry, I saw her. You haven't missed her. Maka looked at Hagrid, mentally exclaiming, goodness, you are tall, before bidding farewell to them and making his way toward the cauldron. The time was nearing noon, and the crowd in Diagon Alley was even more overwhelming than in the morning, making it slightly suffocating. Mrs. Weasley, hello. Maka finally squeezed his way to Mrs. Weasley and Ron, but before he could finish his greeting, he was interrupted. Ron, with a grimace, took over the conversation, saying, then Mum scolded me again, saying I didn't look after Scabbers properly, but you know. Enough. Clearly, this is your fault. Do not make excuses. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed angrily. Seeing that Mrs. Weasley was about to begin another lecture, Maka felt compelled to change the subject. Oh, Mrs. Weasley, I believe it is not a big deal. In fact, I just met Hagrid when I went to Gringotts to withdraw some money, and oh, Harry Potter was with him. At the mention of that name, Mrs. Weasley immediately perked up, a reaction Maka had anticipated. After completing their purchases at the cauldron, Maka's shopping journey finally came to an end. To be honest, he felt rather exhausted, yet he had to continue carrying a large pile of items, although Ron had already taken quite a few off his hands. Maka, let me carry a bit for you, Mrs. Weasley offered. No, absolutely not. How could I allow a lady to carry anything? Maka insisted. This declaration delighted Mrs. Weasley, who promptly seized the owl cage from Maka's hands, her face beaming with joy. Oh, dear Maka, you certainly know how to charm. I am certain you will captivate many girls in the future. The truly unmarried young women are far more difficult to appease, Maka mused inwardly. As mid-July approached, the weather in England remained characteristically mild. However, the incessant fluctuations between sunshine and rain left one feeling utterly drained. To be honest, Maka was reluctant to reside at the Weasley household, yet he ultimately spent several days in their humble abode. It was not until the following month that he finally departed, renting a room above the leaky cauldron, where he remained until the commencement of term at Hogwarts. Thus, how precisely did this formula come to be? Maka glared at a particular magical equation within his book, expressing his vexation. During his reading and memorization, he discovered that many pivotal magical theories within the text bore a conspicuous trait. The author never elucidated the origins of the formulas. This was a rather disheartening revelation for Maka. To know the outcome without understanding the underlying principles. Could it be that magical theory is merely the accumulation of experiences from generations of witches and wizards throughout history? He sighed heavily, his weariness palpable. Nevertheless, during the last month, aside from the monotonous magical knowledge, a small incident occurred. However, I believe it is not the right time to recount it, as today marks the final day of August, with tomorrow ushering in September 1st, the day Hogwarts officially opens its doors. Chapter 6, The Hogwarts Express. The sun on September 1st shone particularly bright, as if even the heavens were celebrating the arrival of the new students. The sky above London was crystal clear, adorned with wisps of delicate clouds against a backdrop of azure. A refreshing breeze whispered past everyone's ears, like a gentle murmur that intoxicated the senses. Maka purchased a new suitcase in Diagon Alley. It was a second-hand find from a thrift shop, although the spell for seamless expansion was somewhat damaged, reducing its capacity significantly. The Ministry of Magic's permit was still firmly affixed inside the flap. After attempting to belittle the suitcase and haggling several times, Maka finally succumbed to his better judgment and purchased it, albeit with a twinge of regret. Now he strolled leisurely along the platform at King's Cross Station, relishing the joyful feeling that came with spinning his galleons. With only an owl and a light suitcase in tow, the journey felt delightful. Before long, he arrived between platforms 9 and 10, yet hesitated before the stout supporting pillar. Oh, Maka reached out, and indeed, his hand passed through the brick wall, his expression one of astonishment. The first time is always somewhat disconcerting. Although there was no pain, a sense of nervousness lingered. With a slight step forward, he found himself having crossed over, arriving at the true Hogwarts Express platform. The steam locomotive smoke swirled above the bustling crowd, while variously colored cats darted between people's feet. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls hooted loudly in a cacophony of calls. The owl perched on Maka's left shoulder appeared larger than the others and remained remarkably quiet, in stark contrast to the incessant chatter of the smaller ones. It blinked its bright, large eyes, observing the bustling crowd in the aisle ahead, utterly unperturbed. "Mafa, let us proceed." Maka bestowed upon it a rather imposing name, Malfurion, though it was affectionately shortened to Mafa. "Goo," Mafa gently uttered in agreement. The compartment was already populated, and as Maka traversed several carriages without encountering anyone familiar, he casually selected a sparsely occupied cubicle and stepped inside. "Oh, good morning." Maka greeted those within, nodding towards them. "I hope you don't mind if I sit here." "Of course, come in." A dark-haired boy promptly replied. "May I introduce myself?" Maka noted the somewhat chilly atmosphere in the cubicle and initiated a conversation. "I am Maka McLean." "And you?" Anthony Goldstein, the dark-haired boy stammered, appearing increasingly anxious. It seemed he was indeed not particularly adept at conversation. Maka nodded, deciding not to press further, as he had numerous tasks awaiting him, namely studying, and more studying. From his suitcase, he retrieved a tome titled 1,000 Marvelous Herbs and Fungi and began to read intently. The book was rather thick, filled with a diverse array of plant species. Thus far, he had managed to memorize only a small portion. Before long, 2 more individuals entered the cubicle, perhaps due to the increased number of occupants. Anthony remained in a state of discomfort, persistently forcing himself to gaze out the window as though admiring the scenery. "Hello, everyone. I am Ernie McMillan. Delighted to make your acquaintance." The newly arrived blond boy exuded a sunny disposition, directing his greeting towards Maka, who nodded in response and smiled before turning his attention to the last entrant, a girl. She was diligently smoothing her long, brown hair, seemingly attempting to tame its natural waves. Clearly dissatisfied with her curls. Lisa DePan," she exclaimed, but suddenly winced in pain, likely having pulled a few strands too forcefully. "Hey, Maka, what book are you reading?" Ernie, short and stout yet adorned in vibrant attire, appeared to come from a well-off background. However, Maka did not detect the haughty demeanor often associated with the affluent, suggesting he might be a friend worth having. "Oh, I'm perusing a textbook." Maka held the book upright, showcasing its cover to Ernie. "Oh, I have that book at home, but I never considered reading it. It's far too thick, and the title seems rather dull." Ernie scratched his head, tousling his previously neat blonde locks. Sitting beside Maka, Lisa frowned at Ernie's hair, but said nothing, instead turning her gaze back to Maka. Maka had always believed that maintaining a tidy appearance was essential, as it could foster a favorable impression among others. After all, most individuals tend to favor a neat attire and a pristine appearance, although Maka personally believes that comfort is of utmost importance. Lisa discreetly assessed Maka, nodding in satisfaction. It was evident that this seemingly adorable girl not only held high standards for her own appearance, but also expected the same from others. Subsequently, aside from Anthony, who remained notably reticent, the other 3 engaged in some preliminary exchanges and agreed to maintain contact at school. Undoubtedly, Lisa showed a distinct preference for conversing with Maka, a fact that the somewhat oblivious Ernie failed to notice. As for the experiences garnered during the journey, aside from memorizing dozens of herbal names, the only other noteworthy encounter was a fleeting interaction with Miss Hermione Granger. However, her haughty demeanor, rapid speech, and urgent manner of conduct left Maka somewhat overwhelmed. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, Hermione hurriedly departed, presumably to assist Neville in searching for a toad. In truth, Maka scarcely comprehended the details, as his attention was wholly devoted to memorizing the names of the herbs. The Hogwarts Express journeyed throughout the day, and as the train's speed gradually diminished, darkness enveloped the sky. The final destination was set across the lake from the rear entrance of Hogwarts, where the first-year students were required to embark on small boats for their passage to the castle. A tradition of Hogwarts, one might say. Of course, should anyone find themselves prone to seasickness, they could always meander around the lake to the front entrance, albeit this notion might seem rather foolish. As the first group of boats approached the cliff, a figure occupying a single boat, Hagrid, called out boisterously. Everyone lowered their heads as the boats carried them through a curtain of ivy draped over the cliff face, arriving at a concealed, expansive entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel that seemed to lead them beneath the castle, ultimately reaching a location reminiscent of an underground dock, from which they ascended to a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. Illuminated by Hagrid's lantern, the first years climbed through a tunnel in the rock, finally emerging onto a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle shadow. "Is everyone here?" Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open to reveal a tall, witch clad in a deep green robe, her serious demeanor indicating that she was not easily deceived. "First year's Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied. From the door on the right, a cacophony of voices could be faintly heard, suggesting that the upperclassmen of Hogwarts had already arrived. However, Professor McGonagall did not lead them directly inside. Instead, she ushered them into an empty room opposite the hall. The space was modest, and the first years jostled closely together, most of them nervously scrutinizing their surroundings. Maka, too, was no exception, clutching his suitcase. He found himself pushed into a corner by the crowd, causing even his owl, Maffa, to helplessly perch atop his head. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced, as the feast was about to commence. "However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, it is imperative that each of you ascertain which house you will belong to. Sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time at Hogwarts, your house will become your home." Maka, squeezed at the back, lacked the enthusiasm to attentively listen to Professor McGonagall's address, quietly awaiting the commencement of the proceedings. "Once preparations are complete, I shall come to fetch you," Professor McGonagall instructed, urging everyone to maintain silence during the wait. Just as her words faded, Maka suddenly heard a rumble. "Gryffindor!" A boy's voice shouted from the front, prompting Maka to shake his head in exasperation. "Please maintain silence," Professor McGonagall reiterated sternly before departing the room, and Maka immediately heard laughter erupting from the front. "Oh!" Suddenly, a series of shrieks pierced the air. "What now?" Maka murmured under his breath, straining to see over the heads in front of him. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat's Judgment. As the cries continued from the front, Maka stood on tiptoe to peer ahead. To his astonishment, a cluster of 20 pearlescent, semi-transparent apparitions materialized along one wall. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were a group of ghosts. They were engaged in conversation, gliding effortlessly above the room, and Maka faintly caught the mention of the word nearly headless Nick. "What are you doing here?" A ghost clad in a ruffled, tight-fitting garment seemed to have just noticed the first-year students below. "Ah, first years." Another portly specter smiled at them. "I presume you are here to undergo the sorting?" Some students nodded silently, refraining from speaking. "I hope you all get sorted in a Hufflepuff." The ghost said, "I attended that house myself." "Now move along." A sharp voice chimed next to the ghost. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." "Single file, please," Professor McGonagall instructed the first years, guiding them to follow her. Maka found himself at the rear of the line, trailing behind the other students as they exited the room. There was little he could do, as he had been positioned at the back from the outset. They entered the Hogwarts dining hall, where students from other years were already seated at 4 long tables. Above the tables, thousands of candles floated mysteriously, illuminating the entire hall with a warm glow. Gleaming gold plates and goblets adorned the tables, and the older students observed the newcomers, whispering about who might be sorted into their house and who might not. At the head of the hall stood a long table designated for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led them there, positioning them in front of their upperclassmen, while the teachers stood quietly behind them. The flickering candlelight danced gently, casting a pale hue upon the faces of the upperclassmen, while the ghosts they had seen earlier mingled among them, shimmering with a faint silver glow. All eyes were now fixed upon the new arrivals. Maka gazed idly at the magically enhanced ceiling above, where a pitch-black backdrop was adorned with countless twinkling stars, shimmering amidst a delicate veil of magical mist, creating an ethereal illusion. He even discerned a few constellations that were somewhat familiar to him. As the sorting hat was lowered, the murmurs in the dining hall faded into an anticipatory silence, for they all understood that the main event was about to commence. Indeed, the hat twisted a few times, its seams opening and closing like a mouth, and it began to sing. "You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall gladly consume myself," it proclaimed. At this, Maka couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "You may polish your top hats until they shine like obsidian, or make your high-crowned silk hats smooth and stiff, but I am the enchanted hat of Hogwarts, far superior to any of your headwear." The sorting hat continued its tuneless chant, but Maka had already turned his gaze back to the ceiling, which was infinitely more captivating. "Perhaps I could be sorted into Gryffindor," whispered a small boy with long black hair beside him. "My father says I have always been courageous. I once swallowed an entire flobberworm whole when I was a child." "Are you Belgrills?" Maka asked, swallowing hard. "Who is that?" "My surname is Connor, Michael Connor." "You may call me Mike," the boy tilted his head. As they engaged in their light-hearted conversation, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, gently unfurling a scroll of parchment in her hand. "When I call a name, That individual shall don a hat and take a seat to await their sorting, she announced. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, placing the sorting hat upon her head, which was evidently far too large, obscuring her eyes. Maka found this clumsy little girl rather amusing. She sat down, and shortly thereafter, the hat elongated its tone, declaring, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming her to their ranks, while the jovial fat friar ghost waved enthusiastically at her from the long table. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The hat called again in a different tone. Susan quickly dashed to sit beside Hannah. The sorting continued, the hat adeptly shifting through its peculiar melodies, seemingly passing time with these monotonous antics each semester. As expected, Harry and his companions were assigned to Gryffindor, symbolizing bravery and valor. Anthony and Lisa, whom they had met on the train, were sorted into Ravenclaw, and, of course, Ernie found his place in Hufflepuff. Michael, the boy who had swallowed the flobberworm, did not end up in Gryffindor as he had hoped, but was instead sorted into Ravenclaw, a fact that clearly left him somewhat dissatisfied. Maka McLean. At long last, it was his turn. Upon hearing his name, Maka stepped forward, took the sorting hat, and, after a brief moment of hesitation, resignedly placed it upon his head. Do you seem rather reluctant? The sorting hat remarked, shifting its form in discontent. In truth, I would prefer if you could manage a bath for yourself. Maka did not deny it. He suspected that the hat could vaguely read his thoughts, so he decided to speak candidly. Indeed, I share that sentiment, but I cannot very well crawl to the bathroom. Can I? The sorting hat twisted again, its pointed tip drooping in dismay. Yet, every headmaster had overlooked such matters. They were far too occupied. After a brief lamentation, it regained its original vigor and began to mutter to itself once more. Ah, this is quite challenging, exceedingly so, the sorting hat mused. Logically, you should be placed in Ravenclaw, where the atmosphere would allow you to absorb the essence of knowledge more fully. However, your cleverness and broader perspective would be more thoroughly developed in Slytherin. What about Gryffindor and Hufflepuff? Maka inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Gryffindor? Do you truly believe that is a possibility? The sorting hat retorted in a peculiar tone. Well, I must admit, I thought as much, Maka replied with a slight grimace. At that moment, the sorting hat suddenly twisted itself around, rubbing its pointed tip against the wide brim, and after some contemplation, it declared, yes, Hufflepuff indeed. That should be the most appropriate choice. Without waiting for Maka to respond, it bellowed, Hufflepuff. Welcome. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. That is, you fools, crybabies, dregs, twist. Maka paused his conversation with a tall upperclassman and looked up at Dumbledore, who was speaking. Thank you, everyone, Dumbledore said, and as he resumed his seat, applause erupted. What does that mean? Maka leaned towards his upperclassman, inquiring. I have no idea. Perhaps the professor is simply showcasing his sense of humor. The upperclassman shrugged, indicating his own confusion. Just enjoy it and don't overthink it. At that moment, a plethora of food suddenly appeared on the once empty golden plates along the long table. Roast bees, roasted chickens, pork tops, lamb tops, sapsakes, steaks, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, fried tips, Yorkshire pudding, peashots, carrots, gravy, and tomato soup, an overwhelming array that dazzled the eyes. What is this? Maka reached for a plate, finding peppermint candies. Professor Dumbledore has taken quite a liking to those lately. The upperclassman explained through a mouthful of lamb, his voice somewhat muffled. He always shares his favorite sweets and drinks with everyone. After hearing this, Maka shrugged and pushed the plate of peppermint candies away. Maka, aren't you hungry? Ernie asked curiously from nearby, watching Maka take small bites of roast beef. Oh, I'm actually not lacking in sustenance, Maka chuckled, clearly prioritizing speed over appearance while ensuring he did not eat too messily. In my eyes, Ernie, he's maintaining his composure. A rather boisterous upperclasswoman teased, grinning at Maka. The senior student saw through Maka's playful demeanor, yet he was not the least bit offended. Instead, he joined in the jest, remarking that it was the only way for someone as beautiful as her to engage in conversation with him. Charlotte, are you finally preparing for marriage? Teased another girl beside her, seemingly a close friend. Amidst the raucous laughter of their peers, Charlotte could no longer withstand the teasing and hastily bowed her head, spearing a piece of roasted potato from her plate and bringing it to her mouth, her lovely face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Chapter 8. The Qualities of Hufflepuff. The atmosphere at Hogwarts was predominantly relaxed, particularly evident during meals. Amidst the jovial banter, the lively welcome feast was drawing to a close. After Maka had thoroughly savored a selection of desserts from the second course, The plates on the table magically vanished, appearing as pristine as they had at the beginning. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore rose once more, and the hall immediately fell silent. Ah, now that everyone is well fed and quenched, I feel compelled to share a few words with you. As the term commences, I wish to address some important points. Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping over the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. First-year students, take heed. The woods surrounding the campus are strictly off-limits. Even some of our older students should be mindful of this. He continued, furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, requests that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must advise anyone who wishes to avoid unforeseen mishaps and a potentially grim fate to refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. At this proclamation, a few individuals laughed heartily, mistaking it for yet another instance of Dumbledore's humor. However, the majority remained somber, for Dumbledore never jested about danger. Maka pondered that this was likely connected to the Philosopher's Stone, though the specifics eluded him. Moreover, he mused, what concern was it of his? Compared to the uncertainty of whether they were warding off Voldemort or merely testing Harry with perilous challenges, he was far more intrigued by the stone itself. Of course, he thought that endeavor was essentially out of reach. He had no desire to be pressed into the ground by Dumbledore's little finger. Overall, Maka had no intention of becoming embroiled in the events of this academic year. He already felt that the time allocated for studying was insufficient. He was content simply to avoid complicating matters for those three young lions. Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore proclaimed, causing nearly all the faculty to stiffen. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air, twisting and coiling above the dining table, forming lines of text. Each of you may choose your preferred tune, Dumbledore announced. Ready, sing? The entire faculty and students, well, most of them, began to sing heartily. Maka opened his mouth hesitantly, realizing that he simply could not engage in such an embarrassing act. He felt like a fool as he awkwardly moved his lips, blending into the cacophony of voices around him. When Dumbledore announced that it was time for bed, Maka finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the thought of having to endure this same experience approximately 6 more times brought a hint of moisture to his eyes. All right, let's go. First-year students, follow me. I shall lead you, declared a senior who had just been conversing with Maka, rising with a gentle smile. This must be Cedric, although Maka could only recall his name. He had a vague impression of this remarkable and just senior. Yet he seemed less handsome than he had imagined. Maka muttered under his breath, inaudible to anyone but himself. What is wrong, little Maka? What are you looking at? Asked Charlotte, the senior who had spoken to him earlier, as she approached him softly. That is Senior Darren Criss. He is already in his 6th year and has been a male prefect for Hufflepuff since last year. Maka paused, slightly taken aback, as this seemed to contradict his memory. I was wondering, which one is Senior Cedric? I've heard about him before starting school. He seems to be a wonderful person. Charlotte nodded in realization and replied with a smile. Cedric? Indeed, in 2 years, he will surely be a popular choice for prefect. Following Charlotte's gaze, Maka's eyes fell upon a strikingly handsome boy across the long table. Cedric had been seated at the opposite end during dinner, which explained why Maka had not noticed him before. Oh, I see now. There are age restrictions for prefect appointments, and Cedric has not yet become the male prefect for Hufflepuff. He realized. What about the female prefect? He inquired, glancing at the solitary figure of Darren. Oh, that's me, Charlotte exclaimed, playfully patting Maka on the shoulder. I'm not accustomed to leading others, so I generally leave things to Darren. He seems quite willing to take on these responsibilities. Maka shook his head in exasperation at the whims of this charming senior beside him. The new Hufflepuff students followed the amiable Darren as he guided them through the side corridor on the first floor, eventually leading them down to the basement directly beneath Hogwarts. Back there is the Hogwarts kitchen. If you feel hungry at night, you can go there for a snack. The house elves will be very welcoming, he explained. Passing a still life painting of fruit, Charlotte pointed with her chin, saying, just scratch the pear. It sometimes giggles back at you. It's quite adorable. Not far ahead stood the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, but as Maka gazed at the nearly wall-sized stack of wooden barrels, he felt a bit dazed. As you can see, this is a rather chaotic arrangement of large barrels, Darren chuckled. And the entrance to our Hufflepuff common room is hidden among them. Of course, I did not expect anyone to climb inside by opening the lids. Ernie, the barrel you chose is far too small. Darren intervened to prevent Ernie from tampering with a suspicious barrel, and then continued, ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. The entrance to our Hufflepuff common room is the only one at Hogwarts protected by a repelling charm against intruders. As he observed the waves of astonishment and excitement among his peers, a hint of pride graced his features, and he paused momentarily before continuing. Trust me, the sensation is one you would not wish to experience. The odor of vinegar is notoriously difficult to cleanse, and one can detect that tooth-aching acidity from 200 meters away. Upon hearing this, Ernie shuddered visibly, instantly feeling immense gratitude towards Darren for thwarting his previous impulsive act. Charlotte, if this method became known to others, wouldn't it be rendered useless? Maka inquired with a hint of confusion. This is one of Hufflepuff's greatest secrets, and no one would dare to disclose it, Charlotte replied with a shrug. Our common room and dormitory have remained unseen by outsiders for over 1,000 years. We know precisely how to conceal and protect ourselves, much like our house emblem. Maka lifted his gaze to the emblem adorning the wall of the common room, where the badger emanated a muted glow, exuding an air of understated calmness. Regarding this matter, he felt a lack of certainty himself. The Hufflepuff common room was a circular chamber with a low ceiling, imbued with a faint earthy aroma. It was enchanted to bask in sunlight during the day and sparkle with fireflies at night. Through the circular windows, one could glimpse the swaying grasses and dandelions outside. Gleaming brass accents adorned many areas, and an array of plants either hung from the ceiling or rested on the windowsills. The head of the house, Professor Pomona Sprout, who taught herbology, often brought fascinating specimens to decorate this modest yet cozy room. Here, everyone was at ease, sitting or standing as if they had returned home. Hufflepuff, the largest house at Hogwarts, was also the most united, a remarkable feat that had persisted for millennia, often surprising the other houses. After some time, the new students gradually retired to their dormitories, having spent an exhausting day. These little badgers were indeed weary. That night, Maka leaned against his bed, reopening his textbooks for another perusal. His roommates had already succumbed to slumber, yet he felt far from sleepy. Over the past 2 months, he had acclimated to a regular sleeping schedule, but tonight, rest eluded him. His mind incessantly replayed the day's events. Although he appeared composed, his heart was anything but tranquil. Though he held the book, reading it line by line, little of it truly registered in his mind until the late hours, when he finally drifted off, cloaked in his outer robe. Chapter 9. A minor issue in potions class. The following morning, Maka was the first to awaken. He could not quite fathom how. After having only fallen into a drowsy slumber in the early hours of the night, he was now awake so early. He pondered that it was likely related to that little girl, Luna. During his stay at her home, he faced a myriad of awakening methods each morning. Yet that day's young girl seemed to revel in it. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed the unfortunate habit of waking up precisely on time. Today marked the commencement of classes. Most of Hufflepuff's lessons would be scheduled alongside those of Ravenclaw, while Gryffindor's classes would coincide with Slytherin's. This arrangement had its advantages. In the absence of Harry Potter, Snape tended to exhibit a modicum of restraint. Attendance was now being taken. Snape maintained his usual unyielding demeanor, his face perpetually devoid of smile. He monotonously called out the names on the roll, not sparing a glance at the students. Once he had completed the list, he surveyed the students with his cold, hollow black eyes. In those depths, Maka detected a semblance to the vacant gazes of the homeless souls wandering the streets of Taboint. Those who lost their purpose and dreams. No, Maka silently refuted this notion. Compared to the homeless, Snape's eyes conveyed a far more profound emptiness, akin to the gaze of the deceased, frigid, hollow, brimming with lethargy. Mr. McLean, do you seem to possess a different perspective on my discourse? Just as Maka was lost in contemplation of Snape's eyes, the latter appeared to have noticed something amiss, turning to him with a furrowed brow. Oh no, I am quite fond of potions, yet the theories involved are exceedingly intricate. I sincerely hope, Professor Snape, that you might assist me in unraveling some of the queries I encountered during my preparations. In his haste, Maka, overtaken by his previous thoughts, found himself uncharacteristically yielding. Nevertheless, he genuinely sought authoritative answers to numerous questions, thus it could not be deemed mere folly. Yesterday, in the Hufflepuff common room, Maka had inquired extensively about various professors from senior student Darren. It was true that nearly no student harbored fondness for Snape, yet his accomplishments in potions and charms were irrefutable. However, Snape showed no appreciation for Maka's words, offering a cold smirk, if it could be called such, before retorting with a disdainful tone, "Oh, is that so? Then do enlighten us. But if your inquiries are merely trivial, I fear Hufflepuff shall have points deducted." At this, Maka swallowed hard. Fortunately, his fellow Hufflepuffs seemed unfazed by the prospect of lost points. Their expressions filled with concern for his well-being, suggesting that the safety of a classmate outweighed the value of house points. Glancing around, Maka felt a sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a newfound fondness for this house. For the first time, he entertained the notion that being sorted in a Hufflepuff might not be so undesirable after all. Clearing his throat to steady his nerves, he finally presented the most perplexing question he had encountered while reading magical potions and elixirs. Professor Snape, while I was reviewing the section on sleeping potions, I discovered that a particular quantitative constant in the formula lacked a precise explanation in the actual preparation process, leaving me utterly perplexed. I could not ascertain whether I had made an error. As Maka spoke, his brow furrowed, a clear indication of his deep engagement. When discussing subjects of personal interest, he often forgets his surroundings and the identity of his interlocutor, a rather unfortunate habit. Fortunately, Snape did not exhibit any impatience. He regarded Maka for a moment before finally speaking. I will address the matter of the sleeping potion in due course. As long as you pay close attention, such questions will not arise again, Snape remarked coldly, turning his gaze away from Maka and instead rapping his wand against the blackboard, which immediately displayed lines of text and formulas. Sit down, you may take your seats, said Ernie, who tugged at Maka's sleeve and whispered, I never imagined. I've heard that Professor Snape is the strictest at Hogwarts. He threatens to deduct points, yet no one has ever been detained. However, Maka felt no relief regarding this. He was genuinely concerned about that question. The two potions classes concluded in the chilly underground classroom, and once Snape uttered the words class dismissed, the students eagerly vacated the premises. In this classroom, apart from an array of preserved animal organs and the perpetually grim-faced Snape, there was no one else, and the atmosphere was steeped in an unpleasant aura. That quantitative constant was of no real use, merely a relic of historical error. As Maka passed through the doorway, he noticed Snape standing outside, who, after leaving that remark, strode away with purpose. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Maka couldn't help but chuckle at how the professor's long cloak billowed in the wind, resembling a great bat in flight. It seemed that communication was not as daunting as he had imagined. Of course, in reality, the situation was far more complex than Maka perceived. The reason Snape lingered at the door to offer that explanation was that Maka's inquiry resonated with Snape's own past curiosity that had initially drawn him to the field of potions. In other words, Snape had once pondered the very same question as a student. This intriguing coincidence was something Maka could not fathom at the moment. Following the potions class was Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts lesson, notable mainly for his peculiar appearance, marked by an abundance of fleshy growths on the back of his head. However, there was little merit to discuss regarding that class. Beyond Quirrell's garlic-laden presence and his stuttering speech, the content of the lesson itself was painfully dull. Maka truly could not comprehend how one could narrate the tale of the soul-sucking zombie in such a stammering and dubious manner, especially since he had heard that Quirrell was once an exemplary student. Setting aside the potions class and the nearly useless defense against the dark arts lesson, Maka found himself most intrigued by the charms class taught by Professor Flitwick, who possessed a lineage of fairy blood. Although this professor is of short stature due to his lineage, he is undeniably a respectable and admirable educator. In his class, there are no stringent regulations. Students enjoy the freedom to move about, and even when they jest with him, he remains unperturbed. However, when Professor Flitwick meticulously elucidated the maddening problems he encountered in the tome magical theory, Maka was instantly filled with profound respect for him. The former champion of dueling is indeed formidable. His insights and application of techniques provided Maka with a fresh perspective on the foundational theories of magic in this world. After several explanations, it felt as if a new door had been opened for him. Thank you, esteemed Professor Flitwick. Maka has always held a sincere respect for those who impart knowledge to him. The professor, smiling, gently patted Maka's arm, clearly unable to reach other shoulders, and kindly remarked, There is no need to be so serious. Theory can be dry. Only through practical application can one attain a deeper understanding. Nevertheless, you remain one of the most profound students in this year's cohort in the study of charms, quite commendable, akin to Miss Granger from Gryffindor. Subsequently, Maka gleaned some information about Hermione from Professor Flitwick. Upon hearing the breadth of Hermione's studies, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. She was reading far too many books, which would not necessarily aid her comprehension and application. To Maka, mastering the fundamentals is essential for laying the most solid foundation for further learning and research. Even a genius must progress step by step. Moreover, he is acutely aware that he is no genius, and neither is Hermione likely to be. Most importantly, this course has little relevance in the contemporary magical world, which causes a practical-minded individual like Maka great distress regarding the subject. Hey, I heard you debunked his theory in Snape's class. Is that true? In herbology, while everyone tended to the benign, gentle plants in the first greenhouse, Ron suddenly approached, brimming with enthusiasm to inquire about Maka. Maka noticed that not far off, Hermione, wielding a small trowel, seemed to be directing her attention towards them, evidently concerned about the matter as well. Chapter 10. A Helping Hand. This herbology class is one of the few this academic year attended jointly by Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, although there may be changes in the following year. It is an opportune moment for Maka to draw closer to Harry and his companions. Speaking of Harry, this indomitable boy is currently exerting himself in a struggle against the pesky caterpillars found on the stems and leaves. Indeed, these are the same inconspicuous caterpillars that Michael Corner had once swallowed whole as a child. They particularly relish lettuce, but generally, they consume any plant. As Ron squeezed in to ask Maka about his encounter with Snape in potions class, Maka was deep in thought about those very caterpillars. These fellows measure a considerable 10 inches in length, scarcely shorter than Maka's wand. Heaven knows how Michael managed to swallow it during his childhood. Did he bite it before consuming? The thought sent a shiver down Maka's spine. What biting and consuming? Are you contemplating what to have for lunch? Ron gazed at Maka with confusion, then continued, Never mind lunch for now. Tell me, how did you provoke Snape? Tomorrow we are set to begin his class. And I've heard from the upperclassmen that he tends to favor his own house's students. Who knows if that's true? Who told you I provoked Professor Snape? That would be courting disaster. He briefly explained the situation, which piqued Hermione's interest, drawing her closer. Hey, did Professor Snape really say that? Hermione asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. That's Arsnigig's pharmacological formula. It's authoritative. How could he so casually dismiss it as erroneous? Then, Hermione composed herself, apologetically regarding Maka. I don't mean to imply that questioning authority is wrong. She hesitated, somewhat dubious. I mean, is that quantitative constant truly non-essential? It should be correct, Maka nodded. Then quietly began to explain to Hermione. While she listened, she interjected occasionally, seeming somewhat persuaded. What are they discussing? Ron turned to Harry and inquired. Probably something related to potions class, Harry replied, having finished his task. A flobberworm squirmed in his gloved right hand, futilely attempting to escape the nefarious grip that hindered its meal. Harry shook his head, admitting he couldn't comprehend it. I doubt it. Ron glanced again at Maka and Hermione, who were engrossed in their quiet discussion, then resigned himself to continue tending to the herbology plants. The immaculate Maka and the perpetually disheveled Hermione formed an unusual pair. He muttered to himself, utterly perplexed. Then, the once lazy Maka, who could hardly rise from his bed, turned out to be an exemplary student. Perhaps, he thought suddenly, he could seek Maka's assistance with difficult assignments in the future. Ron found this idea splendid. Following the herbology practical, they eagerly anticipated the flying class, which they would attend alongside Ravenclaw. Naturally, Maka was also looking forward to this course, which allowed one to soar freely through the skies, though he was uncertain whether he might encounter any difficulties. To be honest, his sense of direction had never been particularly good. Would he truly be able to find his bearings aloft? The first flying lesson was conducted near the main entrance of Hogwarts Castle, where a slightly sunken, level field lay. The grass swayed gently in the breeze, appearing vibrant and full of life. Looking eastward, one could see the edge of a dark, dense forest, where towering treetops danced with the wind, producing a rustling sound. The Badgers of Hufflepuff have already taken their positions on the field, observing their classmates from Ravenclaw leisurely approaching. Madame Hooch, the instructor for the flying lesson, was vociferously urging them to hasten their pace. What were you all waiting for? She commanded sternly, instructing each student to stand beside a broomstick. Quickly, we must not waste time. Her short, gray hair stood erect like steel needles, impervious even to the wind. Her yellow eyes resembled those of a hawk meticulously supervising fledglings. Maka selected a broomstick that appealed to him from the neatly arranged collection on the ground, and quietly stood beside it, watching as his peers hurriedly sought their places. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick, Madame Hooch called out, then declared up. Under her authoritative tone, the students seemed to be influenced, their responses unusually synchronized. The broom obediently leaped into Maka's grasp, and he savored this unfamiliar yet exhilarating sensation, finding it quite pleasant. However, not all students experienced such smoothness. Some broomsticks merely hopped in place, while others tumbled across the ground, and Ernie's broom shot straight into the air, reddening his palm. It appeared that this venture was somewhat dependent on innate talent, as only a few managed to catch their broomstick successfully. Next, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding off. She traversed the line, correcting the student's grip and occasionally admonishing those who struggled. Oh, Maka exclaimed as the ground receded further from him, marveling at the unprecedented thrill of the experience. Mr. Maka, you have exceeded the height I mentioned, Madame Hooch called out. Descend immediately and be cautious. Maka, taken aback, realized he was indeed flying higher than the others. He promptly leaned forward as instructed, and the broom obediently descended. Well done, Madame Hooch praised, patting Maka's shoulder. Safety is paramount for novices. A gradual approach is the wisest choice. Maka nodded, yet inwardly mused that next week he would witness Neville and Harry soar into the skies, quite literally. Madame Hooch, I was wondering, what should we do if a novice accidentally falls from their broom? He suddenly inquired, having developed a certain fondness for the perpetually anxious Neville, perhaps giving Madame Hooch a heads up so that his arm might remain intact. The thought of such a fall seemed painful, as Maka's recollection of that scenario lingered vividly in his mind. You can simply use the levitation charm. There is no need for concern, Madame Hooch replied, believing Maka to be worried about injury. If help is needed, Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing will ensure they are treated. Her potions are always remarkably effective. Oh, thank you for your response, Maka expressed gratefully. Maka feigned a sense of relief and graciously expressed his gratitude. However, this was merely a fleeting episode in the tapestry of his academic life. Something he accomplished with little thought, and soon he had forgotten it entirely. What a delightful sensation! With Madame Hooch's permission, Maka had secured the chance for a low-altitude flight, a privilege he had ardently negotiated for, and now he was reveling in it. The brisk wind rushed towards him, whistling past his ears and causing his robes to billow dramatically. Under Maka's command, the broom darted left and right, resembling a shark slicing through the water, albeit rather too close to the seabed. Careful! Decelerate! Slow down! Quickly, do as I say! Madame Hooch shouted from below, but the roar of the wind drowned her voice. After a while, having thoroughly indulged himself, Maka finally slowed down, yanking the broomstick to execute a graceful turn in midair. Despite being mere practice brooms, some of which bore minor imperfections, they were nonetheless legitimate and suitable for their purpose, not mere toys for children. My apologies, Madame Hooch, Maka said, bowing his head in contrition as he landed. I became a bit carried away. I never anticipated that flying could feel this exhilarating, and I lost track of myself. Madame Hooch scrutinized him for a moment before sighing. I did just mention the importance of taking things step by step. However, you did quite well. After you have properly studied the Quidditch safety guidelines, perhaps you may have the opportunity to fly a few more times. I believe you will come to realize what a splendid choice it is to fall in love with the sport of Quidditch. This was Madame Hooch, unyielding, impartial, and imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. Most importantly, she possessed a heartfelt passion for the game of Quidditch. Chapter 11. Malfoy in the New Book. The following morning, at the Hufflepuff table, Maka, while yawning and bleary-eyed, was absent-mindedly stuffing slices of white bread into his mouth, neglecting even to spread any jam. His school robe hung askew, evidently thrown on in haste, presenting a disheveled appearance that starkly contrasted with his usual meticulous style. Hey, Junior, why do you look so tired? Did you not sleep well last night? The boisterous Charlotte, a senior, appeared unconcerned about others' attire, even though she always looked impeccably dressed. Well, a bit, Maka replied drowsily, nodding with heavy eyelids, as if on the verge of drifting back to sleep. Are you thinking of some young lady? Charlotte seized the opportunity to tease him. Clearly taken aback, she did not expect him to respond so swiftly even in his half-asleep state, revealing an expression of begrudging admiration. All right, wake up. Class is about to start, she declared, raising her hand and playfully delivering a slap to Maka's back. Startled, he jumped up, causing the bread in his mouth to tumble onto the table. I mean, come on, senior, was that really necessary? Maka grimaced, feeling certain that a vivid handprint was now emblazoned on his back. At that moment, the owls arrived. Maka lifted his head and watched as a large flock of owls fluttered about the dining hall, delivering their respective packages or letters, dropping them onto the laps of their recipients. As Maka contemplated letting his own owl out for a brief flight, a shadow swooped through the entrance, startling the other owls into a chaotic dispersal. What? Upon hearing the commotion, Maka looked up again, only to see his own owl, Maffa, diving towards him, resembling a bomber as it dropped a sizable package onto the ground behind him, producing a resounding thud. Maffa hooted, then landed on the dining table and pecked at another piece of bread from Maka's plate. Is this your owl? Charlotte, the senior, gazed curiously at Maffa. It's quite robust. I'd love to have one like it. Where did you buy it? Maka explained that he had made a special trip to the Lehan bookstore a few days before the school term began to order some books on potion making and herbology. While those tomes could be found at the library, they would not permit scribbling upon their pages. Charlotte leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Freshman, are you planning to complete all of Hogwarts courses in your first year?" As they passed the Gryffindor table, Harry called out to Maka. "Hey, Maka, Hagrid invited me over for tea. Will you join?" He waved the note in his hand towards Maka. "When?" Maka replied, "I have classes in the afternoon. Please send my regards to Hagrid. I will reschedule to visit him." Harry nodded and then leaned over the table to jot something down on the back of the note before sending it off with Hedwig. The Transfiguration professor was Minerva McGonagall, a strict instructor akin to Snape. However, unlike Snape, Professor McGonagall treated all four houses equally, meting out severe punishments to any student who violated school rules. Thus, while most students feared this perpetually stern professor, they also held an undeniable respect for her. It is certain that many students genuinely esteemed her from the depths of their hearts. Professor McGonagall's teaching style was always concise and effective. As soon as the class began, she established her authority. "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will encounter in your studies at Hogwarts," she declared. "Anyone who dares to misbehave in my classroom will be expelled and banned from returning. This warning I have delivered to every incoming class. I hope you take it to heart as a caution." The majority of students were captivated by the allure of this magical discipline, and naturally, it was one of the most intriguing subjects. In truth, Maka was likely among the few students who truly grasped its complexity, having already gleaned insights from the beginner's guide to Transfiguration. To date, Maka had completed several of the textbooks required by the school, and he believed that the most challenging among them was undoubtedly this course. The difficulty of Transfiguration relies not solely on the wizard's understanding of its principles. That is merely the starting point. To truly master the art of Transfiguration, one must grapple with the profound challenge of comprehending the intrinsic properties of objects before and after transformation. Aspiring wizards delving into Transfiguration must not only engage in meticulous studies of the physical characteristics of objects, but also strive for an elevated understanding and mastery of their magical properties. This pursuit is exceedingly intricate and esoteric, verging on the infinite. For instance, a novice wizard may succeed in transforming a matchstick into a sewing needle of comparable size. However, a master of Transfiguration can metamorphose that same matchstick into various models, materials, and even textures, sustaining the transformation for centuries. The distinction lies not merely in precision and resource consumption, but fundamentally in the depth of understanding. This is a time-intensive, long-term scholarly endeavor, and Maka has discovered that there are no shortcuts. Progress can only be achieved through diligent study and research. In class, Maka transformed a feather assigned to him into a lump of metal. Although his control over the object's form was still developing, Professor McGonagall nodded in approval, recognizing that producing a substantial change in an object is an impressive feat for a beginner. Maka, however, was thoroughly engrossed, for he realized that Professor Bin's lectures were not mere recitations, but rather meticulously organized discourses occasionally enriched with insights absent from textbooks. It is believed that this esteemed, ghostly professor of Hogwarts diligently prepares his lessons each evening, perhaps owing to the fact that ghosts require no sleep, thus affording him ample time to avoid the tedium of eternal existence. I heard that Professor Binns was once the professor of history of magic at Hogwarts until one fateful day he absent-mindedly left his corporeal form behind while coming to teach. Ernie whispered de Maka. Indeed, as you mentioned, Professor Binns dedicated the latter half of his life to the noble cause of education. Persisting in this arduous commitment, even after death, Maka nodded in agreement. Upon your reflection, that does seem to be the case. While the history of magic class might be excruciatingly tedious for other students, Maka felt that time passed in the blink of an eye. "Maka, where are you headed? Aren't you going to the common room to play wizard chess?" Ernie inquired, somewhat astonished. The history of magic classroom was on the second floor, where the badgers of the dormitory exchanged various gossip while descending the stairs, while Maka alone ascended the steps. The library, located on the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle, is a colossal repository boasting an extensive collection of tomes. Within its walls, one can find nearly every magical book currently published, as well as those from the past. However, a significant portion of this space is designated as the restricted section, where access requires a signed note from the headmaster or the defense against the dark arts professor. The librarian, Madame Pants, is a slender, elderly, and irritable figure, resembling a beleaguered old vulture, perpetually agitated by the hunger for order. She regarded the books in the library as her very life, expelling any student who dared to deface or damage her cherished collection. To her, these treasured tomes were akin to her private possessions. Ideally, no one should enter at all. It was still shortly after class had ended, and only a few first-year Gryffindors remained, as their college had no scheduled classes that afternoon. Magical creatures, right here, Maka exclaimed, rising on tiptoes to retrieve a volume titled The Habits and Origins of Humanoid Magical Creatures from High Shelf. He immediately began flipping through its pages, and soon found what he was looking for in Chapter 12, The Mysterious Maiden. Maka felt a surge of joy at having swiftly located the desired information. He meticulously read the text, silently reciting, Fairy, Ministry of Magic Classification, XX, fairies wield wands resembling slender branches. That very afternoon, Maka could hardly contain his excitement as he opened one of the books he had ordered, titled The Book of Potions, an ancient tome published in the 16th century. Had he not spotted it on a list of antiquarian books at the Lihing bookstore, he might have missed it entirely. Within this potion book, he discovered a fascinating ingredient, fairy wings. This was a rather rare potion component, although fairies would not perish from the loss of their wings. Their innate vanity ensured they would never willingly part with them. Fairy wings possessed unique magical properties, enabling fairies to dazzle when they wished to show off, while also providing concealment when they desired to remain hidden. Maka speculated that if these wings could be used as the primary ingredient, it might be possible to concoct an exceptionally unique invisibility potion. The notion of rendering a person invisible was indeed an alluring concept. Aside from the intricately crafted invisibility cloak and the complex disillusionment charm, only a few potions could effectively allow an adult wizard to obscure their form with relative perfection. These magical elixirs were invariably costly, with certain ingredients being notably elusive. This led Maka to entertain the seemingly impractical idea of developing a new invisibility potion himself. Though he understood the odds were slim, he viewed it as a self-imposed challenge. Opportunity, he believed, must be forged through one's own efforts. What did you just say? A petite girl, ensconced within a voluminous Slytherin robe, stood silently behind him. A wide-brimmed, pointed hat obscured much of her face, leaving only her delicate, rosy lips visible. Excuse me, do you know where I might find books on cultivating valerian? She inquired, her monotone voice echoing the bland delivery of Professor Binns, who taught history of magic. Yes, the herbology books should be over there, Maka replied. Maka instinctively pointed towards the bookshelf area not far from here. No sooner had the words left his lips than the enigmatic Slytherin girl immediately turned and walked away, leaving not even a word of thanks. What was going on? Maka stared blankly at the retreating figure, feeling a sense of being overlooked. It seemed that in the eyes of that girl, he was as inconsequential as a tree by the roadside, unworthy of attention. He tilted his head, pondering for a moment. At least in his recollection, he could not find any trace of this mysterious Slytherin girl. Well, never mind. He could always inquire later. She appeared to be a new student in this cohort as well, right? Shaking his head, Maka proceeded towards the library's potion section. Perhaps he would frequent the library more often. He discovered that the collection here was indeed astonishing, and with a thorough search, he was bound to make significant gains. In the following days, apart from diligently moving between classrooms with his peers, Maka spent the majority of his free time in the library on the 5th floor. Most of the time, students visiting the library would encounter a peculiar sight. At a long reading table near the shelves of potions and herbology, one spot was perpetually buried under a mountain of books. These tomes, varying in size and thickness, were predominantly advanced theoretical texts, typically borrowed only by upperclassmen or instructors. The librarian, Madame Pants, could often be seen nearby, glaring at that spot as if the occupant were attempting to invade her territory, her gaze sharp and furious. If one wished to discern who occupied that space, they would have to navigate around the stack of books that completely obscured the view from the front. Unbeknownst to him, Maka had become a topic of conversation among the students of Hogwarts. This was not only due to his conspicuous actions in the library, but also because he was the sole non-Slytherin student who could engage Snape in conversation without facing his scathing remarks. Even Miss Granger, who excelled in potions, could not achieve such a feat as a student. Miss Granger was undoubtedly exceptional, and Maka could not help but acknowledge the immense effort she had invested. Yet, he firmly believed that her indiscriminate approach to learning was not the most suitable choice, particularly for a wizard. When one immerses oneself in a particular endeavor, time tends to slip away swiftly. Before he knew it, a week had passed in a blur. Maka had thoroughly absorbed the potion books he had ordered, and he had made significant breakthroughs regarding the new invisibility potion. He had concluded his research on how the wings of fairies achieved their cloaking effect. This was a new type of optical invisibility, distinct from the disillusionment charm and cloak, combined with various ancient potion formulas for environmental integration into cloaking. However, this concoction was undeniably expensive, Maka helplessly rested his head on the table, letting out a heavy sigh. In his calculations, he discovered that in order for a wizard to completely conceal his existence, the quantity of wings required in the formula must reach a significantly high value. The wings of a fairy cost 8 galleons each, totaling 24 galleons for 3, coupled with other ingredients and catalysts. The cost of a single vial of the finished potion amounts to a staggering 43 galleons. At this realization, Maka sighed once more, deeming it nothing short of robbery. Wait, why should I fret over this? Suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, Maka sprang to his feet. Silence is mandated within the library. Madame Pants shrieked hysterically. She seemed indifferent to her own noise. Not far off, a few young Ravenclaw girls were whispering amongst themselves. Undoubtedly, a practical and effective new potion signifies what? It signifies wealth. In comparison to the rarity and exorbitance of the few existing invisibility potions, Maka's concoction is quite reasonably priced. Throughout the magical realm, the prices of rare potions remain perpetually high, and potion masters like Snape, who have created and refined several remarkably effective and precious potion recipes, are exceedingly sought after. Were it not for the multitude of tales entwined with Snape as persona, he would likely have long since assumed the role of a personal consultant for some potion manufacturer or noble family. What does the lack of funds matter? Historically, which potion master has ever been truly destitute? As long as one prudently selects their sales channels, galleons would flow in abundance, more than sufficient to support his continued research. Speaking of transactions, this is Maka's forte. Early the following morning, he had Marfa assist him in dispatching a shopping list. He was eager to commence the formulation of this potion. Prior to that, however, several practical issues anticipated during the preparation would require resolution. Knock, knock, knock. During the lunch break, Maka knocked on the door of Professor Snape's potions classroom office, a door seldom approached by anyone. Who is it? The same somber and indifferent tone greeted him, making the visitor feel unwelcome. Professor Snape, it is I, Maka McLean. Maka turned the doorknob and entered the dim and foreboding chamber, hastily stepping inside. Professor Snape, I have several inquiries regarding potion making that I wish to pose to you. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Maka chose his words carefully, striving to appear as polite as possible. Snape glanced at him with an expressionless face, then, with a hint of impatience, said ask. Indeed, during my study of potion texts, I encountered several queries. For instance, regarding the second law of Hister. How should one address the anti-magic reactions that may occur during the actual preparation to ensure the original solution maintains a stable magical form? Maka nodded and swiftly presented his question. Humph. Snape furrowed his brow and let out a cold huff upon hearing this. Chapter 13, Preparations. You should understand that this is not a matter for a first-year student, Snape remarked, his brow furrowing momentarily before he continued. Since you were able to pose this question, it is evident that you possess a clear understanding of the principles underlying anti-magic reactions. Only a reverse stirring is necessary to interrupt the demonic reaction at the precise moment of adding subsequent ingredients, without the need to forcibly maintain the original potion's magical form. Moving on to the next inquiry, Maka proceeded to articulate several questions he had encountered. To his keen observation, however, Snape exhibited none of the impatience he had anticipated. Rather, he diligently addressed each query in turn. Are there no further questions? He inquired. Then you may leave. Once Maka had exhausted his list of questions, Snape reverted to his previous demeanor of impatience, dismissively waving Maka out of his office. Standing at the corridor's corner outside the office, Maka couldn't help but exhale in relief. Truth be told, he was quite reluctant to draw too close to Snape. For him, confronting an inscrutable individual was far more daunting than anything else. In fact, the person he feared approaching the most was undeniably Dumbledore. After resolving several practical challenges that were bound to arise, the subsequent tasks became considerably more manageable. He simply needed to procure the missing tools and find a tranquil, secluded spot to commence his potion-making endeavors. Hagrid's hut in the hunting grounds? A splendid choice. Maka amused himself as he turned to head towards the entrance. Fortuitously free of classes that afternoon, it would be delightful to visit Hagrid. The weather was splendid, with a breeze that was somewhat stronger than in the preceding days. Gazing upwards, he beheld a clear blue sky, which uplifted his spirits. The air outside the castle felt remarkably refreshing, a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of Snape's office. Maka inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, a gift from nature that sustains human life, bestowed equally upon wizards and muggles alike. Hagrid's hut was located not far from the Forbidden Forest, and traversing the fields would lead him there swiftly. Hey, Hagrid. Good afternoon, Maka called out as he spotted Hagrid's towering figure from a distance. Oh, Maka, Yes, good afternoon. Hagrid turned at the sound of Maka's voice, his face lighting up with joy. However, he quickly tempered his smile, adopting a serious expression as he said, "Indeed. I am pleased to see you, and you are most welcome to visit my humble abode. Yet, it should be nearing class time. You ought not to be here." "Yes, technically, class is already in session." Maka shrugged, "But I have no classes today." "I see." Hagrid nodded, realization dawning on him. "I should have anticipated this. The last time I invited Harry and the others, I specifically chose a time when they had no classes." Come, step inside. Let me brew you a cup of tea." He spoke while guiding Maka by the shoulder into the hut. "Oh, the door is a tad small. You go ahead." "Woof, woof." Hagrid's black hunting dog barked fiercely at Maka, its iron collar clanging as it moved. "That's Fong," Hagrid explained. "A bit timid, but very affectionate. A fine dog indeed." Hagrid firmly restrained Fong and gestured for Maka to take a seat on the sofa. While Hagrid busied himself with making tea, Maka took a moment to survey the interior of the quaint hut. Aside from a fireplace, 2 sofas, and a small round table, there was little else in the room. Well, Hagrid had to stay inside, so there wasn't much room for furniture. "Would you care for some rock cakes?" Harry and Ron seemed to enjoy them, Hagrid inquired, turning his head. "No, thank you. They're a bit hard, and my teeth haven't been well lately," Maka politely declined. "You know it's time for a change." "Ah, yes. That's unfortunate," Hagrid nodded. "But if you wish to hasten the departure of those troublesome teeth, rock cakes are indeed a viable option. If it comes to that, I might pay you another visit." "Hagrid," Maka replied with a wry smile. The afternoon unfolded with Maka and Hagrid engaging in a lively conversation, transitioning from various magical creatures to Dumbledore, and then to his brother Aberforth, during which Maka gleaned a wealth of eclectic information, guided by Maka's adept conversational cues. They explored many topics of mutual interest, enjoying a pleasant exchange. As Maka prepared to leave, he casually broached his request while standing at the door. "Oh, by the way, Hagrid," he said as if suddenly recalling something, "might I come by during my free time to practice potion making? Professor Snape always glares at me in that brooding manner, making it difficult for me to concentrate." Severus, yes, he does always look as if someone owes him money," Hagrid chuckled, nodding. "Of course. You are welcome to come by any time. I spend most of my time around here." "Thank you." Maka expressed his gratitude before closing the door behind him as he departed. It would have been ideal to locate the room of requirement, but regrettably, Maka had forgotten its precise location. Contemplating this, he made his way toward the castle, aware that dinner time was fast approaching. The dining hours at Hogwarts were always the most bustling moments of the day. At this time, everyone would be occupied with their meals, while simultaneously exchanging gossip and reflections from the day. Today, Maka was no longer in a rush as he intended to take a breather. He had been spending excessive time in the library, and although his mind felt relatively unwearied, his body was beginning to tire. Was it her? Maka inadvertently glanced toward the Slytherin table and suddenly spotted the mysterious girl he had encountered in the library. She sat at the edge of the Slytherin table, delicately savoring a pudding, her robes hanging loosely and trailing on the ground, yet she seemed indifferent to it. The surrounding students engaged in lively conversations, creating a vibrant atmosphere, while she remained isolated, untouched by the jovial spirit enveloping the room. Typically, one would expect her solitary presence to evoke a sense of dissonance, yet Maka observed that she appeared to blend seamlessly into the environment, rather than being discreet. It was as though she possessed no presence at all. As the pleasant ambience enveloped them, dinner gradually approached its conclusion. As Maka observed the mysterious girl finishing her meal and quietly departing, he pondered her true identity. It was then that he noticed Malfoy striding towards the Gryffindor side. "You think the professors are oblivious to this? With your little friend by your side, your courage has certainly swelled," Harry remarked coldly. At that moment, Maka had approached the scene and glanced at Crabbe and Goyle, whose imposing figures were hardly deserving of the term little. They seemed to be wary of the teachers at the main table. Their faces darkened as they clenched their fists, producing audible cracks. "I'm always willing to duel you alone," Malfoy declared. "If you have no objections, let us do it tonight. Wizard duel. Wands only, no physical contact." "What's the matter? I assume you've never heard of wizard dueling?" Of course he had. Ron turned abruptly, declaring, "I'm his assistant." "Who's yours?" Malfoy assessed Crabbe and Goyle before responding. "Crabbe. Midnight, it is then. We'll meet you in the trophy room. It's never locked." After Malfoy departed, Harry and Ron exchanged glances. "Oh, if you die, your assistant will take over," Ron said nonchalantly, resuming his consumption of the now-cold pie. Noticing Harry's expression, he quickly added, "But, people only die in proper duels against real wizards. You and Malfoy are far too inexperienced to truly harm each other. Though I dare say he probably thinks you might refuse. What if I wave my wand and nothing happens?" Then toss aside your wand and punch him right in the nose, Ron shrugged, grinning as he offered his advice. Excuse me, came a sudden voice from across the long table. Hermione spoke up. Could we eat in peace here? Can't you see I'm trying to eat? Ron retorted. Ignoring him, Hermione turned to Harry. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Malfoy. I knew you'd react like this, Ron grumbled. You absolutely cannot wander the halls at night. Think about how many points Gryffindor would lose if you were caught. And you'll be caught. You're being incredibly selfish. This really isn't your concern, Harry replied. Goodbye, Ron added. Hermione watched their retreating figures, stamping her foot in frustration. Suddenly, she noticed Maka sitting not far away. Hey, you heard that too, right? You should stop them. Since their conversation during herbology class, Hermione had occasionally encountered Maka in the library, where she would sit and discuss academic matters with him. Over time, they had grown familiar with one another. You've seen them. There's no use in trying to stop them, Maka responded, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Despite Harry's generally amiable demeanor, he is quite stubborn at heart. Once he sets his mind on something, it is challenging for anyone to sway him. Chapter 14, A Nighttime Exploration of Hogwarts. As night descended, the air turned slightly cool, evoking a sense of autumn's arrival, even within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. The portraits adorning the corridor walls depicted figures who were either dozing, engaging in hushed conversations with their neighbors, or seemingly out visiting, leaving only the backgrounds behind. Just as Harry and Ron stealthily passed a plush armchair, a voice suddenly broke the silence. I can't believe you did that, Harry. A lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione Granger, clad in a pink nightgown, her brow furrowed in displeasure. She appeared quite perturbed. Harry was incredulous at Hermione's penchant for meddling. Let us go, he urged Ron, pushing aside the fat lady's portrait and crawling through the passageway. Hermione, however, was not so easily deterred. She followed Ron into the opening, lowering her voice in a manner reminiscent of an irate Mother Goose. Don't you care about Gryffindor? Are you only concerned about yourselves? I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup again, nor do I want you to squander the points I earned from Professor McGonagall using the displacement charm. Get lost, Ron replied impatiently. It seemed the fat lady had also ventured out for a late-night visit. Oh, what am I to do now? She lamented loudly. That's your problem, Ron retorted. We need to go. We're going to be late. But before they could reach the end of the corridor, Hermione had already hurried to catch up. I'm coming with you, she declared, her face a mask of reluctance. You're not allowed, Ron immediately countered. Do you think I want to be here? If I don't go, am I just supposed to stand here and wait for Filch to catch me? If he finds out, then we shall all go together. Just as Hermione continued her fervent protest, a voice from the shadows of the corridor corner startled all present. Maka and Neville? The trio squinted to discern the figures before them. Yet Maka paid them no heed. Instead, he swiftly covered Neville's mouth, who had yelped in fright. Why are you so startled? I've been right beside you, Maka whispered. I thought it was Filch. Neville stammered after Maka released his hand. What are you doing here? Ron inquired curiously. Neville forgot the password to the common room. Maka shrugged. As for me, I intended to stretch my legs and unwind. You know, I've been immersed in my studies. It's time to take a break. Too much inactivity isn't good for the body. It LL rust. Maka, are you also going to break school rules? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock at Maka's words. With a teasing smile, Maka replied, Hermione, aren't you coming along too? That's because. All right. Don't dwell on it. Harry and Ron going is already settled, and as your friend, I naturally must share in your trials and tribulations. Maka gently patted Hermione's shoulder. She appeared remarkably delicate and endearing in her simple pajamas. Oh, you must be cautious about keeping warm. Autumn has arrived, and the nights can be rather chilly. He removed his outer robe and draped it softly over Hermione's shoulders. Thank you, she replied, glancing at the robe, swallowing down the complaint that had almost escaped her lips. Indeed, she was still quite young, her cheeks unting with color. Maka observed her as she turned away, ready to lecture Ron and the others, finding the moment amusing. Ron glanced at the clock, shot a furious glare at Hermione, then turned back with a cheerful expression, saying, It would be splendid if you could join us, Maka. You always manage to help Fred and George elude Mum's watchful eyes. Perhaps you could assist us in evading Filch. And let us not forget his wretched cat. Upon hearing this, Maka shrugged. Deceiving Filch is not particularly challenging, but Madame Pants is another matter altogether. Animals possess an acute sense, especially felines. At this point, he unexpectedly produced a small glass vial from his pocket, a smile gracing his lips. Of course, there are always solutions. I knew you would have some clever trick up your sleeve, Ron remarked proudly, casting a glance at Hermione, as if to flaunt his resourceful friend. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but fell silent after meeting Maka's gaze. They strolled briskly down the corridor, moonlight streaming through the tall windows, casting beams upon the floor that resembled a unique magical carpet. Neither Malfoy nor Crabbe was in sight. The crystal display cases showcasing trophies sparkled under the moonlight. In the darkness, trophies, shields, medals, and statues glimmered with silver and gold, while silk ribbons danced in the still air. Maka curiously examined the engraved plaques beneath the awards, contemplating whether he should also aspire for some recognition. Such an accolade would undoubtedly facilitate his studies and research. The other four were less relaxed, edging along the walls, their eyes fixed vigilantly on the doors at either end of the room. Harry brandished his wand, prepared for Malfoy to burst in and challenge him to a duel. Time ticked by, and no one appeared. He guessed late. Perhaps he guessed too afraid to show up, Ron whispered, just as a voice from the adjacent room startled them. Harry raised his wand, only to hear someone speaking. It was not Malfoy. Sniff around, dear. They might be lurking in some corner. Filch was conversing with Madame Pants. Harry was nearly petrified, frantically waving his wand, urging the others to follow him quickly. To their astonishment, Maka instead approached the side closer to Filch, now mere steps away. In the gaze of his terrified companions, Maka again retrieved his small vial. After making a gesture to hold his breath, he carefully twisted open the cork, producing not a sound. "Oh, darling, where are you going?" Filch exclaimed in surprise, then anxiously pursued the inexplicably fleeing Mrs. Loris, who quickly disappeared from view. "Marvelous. What kind of potion is this?" Ron approached with a look of admiration, only to immediately sneeze. "Oh, what does that smell?" "This is not a potion. It is merely a mildly concocted volatile liquid," came the reply, its pungent aroma particularly effective against animals with keen senses. "Is it the secretion of a boggart?" Hermione inquired, catching a whiff of the lingering scent, pinching her nose in response. "It's not just that. The neutralizing formula needs adjustment, or else the odor will linger for days." Maka remarked with a smile. "Its scent is overwhelming and will leave evidence behind." "So, you had already planned to break the school rules." Hermione could no longer contain herself, murmuring, "You shouldn't act this way. Your Hufflepuff share is already scant enough. I care not for the House Cup. Honor does not equate to everything," Maka replied cheerfully. "Besides, there must be a bottom-ranking house, and I think this aligns quite well with Hufflepuff's modest principles." "You cannot think this way." Hermione appeared quite displeased with Maka's perspective. Suddenly, Maka raised a hand to halt Hermione's further speech. "Oh, why not try that bottle again?" Ron suggested instinctively. "I think it best we run." Maka shook his head and took the lead, sprinting down the dimly lit corridor. They weaved past pillars and dashed through corridor after corridor. In the murky environment, Maka found his sense of direction worsening, completely disoriented. "Oh!" Weavee arrived at the Charms classroom. Hermione observed breathlessly, glancing toward the classroom door not far away. "I believe Weavee lost him," Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall, wiping the sweat from his brow. Neville, bent over and gasping, looked exasperated. "I think you all need to exercise more," he remarked. However, the vigorous sprint had only slightly increased the roughness of Maka's breath. A boy accustomed to living at the bottom of society would not falter from merely running a few steps. "I told you all," Hermione gasped, clutching the seam of her shirt as she spoke in fragmented sentences. "I told you all." Chapter 15. Reunion with a Mysterious Girl. "Malfoy deceived you," Hermione said to Harry. "Do you understand? He never intended to meet you there. Filch must have been tipped off about someone heading to the trophy room." Harry suspected Hermione might be right, yet he clearly did not wish to voice agreement. "Let us go," Harry said, turning around. Yet, matters were not so straightforward. They had scarcely taken 10 steps when the spherical doorknob of a nearby door rattled, and something sprang forth from a classroom before them. It was Peeves. Upon spotting them, he joyfully shrieked, "Be quiet, Peeves. Please, you'll get us expelled." Ron grimaced. Peeves cackled, utterly indifferent to Ron's protests. Annoying first years, wandering about at all hours. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you mischievous ones, you shall find yourselves apprehended." It mimicked the Sorting Hat, speaking in a peculiar tone. "Peeves, do you wish to uncover the origin of the silver blood that courses through the veins of Bloodbaron?" Maka inquired after a moment's contemplation. Peeves was taken aback at the mention of the name, betraying a hint of trepidation. "Where does it come from?" "Huh, let me enlighten you. The Baron was quite fond of consuming poltergeists even during his mortal days, and this passion persisted posthumously." Maka's expression darkened, and his tone elongated ominously. "I just saw him passing by over there. Did you catch sight of him?" "Oh, no." Peeves shrieked, vanishing through the wall in an instant. "Oh, Maka, you are truly remarkable," Ron exclaimed, with Harry and Neville nodding in fervent agreement. Poltergeist, Hermione interjected, puzzled. What does that have to do with Peeves? Isn't he a ghost? I inquired about the Blood Baron. Peeves is merely a raucous spirit, not a ghost, Maka clarified, shaking his head. He can interact with the physical realm, which is something most ghosts cannot accomplish. You conversed with the Blood Baron. He appears rather fearsome, does he not? Ron remarked in astonishment. Maka shook his head once more, beckoning the group to move along while casually explaining, the Blood Baron is a decent fellow. Do not be misled by his appearance. He has always remained loyal to Hogwarts, in life and in death. Alohomora, he declared, let us venture inside and find a place to hide, at least to evade Filch for the time being. Maka halted mid-sentence. What is it? Why not proceed inside? Ron asked in a hushed tone. I believe, Maka stepped back, turning around with an awkward smile, that perhaps meeting Filch would be a more prudent choice. With a decisive motion, Maka slammed the door shut, and a deafening roar echoed from within. That is quite a large dog, Harry remarked, having caught a glimpse just before the door closed. Indeed, a three-headed canine, Maka replied, raising his hands in resignation. Run. As if in perfect synchrony with Maka's command, the door trembled violently, the enormous dog inside, thrashing against it in a frenzy. The group ran all the way to the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor, only to discover that Maka had vanished. For Maka, rest had become a rare luxury, for he perpetually felt the constraints of time. Following that night of wandering Hogwarts with Harry and the others, he immersed himself once more into his studies and research, not only in potions, but also in other subjects he could not afford to lag behind, at least not until he reached a level of proficiency that would render him unafraid of real combat. After all, Voldemort was lurking ominously in the shadows. He did not wish to be caught defenseless when the Death Eaters launched their assault. Once he had concocted the invisibility potion, he planned to infiltrate the restricted section. If feasible, he also desired to explore the so-called dark arts, to discern how they fundamentally differed from other forms of magic. Pray tell, do you know where the tomes on cultivating the shrivelfig are located? Once again, the conversation unfolded in a monotonous tone, echoing a question that was nearly identical to the last, with the girl standing behind Maka. This left Maka speechless as he gazed at her, before finally extracting a book from the substantial pile before him and placing it on the adjacent seat. I happen to have this. You may sit down and read. Maka suggested softly. To his surprise, the girl obediently pulled out a chair, set aside her notebook, and quietly settled beside him. He had assumed she was someone who never heeded others' words. Are you facing any difficulties? Maka could not help but inquire. The steps are too numerous, and there is an overwhelming amount of text. I am unsure where to begin my notes, she replied earnestly, lifting her gaze. It was then that Maka first truly observed the girl's features. Her large, round eyes, a petite and delicate nose, and her porcelain skin, which appeared almost translucent, all declared her to be an exceedingly charming young lady. Moreover, a few strands of hair peeked out from beneath her pointed hat, revealing what seemed to be an unhealthy shade of white. Perhaps she disliked having others see her hair, as she had tucked it all under her hat. Take note, the crinkled fig, a deciduous plant, possesses a robust root system, capable of surviving winter. Its water requirements are minimal, with a watering interval of 12 weeks. It has a moderate need for fertilizer, ideally dragon dung, with an application interval of 35 weeks. With that, she rose silently, leaving the library without uttering a word, much to Maka's astonishment. Again, he mused, touching his nose and speaking softly to himself. Did I come across as overly bothersome? Or perhaps she simply dislikes assistance? Or is she merely exceedingly introverted? The following morning, Maka awoke to the cloying scent of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. Truthfully, he had never been fond of pumpkin. He disliked all dishes made from it, as the slimy texture of pumpkin flesh made him feel nauseated. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. He suddenly discerned Ron's voice amidst the bustling crowd. Honestly, she is like a nightmare. Then, he noticed the girl had collided into him. Oh, Merlin above. This is rather sudden. I am not prepared. Hermione? Upon closer inspection, he recognized the disheveled long hair belonged to none other than Miss Granger. I believe she heard your words. He overheard Harry's voice, although he could not spot them in the throng. Oh yes, my apologies. Hermione seemed oblivious to whom she had bumped into. It's fine. I mean, what happened, Hermione? Maka inquired, glancing down at her and noticing her reddened eyes. Who has been unkind to you? Maka. It's nothing. Hermione glanced up at him before hurriedly dashing away. Maka watched as she quickly disappeared into the crowd, feeling perplexed about what had transpired. As the saying goes, those involved are often bewildered when immersed in an environment one tends to overlook certain details amid the vibrant array of happenings around them. As Maka arrived at the restaurant entrance for dinner today, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between two Gryffindor girls. "Did you see Hermione today? I just found her. She has been crying in the girls' restroom and refuses to be comforted. On the third floor? Could it be the one by the myrtle? What is Quirrell's purpose again? The Philosopher's Stone. So, what location would facilitate the introduction of a troll while allowing him to evade the crowd?" Maka paused to ponder, quickly deducing that Hermione must be in the basement. Chapter 16. Hermione and the Troll. As he hurried downstairs, he caught sight of Quirrell staggering toward the dining hall. He rushed up from the basement stairs and swiftly vanished around the corner, seemingly oblivious to Maka on the staircase of the second floor. Saluting in homage to the actor, Maka straightened up while running, quickly making his way to the hallway of the basement. Upon arrival, he was immediately met with a foul odor reminiscent of 2-month-old dirty socks mingled with the stench of an antiquated restroom. This smell, combined with the overwhelming scent of pumpkin pervading the castle, was truly unbearable. Maka looked up to see the troll in the corridor, yet it appeared unaware of his presence. Seizing the moment, Maka drew his wand and struck. Bang! The troll fell to the ground, momentarily leaving Maka astonished. He recalled reading that trolls possessed considerable magical resistance, and it seemed improbable that it would succumb so easily. As he contemplated this, the troll struggled to rise once again. Maka's memory served him well. This creature's magical resilience was indeed a characteristic inherited from giants. Then, Maka witnessed the troll's second notable trait, its lack of intelligence. It glanced around, seemingly oblivious to the dimness of the corridor, failing to notice its attacker. Instead, it appeared to have heard something, using its immense strength to forcefully squeeze through a nearby doorway. Almost immediately, a piercing, terrified scream echoed through the air. Its intellect was even lower than I had anticipated. It seems fantastic beasts, and where to find them requires a revision, as its descriptions are far too vague. With a heart full of complaints, Maka hastened toward the source of the commotion. Hermione. Upon reaching the door, Maka instantly spotted Hermione curled up beneath the sink, trembling in fear as she watched the enraged troll approach her. The troll, clearly unaware of the additional presence behind it, advanced menacingly, its large wooden club poised to strike Hermione. The situation was evidently dire. There was no time for levitation spells. With urgency, Maka quickly aimed at the troll-esque club and cast a spell to disarm it. The massive club slipped from the troll's grasp, narrowly missing Hermione's hair as it sailed past, rebounding off the wall and crashing into a restroom stall, demolishing it entirely. Taking advantage of the troll's momentary confusion caused by its lost weapon, Maka aimed at the nape of the troll's neck, summoning all his strength for a decisive blow. A resounding bang echoed through the air as a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared at the back of the giant's neck, revealing a gruesome sight of blood and shattered vertebrae. The colossal creature staggered momentarily before crashing to the ground, its massive form twitching involuntarily several times. Himeka let out a sigh of relief, realizing that if the blow had landed elsewhere, it might have resulted in merely a loss of flesh. No wonder this behemoth was renowned for its tough hide and robust flesh. Hermione, clearly terrified, suddenly threw herself into Maka's embrace. As he savored the comforting warmth of her presence, his mind wandered, pondering when this young lady had begun to mature. "Cough, cough, it's all right now, everything's fine," he reassured her, noticing her trembling form. He momentarily suppressed his wandering thoughts to comfort her. Truth be told, Maka felt no particular attachment to this know-it-all. Even her grown-up self elicited no special feelings. Yet, who could resist the embrace of a protagonist who willingly threw herself into one's arms? While the circumstances were certainly compelling, they left Maka feeling somewhat elated. To calm his racing heart, he began to mutter softly, uttering vague phrases such as 3 years and death penalty. Suddenly, a loud cadence of footsteps approached, prompting both of them to lift their heads. Hermione paused for a moment before forcefully pushing against Maka's chest, attempting to distance herself as much as possible. Clearly, the commotion had drawn attention. The cacophony of crashes and the giant's roars had attracted someone. "Hermione, Maka?" It was Ron and Harry, their eyes wide with astonishment as they took in the scene, oblivious to the flush on Hermione's cheeks. Before they could utter another word, Professor McGonagall burst into the restroom, swiftly followed by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell cast a fleeting glance at the giant before emitting a feeble whimper, collapsing onto a toilet and clutching his chest tightly. Snape approached to inspect the giant, while Professor McGonagall turned her gaze to the assembled students, her lips pale and her eyes wide with fury. "What on earth are you playing at?" she demanded, her voice laced with icy indignation. Harry and Ron exchanged glances with Maka, who stood there, wand in hand. Consider yourselves fortunate to be alive. Why weren't you all staying in your dormitories? Professor McGonagall reprimanded sharply, reminding Maka of the house's emblematic lion in her fury. Oh, please don't say that. Professor, he was looking for me. Maka attempted to interject, but Hermione interrupted him. Miss Granger, McGonagall exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. In her recollection, Hermione Granger was the quintessential model student, rigidly adhering to the rules. With her knees trembling, Hermione finally managed to stand. I came to find the giant because I thought I could handle it on my own, since I've read about them and know a lot about them. Oh, Hermione, there's no need for that, Maka replied, having already risen to his feet. Professor, Maka explained as they walked toward the restaurant. I overheard someone say that Miss Granger is in the restroom. She has been feeling rather down due to some recent events, which is why she hasn't joined us. Maka shrugged, wearing an innocent expression, but who could have anticipated that a troll would be rampaging through Hogwarts? I believe this warrants further investigation, he suggested, casting a meaningful glance at Lockhart, who, however, was busy sobbing dramatically into his hands, continuing his performance as if he were a thespian of great renown. Oh, if that is the case, Professor McGonagall observed them thoughtfully. Mr. McLean, you shattered the troll's vertebrae with the bone-breaking curse, did you not? Snape shot a cold glance at Harry before turning his attention to Maka. Maka's heart sank at the ominous turn of events, yet he maintained a composed exterior and nodded. I believe so. Quite an impressive display of power. But can you explain where you acquired such knowledge? Snape's gaze bore down on Maka with a dark intensity. I doubt the first-year textbooks contain any curses. I taught myself. Maka was compelled to confess. The earlier chaos had left him little time to ponder the consequences. He had instinctively chosen a suitable incantation. At this point, he could only be grateful that he had yet to master the unforgivable curses. Otherwise, had he inadvertently cast a green light, he might have found himself in Azkaban, contending with Dementors. My word, you must realize you are merely a first year, Hermione exclaimed, her face a mask of concern as she regarded Maka. She was well aware of the categorization of spells. Curses invariably fell under the umbrella of dark magic, which required intense negative emotions for successful execution. Even the 3 unforgivable curses belong to this category. However, unlike other curses, the unforgivable curses are deemed so because the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse lack corresponding counterspells. While the Imperius Curse possesses a highly disruptive quality that allows complete control over an individual's mind and body. Thankfully, it was only a slight exertion, she continued. I mean, Mr. McLean, you must provide a reasonable explanation for your actions. Professor McGonagall seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but upon realizing the severity of the situation, her expression quickly shifted back to one of sternness. I think I may have advanced a bit too quickly, Maka stammered. I truly enjoy learning, and, speaking of which, he deliberately glanced at Hermione. I hope to protect those I care about. At this, Hermione's cheeks flushed, while Harry and Ron beside Professor McGonagall remained unresponsive. It seemed there was some truth to the notion that girls mature faster than boys. Professor McGonagall regarded Maka with a slight smile, unable to suppress her amusement at his precocious demeanor. If it were not for Maka's intervention, I fear I would have already been devoured by the troll, Hermione implored. I believe it is necessary to discuss the matter of the Cruciatus Curse with Professor Dumbledore, as Professor McGonagall suggested. However, I doubt that any first-year student could single-handedly defeat a troll. You have earned 10 points for Hufflepuff. Now, you shall accompany me to the headmaster's office. As for the rest of you, Professor McGonagall cast a glance at the others. You may leave. Maka surveyed the 3 of them before seemingly composedly following the departing Professor McGonagall out of the lavatory, which now only bore a cracked and broken doorframe. Oh, I came to handle this big fellow, Quirrell stammered as he wiped his face. Hermione watched Maka's retreating figure with concern. She had no certainty regarding whether Maka would be expelled. Harry and Ron, however, were devoid of such worries, or perhaps they simply did not ponder it deeply. What is the curse? It looks really cool, Ron exclaimed, gazing at the motionless troll on the ground, its large, gaping wound appearing somewhat terrifying. Indeed, even that clumsy bat commended it. I can hardly believe it, Harry nodded in agreement. He was merely mocking Maka, Hermione exclaimed. Chapter 17, A Conversation with Dumbledore. Kiwi Pudding. At the entrance to the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall uttered the password. The stone beast sprang aside at the sound, and the stone wall behind it split in 2, revealing a spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. The staircase rotated automatically, ushering the group to the entrance of the office. Please come in. Dumbledore's aged voice resonated from within, as if he anticipated their arrival before anyone had a chance to knock. Professor McGonagall entered, followed by Maka and Snape. "What is the situation?" Dumbledore inquired, smiling at Maka before turning his gaze to Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore nodded attentively as he listened, and once McGonagall had finished speaking, he began to respond. "Ah, yes, I see. Minerva, please continue your search to see if there are any other students wandering about. Severus, assist Professor Quirrell in removing the troll. I believe it is unnecessary. Quirrell can handle it alone," Snape replied, maintaining his stoic expression. "I think it is indeed necessary." Dumbledore insisted, looking at Snape. "If you insist," Snape replied after a moment of scrutiny, before turning crisply and departing. Maka found himself alone with Dumbledore, which stirred a sense of unease within him, though he did not show it. "Would you care for some kiwi pudding?" Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Why not?" Maka adjusted his demeanor, striving to divert his thoughts from the trivial. "Quite delightful," he remarked after a brief pause, feeling somewhat awkward. "I concur," Dumbledore finally spoke. "How is your experience at Hogwarts thus far?" "Very interesting and fulfilling, and I've made quite a few friends," Maka replied, endeavoring to provide optimistic answers, though uncertain of their efficacy. "I do not share that sentiment," Dumbledore remarked. "I began to take note of you when your first surge of magical power erupted. Given your actions and experiences, I believe we can engage in conversation as relatively equal adults." "Oh, indeed, for your magical outburst occurred at an opportune moment," Dumbledore sighed, though he hesitated to elaborate. Maker was taken aback by this revelation and suddenly rose to his feet. "Was it during my mother's time?" "Yes. It was when the accident occurred, and your magic instinctively surged to protect you," Dumbledore said kindly, his gaze imbued with a hint of compassion. Dumbledore observed Maker in silence, seemingly filled with regret, while also keenly watching his reaction. "The departed are gone, and it is precisely for this reason that I yearn for the power to safeguard others," Maker declared, lifting his head to meet Dumbledore's gaze for the first time with unwavering resolve. "This is your true essence. I can sense it," Dumbledore replied, nodding in satisfaction, revealing once more his gentle yet sagacious smile. "Death is often the conclusion of life, yet it invariably becomes a new beginning for others. Remember, death is not to be feared." Maker understood that Dumbledore saw echoes of the former Voldemort within him. Fortunately, he held no malevolent intentions and had thus passed this trial. Dumbledore and Snape were, in essence, kindred spirits, both abundant in strength and ambition, yet willing to forsake everything, including their very lives, for love. The distinction lay in Dumbledore's love, which embraced all, while Snape's heart was solely devoted to Lily. As for Maker, he pondered what his own path would be. That night, as he lay in bed, a torrent of thoughts consumed him. He had encountered numerous events that day and learned of a staggering truth from Dumbledore, leading his mind to wander until he finally succumbed to sleep in the deep of night. With the arrival of November, the weather turned exceedingly frigid. The mountains surrounding the school were cloaked in a gloomy shroud of ice and snow, and the lake's surface was as cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, frost blanketed the ground, compelling students to tread carefully lest they slip and fall. Seated at the dining table, Maker enjoyed his breakfast amidst a throng of admirers. It was unclear who had initially spread the news, likely Ron, but nearly half the student body had caught wind of Maker's illustrious feat. He had single-handedly vanquished a 12-foot troll. Such a tale was utterly astounding. Now, Maker had risen to celebrity status. Numerous students approached him to converse, and even a few first-year girls sought his autograph. He relished this enveloping attention, not merely out of vanity, but because it genuinely warmed his heart. "This is no mere pretext. Believe me, I speak the truth. If you doubt, gather a crowd around you and see for yourself." Recently, Hagrid had been swathed in a long, luxurious mole fur coat, wearing rabbit fur gloves and immense beaver skin boots, diligently clearing frost from the broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. This clearly signified one thing. The Quidditch season had commenced. To speak candidly, Maka harbored a genuine desire to join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. However, he found himself perpetually occupied. Moreover, it is customary for first-year students to be excluded from such teams, with Harry being an exceptional case. Observing the Gryffindor table, Maka noticed Harry and Ron engaged in hushed whispers, undoubtedly discussing this very matter. Yet, what piqued Maka's interest was the absence of any news regarding Harry's inclusion in the Gryffindor team as a seeker. Was it possible that Wood, the captain, intended to utilize Harry as some sort of clandestine asset? Their secrecy was commendable. As Maka mumbled indistinctly while chewing his food, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. However, when the day of the match arrived, Maka was taken aback to see Harry, much like himself, heading towards the stands. What was amiss? What were they observing, Sir Knight? Charlotte, a senior, teased as she draped her arm around Maka's shoulder, inquiring if he was watching his beloved Hermione. The Quidditch match promised excitement. Yet Maka found his thoughts elsewhere. He occasionally glanced at the teacher's viewing area, where Harry was notably absent, pondering how Quirrell's actions might shift. Throughout the match, no one expected que queden sus transpired. The absence of Harry seemingly curtailed any potential for Quirrell to act. Yet Maka could not ascertain whether the professor might seek other opportunities to target Harry. At the very least, averting an inevitable crisis could be deemed a positive outcome. Though Maka remained uncertain about this conclusion and had no immediate clarity on the matter. As the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match concluded, Maka stole a glance at the scoreboard, 60 to 210. The match reached its climax when Slytherin's Seeker captured the Golden Snitch, ending the nail-biting contest. Maka had little time to dwell on this, merely glancing before making his way towards the Gryffindor crowd. "Hey, Harry." Maka attempted to project an air of normalcy, reassuring him that there was no cause for alarm. The match had only just begun. Oh, indeed. However, losing to Slytherin is rather disheartening, Harry sighed. It appeared that despite his non-participation in the Quidditch team, he still held a fondness for the sport. Maka pondered the previous speculations he had entertained during the match and posed a question. "I heard that Neville nearly fell during your first flying lesson. Is that true?" Harry nodded affirmatively, yes. If it weren't for Madame Hooch's quick reflexes, Neville would surely have ended up in the hospital wing. I'm certain of it. Indeed, he soared so high. Ron interjected, laughing and mimicking the assent. What happened next? Did Malfoy give him a hard time? Oh, absolutely. That scoundrel always mocks others. I wish I could cast a jinx on him, Harry retorted angrily. The duel that night stemmed from our quarrel in class. Indeed, that fellow is certainly no virtuous character. Chapter 18. Observations from the restricted section. Maka never anticipated that a seemingly trivial remark could alter the course of history. It was a notion he should have considered, yet could not foresee. As a consequence of his words, Neville emerged unscathed. Malfoy refrained from retrieving the memory ball, and Harry, not having engaged in a broomstick contest with Malfoy, was consequently discovered by Professor McGonagall for his talent as a seeker. To the others, everything appeared perfectly ordinary. Even Harry himself felt no sense of dissonance regarding the events. However, Maka found himself in a quandary, uncertain if this turn of events was a blessing or a curse. It merely underscored that the world he inhabited was a tangible reality, a truth he had grasped during his time in Plymouth. Yet, it was only moments ago that he truly comprehended the implications of this revelation. Should he preserve the world of his memories? Or should he cast aside the past and embrace the present with his own experiences? At this thought, Maka shook his head. Perhaps from the moment he arrived here, he ought to have ceased pondering such vexatious matters. The flutter of a butterfly's wings occurs instinctively, never foreseeing the consequences that a mere shift in air could invoke. Rather than succumbing to anxiety over uncontrollable circumstances, it would be far wiser to confront the uncertainties of the future with equanimity. Maka never regarded himself as particularly remarkable. He might achieve modest successes, yet nothing beyond that. Enjoying life was the fundamental truth, he sighed. That sentiment echoed like the musings of an old sage. Hagrid approached, having come to witness the match from the Gryffindor side. Indeed, Maka often delighted in uttering the sort of phrases that an elderly man would cherish. Ron chuckled heartily in agreement. This is wisdom. You would understand, Hermione declared, her admiration for Maka unwavering since he had rescued her from the clutches of the troll. This is wisdom. You would understand. Ron mimicked Hermione's tone, teasing Harry, who succumbed to laughter. Humph. Hermione, flustered and indignant, turned her gaze away from Ron. But as Maka walked beside her, their eyes met when she glanced back, causing her to freeze momentarily and blush before diverting her gaze once more. It's Snape. Ron explained to the others, sharing that Harry had encountered Snape in Filch's vicinity, resulting in a severe leg injury for the potion's master. Snape injured? Hagrid inquired with curiosity what happened. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Maka exchanged glances, unsure how to convey the truth, until Harry resolved to be forthright. Upon hearing this, Hagrid set down the teapot with a thud. How do you know about the three-headed dog? He asked gravely. Three-headed dog? Harry replied, bewildered. Yes, the one we saw. The three-headed beast. Indeed, it belongs to me, procured from a Greek fellow I encountered last year at a pub. I lent it to Dumbledore for safeguarding. What? Harry exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Enough questions. Hagrid retorted brusquely. That is classified information, understand? But Snape intends to steal it. Utter nonsense, Hagrid exclaimed. Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never act in such a manner. Yet, why then had Ruby been bitten? Harry shouted. I heard him say it with my own ears. I tell you, you are mistaken. Hagrid retorted with agitation. Listen to me, all three of you. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you, and that is perilous. Forget about that large dog and what it guards. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Ah, Harry interjected. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Maka cast a resigned glance at Hagrid. He had only participated in one aspect of this entire affair, yet he had nearly grasped the overall situation. Hagrid stood there, seething with anger, irate at himself. Perhaps it would be best to cancel the original plan, as Hagrid's fury suggested that staying to brew potions was not a prudent choice. As time passed, the seasons turned. Although it had yet to snow at Hogwarts, the air had grown quite chilly. One notable achievement, however, was that, through Maka's relentless efforts, a new type of invisibility potion had been successfully developed. The arduous process, which involved extensive practical experimentation and numerous revisions to the potion's formula, was indeed difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, in the end, it was completed. That very night, Maka consumed the potion and plunged into the restricted section of the library. He was eager to explore the perilous and enigmatic realm of dark magic. Previously, he had already gleaned some knowledge from the magical tomes he ordered from the Leaky Cauldron, even managing to learn a portion of the spells related to dark magic. However, those had undergone rigorous scrutiny by the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts professors. To truly comprehend the fundamental distinctions between dark and light magic, one must venture into the restricted section. As Maka opened the first book, he was immediately confronted with an extraordinary manifestation of dark magic. Upon turning the pages, a terrifying visage emerged, unleashing a harrowing scream that seemed to resonate with the very soul. He quickly pointed his wand, calming the magical disturbance, and the face subsided, restoring the book to its original appearance. The weight of the soul stems from the unbearable lightness of sin. Ragnar Bastos. He observed that beneath the word weight, several small digits and letters had also been inscribed. 06750 cm. Ancient ounces? Maka speculated that this might pertain to the weight of the soul. How was it measured? He swiftly skimmed through the table of contents and discovered that this was a tome dedicated to the profound study of soul magic. Although it contained solely theoretical explorations without any practical applications documented, it was undoubtedly a quintessential work of dark magic. After some time, Maka sensed an oddity. The book still emanated a subtle magical aura that made him uneasy. It was only upon closing the book that the disquieting sensation dissipated. Subsequently, he perused several more volumes, each delving into the exploration of various perilous and mysterious magical knowledge. A portion of the text exhibits a considerable resistance to being unveiled, struggling to reassemble itself. The more one attempts to delve into the essence of dark magic, the more it intertwines with the core of human nature and personality. What does this truly signify? Leaving the restricted section, Maka seated himself by a window in the library, attempting to relax the taut nerves that had been consistently strained by the perils of dark magic. It appeared that Filch had come to inspect, perhaps prompted by the earlier commotion. However, Maka did not cast a single glance in his direction, merely sidestepping to avoid a collision as he passed. Lady Dolores shot a curious glance towards the invisibly present Maka, yet she discerned nothing amiss. In Maka's view, the contents of those forbidden tomes relentlessly interrogated the reader's character and essence. Some books were even directly enchanted to evoke profound inquiries from the depths of the reader's soul. Days later, having concocted a half-dozen new invisibility potions, Maka affixed waterproof labels to the potion bottles, each clearly inscribed with the name he had bestowed upon them, the Fairy Invisibility Potion. While it appeared rather appealing, in truth, it was merely a reconfiguration of the words fairy and invisibility, a reflection of his indolent nature. Subsequently, he stealthily approached the domain of the Whomping Willow outside the Forbidden Forest. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, was a remarkably benevolent and optimistic individual who invariably exhibited an unabashed favoritism towards her students. Undoubtedly, Maka had ascended to her most cherished pupil, as she had never once denied him assistance. This included granting him permission to borrow portions of the second greenhouse and attend to the Whomping Willow, which was off-limits to other students. While curiosity about the plant played a role, Maka's primary interest lay in the hidden passage beneath its roots that led to Hogsmeade. At that moment, standing at a safe distance from the thrashing branches of the Whomping Willow, Maka did not attempt to rush in search of the elusive knot that would pacify the creature. With so many scars upon its trunk, he was uncertain which one to choose and lacked the inclination to test them individually. Instead, he produced a small metallic whistle, gently blowing into it. The inaudible sound waves surged toward the Whomping Willow, causing it to shudder and freeze in place. It appeared quite resplendent, a verdant spectacle, Maka remarked, provided one refrained from making any sudden movements. Chapter 19. The Embarrassing Patronus. This was a magical whistle that mimicked the frequency of the vibrations produced by the wings of the tree-dwelling wasp. A creature not only a natural enemy of the whomping willow, but also feared by most magical plants, as they exclusively consumed mobile vegetation. Approaching, Maka reached out to pat the stout root that protruded from the ground. The root quivered and shifted aside, revealing a deep, dark hole. This was an inclined tunnel, just large enough for a person to lie flat and slide down. Maka furrowed his brow, clutching the suitcase he carried to his chest before leaping down the slope. The incline was not extensive, and soon he found himself in a tunnel where he had to bend low to proceed. The Ministry of Magic had left traces on every completed wand. Any underage wizard, particularly those under 17, using magic outside of school would be instantly monitored. In such sparsely populated areas, the use of magic was especially conspicuous, and it was best to avoid it altogether. Even though he was presumably still within the bounds of Hogwarts, he fished a small glass vial from the inner pocket of his outer robe, shaking it vigorously, producing a sound reminiscent of gravel colliding. In the darkness, a gentle glow began to manifest and gradually intensified. A closer inspection of the vial revealed a peculiar luminescent mist that thickened over time. Once I earn enough, I shall certainly procure a convenient waste pouch, Maka mused, weighing the robe filled with various vials and containers, its weight quite substantial. Inside were potions, semi-finished products, and even mere materials, all undeniably practical little gadgets. Perhaps I shall craft one myself. Indeed, he was reluctant to part with his coin purse. As he walked forward, lost in thought, he soon sensed the tunnel beginning to incline upward. Before long, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Maka removed the cork from the glowing vial, and with a soft pop, the luminescent mist dispersed through the tunnel, vanishing shortly thereafter. Many potions, and even simple ingredients, could yield effects akin to spells, with some proving even more potent while having a considerably lower barrier to use. Of course, one must be adequately prepared and carry them at all times. Yet, the flaws do not overshadow the merits. This is one of the reasons potions are so costly. Over time, numerous potion recipes have been obliterated by the wheels of history, remnants of their once glorious eras. Nevertheless, a new generation of potion makers tirelessly strives to revive these formulas or innovate, ensuring potions maintain their significant status within the magical realm. Thus, I would never agree to anything less than 200 galleons. In a dim corner of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, a diminutive wizard wrapped in a tattered cloak of gray felt spoke calmly with a vague Western accent. His raspy voice, akin to having been ground by a rasp, was enough to provoke a frown. Opposite him sat another wizard, his exposed skin meticulously wrapped in layers of bandages, bargaining back with an equally unsettling murmur. The sound suggested a lingering phlegm in his throat. No, ahem, this potion is a new product. I cannot sell it in my shop without witnessing its effects first. I cannot gamble my store's reputation. However, regarding the trial products, the price is exorbitant. The diminutive wizard maintained a calm demeanor, stating blandly, in that case, the deal is off. With that, he rose from the table, leaning on it for support, and strode towards the door. Oh wait, damn it, I will pay, the bandaged wizard exclaimed weakly, but you must offer me a discount if you wish to engage in a long-term collaboration. Agreed, came the response, and the deal was struck. The bandaged wizard waved his hand feebly. He was indeed eager for that practical new product, provided it lived up to its promised efficacy. The small wizard, of course, was none other than the disguised Maka. He had meticulously prepared himself, circumventing the greatest disadvantage he might face in negotiations, his age, and steadily gained the upper hand in their verbal duel. This was a business negotiation that left both parties relatively satisfied. Regardless of how reluctant the bandaged wizard appeared, he was determined to acquire the new product. A novel invisibility potion. What an enticing opportunity. After the bandaged wizard had tested it, both signed a magical contract in duplicate, solidifying their long-term transaction. A cost of 200, with a 70-30 profit split. What a fair agreement. Upon returning to the shrieking shack, Maka hung the tattered cloak in the old wardrobe, and then expelled a small shard of stone from his mouth, finally restoring his voice to normal. He flicked the elegantly crafted parchment of the magical contract, a hint of excitement gracing his features. Of course, at present, having just received 1,200 galleons, he had merely managed to offset the significant expenditure on materials from his earlier practices. Moreover, he still needed to continue honing his potion-making skills. The journey to wealth was still far from over. It is no wonder that the opening pages of many potion books proclaim, This is an endless path paved with galleons. Maka sighed, as the earlier exhilaration had vanished without a trace, overtaken by a shift in his mood. Since Maka established his potion sales channel, everything seemed to progress smoothly. His studies and research across various subjects advanced steadily and practically with daily dedication. Most notably, he experienced a genuine breakthrough with the Patronus charm. One quiet, solitary night, Maka stood in the spacious room provided by the Room of Requirement. Expecto Patronum, he declared, standing tall in the center of the room. His wand held upright before him like a sword, focusing all his spirit and attention on the tip of the wand. As the pure silver light intensified, it detached itself from Maka's wand. In an instant, the luminescence swirled around him, forming a delicate haze of silvery mist. Since beginning his practice of the Patronus charm, he had only ever managed to reach this stage. In fact, one could say that during his initial attempt, he had already been capable of producing this hopeful, life-infused silver mist. Yet, with each practice session, as the luminous fog grew ever denser, he found himself unable to summon his Patronus. This predicament compelled Maka to revisit the fundamental theories of the spell. In a moment of desperation, he shifted his focus to various instances of successfully casting the Patronus charm. Ultimately, perseverance bore fruit. The numerous accounts of individuals using the charm to save their beloved kin unveiled a new breakthrough. He discovered that the true power of the spell manifests at the moment when the caster, driven by circumstance, yearns to protect a specific individual. Maka recalled the first time he encountered Luna at the graveyard. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the girl's pale, golden hair radiated a soft halo. She stood before the cold gravestone, silently gazing at her deceased mother. Amidst the entire gray tableau, her silhouette stood out vividly. Under the starlit sky, when Maka instinctively avoided the subject of her mother, she candidly informed him that it indeed was a sorrowful tale, yet one must learn to face it. Before parting ways, Maka could only remember her silver-gray eyes, in which a wistful longing for their impending separation was subtly concealed. As he gazed upon the magnificent eagle before him, an awkward expression crossed his face. How would he face Dean Sprout in the future? Among the 4 houses at Hogwarts, the eagle symbolizes Ravenclaw, representing justice, astuteness, rigor, vision, and elevated ideals. When the Sorting Hat considered Maka, it initially leaned towards Ravenclaw, although for reasons unknown, he was ultimately placed in Hufflepuff. It undeniably indicated a profound connection between him and Ravenclaw. At this moment, the Patronus in the form of an eagle was not only tied to his desire to guard Luna, but perhaps also linked to this very bond. In any case, it was best to retire for the night. With a flick of his wand, he dispelled the Patronus charm and left the Room of Requirement, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Chapter 20, Velabrova. Recently, the weather began to shift, with clouds thickening in the sky, casting a somewhat somber hue. The temperature steadily declined, prompting Hogwarts students to don warm sweaters and vests beneath their robes. In such weather, the library also grew a tad chilly. Many students gathered in the common room with a fireplace, diligently working on their assignments while engaging in lively discussions about recent happenings. Here, they were free from the worry of Madame Pants, the librarian, suddenly appearing and admonishing them for any noise. Consequently, the number of students in the library dwindled. Maka, however, relished the solitude, finding that studying in a less populated space significantly enhanced his efficiency. As for the biting cold, he swiftly devised a convenient and straightforward remedy. After slightly adjusting the blood of a fire lizard, he concocted a potion that would maintain warmth within the body. This matter is rather straightforward. One merely needs to allow the fiery energy from the blood of the fire lizard to disperse within the body at an exceedingly gradual pace. It scarcely qualifies as an elixir. However, this very simplicity presents a drawback. One must consume ample water, lest the moisture within your body diminish progressively, rendering your skin parched. Of course, it is evident, for after imbibing this concoction, one often finds themselves beset by thirst until the effects dissipate. At this moment, Hermione sat beside Maka, listening intently as he elucidated the advanced principles of the levitation charm. The two would occasionally lift their cups from the table to sip, and a large teapot was conspicuously placed before Maka. Clearly, Hermione had also sampled Maka's ingenious invention, finding it quite pleasant, enveloped in a delightful warmth. Just as Maka was expounding upon the practical applications of the levitation charm, both heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching from behind. "McLean, I have heard of your reputation. Perhaps we could become friends." The newcomer paused before continuing. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Maka turned to see the pale-faced, golden-haired Malfoy and offered a slight smile. "Oh, certainly. I see no reason to decline your proposal. Malfoy. Hermione glanced at Maka, but chose to remain silent, despite her lack of fondness for Malfoy. Indeed, I believe you possess a clever mind. Unlike that foolish Potter, Malfoy remarked with evident pleasure, casually disparaging Harry. No, I think those who insult others indiscriminately are the true fools. Harry is an intelligent individual. He knows how to defend his friends. Hermione could no longer contain herself and retorted loudly. Silence. From a distance, Madame Pants cast a disapproving glance in their direction. Maka nodded apologetically toward her. But before he could speak, Malfoy interjected. No one is speaking to you, you filthy mudblood. Although Hermione did not fully grasp the meaning of the term, it was clear to her that it was an insult. She glared at Malfoy with the intensity of an irate hen. Malfoy, I must remind you that casually insulting others is not a behavior befitting a noble. Maka frowned and added, and I am indeed what you call a filthy mudblood. You are not pure-blooded. Malfoy's astonishment was palpable, freezing his expression and causing a few nearby students to rise in alarm. Oh, Maka, you shouldn't tea. Yet unease lingered within her, fearing the repercussions Maka might face. I have committed no wrongdoing, and the body-bind curse is far less harmful than the shattering curse. Maka swiftly waved his wand. Petrificus totalis, Jietchu. Malfoy promptly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. It was evident that he was thoroughly frightened. This is merely a reprimand for your insolence. Maka maintained his gentle demeanor, smiling as he said, You may inform a teacher, but I do not believe that would be a wise course of action. As a result, although Malfoy remained silent, the news swiftly reached Professor Sprout, courtesy of Madame Pants's report. That evening, Maka was summoned to the office of the herbology professor adjacent to the greenhouse, where he discovered that Professor McGonagall was also awaiting him. Mr. McLean, I must say, why is it that you are always stirring up trouble? Professor McGonagall said, visibly incensed. Well, I believe there must be a reason for your use of spell against Malfoy. Would you care to share with us? Professor Sprout, evidently still protective of her students, inquired. Ah, yes, Maka nodded. Malfoy insulted Hermione, calling her mudblood, which I simply cannot tolerate. You know, I have mentioned before that she is my friend. Oh, mudblood, what a dreadful term. Professor Sprout exclaimed in astonishment. This is discrimination, and it should not be present at Hogwarts. Since the founding of Hufflepuff by Helga Hufflepuff, support for Muggle-born children to become wizards has been unwavering. To this day, exceptional Muggle-born and half-blood wizards continue to emerge, which only affirms how correct Helga's original convictions were. I completely understand your sentiments towards your friend, Professor McGonagall stated earnestly, and Malfoy will undoubtedly face consequences for his egregious behavior. However, your act of casting a spell on a fellow student violates school regulations. Do you comprehend this? With that, she glanced at Professor Sprout, clearly signaling for her to impose the appropriate repercussions. Professor Sprout cast a hesitant glance at Professor McGonagall, momentarily unsure of what to do, for she genuinely did not wish to punish Maka. Professor Sprout, McGonagall is right. I should accept punishment, Maka interjected, unexpectedly agreeing with McGonagall's assertion. Only by enforcing consequences on students who violate school rules can we instill the proper principles in others, guiding them to avoid missteps in the future and cultivate outstanding moral character. Maka spoke with an earnestness that even he found somewhat dubious. Yet Professor McGonagall revealed a hint of satisfaction in her expression. In that case, you shall remain in the third greenhouse, tending to the plants until bedtime. Professor Sprout nodded in approval. After escorting Maka to the entrance of the third greenhouse, the two professors proceeded to confront Malfoy. Maka watched their departing figures, and after a moment, he ventured into the greenhouse. Well, the effect of my grandstanding was quite striking. Professor McGonagall didn't even deduct any points, which was an unexpected gain. Initially, Maka had merely sought to improve McGonagall's perception of him, prompting his voluntary acceptance of punishment. Upon entering the third greenhouse, Maka was immediately struck by the presence of another person, specifically the enigmatic Slytherin girl. She was deftly replacing the soil for the plants with a small trowel in hand. From her swift and fluid movements, one would never guess she was the same clumsy girl who had struggled for hours in the library without grasping the material. Though her expression remained as impassive as ever, she was clearly quite skilled. Hello. Maka paused for a moment, contemplating whether to extend a greeting, although he surmised that the other party would likely disregard him. However, Maka's assumptions were evidently mistaken. Hello, the girl responded, nodding in his direction with an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Maka approached her side and began assisting with the soil exchange. If you don't mind, may I inquire your name? Despite his inability to decipher the enigma that was this girl, named Villy, he sensed she was markedly different from Snape and Dumbledore. There was an unsettling simplicity about her, as if she possessed no intricate thoughts or even emotions. She struck him as almost doll-like. "Do you have a fondness for plants?" he continued, eager to delve deeper into this mysterious girl. "What plants do you prefer?" "All of them. There must be one or two you dislike. Perhaps the tuber of a bobwa?" "None." "Do you often visit the greenhouse to tend to them?" "Yes." "Do you ever, do you not leave?" Maka inquired curiously, echoing his previous questions. "Yes, I do leave," Villy replied flatly. To his astonishment, she confirmed it. "Do you find our conversation engaging?" Maka endeavored to extract conclusions through his queries. "Not really. Indeed, she found it uninteresting." "Then why continue the conversation?" Maka could not restrain his candid thoughts from surfacing. "It is a matter of politeness." With those final 4 words, Villy rendered Maka utterly speechless. Chapter 21. A good thing that each of Maka's 3 encounters with Villy Blova concluded with him feeling defeated, instilling within him a sense of profound frustration for the first time, despite his usual confidence in his social abilities. "What's the matter? You look rather downcast, which is a rare sight for you." His roommate Ernie inquired with curiosity. "Nothing," Maka replied weakly, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm just a bit tired, mentally exhausted." He added silently. The following morning, as Maka stepped into the dining hall, he immediately noticed Hermione approaching him with a look of concern etched on her face. "Are you all right after yesterday?" She scrutinized him from head to toe, and upon observing no apparent changes, she began her familiar ramble. "Honestly, you were rather impulsive. I heard the meaning of that word from Ron last night, but I believe it's unnecessary for us to concern ourselves with it. Malfoy is just deranged. There's no need to stoop to his level. And thank you," Hermione concluded, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. "Don't mention it. Remember, we are friends." Maka spread his hands with a smile. "And you really ought to work on your tendency to ramble." With that, Maka laughed heartily as he made his way to the Hufflepuff table, greeting Harry and Ron with a cheerful good morning. "You too. Aren't you also Maka's friends? Why not express a little concern for him?" Hermione exclaimed as she adeptly took a seat opposite them. "Isn't your care for him sufficient?" Ron mumbled, his mouth full of fried bacon. "Maka is exceptionally capable. He will undoubtedly manage to resolve any difficulties." Harry pondered for a moment and added, "At least he is far more adept than we are. Indeed, he can single-handedly vanquish a troll." Goodness, reflecting on it now, seems utterly unbelievable. Ron exclaimed with longing, "If only I could achieve that." "Then you should diligently complete your assignments," Hermione retorted. "Stop treating them so carelessly." "Oh, here we go again," Ron groaned in exasperation. From a distance, Maka observed the trio from Gryffindor and mused that it would be splendid if life could continue in such a tranquil and untroubled manner. For him, this leisurely existence, so contrasting with his tumultuous past, was precisely what he yearned for. "McLean, please come to my office after the morning classes." He was lost in thought when a voice called out to him. Of course, it was evident that such tranquility would not be easily attained. The second class was Transfiguration, which currently vexed Maka the most. To be honest, he had always enjoyed this subject. However, the pace of learning was worlds apart from that of charms. Not to mention his proficiency in potions. He discovered that ancient demon summoning techniques bore intricate connections to Transfiguration, setting aside the apparent taboos of summoning demons. Maka speculated that the art of summoning was inextricably linked to Transfiguration. This was a form of white magic renowned for its destructive power, once favored by many formidable white wizards as a primary magical discipline. Today, however, much of the associated theory had been nearly lost. Yet it presented a captivating subject worthy of exploration. Such alluring yet profound magic was, for Maka, akin to a sumptuous feast, visible yet unattainable. How could he not feel a sense of urgency? Should he inquire of Dumbledore about his discovery of demon summoning records in the restricted section, yearning to delve into it? Surely that would be absurd. After class, Maka hastened towards the greenhouse, eager to fill the void of sadness in his heart with the unknown good news brought by Professor Sprout. "Knock, knock, come in." Upon pushing open the office door, Maka immediately noticed another individual present. The first-year professor for flying, Madam Hooch. "Good day, Madam Hooch." "Greetings, Professor Sprout," Maka said politely, giving a slight bow. "Ah, yes, you're here. Come over, child," Professor Sprout warmly beckoned him. "Yes, indeed, I have splendid news." Professor Sprout continued. "Madam Hooch recommended you to me, stating that you should join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team." "Oh, I am utterly astonished by this news. You must understand, if you truly pass the selection test, You will become the youngest team player in a century. I'm so proud of you. In her excitement, Professor Sprout even embraced Maka, her joy palpable. Indeed, I firmly believe Mr. McLean will undoubtedly succeed in the temporary selection. His talent in Quidditch is unprecedented. With a series of professional trainings, he might even be recruited by a professional team while still a student. Is that really true? Maka indeed relished the notion of soaring freely through the skies, yet his enthusiasm for the sport of Quidditch was rather lukewarm. Of course, concerning whether first-year students could join the Quidditch team, I had already consulted Dumbledore, who deemed it a testament to student excellence. Professor Sprout, brimming with excitement, remarked that Dumbledore was also quite fond of the sport, often taking time to watch international matches. Really? I mean, I'm absolutely thrilled about this. Maka exclaimed with fervor. Now that the involved party has consented, everything will be manageable. After lunch, Professor Sprout eagerly introduced Maka to Darren Criss, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, during the lunch break. By the way, this amiable and helpful sixth-year student also served as the male prefect of Hufflepuff House. Maka, I've already heard about you from Madam Hooch, Darren said with a smile, patting Maka on the shoulder. That is fantastic. I've never heard of a first year being able to join the house team. Indeed, I am quite surprised myself. I even wonder if I can manage it. In truth, I have only engaged in some rudimentary flying exercises during flying lessons. Of course, there are times when I lose control and fly about aimlessly, Maka confessed. No worries. No worries. We all trust Madam Hooch's judgment. After all, she has been a Quidditch Cup referee for many years. Oh yes, I share that sentiment. Maka replied with a smile. I particularly adore the sensation of flying freely. All right, the lunch break is nearly over. After classes this afternoon, come to the Quidditch pitch. We'll arrange an impromptu tryout for you. Anticipate it with excitement. Darren waved goodbye as he departed to prepare for class. Maka awkwardly chuckled along. He realized that his future visits to the library would likely diminish significantly, which was not particularly good news. The afternoon classes passed swiftly. Just as Maka was navigating the crowded hallway alongside numerous students heading towards the common room, a delicate, fair hand suddenly pulled him from the throng. Maka was startled, and upon recognizing the person, he sighed in relief. Oh, Senior Charlotte, what brings you here? What could it be? I'm here to take you to the Quidditch pitch. Charlotte exclaimed, energetically patting Maka on the back. Taking me to the pitch? Could it be that Senior is a player on the house team? Maka inquired, astonished. Of course. Did I not mention it? We might soon be teammates. If you wish to see this gorgeous beauty every day, you must put in some effort today. Charlotte casually stated, dragging Maka's hand as they descended the stairs, drawing the curious glances of many students. Though they could not overhear their conversation. Who wouldn't be intrigued to see Maka being led away by such a stunning figure? Oh, Senior, I must insist. Please let go. I can walk by myself. Maka said helplessly. What could be wrong with being publicly flaunted by one of the 3 most beautiful girls at Hogwarts? You must be thoroughly enjoying yourself, my junior. Charlotte chuckled, resembling a rather mischievous aunt luring a naive young boy. Spare me. I have yet to find any enjoyment in this. The only sensation I have is that I am parading before a pack of famished wolf cubs. Maka remarked with a wry smile, taking advantage and yet feigning innocence. Charlotte laughed, giving Maka a gentle pat on the head, though she eventually released his hand. Chapter 22. The Temporary Selection Test for Quidditch. The sun gradually descended, partially obscured by swirling clouds. Golden rays transformed into beams of light, streaming through the gaps in the clouds and cascading toward the distant, undulating mountains. Amidst the majestic scene, there lingered a poignant sense of an elder's twilight. The weather remained cold, with a biting wind howling across the Quidditch pitch, while faint rustling sounds seemed to emanate from the forbidden forest in the distance. Maka and Charlotte arrived at the pitch together, and he noticed that the grass had evidently been enchanted, remaining lush and green even in the frigid winter. Are you here? Hurry up and warm up. The test is about to commence. Darren greeted Maka with a cheerful smile as he approached. While Maka stretched and limbered up, Darren introduced him to the formal players of the Hufflepuff team. It turned out that an older player was set to graduate soon and, upon learning of Maka's talent, had opted for early retirement to prepare for post-graduation employment. After exchanging greetings with the team, Maka noticed that, besides himself, another fourth-year student would also participate in the temporary selection. Whether Maka was benefiting from the goodwill of the retiring player or the fourth-year student was gaining from Maka's presence, or perhaps a bit of both, remained uncertain. All right, let us get started. Darren smiled before adopting a more serious demeanor, explaining the test's details to the two. The purpose of this temporary assessment was to recruit a suitable chaser. In a Quidditch team, there are 3 chasers who are responsible for passing the quaffle among themselves and attempting to score by getting it through the opposing team's 3 goal hoops. Each successful goal grants 10 points to the team. Chasers must possess a high degree of synergy and be adept at evading bludgers hurled by the opposing team's beaters, which undoubtedly demands a superior level of flying skill from the players. Before the seekers manage to catch the golden snitch, they must strive to score as many goals as possible without pause. The retired player previously occupied this position. The quaffle is unique among the 3 types of balls, as it does not move on its own and remains entirely under the control of the 2 chasers. Seated on his broom, Maka observed the 4th-year student nearby, who was awkwardly attempting various flying maneuvers, and suddenly felt a flicker of confidence that perhaps he could indeed succeed. Not bad, but your reaction time is too sluggish. You must always remain aware of your surroundings, Charlotte remarked with a smile as she saw the other student approaching. She was the seeker for the Hufflepuff team and was reputed to possess considerable skill. Go for it. My junior, I believe this is your moment. Charlotte gave Maka a forceful slap on the back, nearly knocking him off his broom. Ouch, I said. Senior, stop the chatter and go. Maka felt as though he were a peculiar Pokemon within Charlotte's Pokeball, destined to be thrown into the arena to toil and strive. Let us begin, proclaimed Christine, the 5th-grade chaser, as she deftly passed the bludger to Maka. Without hesitation, Maka accelerated forward, positioning himself perfectly to catch the incoming ball. On the edge of the field, Captain Darren urged him to start moving irregularly, shouting, "Get going, get going. Pass it to me," called out another chaser, Charles, who had already soared behind Maka. "Oh, what a splendid backward pass," Darren exclaimed excitedly. It must be noted that Maka's observational skills were remarkable. He adeptly tracked the precise positions of both teammates while maintaining a keen focus on the trajectory of the bludger. "Give it to me." Christine sped past Maka, the 2 of them nearly within a foot of each other. Yet Maka seized the moment, delivering the bludger into her grasp just as she flew by. The waiting players on the sidelines erupted in cheers, and the 2 veteran chasers exchanged exhilarated glances. The swift maneuver they had just executed was something Christine had not anticipated completing, yet Maka had achieved it. The 2 seasoned players exchanged knowing looks, deciding to collaborate on a move they had not originally intended to test. They quickly approached each other on their brooms and made a gesture for Maka to follow as they soared forward side by side, 20 feet apart, interweaving high-frequency passing. Charles declared. Maka instantly recognized this as the Trident Offensive Formation, a medium-level technique from the Quidditch Classic Techniques collection. As the trio each executed a crouched, ball-hugging motion, they spread out, tracing 3 arcs as they charged towards their respective goal hoops, eventually coming to a halt. Charles sheepishly smiled at Maka, having failed to catch the last high-speed pass. "Charles, it's precisely your frequent mishaps that prevent us from employing more technically challenging moves in official matches. Let us see how you fare against Maka today. Remember, he is merely a first-year freshman," Christine remarked, both amused and exasperated, pointing a slender finger at Charles. "Oh, I know. I'll practice diligently from now on and set a good example for Maka." Charles scratched his head, laughing heartily. "Captain, I think it should be him." "There is no doubt," Christine announced loudly to Captain Darren, observing Darren nodding in agreement. Maka glanced at another somewhat disheartened candidate and felt that accepting this situation without protest did not align with the image he sought to cultivate. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Darren. "I believe it would be best to complete the test. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the senior who is also participating in the selection. Certainly, it is not merely a matter of tossing the ball towards the goalpost. The goalkeeper is no pushover. The keeper for the Hufflepuff team is none other than Captain Darren Criss. Hey, Junior, our Captain Darren's goalkeeping skills are rather average, so take it easy. We wouldn't want to bruise his ego." Charlotte chuckled, draping her arm around Maka's shoulders, completely unconcerned about lowering her voice. The 4th-year seniors testing concluded swiftly with 10 shots taken, 3 of which found the net, a commendable achievement for the candidates. However, it also underscored the fact that Darren's performance was indeed quite mediocre. As Maka's turn approached, he grasped the bludger, hesitating as he eyed Darren. "Fear not. The stronger you are, the happier I shall be, for you are one of us in Hufflepuff," Darren said with a smile. Encouraged by his words, Maka nodded, casting aside his doubts and charging towards the right goalpost. Darren immediately adjusted his position, speculating whether Maka was preparing to shoot or merely attempting to feint him. Having witnessed Maka's agile movements earlier, he recognized the undeniable flexibility displayed in the swift, graceful arc of his flight. As Maka drew closer, he began to elevate and spin the ball, Darren quickly moved towards the center goal, only to find that Maka had merely lifted the ball without any lateral movement. The bludger soared effortlessly into the now unguarded right goalpost. A splendid goal. The practice session concluded in no time, with Maka scoring an impressive 90 points against Darren's defense. Had the last shot not grazed Darren's fingertips, Maka likely would have achieved a perfect score. Impressive, impressive, Darren exclaimed, beckoning Maka to the sidelines with a grimace. This year's Quidditch Cup, you shall be our secret weapon. No, our super secret weapon. I've never encountered a rookie with such prodigious talent. You're akin to those monstrous newcomers in the professional selection trials. Darren, please don't say that. Quidditch is a team sport. It cannot be won by a single individual, Maka replied with a smile. And indeed, he was correct. Take, for instance, the World Cup. It is never short of remarkably gifted players. Yet what does that matter? In the point-based Quidditch matches, winning more games does not guarantee victory. Individual heroism is eternally a mere jest. Even the elusive Golden Snitch, worth 150 points, pales in comparison to the foundational scores achieved through high-level teamwork. Not to mention the skill of the Chasers, where harmonious cooperation reigns supreme. Chapter 23, The Timid Malfoy. The impromptu selection test concluded with an entirely predictable outcome, as Maka successfully became one of the youngest players in Hufflepuff and, indeed, in the annals of Hogwarts history. Given his displayed prowess, it would be more accurate to append the strongest to that title. As Maka anticipated, his study time was significantly curtailed as a result. However, the training regimen is quite rigorous. As Maka becomes increasingly acquainted with various formations and strategies, Darren has devised new combat tactics. This marks the strongest team that Hufflepuff has ever fielded, igniting their aspirations for the Quidditch Cup. The newly formulated strategy revolves around a fundamental scoring approach, and it can be asserted that Maka's presence has instilled a fervent desire for the Quidditch Cup among the team, a sentiment rarely exhibited by the humble Badgers. Consequently, the entire team unanimously agreed to keep the news of Maka's recruitment confidential. In the forthcoming match against Slytherin House, Maka will make a surprise appearance, determined to best the serpents known for their underhanded antics. Thus, Maka has been particularly busy in the days that follow, either in the library or on the Quidditch pitch, where several upperclassmen from Hufflepuff can often be seen loitering whenever he practices. It appears that this surprise plan is being executed thoroughly by these diligent and focused Badgers. On a particularly frigid morning, the entire Hogwarts community awoke to find a thick blanket of snow covering the grounds. The picturesque winter landscape outside the windows heralded the arrival of the first snowfall of the year, quietly gracing the earth while everyone slept. Recently, the Weasley twins found themselves in trouble for enchanting a few snowballs to chase after Quirrell, culminating in one striking the back of his scarf-clad head. At that moment, Maka happened to pass by a window above and found the scene utterly amusing. Poor Voldemort. Maka's owl, Maffa, seemed intrigued by the snowy weather. Likely because such a wintry scene is a rarity in its native Sumatra. Maka watched as it soared through the air, occasionally flapping its wings to ascend higher, then diving low in a graceful sweep. From a distance, one could hardly believe it was merely an owl. In recent nights, Maka has been wandering the restricted section of a library, deepening his understanding of dark magic. Yet, he remains reluctant to delve into the most perilous forbidden tomes, believing the time is not yet ripe, and that he need not seek out trouble. As he gradually accumulates experience in potion-making, he has begun to immerse himself in transfiguration. More precisely, he is embarking on a long and seemingly endless journey of grappling with various living and non-living materials. Lacking a shortcut, he resolves to adopt Hermione's study habits. At the very least, researching and memorizing diverse materials could aid his progress in potion crafting. Moreover, he has noticed that since mastering the Patronus charm, he has developed a fondness for Luna, akin to that of a protective older brother. Surely, it cannot be said that he harbors any inappropriate inclinations. No, that would be utterly preposterous. Maka shakes his head, amused by his own thoughts. At this moment, he is on his way to the potions classroom, with several questions he wishes to pose to Snape. As he swiftly rounded the corner of the corridor, he stumbled upon the enormous figure of Hagrid, who was breathlessly clutching a fir tree that was somewhat larger than himself. The once spacious hallway was now completely obstructed by him, rendering passage impossible. "Hey, Hagrid, do you need assistance?" A head emerged through the branches from the opposite side, seemingly belonging to Ron. "No, I can manage. Thanks, Ron." Indeed, it was Ron. "Could you step aside? You're blocking the way." McLaggen suddenly heard Malfoy's cold, drawling voice coming from behind the tree. "Are you hoping to earn some pocket money, Weasley? I imagine you wish to oversee the hunting grounds after graduating from Hogwarts, right?" Hagrid's hut must look like a palace compared to your former home. Weasley. McLaggen heard Snape's voice. Someone provoked him first, Professor Snape, Hagrid said, peering from behind the tree with his disheveled head. Malfoy just insulted his family. Regardless, resorting to violence is a violation of Hogwarts rules. Hagrid, Snape replied in a smooth tone. It would be wise to accept punishment like McLaggen did. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Weasley, you should consider yourself fortunate I didn't assign you to polish the trophies. Now off you go, all of you. Nearby, Malfoy, upon hearing the name McLaggen, immediately wore a grimace, indicating his deep-seated disdain for McLaggen, as he rudely pushed past the tree with Crabbe and Goyle, causing needles to scatter everywhere. His face was a mask of irritation as he advanced. However, upon spotting McLaggen, Malfoy promptly wiped the anger from his face, feigning ignorance as he walked past on the other side of the corridor. Yet, his deliberate avoidance of McLaggen betrayed the cowardice within. It seemed the punishment had indeed had some effect, though perhaps not entirely sufficient. McLaggen smiled softly before continuing his path. Professor Snape, if I may interrupt. McLaggen called out to Snape, who was making his way to the dining hall. I wonder if you have a moment to assist me with a few inquiries regarding potions. Snape turned, casting a chilly glance at McLaggen before lifting his chin in a gesture that encouraged him to proceed with his questions. Oh, it's like this. Just as McLaggen began to inquire, Ron couldn't help but whisper to Harry, I really admire McLaggen. He can still pose questions under Snape's freezing glare. In my opinion, Snape is at his most amiable when McLaggen approaches him with questions. Harry stole a glance at Snape's expression before adding, though it doesn't seem to improve much. I can't even keep track of McLaggen's progress in potions, Hermione lamented. Although I often go to him to discuss various topics, I find I cannot comprehend anything he has been noting down lately. In truth, while McLaggen claimed to be seeking Snape's guidance, their encounters had largely devolved into discussions on various potion theories. While Maka reaped considerable rewards, it was evident that Snape also gleaned some novel insights from their discussions. Undoubtedly, the wealth of knowledge possessed by the potions master is no trifling matter. More often than not, the conversations culminated in Snape's corrections of Maka's misunderstandings. However, it is worth noting that a faint shadow of Maka began to emerge within the depths of Snape's heart. Throughout their numerous discussions, he keenly discerned that Maka shared an almost identical philosophy regarding the pursuit of magical research, one that disregarded the dichotomy of good and evil in the quest for their objectives. In their minds, the distinction between dark magic and light magic was merely superficial. Both could be harnessed. The only difference lay in the moral compass of the wielder, and nothing more. Perhaps even Maka himself was unaware of this truth, yet Snape, who had once been ensnared in the clutches of a far more terrifying darkness, was acutely aware of it. After resolving the queries encountered in their research, Maka bid farewell to Snape and made his way towards the trio of Harry, who was waiting for him. Behind him, Snape gazed impassively at his retreating figure for a moment before abruptly turning to head toward the dining hall. It is likely that only Dumbledore truly comprehended the depths of Snape's thoughts. As Maka approached Hermione, he found them engaged in conversation with Hagrid. Oh, you finally finished your questions. Come with me to the dining hall and see. It's simply marvelous, Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, his laughter causing the fir tree cradled in his arms to tremble, shedding more needles. I'll help you with that, Hagrid. You're shaking off all the needles on top. Maka drew his wand and cast a levitation charm, causing the fir tree to float above their heads as it followed him forward. Oh, really, that's not necessary. I mean, thank you, Hagrid replied, a bit bashful. That is quite a splendid levitation charm, Mr. McLean, Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. Just set it down in that corner, if you would. This is the last one. Chapter 24, concerning nearly headless Nick. At this moment, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was resplendent with an abundance of Christmas decorations, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The walls were adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly throughout the room, some adorned with shimmering icicles, while others sparkled with hundreds of flickering candles. Watching Professors McGonagall and Flitwick skillfully embellish the hall with magic, Maka felt an irresistible urge to experiment. He retrieved a small, entirely white vial from the inside of his robe and carefully dripped several drops of a chilly liquid onto a stand beneath one of the Christmas trees. What are you pouring down there? Professor McGonagall hurried over but did not immediately express anger. It seemed that the favorable impression Maka had left on her previously was indeed effective. Oh, Professor, you'll find out in just a moment, Maka replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the effects of the liquid began to manifest. A hazy white mist began to rise from beneath the Christmas tree. Unlike other chilly vapors that typically descend, this one spiraled around the tree, ascending gracefully towards the magically adorned ceiling. Within the ethereal fog, glimmering specks of light flickered intermittently, bestowing a uniquely enchanting beauty upon the Christmas tree. This was a half-finished creation born from my potion studies. It appeared exquisite, albeit somewhat cold. Maka gazed at his masterpiece, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it looked splendid. Professor McGonagall commented with a rare smile, suggesting that a few drops should be added to the other trees as well, as she believed Professor Dumbledore would appreciate it. Not far away, Hermione beheld the mist-enshrouded Christmas tree, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Isn't it beautiful?" she remarked to Harry. "Absolutely. It's marvelous," Harry echoed, clearly enamored. I, on the other hand, found myself more captivated by Professor Flitwick's golden bubbles, which shimmered brilliantly. Ron noticed Professor Flitwick conjuring a cascade of golden bubbles with his wand, deftly hanging them on the branches of the newly arrived tree. Nearby, Hagrid was admiring the various decorations when, seemingly recalling something, he turned to the trio and inquired, "How many days until the holiday?" "Only 1 day left," Hermione replied. "Oh, that reminds me, Harry, Ron, we still have half an hour until dinner. We should head to the library." "Oh, right, you're absolutely correct," Ron said reluctantly, diverting his gaze from Professor Flitwick. "The library?" Hagrid asked as he followed them out of the hall. "Why read when the holiday is approaching? That seems rather diligent." "Oh, we're not studying," Harry cheerfully responded. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to discover who he is." "What?" Hagrid's expression turned alarmed. "I told you." "Stop. That big dog is guarding something that has nothing to do with you. We merely wish to know who Nicholas Flamel is, nothing more," Hermione stated. "Unless you're willing to give us a hint to spare us the trouble," Harry added. "We've perused at least 100 books over the past few days without catching even a glimpse of him. Just a little clue would be appreciated. I know I've seen his name somewhere before." "I'll say nothing," Hagrid replied curtly. "Perhaps we should still consider asking Maka," Ron suggested to Hermione. "I've already said no. Maka has been quite busy lately, and I don't wish to disturb him." It seemed this was not Ron's first proposal to inquire of Maka, but Hermione had consistently declined. "P.S. not idle. Look, P.S. over there helping the professors set up the hall," Ron remarked, glancing towards Maka, who was indeed nearby. Hagrid stood beside them, visibly agitated as he watched the 3 children discuss the matter in his presence, seemingly at a loss for words. "I said no," Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration towards Ron. "What's going on, Hermione? Why are you so worked up?" he asked curiously. "No, it's nothing. Who is Nicholas Flamel?" "Don't ask," Hermione instinctively inquired upon hearing that Maka seemed to know. "Do you wish to know? If you truly desire to learn, I shall tell you," Maka mused, convinced that you would inevitably discover the truth. "No, it's all right," Hermione said, hesitating before shaking her head. Unlike Harry's concerns, Hermione was simply curious about who Nicholas Flamel was. Having observed Maka's progress far surpassing her own, she yearned to catch up through her own efforts, even in this trivial matter. Although she harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding the important secret concealed behind the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, for Hermione, acquiring knowledge through her own diligence was of paramount importance at that moment. Ron felt that Maka had always been a good friend, even preceding Harry in their acquaintance. Yet now, he was reluctant to divulge a simple answer, fully aware of who Nicholas Flamel was. Of course, Ron was merely a tad displeased. Friends remain friends, and Maka would invariably assist him with his assignments when needed. "I'm heading to the library," Hermione announced, noticing Ron leading Harry towards the door, both now gazing at her. "It's fine, go ahead." Maka smiled, dismissing Ron's childish behavior, knowing he would soon come to borrow his history of magic essay again. He waved goodbye to Hermione, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Indeed, Nicholas Flamel. Ever since that fateful night when he encountered the 3-headed dog, Maka had thoroughly researched this illustrious alchemist. However, he hesitated, unsure whether to request Dumbledore's assistance in introducing him to this legendary figure. It was crucial to remember that soon, the only magical stone capable of granting immortality would be destroyed. Yet, setting aside whether Dumbledore would acquiesce to his request, the real question remained. Even if he succeeded in meeting Flamel, what would he say? "Oh, I would like to borrow your alchemical notes, regarding the Philosopher's Stone, which you won't need anymore." In truth, Maka doubted he would even comprehend them if placed before him. What was alchemy? He had not the slightest clue. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the notion. If Dumbledore had no intention of using the Philosopher's Stone to prolong his life, there must be a significant reason behind it. After all, he and Flamel were longtime acquaintances. Maka continued to carry his lightweight briefcase, with his owl, Maffa, perched upon his shoulder, stealthily departing from the Hogwarts Express platform. He needed to make a trip to Hogsmeade to personally deliver the potions he had recently prepared and to tally the profits thus far. The popularity of the elixir of life was quite remarkable, with each batch selling out in a remarkably short time. Although this brought joy, the increasingly evident shortfall in production was becoming a pressing concern. Indeed, this is an unavoidable circumstance. The profits from the preparation of simple potions are typically quite transparent. In the realm of magic, where human resources are scarce, it is always the exquisite products that yield the greatest earnings. Those potion chains that thrive on slim margins rely heavily on the support of house elves. When Maka broached this topic with his partner, Mr. Tyrant, the latter candidly conveyed this information to him. Behind those chain stores often lurk one or even several pure-blood wizarding families, all of which are the domains of the elite. Well, my dear Mr. Tyrant, I wish us prosperous ventures once again. Maka remarked with a smile. I must take my leave. Would you mind if I used your fireplace? Oh, not at all. Cough, cough. Feel free, Tyrant replied, his bandage-wrapped visage seemingly revealing a smile. Heaven knows whether he truly smiled or not. It was a matter of conjecture, for it was not visible. With a loud thud, Lovegood residence. Oh, cough, 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 Merlin above. Tyrant was startled by the green flames that erupted from the fireplace, causing him to tremble. How did he accomplish that? Cough, cough, cough. He was certainly not the first to be alarmed by the peculiar sights produced when Maka utilized flue powder, and he would undoubtedly not be the last. This unfortunate fellow had developed an even greater sense of awe for the enigmatic Maka. Cough, cough, perhaps it would be prudent to, cough, 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 seek an opportunity to return the initial 50 gold galleons to him. Tyrant stared blankly at the empty fireplace, coughing even more violently. Chapter 25. The Tale of a Spell. When Maka arrived at the Lovegood residence, Xenophilius was in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Luna had set 3 place settings at the small dining table. Having already been informed of Maka's impending visit. Good afternoon, Maka, Luna said calmly as she turned, having heard the commotion from the fireplace, unperturbed as she arranged the dishes. Good afternoon, Luna, Maka replied, observing the dreamy expression of the young woman before him, filled with an indescribable sentiment. She had indeed remained unchanged. Without ceremony, Maka seated himself on the adjacent sofa, nodding with a smile. Not bad. And you? I don't know. Perhaps I'm all right. She tilted her head, seemingly pondering her recent circumstances. At that moment, Xenophilius approached, wiping his hands. Oh, indeed. That is splendid. You can share more with me shortly. Maka, of course, did not pay heed. He had little time to spare. Despite Xenophilius ensuring that an owl delivered a copy of every issue without fail, he had little interest. Xenophilius guided Maka to the dining table and served him a generous bowl of rich soup. Oh, certainly. Maka nodded in agreement. That is wonderful. Luna has always been eager to explore the Muggle way of life. She adores the Muggle decorations I purchased for her, Xenophilius said, his eyes gleaming with paternal affection as he looked at his daughter. Luna tilted her head, showcasing the sweet cherry earrings dangling from her ears to Maka. At that moment, she wore a faint smile, her large eyes sparkling, clearly delighted. The lunch continued as Maka leisurely engaged in conversation with the father and daughter before him, intermittently pondering the demarcation between Muggles and wizards. In the magical realm, which remains predominantly composed of pure-blood wizards, the boundary between wizards and Muggles remains distinctly defined. Despite the valiant efforts of many predecessors, resulting in the emergence of numerous exceptionally talented Muggle wizards, the deeply entrenched ideology of differentiation continues to take root in the hearts of the majority of wizards. Maka held no strong opinions on this matter. He simply wished to relish his tranquil life. He possessed the consciousness of an ordinary individual, and even after becoming a wizard, he considered himself just an ordinary wizard. Those complex and troublesome affairs could be left to great wizards like Dumbledore to resolve. Luna, where should we go first? He pondered. Time spent at the Lovegood residence always seemed to fly by, largely due to Luna's whimsical nature. The longer he spent with her, the more he found himself influenced by her flights of fancy, as if the entire world became ethereal. When with Luna, Maka no longer restrained his emotions, for sadness was a rare visitor in her presence. They often found themselves doubled over in laughter over trivial matters, and they would silently savor the peace in their unique and delightful surroundings. Xenophilius was busy in his second-floor workshop, while Maka and Luna leaned against the outer wall of the house, gazing up at the endless night sky, just as they had the previous evening. The recent nights had offered few stars, most obscured by a thin veil of clouds. A hazy waning crescent moon flickered on the horizon, casting a silvery light over the hillside. My mother gave me her favorite thing as my name, Luna remarked, looking up at the moon with a serene smile, as if she were conversing with something else rather than with Maka beside her. Maka nodded, indifferent to whether Luna noticed. What about you? She inquired. How did you get your name? Maka chuckled, a smile that seemed inexplicable, yet Luna paid it no mind. I chose it myself. I have always been called this. He replied. That's nice, Luna responded. My mother often says that a wizard's name represents the trajectory of a person's life, where it originates and where it shall lead. At her words, Maka ceased to laugh and wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, unsure whether it stemmed from joy or sorrow. Indeed, it signifies where we come from, and perhaps it shall also reveal where we are destined to go. The next morning, the Lovegood residence was besieged by owls. A multitude of owls of various colors, breeds, and sizes cluttered the sloping lawn, as the rooftops and window ledges had long since been occupied by other owls, all delivering Christmas gifts to Maka. For the first time, Maka realized how popular he was, for it seemed that few people typically came to converse with him. Upon being roused from her slumber by a series of incessant pecking sounds, Maka hurriedly emerged, bringing in a plethora of gifts, both large and small, which she piled in the modest living room of Luna's home. At that moment, Luna, still in a drowsy state and appearing more bewildered than usual, emerged from her room clad in her red and green checkered pajamas. Maka, are these gifts for me? She mumbled, half opening her eyes and holding a small envelope. Indeed, open it and see. This is the gift that took me the longest to prepare for this year's Christmas. Maka cheerfully replied. Merry Christmas, Luna. And what about my gift? Where's my gift? Chimed in Xenophilius, resembling a child filled with excitement as he directed his inquiry towards Maka. It will be here shortly. Maka's smile broadened. What is this? Luna gently tore open the envelope, withdrawing a thin card filled with intricate letters and symbols. This is a spell, Maka explained, the one that went awry during the experiment. I have deciphered it. Without needing further clarification, the father and daughter exchanged glances, both realizing that this was the very incantation that had caused Luna to lose her mother and Xenophilius to lose his wife. They both noticed the glistening moisture in each other's eyes. Maka was correct. They harbored no animosity towards the spell or anyone associated with it. Their feelings towards the incantation were steeped solely in regret. Luna's mother, Pandora Lovegood, was an ardent enthusiast of spell experimentation, and due to the abruptness of the mishap, she left no words behind before her untimely demise. This spell had essentially become her singular wish. When Xenophilius laid his beloved wife to rest, he buried her experimental notes alongside her, hoping that in the unknown realm, she could continue pursuing her passion. Little did he know that Luna, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, would retain the memory so vividly. Even more astonishing was Maka's ability to find and decipher the spell solely based on Luna's casual recounting of the event. For Luna and her father, Maka's Christmas gift held more value than anything else. Thank you. Xenophilius' voice trembled noticeably. Luna, now fully awake, approached Maka silently and embraced him tightly, not letting go for what felt like an eternity. In that moment of eye contact, Maka keenly observed that Luna exhibited no trace of her usual days. Her large eyes were filled with resolve. After a considerable time, when they finally parted, Luna held the thin card in her hands, her expression once again clouded in uncertainty. The scene seemed to convey to Maka that what he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. All right, Luna, come help me unwrap the gifts. Let's see who they are from. I certainly don't recall having made so many friends. Maka exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, the array of unique delicacies from the Lovegood household was truly dazzling, leaving Maka momentarily overwhelmed. The Christmas dinner, attended by merely 3 individuals, resonated with their laughter until the late hours of the night. At the break of dawn the following day, as the first light of day began to illuminate the sky, Xenophilius executed a spell to manifest his followers, leading the two to a cemetery on the outskirts of Plymouth. Maka stood quietly beside them, observing as Luna ignited a card filled with analytical formulas, watching it burn slowly before her mother's gravestone. It was only then that Maka learned from Xenophilius that Luna's mother, Pandora, hailed from a nearby Muggle village. Maka gazed at the solitary figure crouched before the gravestone, her long, soft, golden hair cascading like a waterfall, radiating a beautiful and innocent halo in the newly risen sun. As he felt a stirring within, Maka silently observed the young girl before him, murmuring softly as a delicate silvery glow enveloped him. Chapter 26. The Grand Gift Distribution. In stark contrast to the cozy, intimate Christmas gathering at the Lovegood residence, the Christmas feast at Hogwarts could only be described with one word: magnificent. Precisely 100 glistening roasted turkeys towered like a mountain alongside charred beef and salt boiled potatoes, heaping platters of delectable sausages, bowls of peas bathed in butter, and dishes of rich, fragrant gravy and cranberry sauce, all of which were tantalizingly sumptuous. As one walked along the banquet table, mounds of wizarding crackers awaited at intervals. These marvelous crackers were not akin to the meager, ordinary ones typically purchased by Muggle families, which contained only flimsy plastic toys and weak paper hats. Harry and Fred pulled one of these crackers, and instead of a dull pop, it erupted with a thunderous bang akin to cannon fire, enveloping them in a blue haze, simultaneously launching a naval admiral's hat and several lively little white mice into the air. At the head table, Dumbledore sported a lace bonnet acquired from an unknown source, adorned with a vibrant cluster of flowers. He was currently immersed in Professor Flitwick's light-hearted jest, laughing heartily. Following the main course, a flaming red Christmas pudding was presented, within which one might occasionally discover crescent-shaped silver coins. Percy, having drawn the lucky coin, nearly shattered his perfectly aligned front teeth. "Albus, look at those Christmas trees. They are a small gift left for us by Mr. McLean before his departure." Professor McGonagall gently tapped Dumbledore's elbow, laughing merrily. Her usual stern demeanor completely vanished. Professor Flitwick echoed McGonagall's sentiments, pointing out the delightful decorations crafted by Maka, clearly pleased with such an exceptional student. Seated at the far end, Snape maintained his characteristic aloofness amidst the joyous celebrations, gazing at the mist-enshrouded Christmas trees, lost in contemplation. Just as everyone was reveling in the merriment, a flurry of owls flew in from the hall, bearing various parcels that dispersed in all directions. What could this mean? Even the professors were perplexed as to why an owl had flown in at that moment. Only Dumbledore gazed upon the scene with a smile, a look of contentment adorning his face. Before long, the recipients of the parcel understood. It was a Christmas gift from Maka McLean. When had he learned the tricks of the Weasley twins? Snape remarked coldly, yet at that moment, a small parcel landed right in front of him. Frowning, Snape tore open the meticulously sealed package, only to be entranced by its contents, a vial of Felix Felicis. The successful preparation of this potion typically yielded a quantity no larger than a pinky finger, and its creation process was exceedingly intricate, often taking an average of 6 months. Through discussions with Snape, Maka had drawn considerable inspiration, reducing the preparation time to 2 months, but the cost of significantly diminished efficacy. If the time spent on Luna's gift was the longest, then undoubtedly Snape's gift was the most expensive of all. "Severus, I am not mistaken, am I?" Dumbledore said with a smile directed at Snape. Meanwhile, the students below were also receiving gifts from Maka. For instance, Hermione was currently beaming as she cradled a plush cartoon lion, reading a small note left by Maka. This plush contains dreamflower seeds, which can enhance the quality of sleep. Remember to rest amidst your studies. Ron received the latest version of Wizard-S Chess, a product of Maka-S Transfiguration practice. Unlike ordinary wizard chess, this set featured powerful magical creatures battling against various wizards, looking quite impressive. Harry, however, discovered that his gift was perhaps the most peculiar among the three. "What is this? Brain closure technique?" Harry read the title of a notebook he had unwrapped, word by word. "Brain closure technique? What is that?" Hermione inquired curiously. As Harry flipped through the contents, he found it to be a notebook filled with Maka's handwritten notes, the theories within rather complex, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Let me see," Hermione exclaimed, snatching it from him to examine it closely. While Hermione was engrossed in studying the notebook, Ron and Harry began to speculate back and forth. "Maka wants you to learn this brain closure technique, right?" Ron said. "What is it for?" Harry shook his head. He had no idea what it was for, having never heard of it before. "Are you going to learn it?" Ron asked again. "If Maka wants you to learn it, it must be for a good reason." It seemed that Maka's previous assumption was correct. Ron would not be angry with him for more than 3 days. "Well, let us first figure out what it is," Harry said, turning to Ron and looking back at Hermione. After a moment, Hermione lifted her head, a hint of confusion in her expression as she spoke. According to the account provided by Maka in the preceding pages, a magical practice known as the brain closure technique serves as a defense against external mental infiltration, preventing others from accessing the user's thoughts. Hermione remarked that it possesses considerable resistance to a spell called the mind-reading charm. "However, what purpose does this serve? Who would wish to pry into my thoughts?" Harry pondered in confusion. "Who knows? Perhaps only Maka himself could provide an answer," Hermione replied, equally perplexed. Only Ron seemed unfazed by the discussion, chuckling. "If Maka says to learn it, then learn it. He is never wrong." As the trio from Gryffindor engaged in their discourse, a student at the Slytherin table not far away also received a gift from Maka. Was the clumsy Blois included in this? What is happening? The Slytherins were abuzz with speculation, yet none were inclined to acknowledge her presence. The recipient of the gift was none other than the enigmatic girl, Violet Blois, who was rarely noticed in school. With an impassive expression, she unwrapped the parcel and laid the contents flat upon the table. She too received a notebook, which appeared thicker, larger, and sturdier than the others. As she opened it, the notebook contained neatly penned entries detailing the botanical history, ecological distribution, cultivation methods, and application value of various plants. Clearly, Maka had put considerable thought into this gift, as he had meticulously transcribed another copy of his notes for Violet. The back of the notebook was mostly blank, evidently intended for Violet to continue documenting in this format, despite her struggles with summarization. Violet gently caressed the cover of the notebook, though her face betrayed no emotion. It was evident that she cherished this thoughtful gift. "Thank you," Violet whispered, so softly that even she might not have heard it, marking the first time she uttered words of gratitude, though regrettably, Maka remained unaware of it. The girl, shrouded in mystery, exhibited many perplexing aspects. Her emotional detachment was unsettling. Her sparse speech left others bewildered, and her delicate features evoked an almost inhuman impression. All signs indicated that she harbored countless secrets, yet no one could decipher the truth behind them. This, perhaps, was the very reason Maka found her intriguing. Now, this mysterious girl had revealed a slight crack in her emotional facade, yet Maka was far away at the Lovegood residence, a circumstance that could only be deemed unfortunate. After a day filled with frivolous activities post-dinner, a seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous night was about to unfold. He contemplated the enigmatic Christmas gift of an invisibility cloak he had received that morning, along with the identity of the unknown giver. Harry had not anticipated receiving gifts that morning. However, upon awakening, he discovered a wealth of Christmas presents awaiting him. Among them, the most astonishing was an invisibility cloak sent by an anonymous sender, accompanied by a note that read, "Your father left this with me before he died. It rightfully belongs to you now. Use it wisely. I sincerely wish you a Merry Christmas." The beautifully ornate script appeared visually delightful, yet the content left Harry in a state of turmoil for nearly an entire day. Meanwhile, Ron, having indulged in a feast of turkey and cake, was untroubled by any peculiar thoughts, and thus, as soon as he dropped the bed curtains, he fell into a deep slumber. The swiftness of his descent into sleep evoked a twinge of envy in Harry. Tossing and turning in bed, he finally leaned over the edge to retrieve the invisibility cloak hidden beneath. Chapter 27. The Secret of Merlin. This was a relic from his father, once belonging to him. Harry felt the cloak glide through his fingers like flowing water, its texture lighter and more delicate than silk, almost weightless. Use it wisely, the note had advised. Unable to resist, he slipped out of bed and draped the ethereal cloak over his shoulders. Yet when he looked down, he could only see the strands of moonlight that fell upon the floor in the darkness. Use it wisely? Harry pondered once more. Indeed, that was the essence of it. Suddenly, clarity surged through his mind. Wearing it, Hogwarts was entirely open to him. Standing in the shadows, surrounded by silence, a thrill coursed through his veins. Cloaked in invisibility, he could venture anywhere at all. Filch would never be able to detect him. In the adjacent bed, Ron mumbled something in his sleep, prompting Harry to glance at him. Should he awaken him? No, this was his father's cloak, and he felt that, at least for this first time, it should be his solitary experience. He yearned to fathom whether his father had once enveloped himself in this very cloak, embarking on solitary adventures throughout the vast expanse of Hogwarts Castle. With that thought, Harry pulled the hood of the cloak over his head. He crept out of the dormitory, descended the staircase, traversed the common room, and crawled through the portrait hole. "Who goes there?" the fat lady in the portrait sleepily inquired. Harry remained silent, hastening through the corridor, striving to make as little noise as possible. The nocturnal Hogwarts, starkly different from its daytime visage, bore an air of profound mystery, enveloping Harry, who had grown up in the Muggle world, in a sense of wonder as if he had stepped into a fairy tale castle. He could not help but chuckle at the thought. Was this not indeed a magical castle? Though it was not his first time wandering the corridors of Hogwarts at night. Donning the invisibility cloak provided an entirely novel experience. Where should he explore? He paused, his heart racing with excitement. Suddenly, he recalled the restricted section of the library. There, he could indulge in reading until he uncovered the true nature of the enigmatic Lammy. Wrapping the cloak tightly around himself once more, he proceeded forward. The library was engulfed in darkness. Peering inside revealed nearly nothing, more foreboding than during the day. Harry had to step back to confirm that Filch was not lurking outside before igniting a lamp and carrying it past rows of towering bookshelves. The lamp appeared to hover in midair, Although Harry sensed that he was holding it, this spectacle sent chills down the spine of the originator. The restricted section lay deep within the library. Cautiously, Harry stepped over the barrier rope that spanned waist-high, raising the lamp to inspect the titles of the books. However, the titles offered no clues. The faded, peeling gold letters formed words that were utterly incomprehensible to Harry. Some books bore no title at all. One particular volume was marred by a dark stain that resembled blood, instilling a sense of dread within him. Standing amidst the shelves, he felt the hairs on the nape of his neck rise. It seemed as though the books were whispering, aware that an unwelcome intruder was peering at them. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, or perhaps it was not. Harry realized he must take action. He could not remain idle. Therefore, he carefully placed the lamp on the floor and peered along the bottom of the shelves, searching for a book that piqued his interest. Suddenly, he noticed a striking silver-gray book tightly nestled beside a large volume with a dark green spine. It was not particularly heavy, and, as he cradled it, he opened the cover. A sudden flash of blue-green light flickered across the pages, causing them to rustle on their own. Harry quickly pressed them down to silence the noise. In the next moment, he spotted several lines of text inscribed along the edges of the pages. He recognized the handwriting. It was almost identical to that of the notes Maka had written in the book on mental occlusion. This was Maka's handwriting. He had been here and had made annotations. But this was the restricted section. How had Maka gained access? Did he possess some means of invisibility? In a moment of uncanny intuition, Harry almost instantly deduced the correct answer. He endeavored to decipher Maka's notes to understand the purpose of his visit. Unfortunately, he found that while he recognized each word, when combined into sentences, they became utterly unrecognizable. Suddenly, he inadvertently nudged the large, thick green book beside him. This book appeared too immense, precariously wedged against the adjacent volumes on the shelf. As it teetered dangerously close to falling, Harry felt a jolt of panic. If it were to crash to the floor, it would surely shatter the surrounding tranquility. He hurriedly reached out, attempting to catch the heavy tome. Ugh, Harry murmured softly. Thankfully, although his hand stung from striking the hard floor, it did not emit any sound to attract attention. Once his heart settled, he examined the hefty book in his hands, noting its rough green cover and remarkable weight, which ignited a profound curiosity within him. He cautiously opened the cover and discovered that each page of the book was crafted from a tightly woven yet delicate bark. The edges of the pages were slightly yellowed. It was evident that they were originally a shade of off-white. Some sections detailing experimental records were rather straightforward, even comprehensible to Harry. The lineage of the transformed? The bloodlines of various magical creatures? Startled by the grotesque illustrations of distorted human forms within, Harry stumbled back a few paces and hastily slammed shut this tome of bizarre magic. On the dark green cover, the title, The Book of Druids, was faintly etched, while at the bottom right corner, the name Merlin was boldly inscribed. Although Harry momentarily struggled to recall who Nicodemus was, the name Merlin resonated even with ordinary muggles. Renowned as a legendary wizard, he had emerged in the muggle world, nurturing the eternal King Arthur from Celtic lore, guiding him to acquire the world-famous sword from the lake, thus unifying a tumultuous England. What could compel such a magnificent wizard to pen a tome of such terrifying magic? Suppressing his unease, Harry opened the book once more, eager to delve deeper. At that moment, he heard a rhythmic sound of footsteps outside the library. Was it Filch? He swiftly extinguished the lantern on the ground and carefully returned the book to its original position, ensuring it would not fall again. Though he had yet to uncover anything substantial, he knew he had to leave. As Filch trudged by, his heavy footsteps echoing nearby, Harry felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. He noticed Filch furrowing his brow, perhaps catching a glimpse of light or something else. As Filch slowly made his way further in, Harry quietly slipped out of the library, casting a glance back at the restricted section, knowing he would return. "You should have woken me," Ron grumbled. "You can come tonight. I still want to see that book," Harry replied. "It contains a great secret about Merlin, and I have yet to discover who Nicodemus is." Regarding that great secret, Ron said, "It sounds rather intriguing. Bloodline transformation? Perhaps we could gain the strength of giants. Why don't you eat some smoked meat or something? Why aren't you eating at all?" Harry felt a bit of a loss of appetite. He hadn't anticipated that so many secrets lay hidden within the restricted section. What had Maka inscribed in that book? Was Merlin truly as revered as the tale suggested? And who exactly was Nicodemus? What was that large dog guarding? Why did Snape seek to steal it? An increasing number of perplexing questions began to fill him with anxiety. During their second use of the invisibility cloak, mobility was cumbersome with Ron also under its cover, causing them to move much more slowly. We must ascertain who Nicodemus is quickly, Harry said firmly. Snape surely has ulterior motives. Not long after, they once again found themselves in the restricted section of the library. Ignoring the tome authored by Merlin for the moment, the two began their search for any trace of Nicolae. After a considerable time had passed, amidst the bizarre and perilous forbidden texts, they uncovered numerous terrifying subjects, such as demons and temptation, as well as the themes of souls and death. Countless sinister spells resonated throughout, yet not a single word related to Nicolae could be found. It appeared that even the restricted section held no clues. Ron, trembling from the cold, remarked that his feet felt as if they were turning to ice. With no other option, Harry reopened the large, dark green book, determined to clarify at least this question first. Chapter 28. The Christmas Holiday on the Streets of London. As Harry continued reading, he discovered a different narrative. It seemed that Merlin had been tirelessly seeking methods of transformation that would minimize harm to wizards and magical creatures. If bloodline transformation were successful, it would significantly shorten the practice time for animagi. However, this experiment ultimately yielded no success. Harry was unfamiliar with the term animagus, as their transfiguration class had yet to cover it this semester. Yet he comprehended that this was merely a somewhat perilous research endeavor by Merlin, who adhered to his initial ethical boundaries. At the end of the book, Harry encountered a passage about Hogwarts, revealing that Merlin had once been a student there, specifically in Slytherin House. This revelation prompted Harry to resolve to return at least once more the following night. The next morning, the snow had yet to melt. Care for a game of chess? Ron inquired. This set that Maka gifted me is truly splendid, far more exhilarating than ordinary wizard chess, especially with the formidable fire dragons. Not interested. Why don't we go see Hagrid instead? Go ahead by yourself. Ron suddenly turned to Harry and asked, Are you still planning to go tonight? Listen to me, don't go again. Why not? Harry lifted his head. The way you're speaking sounds just like Hermione. Harry forced a smile in response. I'm not joking. Harry, really don't go. Ron seemed genuinely uneasy. All right. Seeing Ron's seriousness, Harry hesitated but nodded. Yet later that night, as he lay in bed, the contents of the book resurfaced in his mind. Those tales captivated his attention like myth and legend. After all, he was still a child. His Aunt Petunia, who had never cared for him, would never waste money on fairy tales for him. Just one more time, the final time, Harry resolved quietly. He donned his invisibility cloak once more and, while Ron slept soundly, swiftly departed the dormitory, racing toward the library. Oh, he actually went. Harry ran so swiftly that he bumped into the coat rack by the door. As he left, a heavy coat slid down, awakening Ron. Turning to look, Ron saw that Harry was indeed absent from his bed. Meanwhile, Harry was nearing the library. As he once again withdrew the large tome, preparing to delve deeper into its contents, he inadvertently noticed a figure leaning against a nearby bookshelf. Oh, Harry nearly dropped the book in fright. Professor Dumbledore? My apologies. I didn't see you there. How peculiar. It seems that even after becoming invisible, you have developed a soromyopia. Dumbledore remarked, a smile gracing his face, which eased Harry's tension. That being said, Dumbledore continued, slowly approaching and settling down onto the floor beside Harry. Have you perused the little autobiography penned by Merlin in the Book of Jags? I believe so, Harry replied nervously, as wandering the corridors of Hogwarts at night was a breach of school rules. Merlin had a fondness for muggles, did he not? Even the Order of Merlin, which he founded, initially existed to advocate for the legal protection of muggles and safeguard their rights. However, it eventually transformed into an organization that honors great magical achievements. With a sigh, Dumbledore adopted a more serious tone. Now that you have heard the tale, you must refrain from returning here. You and Ron must not casually venture into the restricted section again. The books here are perilous. How do you know? I am not reliant solely on the invisibility cloak for invisibility, Dumbledore said gently. Do remember, you are not yet at the stage where you can freely peruse books on dark magic. Harry pursed his lips and ultimately nodded dejectedly. Just as he was about to rise, something struck him, and he turned to gaze at the silver-gray spellbook. Harry refrained from asking Dumbledore why Maka was present, and had even annotated the volume. However, Dumbledore, with his keen perception, had already caught sight of Harry's gaze. He slightly shook his head, uncertain whether his actions were indeed prudent this time. Would that exceptionally intelligent and endearing child become a being akin to Tom? His intuition suggested otherwise, yet such judgments could not rely solely on instinct. He had previously missed an opportunity to save one of his students, which had led that child down a path of no return. He did not wish to let Maka become similarly lost due to his inaction. Thus, this time, Dumbledore remained vigilant, keenly observing Maka, ready to guide him should any issues arise. Harry, I must tell you. Oh, forgive me. I should not have concealed my actions from you. Harry immediately apologized. Ron, however, quickly shook his head. No, let us set that aside for now, he said. I intended to sneak out to find you. You know, even without the invisibility cloak, we've managed to go out before. I mean, just earlier, while I was on my way to the library. Guess whom I encountered? Who? Harry inquired, puzzled. I saw Snape. He had Quirrell pinned against the wall, menacingly demanding to know if he had figured out how to subdue Hagrid's beast or something. It was quite terrifying. You weren't discovered, were you? Harry quickly asked. Later, as Harry lay in bed, he pondered for a long time, unable to find sleep. The following day, Harry resolved to heed Dumbledore's counsel. He meticulously folded the invisibility cloak and tucked it away at the bottom of his trunk, refraining from touching it throughout the remainder of the Christmas holiday. The turmoil of Harry's festive season had effectively come to an end here, yet for Maka, it was merely the beginning. What was it? Luna had posed this question numerous times over the past few days, and Maka patiently introduced her to the myriad wonders of the Muggle world. Although Luna still appeared somewhat dazed, it was evident that her curiosity about everything around her was piqued. Nevertheless, even a stroll through London had left Luna somewhat overwhelmed. Maka chuckled to himself, well aware that Luna simply wished to avoid getting lost. For this innocent and spirited young girl, everything was imbued with a sense of purity. Maka, laden with an assortment of items, led Luna to a resting area along the street where tourists could take a breather. Luna carefully set down a dessert she had taken a couple of bites from, licking her upper lip thoughtfully as her gaze fell upon a nearby Christmas tree. What is it? Maka inquired, sensing she was questioning whether the tree could not simply observe their conversation. Luna turned her head to glance at him, murmuring dreamily, family is the only place in the world that conceals people's flaws and failures, yet it is also the sole place that reveals them. After speaking, she redirected her attention to the small trinkets before her, as if she had momentarily forgotten her own words. Maka stared at her for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the distant street. Just as he was about to select a dessert for himself, he suddenly noticed an unusual commotion among the crowd. Chapter 29. I just wanted to startle her. Maka instinctively sensed that something was amiss. He promptly lifted his head, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. He observed that everyone appeared to have suddenly remembered something urgent, hastily scattering in various directions away from the street. Muggle dispersal charm? Maka murmured to himself. Luna, seated across from him, curiously glanced around and noted that the lively scene had vanished like a fleeting dream. Even the shops and stalls along the street were closing up and tidying away, and soon the area grew desolate. Let us seek refuge over there, Maka urged, taking Luna by the hand, disregarding the items left on the table as he hurried toward the nearby outdoor cafe. Enclosed by iron railings and surrounded by a circle of low holly bushes, where they would not be easily spotted, the use of such a large-scale Muggle dispersal charm hinted at something significant occurring. He tucked Luna safely into the innermost part of the bushes, then parted the foliage slightly to peer outside. Before long, several individuals, unmistakably wizards by their attire, emerged from an inconspicuous alleyway across the street. They glanced around and promptly drew their wands, dispersing in an orderly fashion as if in search of something. Could it be the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic? Maka speculated silently, observing the disciplined demeanor of the individuals. Their search was swift and efficient, and before long, one of them approached the vicinity where the two were concealed. Maka hesitated, contemplating whether to administer a dose of the disillusionment potion to both himself and Luna. After all, he instinctively sought refuge, and emerging suddenly did not seem prudent. Clad in Muggle attire, he had nonetheless carried some potions due to his meticulous nature, but he was not in a position to carry many. Currently, he possessed only a few vials, and he was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. Most importantly, those potions represented a significant expenditure. Just as he reached into his pocket and felt the vials, an unyielding object pressed against the back of his head. In the next instant, the searching wizard entered through the doorway. While Maka furrowed his brow, pondering a strategy, he was unsurprised to feel a strong shove from behind, propelling him forward. Nevertheless, the hard object remained pressed against his head, compelling him to remain still. He recognized it as the tip of a wand. Raise your hands, both of them. Maka complied without hesitation. The newly arrived wizard aimed his wand at Maka, revealing a hint of confusion, for he appeared merely a child in his early teens. The wizard produced a magical device resembling a magnifying glass, bringing it to his eyes to scrutinize Maka, seemingly finding nothing amiss. Just as Maka anticipated an inquiry, the wizard decisively uttered a spell, Obliviate. Damn it, he had forgotten that he was still dressed as a Muggle child. With no other choice, Maka rolled to the side and deftly retrieved his wand from his sleeve. Disarm. Maka targeted not the wizard casting the forgetting charm, but the mysterious figure still lurking in the holly bushes. A flash of red light erupted, scattering leaves in all directions, and a figure abruptly sprang forth. Evidently, the individual reacted swiftly, evading Maka's disarming spell. Yet, Maka had achieved his goal, forcing the figure into the open. It was he who held me captive. I believe he is the one you seek. Maka calmly articulated, swiftly waving his wand, obstruct, stupefy. The wizard quickly grasped the situation and, in unison with Maka, cast a spell. Caught off guard by their coordinated assault, the adversary was rendered unconscious. Excellent on-the-spot thinking. Are you a student at Hogwarts? The wizard glanced at Maka before resuming his vigilant survey of the surroundings. Do not let your guard down. There should be more than one of them. Indeed, there is another with me. Before he could finish, Maka witnessed Luna emerge. To his astonishment, a woman followed closely behind her. The adversary pointed their wand at Luna's neck, their face etched with anxiety as they glanced this way. Do not move recklessly. Otherwise, I shall jab this woman with my wand. They trembled, proffering the threat. The situation was dire. Behind Maka, the previously mentioned wizard furrowed their brow. Throw your wands to the ground. The woman shrieked, throw them far away. Yet Luna, still in a daze, exhibited no awareness of her predicament as a hostage. She merely gazed quietly at Maka. As the woman spoke, 3 more wizards burst in, companions of the one behind Maka. No one is to move. The woman's anxiety escalated, her piercing voice threatening to shatter. Throw it. Quickly, toss your wands far away. After a moment of tension, Maka was the first to comply. He had no choice, for he could not wager Luna's life. With the first wand discarded, the others soon followed suit. In no time, all 5 individuals had hurled their wands far away. Once she saw that everyone had relinquished their wands, the woman suddenly shrank behind Luna. Everyone, except for Luna, immediately realized she intended to disapparate. Maka narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint emanating from within. Behind him, the 4 wizards hurried toward their wands. But a distortion indicating the impending disapparation was already forming behind Luna. There was no time left. Avada Kedavra! Bang! Maka swiftly pulled a potion from his pocket and hurled it to the ground with all his might, shouting loudly. Oh no! A faint scream echoed from behind Luna. What? What is happening? The killing curse. Maka heard a murmur of confusion behind him, but he had no time to respond. He raced toward Luna. He glanced behind her and spotted a foot, including the ankle. He realized that his spontaneous action had yielded a favorable result. Luna slightly shook her head and calmly smiled. I am fine. It was only when the wizards gathered around to assess the situation that they fully comprehended what had transpired. Maka's sudden shout had been a ruse, leveraging their anxiety and fear of the killing curse to distract them at the moment of disapparation, resulting in the unfortunate separation. In truth, even the other wizards were taken aback. The killing curse is the most dreadful of the unforgivable curses, instilling a profound sense of dread in those who understand its nature. After all, even the one whose name cannot be spoken was once enraptured by this terrifying spell. I merely intended to frighten her, Maka remarked casually as he inspected Luna. We must search swiftly. It seems the adversary will be incapacitated due to blood loss. This presents an excellent opportunity. One wizard, eyeing the foot on the ground, immediately addressed the others. We shall contact the others. You stay behind to manage the scene. By the way, let me send these 2 children along, for they have achieved quite a feat today, chuckled another wizard. With that, 3 individuals departed with the still unconscious man, vanishing into thin air, leaving only Maka and the wizard he had first encountered. Hello, children, he said, his gaze lingering on Maka. Are you students of Hogwarts? After a brief pause, as if struck by a sudden thought, he inquired, could it be that you're the boy who lived? If that is indeed the case, then today's events would hardly be surprising, considering that even he was defeated by you in the past. Compared to that, today's affair is merely a trifling matter. Maka quickly waved his hand. No, I am not. However, I am his friend, he replied. My name is Maka McLean, and it is a pleasure to meet you, sir. Oh, my apologies, Kevin responded, for that boy is exceedingly famous, and I immediately thought of him. He then turned his attention to Luna, asking, and what of this lovely young lady? Yet, Luna remained preoccupied, seemingly oblivious to his words. Ah, splendid, Kevin continued. I too once attended Hogwarts as a Ravenclaw. As he spoke, he moved toward the direction of the injured man, retrieving a black sealed bag from his pocket. Oh, I almost forgot. You're a little genius. So you should have no trouble in general circumstances, Kevin jested suddenly. Perhaps after graduation, you could apply to the Ministry of Magic for Auror training. I am certain you would become an unparalleled Auror, but do be wary of the trick questions in the NEWT exams. I nearly failed mine. That remains one of my greatest strokes of luck. Before long, after gathering the necessary information from the scene, Kevin waved his wand, dispelling the muggle-repelling charm, and departed with Maka and Luna. Chapter 30. A hasty departure for the holidays regarding the incident's cause. Maka inquired a few questions as Kevin was leaving. Although Kevin mentioned that it was not convenient to disclose details at that moment, he did reveal some information under Maka's persistent questioning. There were 2 dark wizards who had fled from the American magical community to the United Kingdom, and the British Ministry of Magic had taken over the search protocols. According to Kevin, they were actually a couple on the run, the husband being a dark wizard while his wife was merely an ordinary witch. No wonder that woman appeared so anxious. It seemed she was simply a victim of circumstance, Maka thought. Shaking his head, he remarked, even if forced, one cannot be lenient. The dangers posed by dark wizards are immense. Kevin spoke gravely. Moreover, who can guarantee that she will not evolve into a new dark wizard in the future? Maka found Kevin's argument quite compelling. When dealing with true dark wizards, leniency only emboldens their reckless behavior. But what of it? Maka had no desire to oppose anyone. As long as they did not provoke him, he wished to avoid engaging with those who had completely lost their reason. The pursuit of intricate and esoteric magical knowledge is already an exhausting endeavor. He certainly lacks the leisure to engage in frivolous antics. Furthermore, the use of spells outside of school comes with the assistance of an Auror to expunge any records. What about the future? Should any mishap occur or misunderstandings arise, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. In the days that followed, Maka took Luna on an extensive tour, visiting Hyde Park, Tower Bridge, Trafalgar Square, the River Thames, and Buckingham Palace, exploring every corner of London. Observing the streets by day and enjoying operas in the theater by night, this lifestyle was nothing short of a delight. Indeed, Mr. Weasley also inquired, yet I remain in the dark. Maka found himself puzzled by this, even going so far as to enlist the help of the Floo Network repair personnel to recalibrate his fireplace, and he even attempted to renovate it himself. Though to no avail, he had perused numerous tomes at Hogwarts, yet the architecture of the Floo Network and the concoction of Floo powder remained an enigma, leaving him without any clear direction. This was not a matter that could simply be inquired about. Ultimately, it was set aside. Perhaps it is related to the soul. Though at this juncture, it remains mere speculation, Maka mused. To be frank, his understanding of himself was not significantly greater than that of others. The profound exploration of the human body has historically posed a challenge for countless researchers, both wizard and muggle alike. With the holiday nearing its end, Maka suddenly declared, I intend to organize my study notes during these final days. I will refrain from going out. Apologies, Luna. No, I ought to thank you. Luna replied with a gentle smile. I've had a wonderful time. It has been a most delightful Christmas holiday. Among the gifts he received was a large bag of rock cakes from Hagrid, which Maka felt he would never consume, yet they served as a rather unique keepsake, given their astonishingly long shelf life. Dumbledore had sent him a Firebolt 2000 broomstick, clearly indicating that Maka's involvement with the Quidditch team could not be concealed from him. Most other professors gifted books, various kinds, including their own compiled notes. For Maka, these presents resonated deeply with his interests. Notably, Snape had also sent him a gift. Delivered by the school's owl, it was a small note. The Wandless Curse and its counterspell will heal swiftly. Maka examined the note, which bore incantations on both sides, along with concise annotations providing spell analyses. This was indeed a significant gift. Maka felt a pang of appreciation. This was an offensive spell invented by Snape, discreet, swift, and powerfully effective. Without the counter curse, it would surely add another entry to the list of unforgivable curses. Aside from Hermione, many welcomed Maka warmly. He speculated that this might be attributed to his gifts, as their usual enthusiasm was not so palpable. On the guest podium, the professors kindly nodded in his direction. Maka observed Dumbledore with a somewhat mischievous smile, concluding that it would be best to maintain a distance. He greeted the professors from afar before taking his seat at the Hufflepuff table. Here we go again. Charlotte, as usual, shoved Ermi aside, occupying the space next to Maka and thumping her hand against his back. Reluctantly, Maka allowed her to continue, knowing that a refusal would only provoke her to strike harder. The beginning Charlotte referred to was, of course, the commencement of Quidditch practice. Despite receiving a Nimbus 2000 from Dumbledore, Maka felt there was no need to flaunt it before the match. After all, one must consider the effectiveness of discretion over ostentation, right? In the days that followed, despite the persistent rain, the Quidditch team, known for their industriousness, remained spirited and undeterred by minor inconveniences. Surrounded by the enthusiastic badgers, the indolent Maka found himself compelled to muster some energy. To appear more earnest, he proposed several creative strategies, which, much to his surprise, received unanimous approval from his teammates, resulting in an increased training regimen. This left Maka regretting his initiative, as the training workload had significantly escalated. Beyond Quidditch, Maka had numerous other commitments. Recently, he had been utilizing various potions to invigorate himself and enhance his efficiency, with astonishing results. However, excessive reliance on potions inevitably led to a range of side effects due to drug accumulation, rendering them unsuitable for long-term use. Fortunately, a series of related studies was nearing completion, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, a new potion was on the verge of creation. The inspiration for this research stemmed from an unexpected incident during the Christmas holidays. For every wizard, their wand is an integral part of their existence. Although wizards may replace a wand if it is damaged, it is common knowledge in the magical community that one cannot wield two wands simultaneously. Once a wand forms a bond with its owner, it becomes exclusive to them, leading to peculiar outcomes if two wands are held by the same individual. Should one's wand be taken away, what recourse remains? Maka was determined to avoid such a predicament. After contemplating various possibilities, he resolved to focus on his forte, potion making. Generally, most potions are ingested, as excessive exposure to unknown substances in the air can cause complex and unpredictable reactions. Thus, Maka abandoned his initial ambition of researching volatile hypnotic potions and instead ventured into more straightforward and robust developmental avenues. Certain singular materials do not undergo chain reactions, as evidenced by the excellent examples of byproducts produced in past experiments. On this foundation, Maka has tested a highly volatile, flammable potion, resulting in the creation of a rather perilous liquid elixir. Indeed, this concoction possesses the potential for explosion, with merely a trace of fire-based material to serve as a catalyst. It can instantaneously unleash a formidable, adhesive magical flame. According to Maka's assessment, the troublesome nature of this flame is akin to a weakened version of the fiend fire curse. However, its burning effect on magically endowed entities may not differ significantly from that of fiend fire. Regrettably, the safety of transporting this substance remains unassured, marking a considerable drawback. Maka has aptly named this experimental creation Fiend Fire Flask No. 1. The following afternoon, during the respite after lunch, Maka found himself seated in the library, diligently inscribing lengthy potion formulas in his notebook, when Hermione briskly entered, brimming with excitement. "Maka, I found it," she exclaimed. "I located information on Nicholas Flamel." She lowered her voice, adding, "I discovered his name in the medieval witchcraft compendium." "Oh, indeed," Maka nodded. "So, you are now aware of what lies behind Hagrid's three-headed dog." "I believe it is the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione whispered with fervor. Upon receiving Maka's affirmation, her joy was palpable as she departed. Maka watched her retreating figure, contemplating that the main event was soon to unfold. He had considered whether to involve himself in the unfolding drama, but ultimately decided to let it proceed unimpeded. At this juncture, his presence would likely have little impact. Indeed, it might even disrupt Dumbledore's plans. After all, this affair fundamentally concerns Harry and Voldemort. Why should he complicate matters further? Chapter 31. The Clash of Badger and Serpent. The Quidditch match was drawing near, and despite the unwavering efforts of the Hufflepuff team, a palpable tension had begun to emerge. This marked a significant shift from Hufflepuff's previous demeanor. They were genuinely contemplating strategies for victory. One afternoon, the weather was rather pleasant, with brilliant sunshine bathing the earth, enveloping everyone in a warm embrace. The magically tended lawn appeared meticulously manicured, rippling gently in the breeze. Colorful flags adorned the tops of the viewing towers, the red and gold of Gryffindor, the silver and green of Slytherin, the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw, while Hufflepuff's flag, in stark contrast, was an unassuming black and yellow, rather lackluster in appearance. When Marcus soared into the arena, brandishing his Nimbus 2000 and waving to the crowd as he circled the pitch, the audience erupted in cheers. Perhaps it was due to the exceptional secrecy maintained by the Hufflepuff team that most students were utterly unprepared for the revelation of a new member, especially one from the first year. In Hogwarts, Marcus' reputation was indeed commendable. His outstanding performances, coupled with his humble demeanor, have garnered him considerable admiration from students. Thus, the cheers at this moment are particularly fervent. Prior to the match, we received this exhilarating news. With the approval of Professor Dumbledore, Maka McLean has been officially selected to join the Hufflepuff team. He has become the youngest Quidditch player at Hogwarts in a century. Let us all cheer for Maka McLean. The two commentators announced excitedly, and the atmosphere in the arena became even more animated. All right, everyone take your positions. Captain Darren, wave his hand. David, Mark, steady your bats. Stick to the strategy. Everyone relax. The three chasers, including Maka, steadied themselves in the center of the pitch as three players from Slytherin soared over, all hovering around Madame Hooch, waiting to seize the quaffle the moment the match commenced. Madame Hooch kicked the box, and, as the lid opened, the three balls, aside from the quaffle, ascended one after another. The bludgers soared upwards, followed closely by the golden snitch. Remember, the golden snitch is worth 150 points. Whoever catches it ends a match. The commentator enthusiastically began the official commentary of this match. Ready. The quaffle is in the air. The match has begun. Maka focused intently as Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle to its highest point, and in an instant he sprang into action. The Nimbus series truly lives up to its reputation for exceptional performance. Under Maka's control, it accelerated with remarkable swiftness. In a nearly straight-line burst of speed, he seized the quaffle first. However, Maka did not hold on to the ball for long. As he leaned forward to surge ahead, he discreetly tossed the quaffle beneath him, where it was caught by the short-haired girl, Christine. Just as the two Slytherin chasers reached Maka, who had slowed down, they realized that he was holding no ball. They had been deceived. Enraged, the Slytherin players turned to retaliate, but Maka had already leapt skyward. A bludger was struck towards him by a Slytherin beater, which Maka elegantly dodged. Here, Charles, the only player capable of competing closely with Slytherin's towering athletes, had breached the defenses of the opposing beater and positioned himself before the left goal hoop of Slytherin. Christine, still charging forward at a low altitude, made a powerful toss upwards. Oh no, she missed the target, the commentator exclaimed. Indeed, Christine had thrown the quaffle to an unoccupied space. No, wait, that's McLean. McLean dove from the skies, skillfully evading two bludgers. McLean caught the quaffle. McLean takes the shot. The Slytherin keeper was still at the left hoop. Could he make it in time? No, he cannot. The ball went in. Hufflepuff scores 10 points. The quaffle zipped past the Slytherin keeper's fingertips and into the center hoop, igniting another wave of excitement among the crowd. My goodness. Everyone look. Everyone look. McLean is the youngest team member in a century. A century. Next, the Slytherin team seized the ball, their chasers appearing remarkably robust. They coordinated seamlessly, forcefully pushing aside Charles, attempting to score in a straight line. Maka swiftly darted ahead, positioning himself 2 paces before them, casting a glance at the batter, David. Instantly understanding the cue, David soared into the air, striking a bludger towards Maka with precision. Maka deftly dodged, the bludger landing squarely on the face of the Slytherin player holding the quaffle. With a resounding thud, Maka reached out, expertly catching the errant quaffle that had slipped from his opponent's grasp. He leaned forward, charging once more, his movements mirroring those from before. The Slytherin chasers appeared momentarily bewildered, yet they adhered to their fundamental strategy, dispatching one of their own to pursue him. This response was precisely what Maka had anticipated. He executed 2 rapid spins, showcasing the agility of his Nimbus 2000, leaving the Slytherin chaser trailing by a significant margin. Oh, McLean was once again at the goalpost, this time aiming for the left hoop. Was he going to shoot? Maka, however, would not make it so simple, as the likelihood of the opposing goalkeeper parrying the shot was too high. As the Slytherin goalkeeper braced himself, Maka suddenly rolled, prompting the keeper to shift towards the center hoop. But Maka abruptly hovered, feigning a throw, seemingly intent on shooting for the left hoop once more. Was it truly the left hoop? Oh, but it was not. The goalkeeper lunged towards the left, while Maka deftly tossed the quaffle to the newly positioned Christine at the center. The ball sailed through the hoop. Hufflepuff scores 20 points. In the ensuing match, Maka nearly dominated the entire field. He lured the opposing batter to attack him, creating another opportunity for Christine. He evaded the interference of 2 Slytherin chasers, enabling a flawless collaboration between Charles and Christine. He dazzled the goalkeeper with his aerial maneuvers, causing the keeper to collide with the goalpost. He even utilized Charles' physique as cover, leaving the opposing players struggling to locate him. The score escalated, and the fervor among the spectators reached an unprecedented peak for this Quidditch Cup match. The Golden Snitch. Hufflepuff seeker, Charlotte, was the first to spot it. As Maka moved swiftly, he surveyed the entire field. He noted that the opposing seeker was heading towards Charlotte, employing a follow strategy. When a seeker has yet to locate the Golden Snitch, but the opponent has already spotted it, tailing the opponent is evidently more advantageous than searching aimlessly. This is one of the fundamental strategies for seekers, simple yet highly effective. Currently, the score stood at 130, although the Quidditch Cup, like the World Cup, operates on a total score basis. The outcome of a single match does not dictate everything, yet the value of 150 points cannot be overlooked. Charlotte displayed commendable flying skills, even in Maka's eyes. However, the Slytherin Seeker was a despicable individual, characterized by his underhanded tactics. Maka scoffed softly and charged straight toward him. Apart from seeking the Seeker, any other player who touches the golden snitch commits a foul. But is there truly no alternative for him, even without touching the snitch? Maka effortlessly evaded the pursuing chaser. Aligning his sights on the snitch's position, and with a determined thrust of his shoulder, he collided forcefully with Charlotte's back. Oh! The impact nearly knocked the breath out of her. Yet, it became evident how remarkably precise Maka's maneuver was, as Charlotte extended her right hand and successfully grasped the golden snitch soaring ahead. She caught the golden snitch. Charlotte White has seized the golden snitch. She succeeded. The match concluded with a score of 250-30, and the game was over. Hufflepuff emerged victorious. With the sound of the whistle and the enthusiastic exclamations of the commentator, Madame Hooch waved to signal the end of the match. Maka soared around the field, expressing his gratitude for the support he received. He noticed Dumbledore, whose wide smile caused his long white beard to quiver joyfully, clearly relishing the sport of Quidditch. "Well done, Maka," Captain Darren exclaimed, patting Maka on the shoulder. He had missed 3 goals, while Slytherin had only 4 attempts at scoring. In essence, during the match, he truly played a negligible role. However, this did not concern anyone. He had witnessed Darren's dedication during practice, for everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. As a captain, Darren's encouragement and tactical insights were exceptionally effective, which is indeed the essence of a leader's capabilities. After a collective review of their gains and losses during the match, Maka departed from the locker room. Outside, many Hufflepuff students gathered at the entrance, with a few Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students mingling among them. Among the 4 houses of Hogwarts, apart from Slytherin, the other houses maintained a relatively amicable rapport with one another. Observing the lively scene before him, Maka felt it was time to pay a visit to Ravenclaw. It was said that the Ravenclaw Tower housed unique tomes, each occupying the shelves scattered throughout the tower. Chapter 32, a series of questions. Ravenclaw, a house that values knowledge and intellect. During Maka's initial entrance into Hogwarts and the sorting ceremony, it seemed the Sorting Hat first considered this house for him, indicating a certain affinity he possessed with Ravenclaw in various respects. At this moment, after careful contemplation, he deemed it prudent to cultivate some connections. This way, should inquiries arise in the future, he would at least have an excuse. Additionally, it would serve to pave the way for Luna prior to her enrollment. If one were to inquire about whom Maka found most intriguing within Ravenclaw, it would not be Professor Flitwick, the charms master and head of the house, nor any other current students, but rather the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, the Grey Lady. This intrigue stemmed not only from her lengthy tenure at Hogwarts, but also from the wealth of ancient lore concerning Ravenclaw House she could undoubtedly divulge. Ms. Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw, known as Helena Ravenclaw, is indeed the beloved daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. She absconded with her mother's diadem, only to meet her demise at the hands of her unrequited admirer, Baron. Although she committed acts of irreverence and disloyalty, she remained a simple soul, enamored with vanity. For those seeking insights into the mysteries of Ravenclaw, this is undoubtedly a fitting starting point. Maka had long ago encountered references to the founders of Hogwarts in various tomes shortly after his enrollment. Frankly, among the 4 illustrious founders of Hogwarts, it is likely that Ravenclaw and Slytherin achieved the highest magical prowess. However, unlike Salazar Slytherin's practical orientation, Rowena Ravenclaw was a true theorist. As a scholar of magic, Ravenclaw conducted numerous theoretical studies throughout her life, precisely the pursuits Maka aspired to. Ms. Grey, if you would kindly pause for a moment. Maka inquired of the ghost of the rotund Hufflepuff, having learned of her whereabouts and made his way there. Helena inherited her mother's beauty, having once been a striking young woman with cascading curls. Though now a specter, she retained the visage of her youth. Albeit this enchanting lady possesses a certain transparency, it is of no consequence. Ms. Grey, might you spare a moment? Maka noticed her reluctance to engage. After repeated calls of her name, Helena eventually halted. She turned, hovering several inches above the ground, and regarded Maka with an air of indifference. The lovely Ms. Grey, Maka promptly stood still, executing a graceful bow, uncertain if he might intrude upon her time, yet feeling compelled to convey an important matter. She scrutinized him for a moment, nodding with a hint of arrogance. Maka bowed slightly once more, expressing his gratitude, acutely aware that such gestures from a child might appear rather comical. Nevertheless, he understood that Helena cherished respect, and his demeanor might garner her favor. Indeed, Maka began to relay his prepared words. While perusing the library, I stumbled upon some accounts regarding Ravenclaw, and yes, I have come to understand your identity. As he spoke, he remained vigilant to Helena's expression, noticing her brow furrow slightly, yet without outright rejection of the subject. He recognized this as a promising beginning. Regarding you, I inadvertently overheard some tales from the Bloodied Baron. I believe your choices were not in error, Maka cautiously asserted. The pursuit of truth and glory is a fundamental aspect of human nature, representing exceptional wisdom and the highest aspirations. Oh, indeed, Helena suddenly chuckled lightly. Did you think I would respond in such a manner? Maka was taken aback, a reaction he had not anticipated. Yes, you are quite right, she continued. I have always held such beliefs. However, regrettably, I've already heard similar sentiments expressed before. Moreover, I have no desire to hear them again. Helena retracted her smile and cast a cold gaze at Maka. Have you already heard it once? Upon hearing this, Maka pondered and suddenly realized that he had likely overlooked certain matters. I do not know where you have heard about that affair, but I'm certain it is not within the library. Is it Tom Riddle? Maka interjected abruptly. While he had not previously considered how Voldemort discovered the diadem, it now seemed evident that Voldemort, like him, chose Helena as a point of access. Helena regarded Maka, uncertain of how he had deduced this, as that matter should only have been known to her. Madam Grey, I believe my intentions are entirely different from that individual's. Maka, altering his previously gentle tone, became somewhat fervent. Tom Riddle merely deceived you to obtain the diadem, but I am different. I genuinely believe that your actions deserve the admiration of every wizard. I have no desire for the diadem. I merely wish to connect with a woman as beautiful and wise as yourself. Maka observed a subtle shift in Helena's expression, a recognition of her own flattering praise. I hope you know that a friend of mine will be enrolling next year. I believe she will be sorted into Ravenclaw due to her beauty and intellect, akin to yours. Maka decided to seize the moment and continued his indirect compliments. You are the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Your qualities evidently embody the virtues required for admission into Ravenclaw House. Such half-hearted flattery clearly moved Helena, though Maka himself felt a shiver run down his spine. She smiled slightly and replied with an air of pride. You make a valid point, but past experiences render me wary of trusting you. Unless she appeared in good spirits, she elongated her words, creating suspense. Unless? Maka echoed, feigning curiosity. Unless you can pass through the bronze eagle door of Ravenclaw tonight and enter the common room, she said with a smile. My mother once told me that exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. I shall await you in the common room. With that, Helena rose gracefully, her smile lingering as she departed. I see you have not learned your lesson. Maka muttered to himself as he watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in disbelief. The entrance to the Ravenclaw common room is situated at the pinnacle of a spiral staircase on the castle's western side. There one finds a bare, old wooden door adorned with a solitary bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. Late that night, a pair of knocks resonated unexpectedly. As the sound echoed, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. The eagle's beak on the bronze knocker opened, speaking in a gentle, rhythmic voice. Where do the dead things go? They dissolve into nothingness. After a brief pause, the eagle's beak opened once more. What is born from nothingness? Is it not but a singular question? Did Helena perhaps employ some trickery? Maka pondered silently, delving deeper into contemplation. From nothing, all things emerge. What is the essence of truth in this world? After a brief interval, the third question followed. Maka pondered deeply, gradually furrowing his brows. These inquiries were evidently part of a series designed to propel exploration, rather than mere questions posed to students. For the first time, Maka felt his intellect was somewhat lacking. After considerable reflection, he finally articulated his answer. Albeit uncertain of its correctness, matter propels appearance, while spirit interprets rules. Yet, the vexatious beak of the eagle seemed unrelenting, as it presented a fourth question. Which shall perish first, matter or spirit? How on earth is one to answer such a query? Perhaps a speculative guess in a plausible direction would suffice. Complementary cycles, coexisting in life and death. Maka surmised that his expression must resemble one of constipation at that moment. Suddenly, the eagle's eye on the bronze door ring blinked and, in a sprightly manner, it took flight to perch upon Maka's shoulder. In the same voice, yet with a livelier intonation, it said, Pray tell, who are you? Maka, taken aback, found himself bewildered by the situation. I'm a key left by Rowena. A guide for the candidates. The eagle, adjusting its feathers with its bronze beak, continued. You have passed the initial test and earned the right to enter Rowena's secret chamber. Are you prepared? Prepared? Maka hesitated, thinking perhaps he was not quite ready. The bronze eagle soared above his head, cackling. I was merely inquiring. At that moment, Maka felt a dizzying sensation, as if his body were being inverted and compressed, akin to the feeling of phasing through illusions. However, he did not experience the overwhelming pressure and suffocation he had felt when previously accompanied by others during their manifestations. In an instant, the surroundings brightened, and he realized he had indeed arrived at an entirely new location. The space within Hogwarts has been reinforced by Rowena. Without my presence, none can enter here. The bronze eagle cackled. Maka nodded, his gaze wandering over the imposing rows of towering bookshelves before him. The room was not excessively spacious, certainly smaller than Slytherin's chamber. From his estimation, it was no more than half the size of a library. Yet, aside from a solitary desk and an armchair at the far end, the majority of the space was taken up by these colossal bookshelves that reached the ceiling. Here, a rich and distinctive scent of ink permeated the air, prompting Maka, who had been on high alert, to relax slightly. Chapter 33, The Scroll of Truth. As Maka explored, he discovered that this modest chamber had been largely consumed by the bookshelves. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the smooth stone floor was adorned with 2 metal tracks, allowing the bookshelves to slide laterally. Consequently, only narrow passages were left between the shelves for a single person to traverse, with the others closely pressed together. If one needed to search another shelf, they could simply shift the bookshelves to adjust the gaps to their desired positions. Why not cast a concealment expansion charm here? Maka inquired, perplexed. It was indeed somewhat incredulous, for this was the chamber of Rowena Ravenclaw. Yet, there was not a trace of magical aura present, not even a hint of an expansion charm to augment the space. Instead, every inch of this chamber was utilized in a physically tangible manner, rendering it rather cramped. Did I not just mention? Within the grounds of Hogwarts, the space has been reinforced. The bronze eagle proclaimed emphatically. Reinforced, do you understand? Any magic pertaining to space is rendered ineffective, unless it was preordained before the reinforcement within Hogwarts. Everything else is utterly futile. In contemplation, Maka gazed around and mused. So this place was established later? The bronze eagle blinked and alighted at the very edge of the highest bookshelf, scrutinizing Maka, who was engrossed in his reading for quite a while. There is a certain essence of that old trickster Salazar. He loved to pry into others' conversations and muttered softly. After a moment, noticing that Maka was completely absorbed in his reading, it finally spoke. Set those books aside for now. You shall have ample time to peruse them later. For the moment, come over to the desk. The bronze eagle took flight, landing gracefully upon a small eagle-shaped stand atop the desk. Please take a seat. It has been quite some time since anyone has occupied this chair. The eagle stretched its wings and opened the central drawer, revealing a box within. Retrieve it, it instructed. Aside from an old wooden box with bronze corners, the drawer contained nothing else. What lies within? Maka inquired curiously, hesitating to open it. Fear not. It is merely a piece of paper. Rowena referred to it as the Scroll of Truth, the eagle replied. Yet whether that is indeed its name remains a mystery to all. Cautiously, Maka opened the box, discovering a single scroll bound with a ribbon. Nestled atop a delicate blue velvet cloth. Just as he prepared to grasp it and unveil its secrets, the eagle interrupted him. You now possess the right to make a choice, it declared. You may open it, exert your utmost to comprehend its contents, and assist your school in resolving a lingering dilemma from the past. Or, you may close the box, refrain from engaging with that dilemma, and allow it to await the next candidate to continue this choice. Maka paused in astonishment, furrowing his brow as he asked, what benefits do I stand to gain? Or perhaps, what detriments? If I opt for the latter, can I still peruse the books here? It was evident that the allure of those tomes held a unique fascination for Maka. Just moments ago, he had merely skimmed through one and had already grasped the immense value of these books. He recalled the eagle's earlier statement. Rowena referred to it as the Scroll of Truth. This indicated that, for Rowena Ravenclaw, the content inscribed upon this scroll bore the weight of truth. Surely, he mused, the significance of this fragile piece of paper outweighed all the volumes in this chamber combined. What troubles does Hogwarts face that you can reveal to me? Maka hesitated. The young eagle shook its head with a touch of humanity and remarked, I am not certain about that. Perhaps that tattered hat might possess the knowledge. Its master, known for his loose tongue, might inadvertently reveal something at an unexpected moment. Pausing for a moment, it adopted a serious tone and added, however, I must caution you that Roina has never divulged the answer to this question. Are you truly certain you wish to know? Upon hearing this, Marca's brow furrowed even tighter. To be honest, any person with a modicum of sense would likely refrain from picking it up, yet Marca could not curb his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Ever since receiving his acceptance letter to Hogwarts, he had been deeply immersed in the pursuit of magical knowledge, unable to extricate himself. Marca was inherently one who relished the exploration of such mysterious wisdom. Faced with the tantalizing truth within reach, he found it exceedingly difficult to refuse, even though he was acutely aware that a significant trouble might await him afterward. Indeed, after much hesitation, he opened the lid once more and reached inside. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, casting its first golden rays upon the Hogwarts castle, many students were still lost in slumber, yet Marca had already risen early. To be precise, he had hardly slept the previous night. The next trial will occur when you have gleaned something from your study of the Scroll of Truth, echoed the final words of the Bronze Eagle. As he lay in bed, pondering how long he could sleep, he found himself utterly unable to do so, his mind consumed by the peculiar characters he had encountered on the Scroll of Truth. Marca had previously perused numerous tomes regarding ancient magical scripts, yet he had never before encountered such writing. The strokes were intricate and somewhat reminiscent of calligraphy, yet each character was distinctly separated at a cursory glance. They appeared to be the whimsical creations of a child, but closer examination revealed a strict order, clearly indicative of a special script. What fascinated Marca further was that each character genuinely harbored magical power. As he gazed upon them, the characters emitted waves of magical energy, conveying a myriad of distinctly different messages. Although he did not fully grasp what these messages were attempting to articulate, this did not hinder his enchantment. Most critically, when Marca attempted to replicate them with a quill, he found that while his renditions bore a superficial resemblance, they were merely ordinary characters devoid of any sensation. He lay in bed, contemplating for a considerable time, and by dawn, he had yet to conceive anything of value. The subsequent weeks unfolded with relative tranquility. Following the recent expedition to Ravenclaw's secret chamber, his days grew increasingly occupied, although Hermione frequently sought him out to discuss academic matters. The remainder of his time was consumed by various studies. Should I consider applying for a time-turner? Marca mused one day while seated at a reading table in the library, gazing at the growing mountains of books before him, only to promptly dismiss the thought. There always seems to be more to explore. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Marca shook off his curiosity about the time converter, stretched languidly to invigorate his spirit, and was about to immerse himself in his research once more when a voice echoed behind him. Hagrid, what brings you to the library? Hagrid clomped over to Harry and the others, concealing something behind him. Clad in a rather inappropriate moleskin coat, he appeared quite out of place. Marca's keen eyes immediately discerned it. A book about dragons. Dragons? Marca blinked a few times, his expression slightly bewildered. Hagrid has always yearned for a dragon. He mentioned it the first time we met, Marca recalled Harry saying. But that is illegal, Ron interjected. The decree prohibiting dragon ownership was enacted at the Wizarding Conference of 1709. It is common knowledge. He continued, if we were to raise a dragon in the backyard, it would be nearly impossible to keep it hidden from muggles. Ron paused momentarily, then added, moreover, taming them is exceedingly difficult and perilous. You should see the burns on Charlie. They're the result of encounters with wild dragons in Romania. But does Britain not have wild dragons? Harry inquired curiously. Certainly, Ron replied. There are the common Welsh green and the Hebridean black. I can assure you, the Ministry of Magic has the responsibility of concealing their existence. Our wizards must frequently cast spells on muggles who catch sight of wild dragons, ensuring they forget the incident entirely. Marca, would you care to join us? She suggested, referring to Hagrid's hut. Marca contemplated, realizing he too could use a break. Let's go take a look. Perhaps Hagrid has indeed acquired one. It would be a splendid opportunity to observe such a magnificent creature up close. He smiled and nodded. Chapter 34. How to make a young dragon remember you. An hour later, they knocked on the door of the gamekeeper's hut. Upon entering, they immediately noticed that all the curtains were tightly drawn. Despite the warm, sunny day outside, the fireplace blazed fiercely, making the small hut oppressively hot. As Marca stepped inside, he cast a glance at the smoldering pile of charcoal in the fireplace. He surmised that Hagrid had raised the temperature so high to incubate dragon eggs. Sure enough, a large, dark egg lay nestled in the glowing coals, topped with an empty water bottle. Hagrid prepared tea for them and brought out sandwiches made of white weasel. But the trio was too preoccupied to focus on food and politely declined. However, Marca thanked Hagrid and sampled a piece. So, you have questions for me? Hagrid inquired. Indeed, Harry replied, feeling no need for circumlocution. We are uncertain whether you can tell us what other safeguards, besides Fluffy, protect the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid furrowed his brow at them. I certainly cannot divulge that information, he said. First, I do not know it myself. Secondly, you have already learned too much, and even if I were aware, I would not share it with you. The stone's presence here is quite reasonable. It was nearly stolen from Gringotts. I assume you have deciphered all of this as well? I find it perplexing how you are even aware of the events concerning Quirrell. Oh, Hagrid, you likely wish to keep this from us, don't you? You must know something. What has transpired here that could possibly evade your keen observation? Hermione spoke in a sweet, flattering tone. In truth, we merely wish to know who devised those mechanisms, she continued, inquiring who besides you Dumbledore believes could assist him. Upon hearing this last remark, Hagrid puffed out his chest, while Harry and Ron exchanged satisfied smiles with Hermione. Very well, it wouldn't hurt to share with you. Let me think. He borrowed the Philosopher's Stone from me, then enlisted a few other professors to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. He counted them off on his fingers. Professor Quirrell, of course. And Dumbledore himself also cast a spell. Wait, I almost forgot someone. Yes, Professor Snape. Snape? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Maka swallowed the last bite of his sandwich and brushed the crumbs from his hands. Clearly, this is nothing peculiar, aside from Quirrell. The other four are heads of houses, which is quite normal. I assent it. Indeed, do you still harbor doubts about him? Look, Snape also aided in protecting the Philosopher's Stone. He wouldn't steal it. Maka observed the disbelief on Harry and Ron's faces, knowing that this skepticism stemmed from Harry's father, James, having overly disciplined Snape in the past, resulting in Snape's persistent animosity towards Harry. Only you know how to navigate through the Philosopher's Stone, correct, Hagrid? Harry asked eagerly. You wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even the professors, right? It seems Harry might have already gleaned some information. No one besides Dumbledore and myself shall know, Hagrid proclaimed proudly. Harry couldn't help but exhale in relief, then remarked to Hagrid. Hagrid, might we open a window? I'm feeling quite overheated. At this, everyone clearly took notice. Where did you acquire this, Hagrid? Ron inquired, squatting by the fire to scrutinize the large egg more closely. It must have cost you a fortune. I want it. Hagrid replied. Last night, I was in the village, playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, that fellow was likely eager to rid himself of it. However, once it hatches, what do you intend to do? Hermione asked. Hagrid seemed to be engrossed in research. Didn't you already learn about it in the library? Maka chuckled. Hagrid, once this little fellow hatches, do ensure you inform me at the earliest opportunity. Oh, you're fond of it too, are you? Of course. I'll let you know, Hagrid beamed, continuing I just checked, and it's a Norwegian Ridgeback, quite a rare breed. He appeared quite pleased with himself. Yet Hermione remained unconvinced. Hagrid, do not forget that you reside in a wooden house. However, Hagrid paid no heed. He busied himself tending to the fire, cheerfully humming a tune. However, I must insist, Hagrid, that you conceal it well. Maka suddenly shifted her tone, speaking earnestly. You should be aware that privately raising a dragon is illegal. After a brief pause, noticing Hagrid's apparent lack of concern, she continued. The growth rate of young dragons is quite rapid, and they instinctively learn to fly at an early age. Have you thought about where you will hide it? This little hut cannot accommodate it. I would hate to see you taken away with it. I want to witness its growth. Hagrid, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of melancholy, for he too understood the impossibility of keeping it forever. Ron, I recall your brother Charlie works at the Dragon Reserve in Romania, right? Maka turned to him and inquired. Oh yes, I believe that is an excellent idea. Harry grasped Maka's implication. Hagrid, Ron's brother Charlie is studying dragons there, and they have a breeding facility. He will help you care for it. Oh no, I cannot bear to part with this little one. Hagrid wiped his eyes vigorously. It hasn't even met me yet. Harry and the others exchanged glances, poised to persuade Hagrid further, but Maka waved her hand. Yes, yes. I think this idea is rather good. Hagrid gazed affectionately at the dragon egg in the fireplace, as if it were his own child. Not long after, during breakfast one day, the owl Mafalda delivered a crumpled little note, which simply stated, hatching soon. During the lunch break, Maka casually took some food from the table and headed towards Hagrid's hut, carrying a large fabric bag. You've arrived, Maka. Hagrid looked exceedingly excited. His face flushed as he welcomed her. You were a bit late and missed the hatching scene. However, it matters not. The little one is quite lively now, much more so than when it first emerged. Maka was eagerly pulled into the hut by Hagrid, only to be greeted by a thick cloud of smoke laced with sparks. This little one has a strong desire to attack. It might even be a female. Maka drew her wand and waved it, dispelling the smoke before her. Oh, but I believe it is male. Just look at how handsome it is. Hagrid's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing his genuine fondness for these powerful magical creatures. Maka paid little heed to Hagrid's differing opinion, for determining the gender of a newborn dragon is indeed quite challenging. She nodded absently, observing the little dragon, which was crawling around the fireplace, propping itself up with its wings, and thoughtfully remarked, "Dragons are notoriously difficult to tame. They possess great intelligence upon reaching adulthood, and most importantly, they exhibit formidable strength." As she spoke, she retrieved a vial filled with a viscous, fiery red liquid from her bag, shaking it lightly in her hand. "This bottle is rather substantial. To be honest, it feels quite heavy in my outer robe. What is this? Dragon blood?" Hagrid queried upon seeing it. "No, it is not." Maka shook her head. "This is made from the blood of a fire whale, a rather enticing treat. At least for the Norwegian Ridgeback it is." Accio. Maka placed the bottle on the table, removed the cork, and recited a levitation incantation, deftly controlling a small, faintly glowing red potion that hovered steadily at the tip of his wand. The little dragon immediately caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and excitedly stumbled over, clawing at Maka's leg in an attempt to leap up and reach the alluring morsel. However, Maka firmly pressed it down to the ground. He lifted his gaze towards Hagrid and remarked, "If its mother were a true dragon, she would behave this way. Hagrid, pay attention." With that, Maka swallowed the viscous, fiery, and distinctly pungent liquid in one gulp. Instantly, the little dragon began to squawk and struggle, but Maka held it down with considerable force. This substance was highly nutritious, albeit quite unpalatable for humans. Maka's complexion turned slightly ashen, and indeed, it was blisteringly hot. Hagrid clearly grasped Maka's intent and nodded earnestly, seemingly committed to memorizing the procedure. As the little dragon gradually ceased its struggles, gazing longingly at Maka, he relaxed the grip he had on it. "Give it a taste. Little one," he said, conjuring another small portion and guiding it towards the dragon's mouth. "Hagrid, we must do this every day until it remembers the order of feeding," Maka stated, adding that if it could memorize this before being taken by Charlie, it would remember him for life. Of course, this would only ensure it remembered him. In truth, most dragon species tend to live solitary lives upon reaching maturity, often exhibiting little affection towards their mothers, a trait inherent to their nature. The methods of dragon training were ones he had observed in the Ravenclaw common room. Besides the techniques he demonstrated to Hagrid, there were subsequent training methods, though those were rather inhumane, and he believed Hagrid would disapprove. "This is marvelous. If Norbert remembers me because of this, I will surely thank you profusely, Maka." Hagrid enveloped Maka in a huge embrace, nearly squeezing the breath from him. Chapter 35. Shifting focus, Charlie informed Ron that he would arrange for a few friends to retrieve the little dragon from the highest tower of Hogwarts under the cover of night. Following this, Ron hurried to the library to notify Maka and inquire if he wished to join them that evening. However, it wasn't long before Maka encountered a pale-faced Ron in Hagrid's hut. He was slumped on Hagrid's sofa, his hand swollen to an almost spherical shape, with the wound exhibiting a faint green hue. "Dragon venom," Maka observed, glancing at his hand. "Were you bitten?" "Oh, I believe Norbert did not mean to. He was merely frightened," Hagrid interjected, his expression one of regret. "I imagine that must be quite painful." Harry appeared, equally shaken. "It's not just my hand," Ron murmured at this moment, "though it feels as if it might snap in two. To make matters worse, Malfoy took great delight in mocking me during class. He even pretended to ask to borrow a book, seizing the opportunity to jab my wound." Harry and Hermione endeavored to soothe Ron. By the stroke of midnight on Saturday, it seemed all would come to a close. Hermione remarked, yet this did little to comfort Ron. Quite the opposite. He sprang from the sofa in a frenzy, drenched in cold sweat. "Saturday midnight," he exclaimed hoarsely. "Oh no, oh no. I just remembered that Charlie's letter is tucked within the book that Malfoy borrowed. He must know we were planning to take Norbert." There was no time to alter their plans, Harry informed Hermione, asserting that they could not send another owl to find Charlie. And this was likely their sole opportunity to rid themselves of Norbert. "We must take the risk. We have the invisibility cloak." This was unknown to Malfoy. "It's fine. I'll go too," Ron added. "You'd best visit the hospital wing, Ron," Maka jested, "before your hand begins to rot. Or I could concoct an ointment for dragon bite venom." A week swiftly passed. Yet that night, as Maka stood in the corridor and witnessed Harry and the others emerging from beneath the invisibility cloak, he perceived Harry gazing at him with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, Maka," he said. "I mean, there probably isn't enough room in the cloak for you." "Oh, no need," Maka replied with a smile. "I can be invisible without the cloak. Let us proceed. However, when I'm invisible, I cannot speak, so you need not worry about me. I'll be right beside you." With that, he took a sip of the invisibility potion. Instantly, Harry realized he could hardly discern how Maka vanished. as though he had never been present at all. This was the potion's most remarkable trait. It allowed one to disappear from the gaze of others in the most inconspicuous manner. Well then, let us hurry. Harry scratched his head and once more covered himself and his companions with the cloak. It was a dark, overcast night when they arrived at Hagrid's hut, slightly delayed due to Peeves playing tennis against the wall in the entrance hall, forcing them to wait until he departed. Just as they struggled to carry the large crate containing the baby dragon Norbert close to the tower's summit, they suddenly heard commotion ahead. The little lions nearly dropped their burden in fright. In a flurry of panic, they seemed to forget their invisibility, huddling together in the shadow of the staircase. Maka had to step aside swiftly to avoid a collision. He spotted two indistinct figures engaged in a tussle about 10 paces away. A flickering light illuminated the darkness. One appeared to be Professor McGonagall, clad in checkered pajamas and wearing a hairnet, furiously gripping Malfoy's ear. "Detention!" she shouted, 20 points from Slytherin. "How dare you roam about at this hour?" Malfoy hurriedly protested. "You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter is coming. He is bringing a dragon." Professor McGonagall, dragging Malfoy by the ear, departed, casting a curious glance at the slight flush on his face as she passed by Maka. Once free from Malfoy, the steep spiral staircase leading to the tower became an unobstructed path for them. Under the cold night sky, Harry and his companions finally removed their invisibility cloak. As they waited, they chuckled at Draco while Norbert thrashed about in the crate. "Where's Maka? Are you still with us?" Approximately 10 minutes later, four broomsticks descended from the darkness. Charlie's friends, known for their jovial spirits, presented Harry and Hermione with several makeshift ropes they had fashioned to suspend Norbert between them. The four of them deftly secured Norbert with the ropes. Then Harry and Hermione shook their hands, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. At last, they watched the four figures carry the crate away, fading into the night. They quietly descended the spiral staircase, relieved to be rid of the heavy burden that was Norbert, their steps considerably lighter. The dragon was gone, and Draco would be facing detention. Could there be anything more delightful than this? Indeed, there was nothing that could match this joy. Yet many misfortunes loomed ahead. The moment they stepped into the corridor, Filch's face abruptly materialized from the shadows. "Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!" Harry whispered, "We're in trouble." Caught up in their moment of elation, they had forgotten the invisibility cloak at the top of the tower. Just as anxiety washed over them, a thin fabric suddenly enveloped their heads. "Maka?" Hermione gasped. Maka offered them a pained smile, realizing it was too late. At that very moment, Filch had already spotted him. "Hermione, your observational skills are impressive," he quipped softly while exchanging glances with Filch. "The greatest flaw of the disillusionment charm is that once one is seen, the spell is rendered utterly ineffective." Although Maka had been lurking in the shadows behind them, Hermione had spotted him immediately. "Oh, Mr. McLean?" Filch glared at him with a menacing expression, his voice gruff as he declared, "I believe I should hand you over to Professor McGonagall. Professor Sprout is far too lenient with students." Under the worried gaze of Harry and the others from beneath the cloak, Maka followed in Filch's footsteps. He even managed to discreetly wave at them, signaling the trio of Gryffindors not to act rashly. When Filch led Maka to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor, they discovered she was not present. After a considerable wait, Maka noticed that Professor McGonagall was accompanied by a short, plump, timid boy, Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. "Maka," Neville exclaimed upon seeing him, trembling as he spoke. "What are you doing here?" "Draco said he was coming to catch you." "Neville," Maka promptly interrupted. "I believe Draco is intent on framing me, but that is of little consequence. And thank you for your concern." Turning to Professor McGonagall, he added apologetically, "Professor, I sincerely apologize. However, I would appreciate the opportunity to explain." Professor McGonagall was evidently quite displeased, having encountered Maka in such a predicament once again. Before providing an explanation, "Might you first inform me, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, where are they now?" Maka could easily deduce that it was, without a doubt, Neville's clumsiness that led to this situation. He did not even glance at Neville, but instead maintained a calm gaze directed at Professor McGonagall, articulating with remarkable composure. "The matter is as follows. Previously, Mr. Malfoy had a falling out with Harry, so when I was discussing knowledge about dragons with Harry and the others, he overheard us. I believe Mr. Malfoy mistakenly assumed we truly possessed a dragon. However, that is simply impossible. As for tonight's incident, I sincerely apologize. It was indeed my fault." As Maka spoke, he placed a vial of potion on Professor McGonagall's desk. "I inadvertently mentioned a new potion I have developed to Harry and the others, which I had intended to test tonight, but it appears they were quite intrigued." "A new potion?" The fury on Professor McGonagall's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. "Are you suggesting that this is a potion of your own invention?" Noticing Neville's bewildered expression, Maka could not help but let out a silent sigh. Despite Neville's usual timidity, he displayed remarkable bravery in crucial moments, truly embodying the spirit of a Gryffindor student. Professor McGonagall, evidently, was not paying close attention. She was still maintaining an expression of disbelief. Mr. McLean, I wish to inquire about the effects of this potion you have created. Professor McGonagall cautiously picked up the vial from the desk, her demeanor serious as she posed the question. After Maka meticulously explained the uses and drawbacks of the invisibility potion, Professor McGonagall immediately resolved to share this splendid news with Dumbledore and Snape that very night. Although Maka had anticipated this, he still felt a sense of admiration for Professor McGonagall's dedication to her students and her school. So, this is your invention? Snape remarked, having taken a whiff of the invisibility potion before recorking the vial, a rare expression of surprise gracing his features. Chapter 36. The connection between matter and spirit. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Maka gazed at Dumbledore's smiling visage, an involuntary shiver running down his spine. The art of mental occlusion was notoriously difficult to master, and his progress thus far could only be deemed mediocre. Yet, in the presence of Dumbledore, a master of legilimency, he found himself instinctively wanting to employ it, even though Dumbledore had no intention of probing into his thoughts. Of course, should he utter something nonsensical in Dumbledore's presence, the headmaster would undoubtedly perceive it. This had become almost second nature to him. At that moment, Snape was intently observing the invisibility potion, lost in his own thoughts, while Professor McGonagall animatedly conversed with Dumbledore. After a considerable amount of time, Professor McGonagall finally departed the headmaster's office, her face aglow with excitement as she nodded at Maka. You are too generous, Professor Dumbledore. I fear one should express pride when it is due. Suppressing it within will only allow that honor to decay in your heart, Dumbledore observed meaningfully, casting a knowing glance at Maka. I believe you understand my intent. Did Dumbledore seem to know something? Yet, what exactly has he come to know? Oh, I believe you are indeed correct. Maka has discovered that the adage about the wisdom of age holds true in the presence of such individuals. One's own cleverness finds little room to flourish. Take this moment, for instance. He finds himself at a loss for words, feeling that anything he might say would be inadequate. So, Severus, what is your opinion on this potion from Mr. McLean? Dumbledore turned to Snape, seemingly eager to hear his assessment. Snape gazed at the potion vial in his hand, remaining silent for a moment before articulating his judgment. In terms of the formula and preparation of this potion, he remarked, it cannot be deemed particularly sophisticated. However, the ingenuity of utilizing fairy wings to achieve invisibility is indeed commendable. Previously, such materials had only been employed for cosmetic and entertainment purposes, and no one had ever considered that the secret of the fairies' invisibility stemmed from their wings. Indeed, almost all wizards believe that the invisibility effect of fairies arises from their innate magical abilities. Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Snape's assessment. At this juncture, Dumbledore turned his gaze to Maka, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Mr. McLean, would you be willing to submit your research findings to the International Wizarding Federation for evaluation? This could immortalize your name in the annals of potion-making history and ensure that your invention enjoys the protective benefits of the Federation throughout your lifetime. Of course, after your passing, the formula would be published, but personally, I believe there is nothing adverse about that. Maka had indeed contemplated this matter before, and hearing Dumbledore mention it now, he found no reason to disagree. Certainly, I appreciate your willingness to recommend my potion formula. He nodded with alacrity. Any wizardess invention must be endorsed by a member of the Federation for it to be considered, and having Dumbledore, the current president of the International Wizarding Federation, personally recommend it is nothing short of ideal. Once the invisibility potion receives the Federation's endorsement, it will undoubtedly gain considerable acclaim, akin to receiving an authoritative certification. Such recognition could yield substantial galleons, Maka mused to himself. The following morning, during breakfast, Maka found himself surrounded by Harry and the others. Harry and Hermione expressed their gratitude in hushed tones, while Ron felt guilty for being unable to assist due to his injury. Particularly Hermione, who had received considerable help from Maka in certain advanced studies, felt immensely grateful after the recent events. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, the examination period was fast approaching. It was only now that Maka belatedly realized he had been at Hogwarts for nearly a year. Although his academic progress was evident, he felt that aside from his achievements in potion-making, his performance in other areas was rather average. To put it plainly, he had not considered himself in the context of a first-year student. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. Maka had always felt that he had yet to reach even the level of a newly appointed Auror, and a sense of urgency accompanied him perpetually. The mere thought of what might transpire in the future ignited within him an irresistible urge to apply for a time-turner. Yet as of now, the research on the Scroll of Truth had yielded no signs of progress, which was utterly disheartening. Maka wearily pushed aside a pile of manuscript paper, as a gentle breeze fluttered through the window, turning the pages with a soft rustle. Should anyone have been nearby, they would surely be astonished, for this bound manuscript was filled to the brim with an array of peculiar symbols on each page. After exhausting all interpretative methods to no avail, he resolved to try a more rudimentary approach, imitation. However, the countless repetitions of this endeavor brought him nothing but frustration. Royner Ravenclaw referred to it as the Scroll of Truth, but in this world, what truly constitutes truth? With no tangible results, Maka found himself spiraling into fanciful musings. Yet, as he spoke, a jolt of realization struck him. Material drives appearances, while spirit elucidates the cyclical interplay of rules, a complementary existence that is immortal. As he pondered, he began to harbor doubts. To put it plainly, he was merely guessing at the time. In Maka's heart, there lay no foundational basis. This was simply his conjecture regarding the esoteric magical theories found within the restricted section. Nevertheless, this notion emerged as a nebulous breakthrough. In other words, if he could uncover the connection between spirit and matter, perhaps discoveries awaited him. Though uncertain, Maka could not conceal his evident excitement. In the following days, Maka's demeanor became somewhat unapproachable, as he often drifted into daydreams, entirely oblivious to the words of others. It appeared as though he had immersed himself within the strange symbols of the Scroll of Truth, as if he had transformed into a different person altogether. Fortunately, most of his peers exhibited a similar state of distraction as the date of the examination drew ever closer. Yes, indeed, although it seemed he had not been penalized. One could hardly escape the consequences. After all, he had set an example for himself. With a grimace, Maka shook his head and casually stuffed the note into his jacket pocket. That night at 11 o'clock, as Maka entered the hallway, he found Filch waiting for him. Just as he and Filch exchanged a silent stare, Harry and Hermione arrived, followed closely by Neville. Naturally, Draco Malfoy was also present that very night. He had been caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall. "Follow me," Filch instructed, illuminating a lamp as he led them out. "I believe that in the future, should you contemplate breaking school rules, you ought to think twice. Shouldn't you?" He cast a sidelong glance at them and continued, "Oh, indeed. If you were to ask me, I would say that hard work and hardship are the finest teachers. It is unfortunate that they have abolished the old-fashioned methods of punishment that involved hanging you by your wrists from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office. I often oil them, just in case they might come in handy one day. Now let's move along. And don't even think about running away. If you attempt to flee, the consequences will be far worse." Maka paid no heed to Filch's complaints and incessant grumbling. He was fully engrossed in seizing the moment, striving to glean inspiration from contemplation and conjecture. They strode purposefully through the inky darkness of the grounds. Neville continually sniffled, while Harry pondered the dreadful punishment that awaited them. Surely it would be quite fearsome, or else Filch would not sound so jubilant. The moonlight shone brilliantly tonight, though at intervals, clouds would drift by, casting shadows upon the earth. They could discern the illuminated windows of Hagrid's hut, a sight not difficult to spot in the night. Then, they heard a distant shout. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up. I'm ready to depart." A wave of joy washed over Harry. If they were to toil alongside Hagrid, it surely could not be all that dreadful. This relief was reflected on his face, only to be met with Filch's retort. "You probably think you'll have a jolly time with that fool, don't you? Think again, lad. You're headed to the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to return unscathed, I'll concede I was mistaken." At this proclamation, Malfoy abruptly halted. "The Forbidden Forest?" he echoed, his tone betraying a lack of his usual composure. "We can't go in there at midnight. There's everything in there. I've heard there are werewolves." "Werewolves do not reside comfortably in the Forbidden Forest," Maka interjected, "for there is no space within for their safe habitation." Chapter 37. The Man and Mars. As Maka denied the existence of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, Filch scoffed. Just then, Hagrid emerged from the shadows, striding towards them, Fong trailing behind. "Time's almost up," he announced. "I've been waiting half an hour." "So what is it to be Maka, Harry, Hermione? You ought not to be so polite to them." Hagrid, Filch coldly interjected. "After all, they are here to face punishment. So that is why you're late, is it?" Hagrid frowned at Filch. "Been lecturing them, have you? This is not your place to discipline. Your duties are fulfilled. From now on, I am in charge." With that, he turned and made his way towards the castle, the lantern swaying as it vanished into the darkness. At this moment, Malfoy suddenly faced Hagrid. I'm not entering that forbidden forest. His voice quivered with trepidation, which delighted Harry. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you have no choice but to go, Hagrid declared resolutely. You've done wrong, and now must face the consequences. This endeavor is for the labor of men, not for students. I anticipated we would merely be writing lines or some such. As Malfoy glared at Hagrid for a moment, ultimately lowering his gaze, Hagrid continued. Very well, Hagrid said, listen closely. What we are undertaking tonight is exceedingly perilous, and I will not allow anyone to come to harm. Follow me over here. He led them to the edge of the forbidden forest, raising his lantern high to point at a narrow path that gradually vanished into the depths of the dark woods. Look over there, Hagrid said. Do you see that glimmering object on the ground? Silver. That is the blood of a unicorn. One has been gravely injured in the forest. This is the second time this week. Last Wednesday, I discovered one dead. We must strive to find that poor unicorn and alleviate its suffering as swiftly as possible. What if whatever harmed the unicorn notices us first? Malfoy asked, his voice tinged with uncontainable fear. As long as you are with me, or Fong. No creature in the forbidden forest will harm you, Hagrid reassured them. Stay on the path. Now, we shall split into 2 groups and follow the trail of blood. There are bloodstains everywhere. Evidently, it has been stumbling around since at least last night. I want Fong, Malfoy exclaimed, seemingly bewitched by the intimidating presence of the large hound. No, Mr. McLaughlin, you go with them. We'll be fine over here, Malfoy said, his aversion to Maka clearly rivaling his fear of the forest. Very well, Maka, Harry, and Hermione will take one path, Hagrid nodded. If anyone finds the unicorn, shoot up green sparks, understood? Get your wands out and practice. Oh, and if anyone encounters trouble, shoot up red sparks, and we will come to your aid. Now, everyone, be extra cautious. Let us proceed. The dense canopy of the forest obscured most of the moonlight, rendering the woods quite dim. Even with Hagrid's lantern, only a small area around them was illuminated. The glow flickered. Maka drew his wand, significantly enhancing their visibility. Thank you, Hagrid said. This will allow us to search more thoroughly. They walked silently, their eyes fixed on the ground. Occasionally, they spotted patches of silver blood on the fallen leaves, shimmering with a faint bluish hue in the light. Maka had ceased pondering the scroll of truth. If all went as expected, they would soon encounter something intriguing. Could a werewolf have killed the unicorn? Harry inquired. I've never seen a werewolf here, Hagrid replied, but even if there were, it wouldn't be easy to catch a unicorn. These creatures possess formidable magic. I've never heard a unicorn being harmed. They passed a large, moss-covered tree stump, where the faint sound of flowing water could be heard nearby, indicating the presence of a stream. Along the winding path, scattered remnants of unicorn blood continued to mark their way. Are you all right, Hermione? Hagrid asked quietly. Don't worry, since it's injured so severely. It won't have traveled far. We'll find it soon. Quick, hide behind that tree. Before Hagrid could finish his warning, Maka had already pulled Hermione into the nearby thicket. Hagrid cast a fleeting glance, his hands never ceasing their motion as he grasped Harry and pulled him off the path, concealing them behind a towering oak. He drew forth an arrow, loading it into his crossbow, poised and ready to fire. Soon, Harry too heard it, a sound, as if something was scraping and dragging across the fallen leaves nearby, producing a rustling noise. Hagrid squinted into the inky darkness of the path, and after a few seconds, the sound gradually faded away. I know what it is, he murmured, something that does not belong here. No one was more familiar with the forbidden forest than Hagrid, and his keen judgment surprised Marauder not in the least. A werewolf? Harry inquired. Werewolves are generally not known for their endurance, but their speed and explosive power are remarkable. They wouldn't be so sluggish, Marauder replied, stepping out from the thicket with Hermione, casting a meaningful glance into the depths of the shadowy forest. Marauder is correct. Hagrid asserted, all right, follow me, but tread carefully now. Just as they proceeded with heightened caution, they suddenly spotted a figure moving in the clearing ahead. Who goes there? Hagrid called out, step forward. I am armed. Hagrid, it's a centaur, Marauder interjected. The creature emerged into the clearing, its upper body human, adorned with a mane and beard of fiery red. Below the waist, it bore the gleaming chestnut body of a horse, trailing a long crimson tail behind. Harry and Hermione gaped in astonishment. Oh, it's you, Ronan, Hagrid sighed in relief. How are you? He approached and shook hands with the centaur. Good evening, Hagrid. Ronan replied, his voice deep and melancholic. Are you planning to shoot me with that bow? I must remain vigilant, Ronan, Hagrid responded, patting his quiver. There's a nefarious creature prowling about in this forest. Ah, by the way, these are Marauder McLean, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger, students from the school above. Allow me to introduce you. This is Ronan, a centaur. Greetings, Ronan. Marauder stepped forward, shaking his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. He had always held an interest in the prophetic abilities of centaurs, though he found them of little personal benefit. For prophecies, after all, tend to be vague and can be distorted by the choices made in reality. Thus, most prophecies serve merely as points of reference, or so Marauder believed. Greetings, Ronan said. You're students? Have you learned much at school? Knowledge is an inexhaustible pursuit, Marauder replied. Systematic education can enlighten students, which is immensely beneficial for exploring the unknown. Ronan nodded in agreement. At this juncture, he lifted his gaze toward the sky above the clearing, where tonight Mars shone brightly. Indeed, Hagrid concurred. Glancing up at the sky, listen to me, Ronan. I am glad we encountered you, for a unicorn has been injured. Did you see anything? Ronan stared unblinkingly upward, and after a moment, he sighed. Innocents always suffer first, he lamented. It has been so for centuries, and it remains unchanged. Indeed, Hagrid remarked, but have you seen anything? Ronan? Noticed anything unusual? Mars shines unusually bright tonight. The centaur's words were always so ethereal and elusive. Conversing with them could easily induce frustration. Yes, but what I mean is, have you observed anything out of the ordinary near our home? Hagrid's impatience was palpable. Have you not noticed any peculiar disturbances? Ronan seemed to imply that the brightness of Mars, being in retrograde, heralded ominous events. Maka interjected, for instance, riots, betrayal, oppression, deception, or perhaps outright war. Ronan cast a glance at Maka, as did Hermione and Harry, yet Maka merely shrugged. Don't look at me like that. I read it in a book, he said. To be honest, I am not well versed in astronomy or divination. I merely recited what I memorized. Chapter 38. The Near Encounter with Voldemort. No sooner had Maka's words fallen than a rustle erupted from the thicket behind Ronan. Hagrid raised his crossbow once more, only to discover it was another centaur. Dark-haired and robust, seemingly more rugged than Ronan. Hello, Bane, Hagrid greeted. How have you been? Good evening, Hagrid. I hope all is well with you. Not too bad. You see, I was just inquiring of Ronan whether he had seen anything strange around here lately. Do you know anything about a wounded unicorn? Bane approached, standing beside Ronan. Gazing up at the sky. Mars shines brilliantly tonight, he remarked. We've heard that before, Hagrid snapped. All right, if any of you spot something, do let me know promptly, all right? Now, let us proceed. The four resumed their search, with Harry and Hermione engaging in casual conversation about centaurs while Maka cautiously surveyed their surroundings. As they rounded a bend in the path, Hermione suddenly seized Hagrid's arm. Hagrid, look, red sparks, others are in trouble. You two stay here. Hagrid commanded, remain on the path. I shall return shortly. He hurriedly made his way through the low underbrush, leaving Harry and Hermione exchanging anxious glances. Gradually, Hagrid disappeared from view, and they could only hear the rustling of leaves in the wind. Maka, do you think they'll all be harmed? Hermione whispered. I don't care if Malfoy gets hurt, but if Neville encounters any misfortune, it would be our fault for bringing him here to face punishment. No need to worry, with Hagrid and Fong around. The creatures of the Forbidden Forest won't harm him. Maka reassured her with a smile. In truth, it was merely Malfoy trying to scare Neville, who, in his fright, had inadvertently sent out a distress signal. You two have caused quite the commotion. Now, capturing that creature will depend on luck. All right, let us switch up the teams. Neville, you're with me. Harry, you and Hermione will stay together. Maka, you'll partner with Fong and this fool. Apologies, Hagrid whispered to Maka, but intimidating you is no simple task. Let us hasten to complete our endeavors. Thus, Maka, Malfoy, and Yaya ventured towards the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Yaya had grown quite familiar with Maka, often circling around him, yet this time it remembered their mission and refrained from its usual impulsive antics of licking his face. Maka moved swiftly, compelling Malfoy to trot alongside him to avoid being left behind. They journeyed for no more than 15 minutes. As they delved deeper, the trees thickened, rendering the path nearly impassable. The bloodstains on the ground became increasingly pronounced, with a multitude of crimson splatters upon a protruding tree root. Maka paid little heed and pressed onward. Before long, they beheld a clearing ahead. Maka extended his arm, halting Malfoy's advance. In the center of the clearing, a pristine white form glimmered, strikingly conspicuous in the night. Do not step forward, Maka murmured, disregarding whether Malfoy heeded his words, and took 2 steps ahead. Yaya obediently positioned itself beside a tree, peering cautiously toward the clearing. It was a unicorn, its body shimmering silver, its mane flowing gracefully, adorned with a long, spiraled silver horn, exquisite and pure, despite its lifeless state. Maka stood quietly behind the branches of a nearby thicket, awaiting the inevitable. In the stillness of the night, Time seemed to linger. Malfoy, evidently anxious, shifted restlessly, casting glances around and occasionally at the unicorn's corpse. Yet, perhaps due to Maka's presence or the foreboding aura of the Forbidden Forest, he dared not move recklessly. After what felt like a little over 10 minutes, a rustling sound emerged from the edge of the clearing. Maka immediately focused his gaze there, noticing the nearby bushes quiver. Soon, a hooded figure emerged from the shadows, crawling towards the unicorn to drink from its wounds. Malfoy emitted a terrifying scream, momentarily frozen before bolting away. Yaya's timid nature was also revealed as it fled in panic. The hooded figure lifted its head at the sound, but Maka had already shifted to a different position. Remaining undetected, leaning against the trunk of another tree, Maka tilted his head, observing the figure retreating in the direction Malfoy had fled, contemplating silently. Should I take action here? He pondered. Although he had not intended to encounter this individual, perhaps seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable might prove advantageous. Yet as he considered this, Maka shook his head. Ultimately, eliminating him here would serve no purpose. It would be more prudent to seize this moment to gain a deeper understanding of his character. Moreover, it was essential to ascertain the effects of creating a Horcrux and the subsequent splitting of the soul on him. Upon reaching this realization, Maka decisively took a step forward. Wait, who are you? Did you kill the unicorn? What exactly do you want? He feigned a look of terror as he confronted the figure, which had initially stepped in the forest but turned back at his sudden appearance. The stranger seemed reluctant to engage in conversation, instead swiftly darting towards him. Obstacles loomed ahead. In an instant, Maka's panic dissipated. He waved his wand and cast a barrier spell. All petrified, seizing the moment while the opponent was caught off guard, he swiftly unleashed a second spell. As the figure found its movements restricted by Maka's ambush, a sound of hoofbeats reached Maka's ears. He appeared perplexed, as he had not anticipated this. Petrification lifted. He cast a counterspell, and the bound figure immediately dashed into the underbrush, vanishing deep within the woods. Throughout the encounter, Maka had not exchanged a single word with him, rendering his careful strategizing utterly futile. Almost simultaneously with the figure's departure, a centaur leaped out from behind Maka, galloping a few steps on the open ground and casting a few glances in the direction the figure had vanished. I'm fine, Maka silently lamented, his face betraying a hint of gratitude. Thank you. It is a pleasure to meet you, Firenze. Maka smiled. However, I must first summon Hagrid. We came here specifically to find him. He raised his wand, green light gathering at the tip, radiating a brilliant glow in the darkness. Before long, Hagrid emerged from the shadows, seemingly carrying someone under his arm. Upon closer inspection, Maka realized it was Harry, who appeared to be injured. What happened to him? Maka inquired. Astonished, he was bumped into by a shadowy figure, and I believe that was the one who killed the unicorn, Hagrid panted. I scared him off, but regrettably, I cannot catch him. Maka gazed at Harry, whose condition seemed precarious, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This is because killing a unicorn is an exceedingly brutal act, Firenze remarked, looking at the lifeless body on the ground. Only one who possesses nothing yet desires everything would commit such an atrocious sin. He paused, then turned his gaze towards Harry. Is this the boy from the Potter family? He asked. I recognized his forehead. Hello, I am. Harry weakly replied. Looking at Firenze, let us not converse now. Place him down so I can assess him. Maka interjected suddenly. Harry, where are you hurt? Hagrid leaned Harry against the trunk of a tree, believing it would provide him some comfort. My leg, it hurts terribly. Is it broken? Harry grimaced, pointing at his left calf. Maka knelt down and gently examined the injury, causing Harry to emit a low groan as cold sweat beaded on his brow. Do not worry. It is not a magical injury, and the bone should be intact. He produced a vial of bright green potion, uncorked it, and handed it to Harry. Drink this. You will feel better shortly. While awaiting the effects of the potion, the two centaurs Harry had initially encountered arrived. They engaged in a hushed conversation regarding the lifeless body of the unicorn sprawled on the ground, their dialogue faintly reaching Harry's ears. The hunter of the unicorn, perhaps driven by a desperate desire to extend his existence, was undoubtedly misguided. Indeed, the blood of a unicorn could bestow life, yet it exacted a grievous toll. To slaughter an innocent, fragile being in a bid for immortality was a madness of the highest order. How brilliantly the Mars shone tonight. Yes, it was extraordinarily radiant. Harry reclined against the trunk of a tree, observing them, unable to suppress his loud inquiry. But who is this fugitive? Chapter 39, The Calm Before the Storm. But who is this fugitive? Harry boldly posed his question. If one were to endure a lifetime of curses, would it not be preferable to succumb to death? Indeed, Firenze concurred, unless you merely use it to prolong your existence, allowing you to partake of another substance. A substance that restores your vitality and magical prowess. One that grants eternal life. Mr. Potter, do you know what is concealed within the school at this very moment? The Philosopher's Stone. Of course, the elixir of life. But I do not comprehend who. Can you not deduce it? Who has silently awaited for so many years, yearning for a resurgence? Who clings tenaciously to life? Biding their time? Forenza continued to lay bare the obvious inquiries. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though an iron claw had seized Harry's heart. In that instant, he was oblivious to the pain in his calves, merely gasping for breath as if failing to do so would lead to immediate asphyxiation. Are you suggesting? Harry murmured in a low, hoarse voice, "It's Voldemort." Meanwhile, Malfoy disregarded Harry's words, engrossed in conversation with Hermione, who appeared somewhat unwell, her complexion pale. Remaining silent. "What is it, Hermione?" Malfoy inquired, observing her closely. "It's nothing, really," Hermione replied, her lips pressed tightly. "I just feel that despite having read so many books and acquired so much knowledge when it comes time to apply it, if only I could have cast a levitation charm back then, Harry would not have been hurt." Malfoy gently shook his head and said softly, "This must be approached step by step. Moreover, you ought to narrow your focus in your studies. You should at least learn how to choose wisely first." Hermione nodded, acknowledging that Malfoy had repeated similar sentiments several times, but only now did they truly resonate with her. Just as Malfoy had indicated, Harry's leg injury healed swiftly, not even waiting for the dawn of the next day. Amidst astonished praises, he and Hermione conversed at length with Ron in the common room. There, Harry expressed his theory that Snape's true intention behind stealing the Philosopher's Stone was to deliver it to Voldemort. With excitement, Harry shared this revelation with Hermione and Ron. Instantly, Harry's thrill, Ron's alarm, and Hermione's anxiety became palpable as the trio each contemplated their thoughts, embarking on the final stretch of their exam-laden semester. The circumstances surrounding examinations are undoubtedly varied. Take Harry, for instance. He has recently been consumed by anxiety over the possible resurgence of Voldemort, a speculation that frequently unsettles his mind. However, as the days pass, it seems that Rubeus is still behind that securely locked door, blissfully snoring away. Then there is Hermione, who, in her fervent study sessions, perpetually feels that her grasp of knowledge is insufficiently robust, prompting her to repeatedly recite and transcribe her notes. And lastly, we have Maka. Well, he appears to have little to say, as his thoughts are far removed from the examinations. Each day, he immerses himself in the theoretical materials of potion making or wrestles with the intricacies of the truth potion, a monotonous routine that hardly warrants mention. As time ticks by, the day of the examination finally arrives. To everyone's astonishment, Maka nearly misses the first exam. This is solely due to his habitual precision with time. He arrived at the classroom schedule for that day, completely oblivious to the fact that it was indeed the day of the examination. The hours of the exam always seem to fly by, and before long, the tense ordeal comes to a close. Just as Maka revels in the exhilaration of his research discoveries, Harry and his friends receive some alarming news from Hagrid. "Hagrid, I have a question for you. Do you recall the night you won the card game against Norbert? What did the stranger you played with look like?" "I don't know," Hagrid replied nonchalantly. He would take off his cloak. He noticed the look of astonishment on the children's faces and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What is so strange about that? The Hog's Head is just a village pub, frequented by all sorts of odd characters. That fellow was probably a dragon dealer. I never got a good look at his face. He was wearing a hood." Upon hearing this, Harry collapsed onto the ground. "What did you say to him, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts?" "Honestly, I can't remember well. He kept buying me drinks. Let me think. Ah, yes. He mentioned he had a dragon egg. And if I was interested, we could gamble for it. But he needed to ascertain whether I could handle the dragon. He certainly didn't want it causing trouble when it hatched. So, I told him that I could manage even Fluffy. So a dragon would be no issue at all. Did he seem particularly interested in Fluffy?" Harry inquired, striving to maintain a calm tone. Indeed, quite intrigued. "How many three-headed dogs can you encounter, even near Hogwarts?" So I told him that Fluffy was quite easy to handle. You just need to know how to soothe him with music, and he falls asleep immediately at this point. A look of terror and regret flashed across Hagrid's face. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately stood up, their silence unbroken until they reached the hallway, where they paused in their hurried steps. "We must seek out Professor Dumbledore. If you must find Professor Dumbledore, he departed 10 minutes ago." She spoke coldly, mentioning that he had received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic, sent by an owl, and had immediately flown off to London. "He has left," Harry exclaimed, filled with anxiety. "At this hour? Professor Dumbledore is an extraordinary wizard, perpetually occupied. and time is of the essence. Yet this matter is of paramount importance. When Harry uttered the words Philosopher's Stone, Professor McGonagall dropped her books in shock. How do you know? She stammered. Professor, I believe that I know Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall regarded him with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. It was evident that she found it hard to believe and seemed quite confident in the stone's protective measures. Ultimately, she hastily advised, I suggest you go outside and bask in the sun before leaving in a rush. As soon as Harry was certain that McGonagall had gone far enough to be out of earshot, he quickly remarked, Snape is set to traverse the trapdoor tonight. He has acquired everything he needs and has now deceived Dumbledore into leaving the school. That letter must have been sent by him. I dare say the Ministry will be utterly astonished by Dumbledore's sudden appearance. But what can we do? Hermione gasped sharply, and when Harry and Ron turned around, they found Snape standing right behind them. Good afternoon, my little lions, he said, smirking at them. In weather like this, you shouldn't be loitering indoors. Snape's face twisted, revealing an unsettling grin. We were just, Harry began, uncertain of what to say. You ought to be more cautious, Snape warned, wandering about like this. Others might think you're up to no good. Gryffindor cannot afford to lose any more points, can it? Just a reminder, Potter. If I catch you roaming around at this hour again, I shall personally see to your expulsion. Snape sneered, wishing them well. As the three stepped onto the stone steps outside, Harry could hardly contain himself. Well, we must act now, he whispered urgently. One of us must keep watch on Snape, waiting outside the staff room. If he emerges, follow him. Hermione, you should handle this best. Hermione pondered asking why it was her, but the question morphed into something else. Why not consult with Maka first? It was clear that she placed more trust in Maka than in Harry and Ron. Harry considered her words and thought that perhaps Hermione was right. Maka always had a way of handling things and remained calm in the face of rule-breaking. However, after scouring the entire school, they still could not locate Maka, which left them puzzled. Where could Maka have gone? Ron scratched his head, bewildered. Where else could he possibly be? We've searched everywhere. Hermione shared his confusion. After a moment of hesitation, it was Harry who made the decision. Let us proceed with the plan we devised. He said, we shall split up to keep an eye on Snape. Chapter 40, An Unexpected Turn. However, the plan did not unfold smoothly at all. First, Professor McGonagall expelled him and Ron from the door, concealing the way to the Philosopher's Stone, while Snape grew suspicious of Hermione's actions. When the three reconvened in the common room, they exchanged glances, clearly disheartened. Well, it seems this is the only way, right? Hermione and Ron fixed their gaze on Harry, who appeared pallid, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'm sneaking out tonight. I must be the one to secure the Philosopher's Stone. You are mad. Ron exclaimed, you cannot do that. Did you not hear what McGonagall and Snape said? You will be expelled. Hermione evidently shared his disapproval. Yet, when Harry expressed with anguish that Voldemort had murdered his parents, Ron and Hermione fell silent. Clearly, neither Ron nor Hermione had the means or the right to deny this truth. He glared at them with indignation, as if to say that regardless of their agreement, he would proceed. You are right, Harry, Hermione said weakly. But can it conceal all three of us? Ron questioned in confusion. We? Three? Oh, do not be foolish. Do you think it would allow you to act alone? It was evident that he required assistance. Certainly not, Hermione asserted, hands on her hips, chin held high in pride. How could you think of abandoning us to seek the Philosopher's Stone by yourself? I should probably consult my books. Perhaps I can uncover something useful. Oh, and we must summon Marvolo. But we cannot locate him, Ron interjected. However, if we are caught, you all will be expelled too. Harry clearly wished to protect his dear friends from such repercussions. Perhaps not, Hermione replied with a confident smile. Flitwick discreetly informed me that I scored 112 in my charms exam. Such an outstanding score, they would be reluctant to expel me. But I cannot say the same for myself, Ron lamented, tapping his forehead. I think we ought to search for Marvolo again. He will be the most suitable to confront Professor McGonagall. After dinner, they cautiously avoided the throngs and scoured Hogwarts Castle once more. Yet this seemed futile. He had not even attended dinner, as if he had evaporated from the school. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron spoke little, their minds consumed by the impending venture. What are you up to? Neville inquired, clutching his toad, Trevor, who appeared to have struggled for freedom once more. Nothing, Neville, nothing. Harry hastily concealed the invisibility cloak behind him. You plan to sneak out again, Neville observed, his voice low, noting their guilty expressions. He positioned himself at the common room exit, blocking Harry and the others from leaving. That evening, Marvolo had said to Professor McGonagall that he was right in his actions. Preventing your departure is for your own good. You must not violate the school rules any further. Neville's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as he added. Marvolo also said, I am very brave. To address the question of whether Maka indeed uttered those words, the answer is affirmative. He did. He believed that deep within Neville's essence lies courage, albeit overshadowed by a sense of timidity and inferiority stemming from his upbringing. Yet, it is evident that he would ultimately experience growth at pivotal moments. Of course, he had no inkling that his words would serve as a justification for Neville to confront Harry. This illustrates that Neville possesses courage, though it appears that his intellect may not yet be fully developed, or perhaps he is simply still a child. I will not allow you to proceed with this, Neville asserted, puffing out his chest. I wish to challenge you. Neville, Ron retorted furiously, get out of that doorway, and stop acting like a fool. Do not call me a fool. Neville stepped forward defiantly. Come on, hit me. He raised his chubby fists and declared loudly, I am ready. Harry turned to Hermione. Anxiety etched on his face. We need to think of something. Hermione stepped forward, her lips pressed thin, aiming her wand at Neville. I truly regret this, she said. Petri ficus totalis. Instantly, Neville's body stiffened, becoming rigid as a statue. After a brief wobble, he collapsed onto the plush carpet. Hermione rushed over, turning him onto his back. His jaws were tightly clenched, rendering him speechless. Only his eyes moved, wide with fear as they darted between them. Hermione, what have you done to him? Harry whispered. This is the full body bind curse, she explained. Maka used it to punish Malfoy. He shared some key insights with me. It's quite effective. She looked sorrowfully at Neville. Oh, I'm so sorry, Neville. Truly I am. With urgency, Harry grasped her hand, and they hurriedly exited the common room. Time was of the essence, and Snape might very well have already encountered the Philosopher's Stone. As they made their way, Harry cleverly deceived Peeves and swiftly arrived at the corridor on the 4th floor. Oh, the door is ajar, Ron whispered. What do you see? Harry murmured. It appears that Snape has successfully passed through the Fluffy. Gazing at the partially open wooden door, they seemed to grasp more clearly the nature of what lay ahead. If any of you wish to leave now, I would not hold it against you, Harry stated. You may take the invisibility cloak. It may no longer be necessary. Don't be ridiculous. Let us go in, Ron and Hermione exclaimed in unison. Harry nodded at them, suppressing his emotions, and gently pushed the door open. As the door creaked, they were immediately met with a deep, menacing growl. Though Snape could not see Harry and the others concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, he had clearly sensed their presence. Look at its feet, the harp, Hermione whispered. I would wager it was left by Snape, Ron replied. Clearly, once the music ceases, it will awaken at once. As Harry spoke, he withdrew the flute. All right, listen closely. Yet whether it was Harry's lack of skill or the inherent discordance of Hagrid's crafted flute, the sound produced was particularly unpleasant. Ron and Hermione could not help but cover their ears. However, this noise-like murmur seemed particularly effective on the three-headed dog, Fluffy, which quickly ceased its barking. Its eyelids began to droop, and before long, it lay down on the ground, fast asleep. Harry continued to play the soothing tune, while Ron and Hermione worked to shift the enormous paw that was pressing down on a trapdoor. To be honest, Fluffy's challenge was rather manageable, and the subsequent obstacle woven from a devilish net was not overly difficult either. However, unexpectedly, in the third challenge, Harry and his friends encountered a surprise. They were not birds at all. Standing before the locked door, Harry gazed at the shimmering little entities swirling in the air. They were keys with wings. Look closely, he urged. This clearly indicated that the door could not be opened with the unlocking spell. Hermione remarked, Alohomora. Indeed, the locked door remained utterly unyielding. No, look, Harry pointed to the corner, a flying broomstick. Yet, amidst the multitude of little birds, keys, finding the correct one seemed a task only worthy of a powerful wizard like McGonagall. Ron despondently observed the swarm of fluttering keys overhead. I think I can give it a try. Madame Hooch said I fly quite well, Harry declared. However, until now, Harry had only flown a few times in his flying lessons. For an unpracticed young wizard, even with high potential, it was no easy feat. At least that was how Ron and Hermione felt. In any case, I must try, Harry asserted resolutely. He picked up a broomstick and mounted it. Feeling somewhat anxious, but not overly afraid, he murmured to himself that as long as he followed what they had learned in class, yes, that was right. As it turned out, if one possessed sufficient talent, it was indeed achievable. However, just as Harry grasped the evidently previously handled flying key, he found himself sprawled on the ground, his other arm bent at a peculiar angle. Oh no, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. At that moment, engrossed in his experiment, McGonagall could never have anticipated that he had missed this event, nor could he have imagined that his words would truly alter everything, propelling them into another unknown extreme. Chapter 41. The Super Wizard Chess. I'm fine. This is nothing, Harry said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he forced himself to stand up. More importantly, we must continue onward. We cannot let Snape. He pressed his left arm against his body to keep it as still as possible. But the intense pain stirred an impulse to weep. Stop staring at me. Just open the door, Harry urged anxiously. The next room was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. However, before Hermione could cast a spell, the room suddenly illuminated with wall-mounted oil lamps, transforming it into a brightly lit space. Yet, the scene within left the three of them agape. "Oh my goodness!" Ron exclaimed. This is their astonishment was warranted, for the room was remarkably spacious, and it was nearly filled by an enormous chessboard. What shocked them most was the extraordinary nature of this chessboard. "I am certain that he did not merely gift me a person," Ron said vacantly. Harry, clutching his arm with difficulty, responded, "Ron, I recall your prowess in wizard chess. Do you think—" "No, absolutely not possible," Ron exclaimed. "This chess set invented by Maka is terrifying. It is not a test of skill, but of fortune. However, we must proceed," Harry insisted, suddenly fixating on a particular square on the opposing board. "Look, what is that?" Hermione and Ron quickly raised their heads to see a bloodstain. "Oh, it must be that Snape was injured while navigating this challenge," Ron remarked. "Indeed, even in Maka's absence, he is aiding us," Hermione murmured. "Maka has certainly dealt him a harsh blow." But Ron shook his head. "Maka may have struck him hard, but he is likely to do the same to us. Enough thinking. We must advance," Harry declared resolutely, though his voice trembled, clearly indicating the pain signals his hand was transmitting to his brain. "There is no alternative," Ron said. "I'm more familiar with this. You must follow my lead. We shall each embody a wizard chess piece. Remember, while the number of wizards is greatest, their abilities are weakest. We must exploit the effects of various cards to enhance our capabilities and rely on terrain, positioning, and coordinated attacks to ensure our survival. As long as we can breach the opponent's defensive formation with the assistance of stronger pieces and seize their castle while withstanding their counterattacks, we shall emerge victorious." "Then let us proceed," Harry said, forcing himself forward. "I trust you, Ron. You always excel at chess." "Oh, Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked, her voice laced with concern. "I am fine." "All right, Ron, commence." "Very well. Wizard W5, advance 2 squares. Giant W3, advance 3 squares." As the game commenced, the various pieces on the board began to animate. The fire dragon flapped its wings, the giant swung a massive club, and the griffin occasionally soared up, circling in place. Even the other wizard pieces displayed vivid expressions and movements. If the original wizard chess resembled a mere animated game of chess, then the war chess devised by Maka truly embodied the essence of a magical film. With Ron at the helm, a black dragon from the Hashidi Islands dove, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that reduced 2 wizard pieces within its range to ashes. Hermione gazed at the scene in fear, unable to fathom what would become of her if she were in that position. "Do not worry," Ron reassured. "The strength of the pieces set here does not seem excessively high. They are prone to errors." In truth, Ron's chess skills were commendable. After a while, they were nearly within reach of the opposing castle. "Oh no!" Just as Hermione began to relax, Ron's exclamation jolted her heart anew. "What is it, Ron?" Harry could only struggle to remain conscious, striving to elevate his voice. "I miscalculated a few moves," he began, then faltered. "No, it's nothing, no problem." After speaking to Harry, he turned to Hermione beside him and said, "Hermione, you must move to the side of the castle gate and, while assaulting the gate, prevent the opposing wizards from attacking Harry." "And what about you?" Hermione inquired. "I need to lure the last centaur archer," he replied confidently. "Do not worry. I still have an armored knight with me. I shall be fine." Ron's words were reassuring, yet the reality was far more complex. "The gate has shattered," Harry suddenly exclaimed. "I have captured it." At that moment, the winged beast struck Ron, sending him flying. Just before impact, he shouted, "Keep going, Harry. Float up." Hermione promptly raised her wand, but could only manage to catch Ron, who had already been propelled into the air. "Oh, poor Ron," she lamented, as he fell unconscious. Harry had indeed seized the castle, yet Ron was unable to advance further. The enchanted chess pieces had transformed back into stone statues, and the wizard pieces bowed to Ron in respect. Behind the chessboard, the immense stone door swung open automatically. "Will you will be fine." Harry gritted his teeth, striving to convince himself of this. "What do you think lies ahead?" "We have navigated through Sprout's obstacle, the Devil's Snare. The one who enchanted those keys must be Flitwick. Professor McGonagall transfigured the pieces, bringing them to life. All that remains is Quirrell's magic and Snape's." As they spoke, they arrived at another door. "Are you all right, Harry?" Hermione asked anxiously. "I am fine." We must press on, if only for Ron, Harry stated resolutely. As they pushed the door open, a familiar odor caused them to recoil several steps. It was a nauseating stench, prompting them to cover their noses with their clothing. Tears welled in their eyes, and through their blurred vision, they beheld a giant troll. It was even larger than the one they had encountered previously, lying motionless on the floor, unconscious, with a bloody contusion on its head. Excellent. We need not battle this troll, Harry weakly remarked. They carefully stepped over the troll's massive legs. Let's hurry. I can hardly breathe. When Hermione opened the next door, they were met not with something more fearsome, but rather an ordinary room with a single table. On the table lay 7 bottles of various shapes, neatly arranged. This must be Snape's magic, Harry observed. What should we do? Just as they crossed the threshold, a wall of flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This fire was unusual, as it burned a vivid purple. Simultaneously, black flames leapt up at the doorway ahead. They realized they were evidently trapped in the middle. Look, Hermione exclaimed, picking up a scroll of parchment resting beside the bottles. This is a logic puzzle. Hermione quietly finished reading, then let out a long sigh. To Harry's astonishment, she revealed a smile, a feat he himself found impossible under the circumstances. This is brilliant, Hermione exclaimed. The method outlined here clearly has little to do with magic. Throughout history, many wizards have lacked logical reasoning skills, leaving them forever trapped in this predicament. But what about us? Harry gasped. How do we know which potion to drink? Give me a moment, Hermione replied, rereading the parchment several times. She paced before the row of bottles, muttering to herself as she gestured towards one bottle and then another. Finally, she clapped her hands in delight, looking exceedingly charming. I've got it. The smallest bottle will help us pass through the black flames to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Harry gazed at the unassuming little vial, unable to suppress his thoughts. It looks like it's only enough for one person. Harry, you must drink it. No, it has to be me. He straightened up, striving to appear more resolute. Harry, Hermione raised her eyebrows, fixing him with a serious look. Listen to me. You are gravely injured. Even if you could go back, you wouldn't be able to stop Snape. But I'm fine. If necessary, I can escape. And you right now? Go to the room with the flying keys and fetch a broomstick. If Ron wakes up, bring him too. Then go to the Ollery and send a message to Dumbledore. I will do my best to delay Snape by any means possible. And you, hurry. With that, Hermione seized the smallest vial, poured it down her throat, and strode towards the black flames. I remember that day in the library. She said as she walked, McGonagall once said I was a Gryffindor, the smartest Gryffindor. I refused to let her belief in me become a joke. Harry found himself unable to discern whether Hermione was speaking to him or to herself. Chapter 42. Hermione and the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione swallowed the potion, discovering it was as cold as ice, instantly permeating her entire being. She moved steadily, resolutely crossing the towering wall of black flames. In that moment, it felt as though she could see nothing, the world before her engulfed in darkness. When she finally regained her sight, she was momentarily frozen in place. What sort of magic could transform a room into this? Standing there felt akin to being on the surface of a mirror-like lake. In truth, she was standing on water, yet did not sink. In the center of this lake stood a gray-white rocky platform, and upon it stood a figure. You, Hermione gasped, recognizing the familiar silhouette. It was neither Snape nor Voldemort, but rather the stuttering, timid defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell. Quirrell still wore his ridiculous turban, yet his presence here sent a chill down Hermione's spine. Quirrell turned to face her, a smile spreading across his astonished face. Now his face no longer twitched involuntarily, and his speech flowed as smoothly as that of others. It is I, he stated calmly. I was just contemplating whether I might encounter Porter here. However, it is not entirely surprising that you, Miss Granger, would come to this place. Oh, it is you. It appears Snape has been keeping a watchful eye on you. This led Harry to mistakenly believe that Snape favored Hermione, who, due to her association with Maka, harbored less animosity towards him than Harry did. She pondered for a moment and nearly pieced together the sequence of events. Snape? Quirrell erupted into laughter. This laughter was not the usual shrill and piercing tone, but rather a chilling, sinister chuckle. Indeed, Snape does not seem to embody the qualities of a good person, does he? He flits about like a gigantic bat, yet he proves quite useful to us. With him around, who would suspect poor, SDSD stuttering Professor Quirrell? No, I believe Professor Dumbledore has taken notice. Hermione suppressed her unease and fear, pretending to gaze into the lake's surface. Am I not correct, Professor Dumbledore? Quirrell visibly trembled at the mention of Dumbledore's name, stepping back in panic. His eyes fixated on the lake, yet seeing nothing. And no, it is impossible. Quirrell shouted frantically. Dumbledore has been tricked into going to London. At this hour. He cannot possibly be here. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione continued, feeling as though Maka had led her astray, as she found herself capable of deceit. I believe Professor Quirrell is merely deluded. He must be under some enchantment. Otherwise, he would never engage in such behavior. After all, stealing the Philosopher's Stone under your watch would be patently impossible. Fool! A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere behind Quirrell, its coarse and feeble tone imbued with a chilling ruthlessness. That little girl is deceiving you. Dumbledore is not here at all. The voice growled. If you dare to flee, I will ensure that you cannot even contemplate death. Quirrell, terrified by this voice, collapsed to his knees, trembling and begging for mercy. Voldemort! Hermione gasped in horror. Seize her! Voldemort hissed, and Quirrell immediately waved his wand, disarming Hermione and sending her wand flying far away. With another wave, Hermione felt an invisible force constraining her movements. She fell to the ground. But Quirrell paid her no further mind, instead obeying Voldemort's command and continuing to explore the secrets of the chamber. Master, it must be here, Quirrell whispered. There is nothing on this platform, only a sword embedded in the ground. Draw the sword, Voldemort instructed in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Quirrell reached out and grasped the sword lodged at the center of the platform, but he could not pull it free. Let me see for myself, Voldemort scoffed, commanding Quirrell. But, Master, your strength has not yet returned. I still possess some strength. Oh! From Hermione's perspective, she easily discerned a horrifying face growing from Quirrell's bald head. The visage was an eerie, chalky white, with eyes that glowed a vibrant red and nostrils elongated and serpentine. As those eyes swept over Hermione, she instinctively held her breath. In the next moment, Quirrell turned away. Ah, yes. The sword of Gryffindor, embedded in a rock? Voldemort's deep, raspy voice dripped with mockery. Dumbledore's little trick looks rather familiar. Bring that girl over. She is the only one who can retrieve the sword. Yes, Master, Quirrell replied cautiously. He hurried towards Hermione, seizing her and dragging her to the side of the Gryffindor sword. Hermione could not help but gaze at the sword. A magnificent two-handed cross with intricate engravings, its hilt adorned with a radiant ruby that sparkled brilliantly. It was positioned at an angle on the pedestal, seemingly easy to extract. Yet Quirrell exerted all his strength and failed to lift it. The sword and the stone? Hermione's speculation escaped her lips upon witnessing the scene. This is merely a trick Dumbledore concocted to mimic the tale of the sword and the stone, Voldemort sneered. Hurry, pull it out and complete your task. Do not waste time with idle chatter. Hermione bit her lip in silence, not moving an inch. Quirrell, Voldemort bellowed in fury. Yes, Master. Quirrell yanked Hermione up, waved his wand to lift her restrictions, and pressed her hand against the hilt of the sword. Pull it out, or shall I have Quirrell cast the Cruciatus curse upon you? Under Voldemort's furious roar, Hermione felt genuine fear. She had never encountered such a terrifying figure. Moreover, she had seen references to the Cruciatus curse in the notes that Maka had given to Harry regarding the art of mental occlusion. It was an exceedingly dreadful spell, capable of manipulating a person's very soul, forcing the victim to act against their will. With trembling hands, Hermione grasped the hilt of the sword, only to discover that it was surprisingly light. With minimal effort, she drew it forth, causing the ground to shatter, revealing a small hidden space below. Ha ha ha, I see it. Right beneath. Voldemort laughed heartily. Quirrell, retrieve it. Your moment of glory has arrived. Quirrell quickly turned, brusquely pushing Hermione aside as he reached down. Oh, the Philosopher's Stone. It truly is the Philosopher's Stone. Master, I have procured it for you. Quirrell held the translucent gem, crimson with a hint of golden sheen, aloft, bowing his head for Voldemort to behold. Well done. You shall receive your due reward, Voldemort said, his gaze fixed on the stone, the red glow in his eyes deepening. With it, I shall achieve perfect resurrection, returning to this wondrous world with true immortality. Ha ha! However, before Voldemort could finish his sentence, he found the stone had been knocked from Quirrell's grasp by Hermione's swift hand. Voldemort forcibly tilted Quirrell's head upward, observing as it crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Impossible, the young girl. I want Voldemort's fury to reach its zenith. He appeared utterly deranged, fixating his gaze on Hermione, yet abruptly halting his words. Hermione, filled with fear, swiftly retreated. She was unaware of the source of courage that had compelled her to act, but she understood that she was in peril. However, as Hermione lingered by the wall of black flames, she soon realized that Voldemort was not watching her at all, but rather, he was lost in thought, staring at the tranquil surface of the lake. The sword and the stone? The sword and the stone? Voldemort seethed. What sword in the stone? Almost fell for that old fool's trick. While Arthur indeed drew the sword from the stone, it was not what led him to his zenith. Voldemort seemed to be explaining, or perhaps muttering to himself. The sword had shattered during their duel, and then his dear friend and mentor, the wizard Merlin, took him to a lakeside, where he procured the true sword from the Lady of the Lake. That was the genuine Excalibur. So, the previous one was a mere illusion of the Philosopher's Stone, truly, in the lake? Quirrell interjected. Let that foolish girl thrust the Gryffindor sword into the lake. Voldemort bellowed. It appears that Quirrell's reputation as an exemplary student of Hogwarts was indeed well-deserved. Levitate. A simple levitation spell propelled Hermione into the air under his control, only to drop her abruptly. As the blade of the Gryffindor sword met the surface of the lake, Hermione immediately felt a tremor beneath her feet, and soon, she was engulfed in an icy embrace as she plunged into the water. The lake began to churn, and before long, a crimson stone suddenly erupted from its depths, summoned into Quirrell's hand with a flick of his wand. This is all thanks to that foolish girl, Voldemort remarked with a smirk. What are you still doing? Leave his place. Immediately, heeding Voldemort's command, Quirrell disregarded the tumultuous waters and leaped into the lake, swimming towards the exit. Meanwhile, not far away, Hermione, upon hearing Voldemort's final words, finally succumbed to exhaustion and sank beneath the surface. Chapter 43. In the narrow path, the fierce prevail. As Hermione faced the merciless Voldemort, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Maka's face. Finally, it is accomplished. He sat within the room of requirement, a parchment laid before him on the table, inscribed with a symbol radiating a wondrous ice-blue glow. More astonishingly, the entire parchment emanated a faint chill, with icy flakes continually spreading and crystallizing upon its surface. Just as I suspected, Maka marveled. It is truly extraordinary. This is the rule, representing the cooling principle of matter. This is the connection between spirit and substance. He delicately retrieved the scroll of truth from his cloak, which he had stored within a cylindrical case. As he gradually unfurled it, each symbol conveyed a myriad of messages to him. Do each of these represent a rule? Maka slowly shifted his gaze, marveling at the intricate symbols before him, utterly astounded by the thought of who might have discovered and meticulously recorded them on the scroll. Indeed, it was the scroll of truth, inscribed with timeless verities. Although he had yet to decipher all the rune patterns inscribed upon it, he believed that with a solid beginning, the subsequent challenges would diminish considerably. He casually traced a line over the rune representing cooling, and instantly, the rune lost its potency, halting the accumulation of ice crystals. In that brief moment, a significant portion of the table had succumbed to the encroaching chill, its edges adorned with icicles. This demonstrated that while the effects of the runes unfolded at a moderate pace, their power would persist as long as the runes themselves remained intact. After tidying up, he took a sip from the elixir of ethereal concealment before departing from the room of requirement. The late-night Hogwarts was as dark as ever, yet Maka had long since acclimatized to it. He descended the stairs with remarkable agility, moving swiftly and silently. Suddenly, he halted abruptly, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld an astonishing sight. Quirrell. Maka stared at the figure rushing down the corridor from the fourth floor, incredulous. What was that in his hand? The Philosopher's Stone? Could it be? Maka realized he had missed something significant. The stone had glimmered with a faint golden light as it drifted from Quirrell's sleeve, a beacon in the darkness. How could this be? Maka hastened to follow, cloaked in invisibility, ensuring that Quirrell remained unaware of his presence. After rounding a corner, Maka was shocked once more. Hermione? Perhaps, too, captivated by the stone's golden glow. Or perhaps due to an unfortunate angle, he had only now noticed Hermione, seemingly enchanted and effortlessly pulled along by Quirrell. What to do? Maka hesitated. He could not act recklessly with a hostage in play, although he was uncertain why Dumbledore had not yet appeared. Maka had faith that the profound and illustrious White Wizard had everything under control. The chase continued, both parties moving swiftly until they reached the entrance of Hogwarts. Quirrell's intent was to escape the castle, but since he could not disapparate within its bounds, he must first break free from the perimeter. There was still a chance. Yet, even after passing Hagrid's hut, Dumbledore still had not shown, and Maka could hardly wait any longer. He reached into the inner pocket of his robe and swiftly produced a pink vial, hurling it directly at Quirrell. With a flick of his wand, the vial shattered, enveloping Quirrell in a cloud of pink mist. Flames erupted. With a precise movement of his wand, Maka conjured a fiery circle upon the ground, encircling both Quirrell and the pink haze at its center. Hold your breath. A deep voice resonated, followed by a sharp retort. Fool. There is no need for me to expend unnecessary effort. That is Voldemort. As he spoke, he directed Quirrell to step through the fiery ring without singeing even the corner of his garment, likely due to the effects of the freezing spell. Emerging from the flames, Quirrell's eyes shimmered with a menacing crimson glow, instilling a certain fear. The efficacy of the sleeping potion was evidently insufficient. Maka stared at him calmly. Yet his hands remained ceaseless in their motion. Protego, shatter the bones. It appeared that Voldemort was indeed still quite weak. As Maka meticulously assessed Voldemort's condition, he swung his wand again, intent on suppressing Voldemort, preventing him from using Hermione as leverage. Expelliarmus. Protego. The incantations were uttered almost simultaneously. On the surface, the practical applications of both spells seemed quite similar, yet Maka understood well that Voldemort's stamina posed a significant issue. He was currently hunched over, clearly struggling with his limitations. Expelliarmus was a relatively easy spell, but the potency of any spell varied according to the strength of its caster. A slender beam of crimson magical energy emanated from the tip of Maka's wand, shattering the magical shield before Voldemort, while Quirrell's wand twirled in the air. Having slipped from his grasp, stupefied, just a few more steps, and he would reach her. Maka mentally counted the distance, exerting all his strength to hurl Hermione backward after seizing her. Just as he began to feel at ease, he caught sight of the terror in Hermione's eyes. In the next moment, a large hand reached from behind him, gripping his neck with such force that the nails embedded into his skin. Another hand seized Maka's wand, wresting it away. Good, very good. This is splendid. Voldemort's voice resonated ominously from behind, filled with fury. I have not encountered such a talented young wizard in quite some time. You must be Maka McLean, as Quirrell mentioned. His tone was sinister. First year, and yet you have achieved such feats. Truly unbelievable. Ha! Maka managed a dry laugh. How could I possibly compare to you? I had thought your power was supreme. The great Dark Lord. Umph. Voldemort scoffed. I seldom hear such insincere flattery. No, I speak only the truth. Maka gasped, struggling for breath as Voldemort's grip constricted his throat. I merely wish to save my friend. I harbor no animosity towards you, truly. I swear it by Merlin. Very well, if you become my hostage and obey. Then, before Voldemort could finish his scornful remark, he sensed a disturbance, halting his words. Dumbledore. Voldemort's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on a figure emerging not far away. It seems I have arrived a tad too late. Dumbledore, unblinking, watched him, his eyes glimmering with an emotion that could only be regret or guilt. Maka observed Dumbledore's figure, understanding that he had cast a disillusionment charm in an attempt to catch Voldemort off guard. Unexpectedly, I arrived a moment too late, falling victim to Voldemort's prior control. How unfortunate! Maka pondered silently, yet he spoke aloud. Dumbledore, I have pledged my allegiance to the Dark Lord. Are you aware of this? I require no assistance from you. The great Dark Lord is undoubtedly correct. Dark magic is the ultimate pursuit for every wizard, a concept far beyond the comprehension of a stubborn old man like you. While Maka extolled Voldemort, he discreetly gestured to Dumbledore, signaling him to swiftly escort Hermione away. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, observing Maka in silence, seemingly affected by his words. Umph. Voldemort scoffed. It appears you truly believe this. I can understand, for I too experienced such thoughts at your age, particularly with your remarkable intellect and profound yearning for powerful magic. Within your spells, I sense that destructive longing for the ultimate. Very well. Should you assist me in my escape, I shall grant you a seat among the Death Eaters. As a child, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The ability to adeptly transform the former into the latter depends on one's skill, much like underestimating others. In that moment, Voldemort remained as arrogant as ever, blinding him to the truth as Dumbledore perceived it. Maka's disparagement of Dumbledore had inexplicably garnered Voldemort's favor. While the authenticity of this favor remained uncertain, it at least afforded him a temporary semblance of safety. He complied with Voldemort's direction as they moved away, while Dumbledore hesitated, rooted in place. Behind him, Hermione lay on the ground, her gaze transfixed on Maka as he receded, her eyes unblinking, clouded by tears. Chapter 44. A Turn of Events. Maka was led by Voldemort, who had a firm grip around his neck, to the entrance of Hogwarts. Though the grip had loosened somewhat since their initial encounter, there was no sign of release. Standing before the magically enchanted doors, Voldemort paused, directing Maka's wand toward them, yet there was no response. Damn it, it resists me. Voldemort seethed. You should know how to open the door with it, shouldn't you? Maka accepted the wand, yet his neck remained ensnared in Voldemort's grasp. Although no explicit commands were issued to refrain from movement, an undercurrent of threat lingered. He He waved the wand cautiously, probing the door, only to find a protective barrier manifesting immediately. Protection lifted. Maka swept the wand in 2 arcs, unleashing a beam of magical light that struck at the center of the barrier. However, his counterspell was evidently weaker than that of the original caster, taking a considerable time to dissipate the barrier entirely. The grand entrance of Hogwarts was now opened by Maka. Well done. A terrifying smile suddenly crept on a Quirrell's face. It was under Voldemort's control as he tightened his grip around Maka's neck. Yet, before he could utter another word, Maka swiftly reversed his hand and cast a stunning spell, this time without uttering a word, employing a silent incantation. Caught off guard, Voldemort was violently hurled away, the magical stone he clutched slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. The stone flew forth, and with a flick of his wand, Maka summoned it back into his hand. However, before he could cast another spell, he saw Voldemort suddenly lunge towards the door. With a crack, the space around him began to distort. A red light, swift as lightning, surged towards the warped center of the area, embodying the force of a ruptured reality. Dumbledore had arrived. Maka faintly heard Voldemort emit a muffled grunt, and in an instant, the distortion of space settled into calmness. What happened? Maka inquired urgently. Dumbledore approached, shaking his head slightly. He was undoubtedly injured, yet perhaps not fatally. Maka furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Voldemort could still muster strength to move after being struck by his close-range stunning spell. His vitality was astonishingly resilient, akin to that of a cockroach. Regrettably, Maka's silent spell lacked the potency to cast a stronger incantation. Had it been otherwise, they might have been able to confine Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, within Hogwarts. Maka nodded thoughtfully, raising the magical stone in his hand as a heavy mood enveloped him. Voldemort would surely harbor hatred towards him now, but of greater concern was the unsettling realization that everything was veering towards an unknown trajectory. Though his memories were limited, he could recall certain key aspects. Yet now, his recollections had become dubious. Most alarmingly, he had come to understand that the catalyst for this series of monumental changes was none other than himself, an embodiment of the butterfly effect. Maka silently whispered this to himself, his gaze fixed upon the spot where Voldemort had vanished. In his eyes, the distant stars glimmered against the backdrop of the sky, exuding a profound stillness. Yet they were also shrouded in a deep melancholy. He stood there, lost in thought, unaware of the passage of time. Regardless of Maka's inner turmoil, the world continued to unfold. Time would not pause for his contemplation. Maka had lost interest in observing how Dumbledore would assess the situation or arrange the subsequent actions. As he hurried past Hermione, who had been freed from her bindings by Dumbledore, he noted the tearful girl offering him a joyful smile. Yet, he did not spare her a glance, merely brushing past her with heavy steps toward Hogwarts Castle. Hermione called out to him, but it seemed he did not hear. Thud! Thud! Before the door of Ravenclaw Tower, Maka knocked forcefully. What's the matter? Is the world about to end? The bronze eagle on the door blinked its eyes and fluttered down to perch atop his head. Nothing much. I made some progress with the runes on the Scroll of Truth, and I came to discuss it with you. Maka was reluctant to delve into the recent events. Really? So soon? The bronze eagle exclaimed in surprise, promptly leading Maka back into the Ravenclaw common room. In the dimly lit chamber, Maka demonstrated the efficacy of the cooling rune to the bronze eagle. Observing this, the eagle nodded approvingly and remarked, "Indeed, you are now qualified to embark on your next trial. Should you successfully navigate this challenge, you shall glimpse the true allure of the rule runes." At this juncture, the bronze eagle alighted upon the table before Maka and intoned gravely, "And the peril that accompanies the touch of the rules." Peril? Maka was momentarily taken aback. Yet he nodded in understanding. Although his comprehension of the rule runes was still in its nascent stages, it was evident that such profound artifacts, if misapplied, could lead to unforeseen dangers, a notion that was self-evident. Prompted by the eagle's words, he found himself contemplating the nature of the next trial. What shall the next challenge entail? Maka inquired after a moment of reflection. The bronze eagle tilted its head and cackled lightly. This trial will demand considerable time, for you must embark on a lengthy voyage across the ocean. How lengthy? Maka furrowed his brow. The duration of your journey shall mirror the time taken to travel from here to Albania, the eagle replied. Along the way, you will visit a location, the first bookshelf, where you must retrieve the tome titled The Maritime Chronicles of Illis from the top shelf. With a flick of his wand, Maka moved aside the bookshelf, and at a distance, spied an unusually large and thick volume resting atop the other tomes. Gak, that is indeed the one, the largest. The bronze eagle exclaimed. Maka waved his wand once more, deftly guiding the hefty tome to float before him. He placed the weighty chronicle upon the table and gently opened its cover. You may peruse the rest at your leisure, but first, turn to the last page, for therein lies a navigational map, instructed the eagle. After Maka unfolded the map, the eagle continued. The route marked in red ink designates your journey. Take a good look. Do you see that small cross midway? That denotes a small island, which is also— The eagle paused before resuming. The meeting place of Roina and Ravenclaw. What? Maka's expression transformed into one of astonishment, and a flurry of conjectures raced through his mind. This is a not-so-secret secret. The bronze eagle shook its head. To be frank, this matter is not of great importance to you. However, should you wish to learn more, feel free to explore when you arrive there. I see. So upon reaching this Lake Rikini in Albania, what then? Maka hastily inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar names on the map. He was reluctant to arrive, only to be left pondering his next steps. Why, you must dive beneath the waves, of course. What did you expect? Maka nodded in realization, muttering to himself, I wonder if a summer is enough. I hope I can make it in time. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, a complex expression flitting across his face. Since this opportunity had presented itself, perhaps. After concluding his conversation with the bronze eagle, Maka resumed his exploration of the myriad books lining the shelves. He even planned to bring along some useful books for careful study during his journey. These books were not solely focused on the theories of magic. They also contained numerous records of both successful and failed experiments, although a significant amount of time had elapsed. Rendering many of these studies outdated, they could still provide Maka with invaluable insights. After all, these were the esteemed tomes of the renowned witch, Rowena Ravenclaw. By the way, due to his untraceable whereabouts, he missed Hufflepuff's final Quidditch match. Surprisingly, despite Ravenclaw maintaining a significant lead throughout the game, it was Hufflepuff's stunning beauty, Charlotte, who ultimately caught the golden snitch to conclude the match, earning thunderous applause from the faculty and students in the stands. When Maka re-emerged, Harry had already spent 3 days recuperating in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey's potions proved effective. Harry's bones had healed, yet she insisted on observing him for a few more days before allowing him to leave. On the day Maka arrived, he found Dumbledore already present. Not only Dumbledore, but Hermione and Ron were there as well, keeping Harry company. As Maka stepped into the ward, Hermione was the first to notice him. Maka, you. The expression on Maka's face at that moment was a blur even to him, yet Hermione vividly recalled it, as if that instant were still fresh in her mind. The memory of his face, a mix of indignation, astonishment, and regret, compelled her to close her mouth. She was uncertain of Maka's thoughts, but being as astute as she was, she sensed that it was not something easily accessible to others. She did not want, nor dared, to pry. Despite Hermione's intelligence, she was still merely a young girl, grappling with the intricacies of her own emotions, vague and complex feelings that eluded her understanding. Maka glanced at her and said, Oh, Hermione, are you all right? Did you get hurt that day? That's good. As long as you're fine, he smiled, nodding before approaching Harry's bed. Chapter 45. The Fate of the House Cup. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't know that night. In the hospital wing, Maka stood by Harry's bedside, his expression one of regret. No, it's all right, Harry immediately replied. What you did afterward was the greatest achievement of this endeavor. I should be thanking you. Indeed, without you. Just thinking about it is terrifying, Ron chimed in, echoing Harry's sentiments. Among those present, aside from Dumbledore, it was Ron who felt the most deeply affected. For a young wizard born into a pure-blood family, nothing was more frightening than the resurrection of Voldemort. Indeed, Dumbledore concurred. This time, we owe much to Mr. MacLane. I arrived too late. Had he not cleverly deceived Voldemort and acted decisively at the critical moment, the outcome would have been entirely different. Professor Dumbledore, what happened to the Philosopher's Stone in the end? Seizing the opportunity, Harry promptly inquired, Is it true? Dumbledore smiled. The Philosopher's Stone has indeed been destroyed. Really? This revelation appeared to evoke no significant change, as Maka pondered silently. Destroyed? Harry asked, perplexed. But your friend, Nicholas Flamel. Oh, you are aware of Nicholas? Dumbledore responded, his tone imbued with delight. You seem to have grasped the matter quite well, haven't you? Indeed. Nicholas and I discussed this, and we both concurred that it was the best course of action. Yet in doing so, he and his wife would have to face death. Would they not? They had preserved a sufficient quantity of the elixir of life to ensure they could settle their affairs, Dumbledore explained. Yes, they will die. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of Harry and the others, Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. I understand that, at your tender age, this may seem quite inconceivable, he remarked. However, for Nicholas and Perenelle, Death is merely akin to retiring to bed after a long day. Furthermore, for a mind as lucid as theirs, death represents yet another grand adventure. You see, the Philosopher's Stone is not as wondrous as one might believe. With it, one could obtain limitless wealth and the gift of longevity. These two desires are the most coveted by humanity, yet paradoxically, people often choose what is least beneficial for them. Listening intently, Maka found himself unable to fathom the profound implications. For him, time was perhaps the most elusive resource. He had countless endeavors to undertake and mysteries to unravel, and even a lifetime may not suffice. No, perhaps death indeed marks the commencement of another adventure. He cast a glance at Dumbledore, increasingly convinced that this white wizard was as enigmatic as the rumor suggested. By the way, Maka, Ron abruptly interjected, tapping Maka's arm. What about the chess challenge? Huh? The chess challenge? Maka responded, bewildered, while Dumbledore erupted in laughter. That challenge is rather splendid, isn't it? He chuckled. Professor McGonagall, at my suggestion, replaced the ordinary wizard's chess with the wizard chess you invented. Maka. It is truly delightful, and I personally find it quite enjoyable. Huh? Maka exclaimed in astonishment. Professor, while I am thrilled you appreciate my gift, I must. He yearned to express his concerns about altering such a pivotal challenge so casually. Yet Dumbledore continued. Not only that, inspired by you and Harry, I personally designed the final challenge. Yes, indeed, it is based on the legendary tale of King Arthur. Oh, I apologize for that. It was I who inadvertently revealed its secret to Voldemort, Hermione remarked, her expression tinged with guilt. However, you exhibited remarkable bravery, Miss Granger. A feat not every student could achieve, Dumbledore commended. Oh, thank you, but Maka patted Hermione's shoulder, offering her a reassuring smile. It's all right. You have performed admirably. Indeed, if it had been me, I would have been trembling in fear, Ron exclaimed, adding, moreover, had Quirrell not thought to use you as a hostage. You might have drowned in that water. Yet Hermione took a step back due to the gesture of Maka patting her shoulder. In the midst of Maka's surprised gaze, she murmured, oh, thank you. Maka was utterly unaware of how she felt. In fact, he had not even noticed Hermione's presence at that moment. Although it was not entirely his fault, it must be said that the sensitivity of the young girl's heart was quite remarkable. Dumbledore observed their every move, his weathered face adorned with a warm smile that never wavered. Later, Harry broached the subject of Snape. Although he already knew the backstory, it weighed heavily on his mind. Dumbledore informed him that Snape owed Harry's father a life debt. For Snape, there was nothing more difficult to accept than the fact that his rival had saved him. Thus, he harbored resentment towards Harry's father, which inevitably extended to Harry himself. The intricacies of human thought are indeed fascinating, are they not? Professor Snape could not bear to continue being indebted to your father. I believe that his relentless efforts to protect you this year stem from a desire to balance the scales, so that neither of you would owe anything to the other. Only then could he comfortably revisit his enmity towards your father. Well, I believe I've asked enough questions. Child, I suggest you begin to enjoy these confections. Oh, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I was rather unfortunate in my youth, accidentally consuming a bean that tasted remarkably foul. I fear that since then, my fondness for beans has waned. However, I think selecting a toffee-flavored one is always a safe bet. Wouldn't you agree? I believe it's best not to rely on luck. Maka shook his head at the beans in Dumbledore's hand, confessing that he had never tasted anything delightful. Luck? What an amusing term, Dumbledore said, popping a golden-brown bean into his mouth, only to be seized by a fit of coughing. Ugh, how unfortunate, it's earwax. It seems my luck indeed leaves much to be desired. Seeing Dumbledore wiping his mouth as he headed outside, Maka promptly followed suit. I have a few matters to attend to. You all carry on. In the corridor, Maka exchanged a few words with Dumbledore, and they proceeded together to the headmaster's office. However, upon emerging from the office later, Maka wore an expression of surprise. He had not expected Dumbledore to be so agreeable. That evening, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled with a particularly lively atmosphere as the end-of-term feast unfolded. Maka sat at the Hufflepuff table, listening to the complaints of Darren, the Quidditch captain and head boy, regarding his absence from the final match. He endured the teasing and chatter from the stunning Charlotte, and could not help but feel a warmth akin to family. What surprised him even more was that news of his remarkable performance had spread like wildfire. Many students were aware of his clever confrontation with Professor Quirrell and the endeavor to protect the Philosopher's Stone, although they were oblivious to Voldemort's involvement. This did not hinder their display of respect and enthusiasm towards him. This acknowledgement, while deeply moving, also significantly dispelled the shadows that lingered in his heart. Even a small faction of Slytherin cast him looks of reverence, for it is not every day one faces a current professor in direct confrontation, even if many regard Professor Quirrell with a degree of skepticism. Speaking of those little snakes, one cannot overlook the current spectacle within the hall. The walls on either side of the chamber were adorned with banners of silver and green, emblematic of Slytherin. A grand tapestry depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the main guest table, a testament to Slytherin House's 7 consecutive victories in the House Cup. Although due to Maka's exceptional performance, Hufflepuff had garnered a fair share of points, the power of one individual is indeed limited, and Hufflepuff currently occupied the second position, barely edging ahead of Ravenclaw. After a considerable interval, the tardy Harry finally entered through the side door of the hall, and amidst the expectant gazes of the assembly, Dumbledore made his entrance. Another year had passed. Dumbledore exclaimed with exuberance before indulging in the delightful feast. I must trouble you all to endure the ramblings of an old man. Upon hearing this, Maka promptly tuned out the subsequent remarks. It was only when Dumbledore concluded his digressions and began to address the matter of the House Cup that he resumed his attention. Now, as far as I am aware, we must first conduct the awards ceremony for the House Cup, and the specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 365 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. 2nd place, Hufflepuff, with 442 points, and Slytherin, with 485 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by a cacophony of stomping feet. Maka deliberately glanced towards the edge of the Slytherin table, where Villiblova maintained her serene demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding uproar. Were it not for the occasional inquiries she directed at him, he would have genuinely questioned whether he had inadvertently offended the young lady. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed the surrounding badgers erupting in excitement. What is happening? Maka tugged at Charlotte's sleeve. Chapter 46, An Encounter with Villi. What is going on? Maka inquired, observing the sudden commotion around him. What is happening? Charlotte beamed. We've won the House Cup. Huh? Maka was momentarily taken aback, sensing he had missed something significant. At that moment, Darren, seated nearby, chimed in. Dumbledore awarded you a full 100 points. Though Gryffindor also received a considerable boost, it still pales in comparison to our tally. This year, the House Cup belongs to Hufflepuff. How long has it been since our house claimed the cup? He could not help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. Maka noticed Dumbledore smiling and winking at him, seemingly sharing in the joy of this well-deserved honor. This implies, Dumbledore proclaimed loudly, that we must make a few small alterations to our decorations, as only thus can we overshadow the thunderous applause. For even the students of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor are reveling in Slytherin's unexpected downfall. He clapped his hands, and instantly, the green hanging ribbons transformed into a dull ochre, while the silver ones morphed into black. The grand Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a timid little badger. No matter how many times one gazed upon it, it still felt rather uninspiring. McGonagall looked wearily at the hall, contemplating whether it would be better to award the House Cup to Gryffindor, as at least the gold and red were more festive. However, witnessing the flushed smile of Professor Sprout at the head table and the exuberant cheers of the surrounding students, he could not help but feel that his contributions to the house were, at the very least, worthwhile. Days later, the examination results were announced. To say the scores were satisfactory would be accurate. Yet, considering his profound study of magic, it was perplexing that he only secured 3rd place. This was largely due to his rather dismal performance in astronomy, which, in stark contrast to his stellar evaluations in other subjects, had dragged him down 2 ranks with a barely passing grade of it. It was evident he held little interest in astronomy. At this moment, as McGonagall arrived at King's Cross Station from Platform 9, he made his way toward the station's exit. Alas, if only he could apparate. He wouldn't have to endure such hassle. He lamented to himself while ambling along. The more he pondered, the more curious it became. Why could he never seem to master it? The greater the distance, the more pronounced the random errors. It was quite a headache. McGonagall estimated that if he were to apparate directly from here to Albania, he would likely materialize somewhere in Romania or Italy, or perhaps he might even plunge straight into the sea. As these thoughts swirled, he could not help but sigh again, resigning himself to taking a plane instead, and would assess the situation upon reaching Italy. In any case, he decided to first visit Gringotts to exchange some pounds. In Diagon Alley, intending to head straight to the airport, McGonagall paused and ultimately decided to pay a visit to the Lovegood residence. Previously, he had accompanied Dumbledore to the headmaster's office to prepare for this matter, hoping to avoid any potential complications later on. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore proved to be quite agreeable this time, even promising to extend his holiday a bit. This was something McGonagall had never anticipated. An hour later, seated at the dining table in the Lovegood home, McGonagall engaged in conversation with Luna. Where's your father? Is he out gathering materials again? He inquired. Yes, he's always quite busy, Luna nodded, tilting her head to look at McGonagall. Are you going to a faraway place? Indeed, it is quite distant, McGonagall smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Luna blinked and responded. Perhaps you will go to Ravenclaw. I believe that is likely. When you do, you can greet the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, Lady Grey. I have mentioned you to her. She will guide you and introduce you to the school. Trust me, although Lady Grey has a proud demeanor, she is quite amiable. Luna nodded attentively as she listened, clearly intrigued by the prospect of enrollment. Seeing this, Maka chuckled softly and added, although it may not be quite appropriate for me to say, I seem to have garnered quite a bit of popularity at Hogwarts lately. If you encounter any difficulties, just mention my name, and I believe it will prove useful. After giving Luna a detailed set of instructions, Maka handed her a modest pink suitcase. Of course I hope so, he thought, gazing into Luna's beautiful gray eyes and giving a slight nod. The cage had long been discarded by Mafalda, but it was not feasible for her to continue perched on his shoulder during the flight, was it? Besides, there were many other preparations still to be made. 2 days slipped by quietly, and just as Maka arrived at the airport, he encountered an unexpected figure. It was a little girl dressed in loose Muggle clothing. Her delicate blue silhouette and the large hat atop her head evoked memories of someone. Miss Blova? Maka called out to the petite figure standing at the ticket counter. May I ask you a question? However, his words were interrupted by Villy's calm tone, compelling him to nod and close his mouth. You know, Villy said, how can I board that? Airplane? Is this your first time flying? Maka inquired, to which Villy nodded in response. Where are you headed? I can help you buy a ticket. To Paris. Is your home in Paris? Yes, I'm leaving today. The conversational pattern remained unchanged. Maka asked, and Villy answered. While this back and forth was efficient, Maka still felt something was amiss. Just as he intended to cue, Villy tugged at the hem of his shirt from behind. Where are you going? Villy inquired, her gaze slightly raised, as if she were accustomed to others not comprehending her words. To buy a ticket? Maka replied, somewhat perplexed. I'm going to Paris. Where are you going? Villy maintained her calm demeanor, as though she had grown used to others struggling to understand her. Oh, is that what you meant? I'm going to Italy. I have some matters to attend to. Maka realized, finally connecting the dots. Then I will go too. Villy nodded to herself. She quickly added, as if fearing Maka wouldn't understand, Italy. Maka felt a headache beginning to throb anew. He even speculated that perhaps the scar on Harry's forehead had somehow transferred to him. Despite his efforts to communicate with Villy, she remained unresponsive. He simply couldn't leave a little girl who understood so little of the Muggle world alone here. It would weigh heavily on his conscience. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. He sensed that this journey might be more challenging than anticipated. On the airplane, Maka observed Villy perched by the window, her expression blank as she gazed at the clouds outside. He was struck again by that peculiar illusion. Was it possible that she simply lacked the means to express her emotions, and was, in fact, just an ordinary, unassuming little girl? No, different from others? Please don't keep staring at me. Villy suddenly turned her head and said calmly, all right, she indeed differs from other children. At the very least, her peers have grasped some social nuances, refraining from such bluntness in conversation. There are numerous rules and symbols yet to be deciphered. Who knows how long it will take to fully unravel them if time is not seized for further study. On the plane, Maka remained wholly absorbed in his notebook, and it felt as though only a brief moment had passed before they arrived at their destination. Gazing at the vibrant Italian architecture outside, he mused that if not for an abundance of pressing matters, this journey might have been all the more eagerly anticipated. Regrettably, once they disembarked, he would be swept into busyness once again. Chapter 47. The Underlying Crisis. The streets of Italy exude a dazzling vibrancy. Along the not particularly spacious avenues, the buildings are arrayed in a kaleidoscope of colors, boldly embracing hues without a hint of discord. Beyond the exuberant foreign charm, even Maka could sense the rich heritage steeped in the Renaissance. Yet, at this moment, Maka had little inclination to admire the splendid street scenes. His destination was Pacino, located at the southernmost tip of Italy. It is a coastal town on Sicily, characterized by low stone walls and humble tiled roofs. The diverse array of potted plants and verdant vines adorning the exterior walls imbue the place with a vital aura. Willie, unable to contain her excitement, slid down from Maka's Nimbus 2000 and hurried to the doorstep of a nearby home. She fixated on a row of flower pots, unresponsive to Maka's calls. As the effects of the potion wore off, pedestrians occasionally glanced in their direction. In exasperation, Maka could only manage an awkward smile and a nod to the onlookers. Perhaps they merely found the two children amusing, But Maka had no desire to be the center of attention. Let us move. If we linger any longer, we might as well be the monkeys in a zoo. Grasping Willie's slender wrist, he urged her along the street. He had anticipated at least a bit of resistance from her. However, Willie obediently followed, smoothly arriving at the entrance of an inn. The command of English among Italians is evidently lacking. Moreover, two teenagers seeking accommodation could easily be mistaken for jesters. Reluctantly, Maka gifted the innkeeper a confusion charm to complete the check-in process. Fortunately, they were no longer under the watchful eye of the British Ministry of Magic, allowing for a temporary reprieve in the use of spells. Perhaps I should practice the disapparation charm, Maka murmured, observing the sky darkening outside. Willie was settled in next door, and he had discovered a method to manage her. As long as he presented her with a potted plant, regardless of its variety, she could remain engrossed for an hour or two. Notably, he wasn't merely showing her one or two plants, but rather his own herbology notes. However, in truth, Willie did not fixate on his notes as Maka had envisioned. At this moment, she was leaning over the small coffee table beside the bed, meticulously transcribing something in her notebook, word by word, referencing Maka's handwritten notes. After a while, however, she closed the notebook. The flowers of the Muggle world were far more exquisite than those in the magical realm. Villy turned her gaze towards the sky outside, which was now bathed in the hues of dusk. The golden sun blended beautifully with the silhouettes of various buildings in the background. He mentioned that they would venture out to sea the next day, wondering if there would be any plants in the water. She stared blankly at the horizon, where the sea was faintly visible, seemingly filled with anticipation. Yet her expression remained serene. "He is a truly wonderful person," she remarked. As the sun gradually descended, the afterglow of twilight became increasingly radiant. Although the outside remained bright, a hint of coolness began to creep in. Billy sat quietly in her chair, doing nothing at all. She seemed accustomed to this solitary time, calmly observing everything around her, as if she were merely an object within it. Time passed gently, much like Villy's usual life, imbued with a tranquil ease. Outside, night had only just begun to fall, but for the Pacino people, evening arrived remarkably early. Hardly any souls lingered on the streets shortly after the sun dipped below the horizon. Maka had found a secluded, flat stretch of rock by the sea, where she practiced her shadowy transfiguration exercises, her face etched with frustration, as everything seemed to proceed in an orderly fashion. However, unbeknownst to Maka at that very moment, Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, was languishing in the forests of Albania. 11 years prior, when Voldemort attempted to kill Harry's family, Harry's mother, Lily, sacrificed herself for her son. Voldemort, in turn, was vanquished by the very curse he unleashed. Since then, his fragmented soul had been hiding deep within the Albanian forest for a decade. A year ago, he finally encountered Quirrell, who was vacationing there, and successfully subdued him, bringing him to Hogwarts Castle with ease. At present, Quirrell leaned weakly against the trunk of a large tree, his right hand clutching his left shoulder, while his left arm hung limply by his side. It was evident that Dumbledore's strike had inflicted grave injuries upon him. Voldemort had long since relinquished control over Quirrell. He still clung to the back of Quirrell's head, but the fierce battle had drained much of his strength, leaving him even more feeble. On the tree behind Quirrell, one could faintly discern a hollowed-out cavity, with a few tendrils of vine hanging from its entrance, easily overlooked if one did not look closely. This was the very tree hollow from which Voldemort had extracted the information about Ravenclaw's diadem from Helena. Due to its concealment, Voldemort had unhesitatingly chosen this spot as his refuge. "I feel very unwell, Master." Quirrell managed to force his eyelids open, speaking weakly. Seeing his master unresponsive, Quirrell gazed vacantly at the thicket before him, and after a moment, he closed his eyes once more. Once again, a considerable time has passed. Suddenly, Quirrell's eyes burst open, revealing a crimson hue infused with threads of malevolence. For reasons unknown, Voldemort once more seized control of Quirrell's corporeal form. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding trees grew increasingly tall and lush, their interwoven canopies obscuring the moonlight, plunging the forest into a profound darkness. Yet Voldemort appeared to require no illumination. Although his pace was deliberate, he navigated with remarkable precision around the multitude of trees, avoiding even the twisted roots beneath his feet. He continued onward, unceasing in his journey. The slope gradually inclined more steeply, compelling Voldemort to slide down the steep terrain. The protracted trek rendered his movements increasingly arduous, yet he pressed on undeterred, driven by an urgent need to reach a crucial destination while he still possessed the ability to maneuver Quirrell's body. At last, as he pushed aside the underbrush before him, a dilapidated ancient temple emerged ahead. Voldemort guided Quirrell to the temple's entrance, surveying the nearly collapsed stone floor within, a rare flicker of hesitation crossing his face. However, he soon resumed his advance, stepping inside. Within the modest confines of the temple, he beheld a dark, foreboding corridor revealed beneath the crumbling tiles. The darkness was profound. After only 2 steps, his figure was completely engulfed by shadows, vanishing without a trace. The following morning, along the banks of the Pacific. Steady yourself. We are departing. Villi sat behind Maka, gripping his clothing tightly, her face betraying a hint of acrophobia. Maka, of course, was oblivious to Villi's demeanor, otherwise. He would have noted it during their flight from Rome. With a push, the Nimbus 2000 propelled him and Villi into the air, swiftly distancing them from the shore. They were en route to the heart of the Mediterranean, where a concealed island lay shrouded in magic. It would be nearly impossible to locate without Maka's navigational chart. Yet, as they traversed a stretch of sea, Maka suddenly perceived a blurriness surrounding them. Just as he processed this, a small island came into view, the pinnacle of a tall tower emanating a soft white light. As he approached the tower, he immediately discerned numerous permanent enchantments adorning its structure. Most were benign, intended merely to sustain the tower and repel muggles, yet some belonged to a category of passive defensive magic. Noticing a red aura manifesting around the tower, Maka promptly retreated. It seemed prudent to approach with caution. He guided Villi down toward the trees below. Although he brushed against a branch, they landed securely on the ground. Hush! Stay still, he instructed, gently brushing the leaves from above Villi's head before continuing. Now, let us explore further. However, before he could take several steps, he sensed something amiss. What was that? Maka swiftly drew his wand, keenly observing the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Not long after, the branches in front of Maka stirred violently, as if some colossal creature was about to charge forth. Obstacles abounded. With a sudden flick of his wand, Maka slowed the trembling leaves around him. In the next instant, a fearsome maw emerged from the branches, its sharp, venomous fangs glistening ominously. Chapter 48. The Tower of the Secret Island and the Fire Dragon. The creature, inherently ferocious, writhed in a desperate attempt to breach Maka's barrier spell. God's blade, invisible. The spell transformed into a blade of unparalleled sharpness, striking without form, yet remarkably lethal. With a single blow, it tore the advancing creature asunder, which fell with a thud into the underbrush. Was it a Peruvian poisonous horned lizard? Maka pondered, questioning whether Ravenclaw had a penchant for collecting magical creatures. Yet before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, more commotion arose ahead. This small island indeed teemed with magical beings. Although most posed little danger, they had consumed considerable time. What piqued his curiosity, however, were the numerous large pits he discovered within the woods. The trees surrounding these pits leaned precariously, and some of the freshly turned earth emanated a subtle dampness. After vanquishing another creature, he instinctively parted the foliage and was suddenly struck by clarity. Before him stood an unusual edifice nestled within the forest. It resembled a solitary tower, yet its exterior was adorned with numerous small spires of varying sizes. While each individual chamber appeared modest, the overall structure seemed quite unwieldy. Atop the tower was a massive eagle-shaped crest, its golden figure against a black background strikingly prominent, as if proclaiming the identity of its owner. Time had long passed, and the building was now cloaked in vibrant green vines, exuding an aura of vitality. Maka approached the entrance, slowly pushing open the somewhat obstructed door, only to find the interior as pristine and natural as if it had been newly constructed, as though its master had just departed that very morning. Villi dutifully trailed behind him, her gaze lingering on the wildflowers at the threshold. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious, circular hall, adorned with tapestries and various decorative objects. The floor, laid with large stone tiles, showed little wear. In the center spiraled a staircase leading to the tower's summit, faint light filtering through above. Yet, the dimness of the hall was accentuated by the unlit lamps on the walls. As Maka and Villi stepped further inside, they noted that the canvases on the walls had been stripped to mere backgrounds, and the cabinets were entirely bare. It seemed devoid of anything of value. The second floor housed a large room, which upon cursory inspection appeared to be a study, yet the bookshelves had long been emptied. Perhaps all the volumes had been relocated to Hogwarts, Maka mused. Ascending further, they found 2 smaller bedrooms. Although many items had been taken away, the room on the right still contained a few remnants. Upon entering, Maka immediately noticed several old books stacked upon a desk. Magical creature experiment notes? He idly flipped through the pages and discovered that, in addition to extensive experimental data, The notes interspersed reflections from the days of the experiments. Some entries were related to the experiments, but as he delved deeper, he encountered numerous casual musings about daily life. The name Ewan appeared rather frequently. As Maka perused the notes, he found himself conversing with himself, feeling as though he were peering into someone else's emotional diary as he transitioned from viewing a stranger to developing a sense of fondness. He recalled the words of the Bronze Eagle, which mentioned that this was also the place where Rowena and Ravenclaw first met, prompting him to quickly flip to the title page. The signature puzzled him. Rowena Mira. Rowena Ravenclaw's birth name? Where exactly was Rowena from? Although he could not discern this immediately, it was not the primary reason for his visit. Maka closed the notebook and casually tucked it into his suitcase. After all, Rowena would certainly have no need for it. He would keep it for her. At that moment, however, the previously silent Wheelie unexpectedly spoke up. Mother said that stealing is wrong. Maka looked at her expressionless yet delicate face and felt utterly devoid of the energy to retort. As he spoke, a cacophony of sounds erupted around them, and a swarm of house elves suddenly surrounded him and Wheelie, their large, round eyes gazing curiously at the two of them. Who are you? Oh, this is a human. Wow, it's really a human. Oh my, just like Mother said, so tall. Maka found himself momentarily bewildered amidst the chaos of voices, realizing he couldn't comprehend a word. Fortunately, the house elves seemed to harbor no malice. They merely circled around him and Wheelie, scrutinizing them as if they hadn't seen a human in ages. These little elves felt entirely different from the other house elves outside. They varied in height and build, some short, some tall, some plump, and others lean. Even the tallest among them barely reached half a human's height. Yet each exhibited striking features and unique behaviors. Despite having similar large ears and long, flat noses, each possessed its own distinct characteristics. Of course, the most significant difference lay in their attire. It is well known that house elves do not wear proper clothing. These intelligent, magical creatures, conquered by wizards during ancient times, have inherited a legacy of servitude from the first generation of intensive training. Each successive generation was taught by the already subjugated elder house elves, passing down the identity of a slave as if it were their very nature. And slaves, by definition, cannot wear proper clothes. Such attire is a testament to their abandonment by their masters. This ideology has been etched into their very souls. If you were to gift a piece of clothing, even merely a sock or glove, to a household elf, they would scream and flee in terror. This is a harsh reality they cannot endure. This sentiment remains unchanged, even within the kitchens of Hogwarts. However, the little elves before Maka imparted upon him a sense of freedom. In none of these creatures did he perceive the deeply ingrained servility that typically characterizes their kind. You are, friends of Rowena Ravenclaw? Maka endeavored to find the appropriate words, articulating them one by one. Instantly, the throng of elves began to chatter excitedly, the cacophony overwhelming Maka's senses. Oh, a human is speaking. Yes, yes. He asked if we are friends of the witch Rowena Ravenclaw. We are certainly not friends of Rowena Ravenclaw. Oh, indeed. None of us has ever met her. But what about my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather? Who knows? I can't recall. This group of elves continued their animated conversation until a cough resonated from outside. Ahem, quiet. Have you forgotten the rules? What do we do when we have guests? An elder elf suddenly entered from outside, and Maka observed the immediate hush that enveloped the room. Shortly thereafter, several elves beside the table stepped aside, and with a clatter, one elf approached, bearing a tray with 2 cups of red tea. Maka opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, as it seemed they could not comprehend him. As he pondered this, a similar commotion arose outside. Oh, those foolish dragons are back. Chase them away. Goodness, those behemoths have lost their minds. Maka stood stunned as the elves began to apparate one by one. He hurried to the window and beheld a rare sight outside the island. A flock of fire dragons was charging towards the invisible barrier. Their dark green scales and shimmering golden horns made their species easily identifiable. These were Romanian longhorns. Maka counted approximately 20 of them, large and small combined. Adult Romanian longhorns typically grow to about 40 feet in length, which, while not the largest among dragons, is still formidable in ferocity. Just as Maka hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, he noticed the exterior wall of the tower beneath him emanating the same crimson aura as before. The aura expanded, enveloping the tower, creating the illusion of a red halo surrounding it. The fire dragons flapped their wings, speeding toward him. However, as they approached a certain range around the tower, the red halo trembled violently and then silently spread outward. The dragon horde exhibited signs of confusion. They attempted to evade using their flying prowess, yet they could not escape the speed of the expanding aura. As the fire dragons came into contact with the halo, they emitted a mournful cry, powerless against the rapidly expanding aura that pushed them back to the edge of the island. Several dragons even struggled to maintain their flight and plummeted into the shallow waters by the shore, splashing water in all directions. However, the remaining dozen or so fire dragons were undeterred, seemingly accustomed to such circumstances. After readjusting their posture, they charged towards the tall tower once more, their speed significantly greater than during their initial attempt. Maka glanced down and noticed that the red light around the tower appeared to be gathering once again, though it seemed unlikely to form another halo anytime soon. Chapter 49. Phoenician Characters. Did this tower possess any other defensive magic? Maka pondered quietly. Yet, it was evident that he was mistaken. As the fire dragons approached the tower once again, diving towards it, hundreds of slender red beams suddenly emerged from beneath the tower. They appeared remarkably dense and shot upwards in a parabolic arc towards the airborne dragons, tracing vivid crimson arcs across the sky. In an instant, the fire dragons began to panic, attempting to evade the onslaught, but the sheer number of magical beams was overwhelming, making it impossible to escape. One by one, the dragons fell as if they were dumplings, crashing violently into the island's forest. Before long, they took to the sky once more, casting a glance at the red halo that had begun to coalesce around the tower again, and retreated in despair. Maka leaned forward to peer beneath the tower and immediately spotted the small figures on the ground. Little fairies? He was taken aback, unable to fathom the grandeur of the scene when ancient wizards had subdued these diminutive beings. Some ancient texts had mentioned the considerable number of fairies at that time. For those inherently wise magical creatures, wielding their innate abilities was as effortless as eating. It is no wonder that every war instigated by such intelligent beings would send ripples of upheaval through the magical realm. Setting aside the current state of the domesticated fairies, the power wielded by ancient wizards to completely subjugate such beings was indeed something to covet. Compared to the more mundane spells of today, the disparity was striking. As Maka observed the jubilant fairies below, a yearning for the formidable ancient magic arose within him. He desired nothing more than to witness firsthand the mysteries of those ancient spells, an inclination characteristic of a theoretical researcher. It must be said that since acquiring the Scroll of Truth, his desire to delve into magical theory had surged exponentially. Although he had always held an interest in magic, this burgeoning desire hinted at something unusual. Yet, this anomaly went unnoticed even by Maka, despite his vigilance. The tea was warm and pleasant, though he had little knowledge of black tea, treating it merely as a means to quench his thirst, and soon finished it all. However, it seems that the Muggles often complain about the illogical nature of wizard architecture. The third floor boasts an abundance of rooms, the majority of which are designated as laboratories. Inside, one finds an overwhelming array of jars and bottles, yet scarcely anything of utility. Even the potion vials on the shelves are predominantly empty, merely arranged in an orderly fashion. Conversely, some rooms stand strikingly vacant, as if they had undergone a spell of undetectable expansion, leaving them eerily devoid of any items. Among all the chambers on the third floor, one stands out as particularly extraordinary. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary small dining room. Yet the moment Maka steps inside, he perceives its uniqueness. This room is enchanted with a peculiar charm. Although he and Vili can roam freely within, they find themselves unable to touch anything. Should they reach out, their hands merely pass through what should have been solid objects, as if everything here is but an illusion. This phenomenon compels Maka to ponder the deeper significance behind it. This must be the place, he muses, yet he is left wondering what secrets it conceals. After wandering aimlessly with Vili for a couple of rounds, they uncover nothing of substance. Even if something of value were to appear, what use is it if they cannot touch it? Suddenly, Maka senses an anomaly. It is not the surrounding space, but rather the objects within it that are shifting. Whether it be the dining table, chairs, or the surrounding cupboards, and the blank portraits hanging on the walls, everything begins to warp gradually. The degree of distortion is slight. Yet every object has undergone a minute transformation. Observing this oddity, Maka furrows his brow, just as he contemplates drawing his wand to investigate. A more significant change unfolds around them. This time, the commotion is quite pronounced. Before Maka and Vili, a plethora of symbols materializes, seemingly conjured from thin air. They appear throughout the dining room, emanating a soft golden glow, swirling slowly around them. Setting aside the current situation, this spectacle is undeniably enchanting. However, to Maka's astonishment, these symbols differ from the rule runes inscribed on the Scroll of Truth. He recognizes nearly all of them. Earlier, in his endeavor to decipher the runes on the scroll, he had perused countless ancient lexicons. Some of these symbols are well known within the magical community, while others hail from Mughal archaeological findings. Now, he can even discern which symbols are derived from ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and which from Sumerian cuneiform. The closest to him are undoubtedly the 22 Phoenician characters floating before him. These symbols are documented in the Mughal realm and are believed to be the progenitors of the European alphabet, according to Mughal archaeologists. These were created by Phoenician merchants around 1000 BCE. What could this signify? Maka surveys his surroundings, momentarily at a loss for direction. Yet even in his confusion, he begins to grasp that this may well be yet another enigma left behind by Roina. The bronze eagle once mentioned that it was summoned to retrieve a certain item, and the point of entry was evidently right before them. As time gradually passed, Marka transitioned from standing to sitting, his hands now adorned with a notebook and a quill. He appeared entranced as he scribbled and sketched upon the paper, clearly having entered a state of deep contemplation. In contrast, Vili remained remarkably composed. Although she was briefly captivated by the wondrous symbols, her gaze soon shifted to Marka. Quietly seated on the floor beside him, she watched him in a trance. No one knew what thoughts occupied her mind. Perhaps she was contemplating nothing at all, simply lost in a reverie. In this dreamlike space, time seemed to lose its significance. For a moment, an extraordinary stillness enveloped the room, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of Marka's writing, a testament to the presence of life within. Outside, the daylight gradually waned, and the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. In the dimming room, only the myriad symbols floated gently in the air, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. Before long, Marka paused his writing and retrieved a vial of luminous sand, shaking it gently. Instantly, a warm white light burst forth, illuminating the entire room as if it were midday. This was an improved version of the faint sand he had utilized in the Manliot Underground. Although it remained a slightly refined material, its brightness and longevity had significantly increased. However, the additional materials required were somewhat costly, and frugal as he was, Marka was reluctant to use it liberally, knowing his supply was finite. He set the vial of luminous sand aside, then turned to his suitcase and produced some food, offering it to Vili. "Here, you must be hungry," he smiled. "Apologies. I tend to lose track of time when immersed in my research. If you feel tired, I have a sleeping bag." Vili accepted the food, glancing at the exquisite cake purchased in Italy. Wordlessly, she unwrapped it and took small bites. Observing her silence, Marka proceeded to lay out the sleeping bag neatly on the floor. After finishing her cake, Vili gently shook her head, declining the second piece he offered, and shifted to sit upon the sleeping bag, seemingly prepared to continue her daydreaming. "Shall we not engage in some other activity?" Marka inquired. "You could continue perusing the herbalism notes I provided." Vili slightly nodded, but remained still. "What troubles you?" Marka asked, curiosity piqued. "My mother always said that one should rest after a meal," Vili replied calmly. Marka regarded her with a subtle expression, inwardly lamenting his over-anxious nature. As his research deepened, he eventually discerned a clue amidst the arrangement of symbols surrounding him. He discovered that the 22 Phoenician characters closest to him bore various connections to other ancient scripts nearby. However, upon further examination, these connections began to appear ambiguous. According to Mughal scholarship, Phoenician characters had evolved from hieroglyphs and cuneiform, so it was only natural that some relationships would exist. Yet, could it be that these 22 Phoenician characters are not the original ones? Marka furrowed his brow, as the gears of thought spun rapidly within his mind. Since this was a riddle left by the holder of the Scroll of Truth, it implied that. Marka paused. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he patted his head and once again picked up the quill. He began to compare and reconstruct the 22 Phoenician characters before him according to his understanding. Chapter 50, Albania. Once a clue emerged, the research progressed at a much quicker pace. Nonetheless, the task of restoring the ancient magical script remained an arduous test of Marka's comprehension of magical theory. Although he had the 22 Pseudo-Phoenician characters as a reference, it still required a considerable amount of time to deduce and experiment painstakingly. After nearly 2 weeks, Marka finally set down his quill, exhaling deeply in relief. During this time, food and water occasionally appeared on the floor as if by magic. It seemed that, regardless of the era, it was a habitual trait of the little sprites to avoid appearing before humans whenever possible. Of course, the initial ruckus was an exception. For these tiny beings who had long inhabited the island, humans were akin to ancient legends found only in bedtime stories. These characters indeed bore the marks of system. It appeared that the person who had deduced the Phoenician characters was not a merchant, but rather an ancient sorcerer. Maka brought his notebook to his eyes, gazing at the 22 characters that subtly radiated indistinct information, and felt a surge of emotion. Although the messages conveyed by these runes were clearer and more comprehensible than the rule runes found in the Scroll of Truth, the completeness of the rules they contained was far inferior to that of the authentic rule runes. Nevertheless, they could serve as valuable references for study. He lifted his gaze, only to find the surrounding symbols gradually fading away, dissipating into the air. Yet the 22 Phoenician characters did not vanish. Instead, they transformed, reflected in Maka's notebook. The surrounding Phoenician characters began to morph into true magical script, continuously altering their arrangement and emanating a rhythmic wave of order. From that moment on, Maka could occasionally sense the essence of his own magical power, albeit faintly at that time. This state persisted until he commenced his study of the Scroll of Truth. When those rule runes imparted an unknown aura of rules to Maka, he began to grasp a very nebulous understanding of the concept of magical power. But now, Maka realized he was distinctly aware of the magical energy within him. No, it was not merely within him. He could even sense the magical energy in the surrounding air and in Vili as well, albeit in a much more indistinct manner. This was indeed magic. Maka could not help but close his eyes, concentrating all his attention. It was exquisite. It was as if he had entered an entirely different world. After savoring this novel sensation, Maka quickly fell into deep contemplation. After numerous extensive studies, this mode of thinking had nearly become instinctual for him. The ability to sense magical energy was evidently due to the rearrangement of the Phoenician runes. What could this signify? He pondered for a moment, then suddenly conceived a new idea. No, before that, he opened his eyes and extended his hand forward, gently sweeping it through the air. Instantly, a faint ribbon of magical energy trailed behind his fingertips. However, this strand of magic was exceedingly unstable, akin to paint poured into a river, rapidly diffusing and soon merging with the ambient magical energy, eluding Maka's control. Noticing this, Maka furrowed his brow. After contemplating for a while longer, he instinctively withdrew his wand from his sleeve and made another subtle gesture before him. This was the first time Maka had gained such an intuitive understanding of a wizard's wand. He watched as magical energy coursed through his arm into the wand, silently coalescing at its tip, and with Maka's will, left a more substantial trace of magic in the air. He levitated with a wave of his wand. He cast a levitation spell on the suitcase below. The case gradually ascended under Maka's guidance, yet his attention remained largely fixated on the tip of the wand. This time, he observed the clear trail of magical energy left behind as he waved the wand. Those traces subtly shifted with the incantation, and under the influence of Maka's intention to elevate the suitcase, they swiftly flickered into a few fragmented rune patterns composed of magical flow. If that is the case, why not attempt it directly? Maka mused as he waved his wand once more, albeit this time with excruciating slowness, as if endeavoring to illustrate a painting in the air with magical flow. He aimed to inscribe the rune patterns directly with magic. However, despite the wand assisting in solidifying the magical flow, if the rune patterns were not completed swiftly, they would ultimately dissipate over time. Maka's endeavor proved unsuccessful. The precision required for drawing rune patterns was far too high, necessitating an immense concentration of the creator's will. Even inscribing them correctly on paper demanded considerable time. Drawing them in the air with a wand was evidently more challenging. Still no success. After multiple attempts, Maka was compelled to cease. He realized that the Phoenician rune arrangement was on the verge of vanishing. Hastily jotting down the combination in his notebook, the runes soon disappeared. The room reverted to its original state, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the next fated individual. It seemed he would have to await another opportunity to continue his research. Maka closed his eyes, once again attuning himself to the magical energy within. Although it was somewhat clearer than before, it remained elusive and indistinct, unlike earlier. "Are we leaving?" Vili inquired softly as she stood up. Upon hearing this, Vili promptly grabbed her luggage and turned without hesitation toward the door. Maka paused for a moment, offering a wry smile. "Well, it's nice to see you so obedient." Maka did not wish to seek this out intentionally. Regarding the seemingly free little sprites here, he felt that it was most appropriate not to disturb their lives. The outside world was ill-suited for their existence. It was best to let them continue to thrive safely and joyfully on this island. After all, these two nations, separated by the sea, share a certain resemblance in their landscapes. Albania and Italy exhibit a kindred spirit. However, due to various historical circumstances, Albania's level of development lags far behind that of Italy. It is a vast yet somewhat barren land, dotted with fields of crops. Though not as resplendent and colorful as Italy, it possesses its own unique natural charm. Maka found a guest house to rest for a night, and the following morning he set off towards the interior with Vili. Albania's terrain is predominantly mountainous and hilly, and from above, one can see the deep ravines interspersed with small to medium-sized lakes nestled within the intertwining valleys. This time, their destination lay hidden beneath the surface of a modest lake. Despite some alterations in the landscape, being in an undeveloped area deep within the mountains, Maka quickly located the small lake named Rikini. Miss Blova, I shall descend to check for any dangers. Please wait for me on the shore, Maka instructed. He recited a bubblehead charm for himself and cast a water fire protection spell before stepping into the water. He mused that once he mastered the non-marking extension charm, he could consider crafting a smaller bag, at least to contain his potions. With that thought, he leaped forward and plunged into the depths. Perhaps due to the constant flow of water over the years, the clarity of Rikini Lake was remarkable, allowing him to discern the lake bed quite clearly beneath the surface. After a brief exploration, Maka soon discovered a profound cave hidden behind the rocks at the bottom. The cave was modest in size, but spacious enough to accommodate 3 people side by side. As he rubbed his arms and looked ahead, he realized he had entered an underground world, separated from the lake by magic. He was standing on a flat rock, and a few steps forward revealed a staircase leading further downward. The darkness below obscured most details, but faintly, he could hear the sound of trickling water emanating from the depths. With a flicker of luminescence, Maka waved his wand and, with another flourish, magnified the light. Thanks to the illumination, he could discern the situation below. When he caught sight of a grand door embedded in the stone wall from a distance, he felt certain he had not come to the wrong place. After a moment's contemplation, Maka muttered to himself, I should bring Vili down. Leaving her alone on the shore may not be the safest option. Chapter 51. Voldemort and the Ancient Tablet. At this moment, a group of individuals stood by the shore of Lake Rikini. Most were dressed like servants from noble families, with the leader being an elderly butler clad in a black waistcoat and a white long-sleeved shirt. Miss Blova? Maka inquired as he dispelled the charm surrounding him and approached. Vili remained as calm as ever, her face devoid of expression, as if she were discussing matters unrelated to herself. Sir, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the care you have bestowed upon our young lady in recent days. Should you find time in the future, I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence at the Château de Blois in Paris. I'm certain the host would be most delighted. The elderly steward spoke kindly, casting no reproach towards Maka, but rather extending an invitation on behalf of his master, showcasing the poise and competence of a noble housekeeper. Maka nodded, glancing at Vili, and then remarked, It must have been quite a journey for you, dear steward. When I have the opportunity, I shall certainly pay a visit. Miss Blois and I are classmates at Hogwarts and have become good friends. When a new term commences, I shall request Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, to continue looking after her. Maka was adept with words. He understood Vili's deficiencies, as did her family, although her appearance suggested that their circumstances were not particularly favorable. Expressing goodwill in such a manner as an uninformed outsider was invariably prudent. As anticipated, the old steward nodded in acknowledgement of his words, expressing his gratitude before turning to approach Vili. Thank you, she whispered as they departed, and thank you for your Christmas gift. Until we meet again at the start of term. Marcus smiled at her, standing by the lakeside as he watched the old steward and Vili vanish through the use of apparition. He pondered the implications. She seemed to be quite an exceptional pure-blood aristocrat. After musing at the water's edge for a moment, he cast aside his conjectures and once more plunged into the depths of the lake. He navigated with ease to the underwater cavern, ascending the somewhat steep stone steps until he reached the bottom. There indeed stood an ancient stone door, appearing venerable yet unharmed, devoid of any adornment. Alohamra! Marka drew his wand and gently waved it towards the stone door. This was merely a tentative action. He held little expectation of success, yet to his astonishment, the door began to creak open slowly. What was happening? Curiosity piqued. Marka peered inside, only to discover an empty hall. Along either side of the hall were rows of supporting columns, each adorned with rough engravings. At the far end of the hall stood a throne, its back towering high, carved from a single block of rock. Despite some wear, it still exuded a raw, primal beauty. Weathered? Marka mused as he surveyed the surroundings, suddenly taken aback. Indeed, there was a breeze within the hall. How could there be wind at the bottom of a lake? He waited silently for a moment, noting no peculiar occurrences, and then stepped lightly into the hall. Upon reaching the center, he was immediately beset by a wave of dizziness. In a daze, It seemed as though the scenery around him was shifting. He fought against the discomfort, shaking his head, only to realize that everything had transformed. To be precise, the hall appeared utterly rejuvenated. The engravings on the stone pillars were sharper, the imperfections on the rocky throne had vanished, and even the weathered marks on the stone floor had been restored to their original state. Maka glanced around, contemplating, when unexpectedly the heavy sound of movement emanated from the stone door behind him once more. He hurriedly turned to look back, only to be astonished to discover that the door was not closing, but rather opening. He swiftly dashed to the left, using a stone pillar as a makeshift refuge. Just as he concealed himself, footsteps echoed from the entrance. How could it be opening again? Maka furrowed his brow, pondering if perhaps the earlier bout of dizziness had been due to stepping into an illusion. Was this place not real? Whether it was an illusion or not remained uncertain. But at that moment, someone appeared to be approaching him. Addressing this pressing matter was paramount. However, after waiting a moment longer, Maka noticed that the figure seemed to have halted. He cautiously peered sideways, only to freeze in place. The individual was also looking in his direction, and their gazes met fortuitously. She was a beautiful woman with dark hair and eyes, clad in ancient noble attire, her features exquisite yet her expression grave, her gaze piercingly sharp. Roina? Having been discovered, Maka had no choice but to step out, instinctively speaking in a tentative manner. I'm Roina Mira, a young candidate. Welcome to the second trial. Her tone was calm, and her words straightforward, subtly imbued with a sense of rationality. Before Maka could inquire further, the stone slabs on the floor of the hall illuminated with a dazzling azure glow, enveloping both him and Roina within its embrace. He caught a glimpse of the carvings on the slabs, realizing they were all systematically arranged runes, a colossal assembly of runic symbols. In a flash of thought, he vanished from the hall entirely. The brilliance gradually dimmed, leaving the hall devoid of any presence, with no one knowing what had become of Maka and Roina. Meanwhile, a mere 10 miles away, Voldemort found himself in a dire predicament. In the depths of a small, ancient temple lay an expansive underground palace. At the core of this palace stood a massive stone tablet, tilted at an angle, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground. Before this tablet, a diminutive figure hunched over, emitting anguished wails. Master, spare me, please. It was Quirrell. Behind him, a shadow formed of black mist loomed in midair, its visage grotesque and terrifying. Suddenly, the eyes of the apparition turned blood red, a brutal and sanguine aura spreading forth, its overwhelming power causing Quirrell to cower on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yet this force was fleeting. The shadow abruptly surged upwards, transforming into a cloud of darkness that surged toward Quirrell. Moments later, Quirrell slowly rose, his eyes widening, and a crimson brilliance surged forth. Still not enough. At this moment, Chilo spoke, or rather, it was Voldemort. This ancient stone tablet was indeed peculiar. Merely maintaining his own will without succumbing to its influence required an immense expenditure of power. He murmured to himself in a deep voice, his expression suddenly shifting, anger flickering in his crimson eyes. Were it not for that brat, I would not have sought this tablet to draw strength from it. Alas, it seems that this object is indeed better left untouched. Voldemort harbored a complex relationship with this enigmatic ancient tablet, simultaneously drawn to its malevolence and power, yet repulsed by its overwhelming wickedness. Under normal circumstances, Voldemort would never casually venture here. It was the tablet's beguiling abilities that lured him in. Within this colossal stone, it seemed as though a devil was concealed. It could seduce any creature that approached, enticing them into a pact. It could grant power while simultaneously inflicting both physical and mental torment. If one could endure, their strength would grow. However, the creature would gradually succumb to the tablet's allure, losing their humanity and becoming increasingly brutal or undergoing other transformations that brought great peril, ultimately leading to their demise. The creature's soul would then attach itself to the stone upon death. In this moment, Chilo and Voldemort were virtually one. Naturally, Voldemort's intention was for Chilo to endure the contract on his behalf while he siphoned Chilo's power. Yet, it was evident that thus far, the results were unsatisfactory. If that is the case, then we shall persist until success is achieved, Voldemort declared with a narrowed gaze, as if resolved. Simultaneously, Voldemort transformed into black smoke, detaching from Chilo and drifting back behind him. Continue. No, master. I truly cannot endure any longer. Continue. Chilo knelt on the ground, trembling and hesitating, yet ultimately dared not defy the Dark Lord's command. Weeping, he sliced open his wrist, allowing his blood to spill onto the surface of the tablet. With a flicker of light and shadow, Chilo began to wail anew, his voice significantly weaker than before. Behind him, the eyes of the black smoke glowed even more fiercely, its dark and powerful aura expanding once again, enveloping the entire dimly lit chamber. Chapter 52, A Cold Beginning. As days passed, the lurking threats in the darkness remained unnoticed. The carefree summer vacation, like a refreshing breeze, quietly soothed the tumultuous events of the previous semester, leaving little turbulence in its wake. Everything seemed tranquil, yet none could fathom the undercurrents swirling beneath this calm facade. Nevertheless, Hogwarts was soon to reopen. On the eve of the new term, Diagon Alley was bustling, as most students needed to procure supplies for the upcoming semester. At this moment, Flourish and Blots was particularly crowded, teeming with people, all drawn there by the famed wizarding author, Gilderoy Lockhart. "We can finally meet him," Hermione exclaimed, for nearly all the books on the list were penned by him. Although the crowd consisted mostly of middle-aged women, it was evident that the charm of Mr. Lockhart resonated profoundly within the circle of young girls. Harry, Ron, and Hermione maneuvered through the throng. The bookstore was already lined with a lengthy queue that curled out onto the street. Each of them seized a book intended for signing and stealthily made their way to where the Weasley family and the Grangers were waiting. Just outside the entrance of Flourish and Blots, a large banner hung, emblazoned with vibrant letters that not only caught the eye but even moved. Gilderoy Lockhart signing his autobiography, Magical Me, today from 12:30 to 4:30. "Oh, you've made it. How splendid," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her breath quickening as she anxiously smoothed her hair, striving for a neater appearance. "We shall see him shortly." As the line gradually advanced, they finally caught sight of the star of the day at Flourish and Blots. He was seated behind a table, surrounded by photographs of varying sizes, all featuring faces that blinked at the crowd, displaying dazzlingly white teeth. The real Lockhart was clad in a robe of blue, reminiscent of forget-me-nots, perfectly complementing his azure eyes, while a pointed wizard hat sat jauntily askew on his curly, permed hair. Before him, a short man with a camera bounced around, seeking various angles for his photographs. The flashes of light melded into a blinding spectacle, with plumes of purple smoke incessantly billowing from the camera. "Step aside," the short man barked, evidently irritable, as he scolded Ron for obstructing his view, retreating a few paces to find a better angle. "This is for the Daily Prophet." "Remarkable," Ron grumbled, gingerly lifting his foot amidst the crowd, rubbing the sore spot where he had been stepped on. Lockhart, having overheard Ron's remark, lifted his gaze, first glancing at Ron before his eyes lit up upon spotting Harry. "ISNT this Harry Potter?" he exclaimed as the crowd parted, whispers of excitement rippling through the air. Lockhart rushed forward, seizing Harry's hand and pulling him to the forefront. Come, let us capture a few photos." Lockhart flashed his impeccably white teeth. Gilderoy Lockhart and Harry Potter. This is sure to make the front page. The audience erupted into a fervent applause, while Harry's face flushed crimson from the attention. Seizing the moment, Lockhart announced his forthcoming role as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, prompting an even more enthusiastic response from the crowd. "Is that Maraca?" Hermione queried in surprise. "Who is the girl he is holding? Maraca? Where is he?" Ron tiptoed to get a better view, then, puzzled, remarked, "Could it be a mistake? There's so many people." Hermione craned her neck for a better look and ultimately shook her head. "I don't know, but it's possible." In truth, Hermione had seen clearly. It was merely the sight of Maka that instilled a flicker of doubt within her, prompting her to question whether she had truly misperceived the situation. "No, Maka's gaze ought to be gentler. It could not possibly be so aloof," Hermione murmured softly. "And who, pray tell, was the girl with the pale golden hair standing beside her?" She appeared rather peculiarly dressed. After some contemplation, Hermione shook her head once more. Perhaps she had indeed been mistaken. As she pondered, an irksome voice reached her ears from behind. "You must be rather fond of this, Potter," it sneered, belonging to Draco Malfoy, who wore his customary mocking smile. "The illustrious Harry Potter. Even a visit to a bookstore makes the front page news," Malfoy continued. "Don't be absurd. He wouldn't want that," Ginny exclaimed loudly, standing next to Harry. This marked her first occasion speaking up in Harry's presence, as she typically remained shy and reticent. "So, Potter, you found yourself a girlfriend," Malfoy drawled with exaggerated emphasis. Ginny's face turned crimson in an instant. Ron and Hermione squeezed through, each clutching a stack of Gilderoy Lockhart's books, effectively placing themselves between her and Malfoy. Ginny was the cherished gem of the Weasley family, and Ron would not tolerate any bullying directed at her. They exchanged disdainful glances, trading barbs and jibes. Before long, Ron was so incensed that he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Malfoy, but Harry and Hermione quickly grasped the back of his shirt to restrain him. "Ron, Mr. Weasley, Fred, and George pushed their way through. What are you doing? This place has gone mad. We should leave. Just then, as Mr. Weasley attempted to usher the children away, a figure emerged from the crowd behind Malfoy. It was Lucius. Mr. Weasley regarded him coldly, offering a slight nod. That was Lucius Malfoy, his hand resting upon Draco's shoulder, and the smirks on their faces were strikingly identical. I hear you've been rather busy, old chap, Mr. Malfoy remarked. With all those inspections, I imagine they're compensating you for the overtime? He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted a tattered copy of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from amidst the pristine volumes of Lockhart. It seems not, he scoffed. Goodness. If you can't even secure a decent reward, what benefits are there in being a disgrace among wizards? Mr. Weasley's face turned a deeper shade of red than Ron's and Ginny's combined. Our definitions of a disgrace among wizards differ vastly, Malfoy, he retorted indignantly. Of course. Lucius replied with an air of disdain. His pale eyes shifted to the Granger couple, who were watching them anxiously. Look at the company you keep, Weasley. I thought your family had sunk to the lowest depths. Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, colliding with a bookshelf, causing a cascade of thick spellbooks to tumble onto them, and even Ginny's cauldron was sent flying with a clatter. The twin brothers, Fred and George, shouted from the sidelines. Hit him, Dad. Stop it, Arthur, please. Mrs. Weasley cried out. The crowd recoiled in panic, toppling more bookshelves and causing the staff to wear grim expressions. At that moment, a booming voice cut through the clamor. Step aside, gentlemen, step aside. It was Hagrid, striding over the scattered books with purpose, effortlessly separating Mr. Weasley from Mr. Malfoy in the blink of an eye. Mr. Weasley had a split lip, while Lucius bore the mark of a hefty tome that had struck one of his eyes. Still clutching Ginny's tattered textbook on Transfiguration. Nearby, Ginny had retrieved her cauldron, and upon noticing, Lucius maliciously shoved the book into it, his eyes glinting with venom. You shouldn't pay him any mind, Arthur, Hagrid said, attempting to smooth Mr. Weasley's robes, but nearly lifting him off the ground with his strength. The staff members seemed inclined to demand compensation, yet few dared to confront Hagrid, given his imposing stature. Before long, they exited the store, leaving behind a group of disheartened employees exchanging bewildered glances. They hurried onto the street, where Hermione's parents, both ordinary muggles, trembled with fear, while Mrs. Weasley seethed with rage. What a fine example for the children. Fighting in public? What would Gilderoy Lockhart think? He'd be thrilled, Fred replied. Did you not hear him ask that reporter from the Daily Prophet if he could include the fight in his article? He said it would create quite a stir. Amidst the crowd not far from them, a boy observed the scene with indifference, his deep black eyes intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Ginny's cauldron, specifically on a black-covered diary nestled within it. Chapter 53, The Lost Hermione. What is wrong, Maka? The girl beside him inquired, tugging at his hand without hesitation as he continued to gaze at the diary in Ginny's cauldron. Nothing, Maka replied, shaking his head slightly. His tone remained gentle and calm, yet his gaze was unexpectedly cold. This outing had brought about significant changes. Is it so? Luna asked, tilting her head to regard him, her expression slightly dreamy, revealing nothing of her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally responded, yes, it is rather well. Yet, it seemed he had undergone some inexplicable transformation. On the first day of school, Maka had been by Luna's side the entire time, scarcely leaving her, even at the welcome feast for the first years. He had taken a seat at the Ravenclaw table. Remarkably, the students of Ravenclaw had shown little opposition to this. Such acquiescence was indeed rare among the eagle-eyed scholars, who typically held high standards for wisdom and knowledge. This might have been due to the fact that many students had already seen the notice posted on the Hogwarts bulletin board. The content of that notice was quite straightforward, conveying a delightful piece of news to all the students and faculty. The potion known as the Elixir of Invisibility, invented by Maka, had successfully passed the scrutiny and evaluation of the International Wizarding Federation. In obtaining official recognition for this potion, Maka was, in effect, indirectly acknowledged in his role as a potioneer. As Professor Snape once remarked in class, potions can indeed elevate one's reputation and brew glory. This was most notably exemplified in the case of Maka, who had just ascended to his second year. During the sorting ceremony, Luna was naturally placed into Ravenclaw, and Maka smiled as he offered her his blessings, repeatedly advising her on matters to heed in her future studies. The banquet was lively, radiating warmth, resembling a close-knit family that enveloped the young wizards in comfort. In the guest seating, Dumbledore casually cast a glance at Maka before quickly diverting his attention back to Professor Flitwick, who had begun to chuckle. After a while, Professor McGonagall entered through a side door and approached Dumbledore, whispering a few words to him. Maka glanced over to Gryffindor's table to find that Harry and Ron were indeed absent from the long table, while the other young lions were murmuring amongst themselves. Filled with speculation, what could be the matter? Hermione stared at Maka, who had shifted his gaze elsewhere, her mind swirling with questions. Could it be that Voldemort's affairs had such a profound effect on him? Or perhaps Maka had sustained some injury while rescuing me? Reflecting on the events from the end of the previous semester and Maka's expression at that time led Hermione's thoughts astray. Moreover, who was that girl? She watched as Maka tended to Luna with great care, inexplicably feeling a tinge of displeasure. The following morning, while enjoying breakfast, Maka was disturbed by a howler from the Gryffindor table. It was a letter from Mrs. Weasley directed at Ron. You stole a car. How dare you fly it to Hogwarts, with several muggles witnessing it along the way? If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised. Just wait and see how I deal with you. You probably never even considered how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing. The tremendous noise erupted from the Crimson Howler, filling the whole hall with a volume 100 times greater than usual. Maka frowned, but made no move. In the past, he might have approached to help Ron manage the Howler, a task that would have posed little difficulty for him. But now, he remained seated at the table, utterly still. This was the handiwork of Harry and Ron, who had arrived at school in a magically enhanced flying car, which had sustained damage during their journey. They had simply been unable to access the entrance at the station wall, which appeared to have been sealed. Nevertheless, their recklessness could not be concealed. At the very least, Professor Sprout had spent the entire morning tending to the poor Whomping Willow, hastily grabbing only a piece of bread for breakfast. As Maka approached the greenhouse, he noticed other students standing outside, waiting for Professor Sprout. Before long, Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived. As they approached, they noticed Professor Sprout striding purposefully across the lawn. Her arms were heavily bandaged, suggesting an unfortunate state of affairs, and her typically warm demeanor was marred by a visible frown. Close beside her was Gilderoy Lockhart, a stark contrast to Sprout. She was short and stout, adorned with a patched hat and often speckled with dirt, while he was immaculate from head to toe, clad in a flowing emerald robe and sporting a perfectly styled golden mane topped with a green and gold-trimmed hat. "Ah, greetings," Lockhart exclaimed cheerfully to the students, having just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to treat the injuries caused by a Whomping Willow. But do not mistake me for someone more knowledgeable in herbology than she. I merely encountered a few of these peculiar plants during my travels. Today, we shall be heading to the third greenhouse. Professor Sprout interjected, her displeasure palpable. Maka was already quite familiar with the third greenhouse, having visited numerous times and even claiming a small section within it. The familiar sense of damp earth and fertilizer mingled with the rich fragrance of blossoms, which hung from the ceiling like large umbrellas, thriving splendidly. Just as Maka was about to step inside, Lockhart called out to him. "Oh, Maka, you are Maka," Lockhart exclaimed, seizing his shoulder with enthusiasm. "Professor Sprout, and this is Maka McLean. I would love to have a word with him. I trust you won't mind, just for 2 minutes." Maka glanced at Harry, who was similarly detained by Lockhart, and offered an awkward smile. Lockhart seemed unconcerned about needing Sprout's approval, declaring, "Splendid," as he closed the greenhouse door behind them. "Oh, the youngest potioneer. I heard you invented the shrinking solution while still a first year. Is that true? Truly remarkable," Lockhart exclaimed, excitement evident in his animated gestures. "I also heard that you were quite low-key upon your arrival at school, as modest as I was in my youth. But of course, gold always shines just like me. Though you may not yet rival my 5-time reign as the most charming smile in which weekly, one day you shall reach my level." With that, he entered the greenhouse, casually shutting the door behind him, leaving Lockhart standing there, blinking awkwardly. "Well, I suppose." Lockhart turned, the rigidity of his expression quickly dissipating as if it had never been there, shifting his gaze to Harry. "Harry, I believe I can understand you." Within the third greenhouse, Professor Sprout stood behind a bench in the center, atop which lay around 20 pairs of ear muffs in various colors. Before the assembled audience stood large ceramic flower pots, each housing a thriving plant, its verdant leaves radiating health. At that moment, Professor Sprout rapped her wand against one of the pots and declared, "Today, we shall repot the mandrake." Now, who can enlighten me on the characteristics of the mandrake? Maka merely stared at the mandrake before her, her gaze unwavering. "Miss Granger," Professor Sprout glanced at Maka before continuing, "the mandrake, also known as mandragora, is a potent restorative agent." Hermione recited her notes nearly verbatim, explaining its use in reverting those who have been transfigured or cursed back to their original state. "Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor," Sprout acknowledged. "The mandrake is a crucial component in many antidotes. However, it is also perilous. Who can tell me why?" Hermione cast a glance towards Maka. Chapter 54. The Secret Guardian. Now, who can tell me about the characteristics of the mandrake? Professor Sprout pressed on. The cry of the mandrake can be fatal, came the correct response. Very well, another 10 points, Sprout affirmed. As you can see, our mandrakes are still quite young, and currently lack any lethal effects. She gestured towards a row of deep pots before them, prompting everyone to lean closer, revealing young seedlings with a hue of green tinged with purple. Each of you, please take a pair of earmuffs, Sprout instructed. The boys surged forward, eager to avoid the pink, fuzzy earmuffs. Maka followed suit, casually selecting a pair. When I instruct you to don the earmuffs, ensure they cover your ears completely, Sprout cautioned. When it is safe to remove them, I will give 2 thumbs up. Now put on your earmuffs. The lethality of the mandrake's cry is only present in its maturity, and it will not cry unless forcibly uprooted. Generally, during the day, wild adult mandrakes bury themselves in open spaces like fields and only emerge at dusk to roam about until dawn. Maka had dealt with mandrakes numerous times, making the task of repotting them seem trivial. The earmuffs were enchanted with a powerful soundproofing charm, rendering all noise inaudible once worn. After demonstrating the procedure, Sprout signaled for everyone to remove their earmuffs and began assigning tasks. Having observed Sprout's seemingly effortless demonstration, the students were unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. The 3 students assigned to Maka's group were clearly the most fortunate. Maka picked up a small trowel and gently loosened the soil surrounding the mandrake, effortlessly uprooting it. Its roots resembled an unsightly infant, with its leaves sprouting from its crown. Perhaps due to its youthful stage, its skin remained a pale green, adorned with sporadic speckles. This little creature gaped widely, seemingly shouting at the top of its lungs. Yet once donned with earmuffs, its cries were rendered inaudible. Maka picked it up, using one hand to cover the spot where its leaves sprouted from its crown, and observed how its agitation immediately subsided. He gently placed the creature back into another pot, burying it once more with freshly fertilized soil. By the end of the class, most students were drenched in sweat, their backs aching and clothes smeared with dirt. Only Maka's group appeared unperturbed, not a speck of soil upon them. How did you manage that? Inquired a Hufflepuff girl beside Maka. It will make it believe it has burrowed back into the soil, Maka replied calmly. But this method only works for juvenile mandrakes. Professor Sprout habitually praised Maka, awarding an additional 10 points to Hufflepuff. Besides Sprout, a smile illuminated Maka's face, yet a closer inspection revealed no warmth in his eyes. However, this atmosphere of ease dissipated by afternoon, not to mention Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, which was invariably stringent. The most daunting was Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts lesson. Upon entering the classroom, his face broke into a dazzling smile, his impeccably aligned teeth raising suspicions of enchantment. He casually seized a textbook from a front row desk, pointing to his own photograph within where he was winking. His words flowed effortlessly, likely due to countless rehearsals. I see you have all acquired my complete works. Splendid. Today, we shall have a brief quiz. Fear not. It is merely to gauge your comprehension. Maka laid the paper he received flat on the table. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? Maka merely glanced at it, frowning. The paper contained a total of 54 questions, all inquiring about Lockhart's intricate details. He contemplated tossing it aside, but hesitated, ultimately scribbling down a few random responses. No need to stir trouble, Maka thought blandly. The subsequent portion of the class proved even more irksome. Perhaps due to the chaos caused by the Cornish pixies prepared for the Gryffindors in the previous lesson, Lockhart decided to recite excerpts from his novels to the Badgers. At the height of his enthusiasm, he even engaged the students in a performance. Maka, seated at the back, busily took notes for his potion studies, scarcely glancing at the podium. That evening, he promptly made his way to Ravenclaw Tower in search of the Bronze Eagle. Yet, no matter how he called out, he was met only with the emotionless questioning of the bronze door knocker. For reasons unknown, the Bronze Eagle did not appear, let alone guide him to Rowena's secret chamber. Could it be due to my current state? In truth, Maka was acutely aware of his present condition. In the past, as a deceiver who thrived on trickery, he had mastered the art of concealing his genuine emotions, donning various masks in the presence of different individuals. However, this very skill made him acutely aware that he indeed possessed his own emotions. It was merely that, following the journey Rowena had bestowed upon him, his feelings had vanished entirely. This was likely a curse, yet it did not seem entirely adverse. Maka mused, only to shake his head suddenly. No, such a thought might stem from the absence of emotion, with his judgment now solely grounded in rationality. That night, He leaned by the window, contemplating for a prolonged period. Yet the more he pondered, the more tangled his thoughts became. Reason informed him that this state felt quite advantageous, not only significantly aiding his research endeavors, but also rendering his decision-making more sagacious. For instance, he had resolved to abstain from engaging in any events of his second year, even distancing himself from the trio of Gryffindors, striving to avert the upheavals that had marked the previous term. Though remaining at Hogwarts would inevitably impact all who intersected with him, minimizing the extent of such disturbances remained a matter of utmost importance. The notion of being utterly detached from that which he could control was always daunting. Moreover, these matters were not his concern. His focus should solely be on the tasks left by Rowena and the enhancement of his magical knowledge, nothing more. Yet, was this line of thinking truly correct? Marco was uncertain, or rather, he had seemingly lost his most adept perspective of judgment. Alani, this is your first task upon completing your training. You are the most astute and formidable of the Guardians, and I hope you will carry forth my will in every forthcoming endeavor. By the castle's window, a robed elder stood with his back turned, speaking slowly in a deep voice. Marco stood at the center of the room, furrowing his brow as he continuously assessed the situation before him. What purpose did Rowena have in bringing me here? He directed his gaze towards the elder, while his peripheral vision scanned the room's surroundings. Alani, take the task with you. Depart from the eagle's nest today. I await your good news. The elder turned, his countenance kind, yet his gaze was as piercing as that of a vulture, fixated directly upon Marco. Yes, Marco instinctively lowered his head, concealing his face in shadow. He glanced at the table before him, where a scroll of parchment lay quietly, secured in the center with a crimson seal. He picked it up, nodded slightly, and silently exited the room. Just as he stepped through the door, an overwhelming surge of memories, not his own, suddenly flooded his mind. For a brief moment, the sensation of dizziness compelled him to lean against the corridor wall, and after what felt like an eternity, he began to regain his composure. The name Alani, an assassin of the Assassin Order, stirred a look of bewilderment on Marco's face. What connection could this have to the Scroll of Truth? Although his mind remained clouded, Marco at least grasped his current situation. He surmised that he was likely in a state akin to that of Dumbledore's meditation basin. Yet, compared to the basin, this array formed by the runes of rules was palpably more vivid in its effects. Chapter 55, Gains and Losses. The Eagle's Nest, the headquarters of the Assassin Order, is a fortress nestled deep within the mountains, renowned for its impenetrable defenses. The environment here is exceptional, with all provisions being of the highest quality. This is, after all, the premier training ground for assassins. In the year 1084, a prominent Egyptian noble, Hassan, was ousted from Egypt due to the failure of his supported crown prince in the struggle for the throne. However, this ambitious old man, who had spent his life in the service of others, had long since paved a way for himself. What Marco had just witnessed was this ambitious figure, now referred to as the Mountain Elder, who leads the entire Ismaili sect and is currently attempting to overthrow the Seljuk dynasty. It can be said that though he is aged, his aspirations remain as fervent as ever. While the specifics of the task remain unclear, it undoubtedly involved assassinating a certain individual. Although he still struggles to comprehend Rowena's intentions and is uncertain whether he is capable of committing murder, he understands that he must press onward. Since he has been assigned a task upon arriving here, it seems prudent to follow its course, he mused. The memories that surged into his mind were not chaotic. This assassin, named Alani, was one of the first assassins of the Order. Beyond some fundamental assassination techniques, what astonished Marco the most was the infusion of rudimentary magical knowledge. Swiftness, silence, and focus were all coarse applications of the rules. As Marco adapted to the steed, while simultaneously organizing his thoughts, he pondered whether Rowena was imparting knowledge on how to utilize these rules. Perhaps this was indeed one of Rowena's intentions, for these applications are grounded in willpower. Without guidance, attempting to learn would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Yet at this moment, Marco could distinctly feel how to wield them. The steed galloped swiftly, yet even the fastest pace requires time. Days later, Marco finally arrived at his destination. He led the horse to the inn's stable, providing it with fodder and fresh water before making his way to the impoverished district on the outskirts of the city. The rendezvous point was located within a certain basement there. With a rhythmic and intricate knock as the signal, Marco was smoothly escorted into the basement. The Mountain Elder's subordinate, a secret guardian, served as proof of his mission. The dimly lit basement was filled with murky air, the corners damp and stained. He handed a parchment scroll to the man seated behind the desk, who confirmed the wax seal before gently opening it to examine its contents. Esteemed Guardian, this is the task we have applied for. Please ensure it is executed impeccably. The man respectfully declared, "All for the sake of faith." "For faith," Maka casually echoed, accepting a stack of documents before decisively turning to leave. The objective of his mission was not overly complex. However, to assassinate a person of considerable standing was undoubtedly a formidable task. The target was a high-ranking cleric of the Sunni sect, wielding significant influence within the dynasty. After careful consideration, Maka chose the target's residence as the location for the deed. The intelligence gathered on the individual was extensive, detailing when and where he would appear, his daily activities, and even meticulously marked floor plans of various locations. Yet, unforeseen circumstances are always a possibility, and prudence is paramount. Days later, Maka had been crouched across from the target's mansion for over 3 hours. Concealed in an elevated position, he scrutinized the surroundings through the dense canopy of trees. Occasionally, a breeze would stir, rustling the branches and dispelling the stifling heat of the air. Dark clouds loomed ominously on the horizon, indicating an impending downpour that evening. Today, as circumstances appeared favorable, he had nearly discerned the pattern of the guards within the mansion, making it an opportune moment to act. Maka felt the cold steel of the dagger within his grasp, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. In truth, he harbored doubts about the act of assassination itself, uncertain of how he would respond when the moment arrived. The newly acquired memories swirling in his mind were so gruesome that they threatened to churn his stomach. Over time, he feared they might have an adverse effect on him. With a sigh, Maka resolved to wait a little longer before drawing the dagger and gripping it tightly in his hand. The time had come. Regardless of the circumstances, action was imperative. The infiltration proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, as if the training had ingrained itself as instinct within his body. He moved stealthily along the walls, his silent approach rendering him virtually invisible, and soon he vaulted over the inner side of the surrounding wall. The patrolling guards had a few minutes of respite, making his task considerably easier. Years of rigorous training had endowed his physique with remarkable stamina and explosive power, with only a few swift steps. He ascended the wall and perched himself on the second-floor windowsill. After prying open the window latch with a tool and cautiously peering inside, he executed a roll and landed silently in the corridor. After a considerable wait, a second patrol passed below, yet he remained undetected. The bedroom lay at the far right of the corridor. At that moment, the target was still in the bathroom. Maka darted silently along the corridor, swift as a shadowy cheetah in the darkness. The bedroom was spacious, yet there were few places to hide. As he scanned the room, he inadvertently discovered a concealed door beneath the bed. No wonder the layout of the first floor was peculiar. There was evidently more space hidden within. Accessing the secret door required moving the bed, and Maka decided against taking any hasty actions, opting instead to wait until the mission was complete to explore further. He concealed himself in the narrow space behind the bed, biding his time for the target's arrival. It soon proved that his timing was impeccable. Before long, the target entered the room, swaying under the weight of his bulk, and promptly collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Thus, it can be said that indulging in alcohol can lead to grave mistakes. Once the target fell into a deep slumber, Maka, wielding a sharp dagger, deftly approached the bedside. Yet, when the moment to strike arrived, he hesitated, just as he had anticipated. The blade hovered ominously over the target's neck, inching forward, glinting with a chilling light. That sheen faintly revealed a hint of dark blue, unmistakably imbued with deadly poison. Was it truly necessary to proceed? Faced with an unarmed man, a mere gentle push of the blade would suffice to extinguish his life, even with just the venom coating the edge. Such a simple act. It rendered Maka utterly rigid. Was there truly a necessity for this? Maka questioned himself once more, yet he could not find an answer. As time trickled away, the target remained ensconced in slumber, while beads of sweat formed on Maka's brow. The weather was still oppressively warm, with dark clouds gathering in the sky outside, making the air stifling to the point of faintness. Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning illuminated Maka's face, revealing his internal struggle. Another crack of thunder echoed, and the target stirred, wrinkling his brow. Little did the portly middle-aged man realize that this very movement would lead to his demise. With almost instinctive reflex, Maka struck, blood gushing forth from the victim's throat. The man clearly struggled for a moment, but Maka's gloved left hand firmly clamped over his mouth, the strength rendering him utterly immobile. Soon, the bed bore only a cold corpse and a rigid assassin. Boom! A third lightning bolt split the night sky, illuminating the entire mansion, as well as the bed soaked in sanguine hues. The sensation was indescribable, though he had witnessed death before. The experience of taking a life with his own hands was indelibly etched in his memory. After what felt like an eternity, Marca gradually regained his composure. It was a dismal assassination. He glanced at the stains marring his attire and chuckled bitterly, reflecting that, by the standards of his training, this was undeniably a failure. Yet, despite the shortcomings, no commotion had been raised. Marca pushed the bed a few inches aside, and then he heard a faint click as a hidden door creaked open. This was a small secret chamber, barely allowing a single person to enter while hunched over. Inside lay a trove of gold and silver treasures, alongside numerous confidential documents. Marca casually picked up a few papers to peruse, but found them of little utility. The eagle's nest had never lacked for wealth. Moreover, now inhabiting this body was Marca, and even if he took something, it would likely serve no purpose. What is this? Suddenly, Marca's gaze fell upon a tightly bound box. He severed the numerous ropes with his dagger, prying the box open to reveal an Arabian dagger. Yet this dagger was evidently extraordinary, emanating subtle, transparent waves, and exuding an aura of enigmatic secrecy, appearing quite mystical. Marca refrained from touching it hastily, but mere observation yielded no clarity. However, the fact that he chose not to touch it did not imply that he could forego the encounter altogether. A mysterious force surged from within Marca's heart, compelling him to reach for the hilt of the dagger. Though he quickly regained his awareness, his will to resist proved futile. At that moment, his hand was beyond his control. The instant he made contact with the dagger, a chilling aura spread from his fingertips throughout his entire being, an indescribable sensation that, while not painful, was profoundly unsettling. At that moment, he remained oblivious to any anomaly, merely sensing that the eerie feeling of the blade having grazed a person's neck had vanished in an instant. Alani, this task shall be exceedingly arduous. You must prepare meticulously. The elder continued to face away from him, his voice still low and deliberate, yet the curvature of his back had noticeably increased. It had been several years since their last encounter. Yes, Marca felt a distinct chill in his tone, as if it had grown considerably colder. Chapter 56, Turmoil Amidst Tranquility. This second experience was even more unreasonable than the first. Perhaps sensing Marca's unwillingness to cooperate, or for other reasons, this latest operation bore far stricter constraints. Although he could engage in certain activities, any deviation from the task would immediately summon that invisible force of control. Thus, more often than not, Marca found himself relegated to the position of a spectator, observing through a first-person VIP perspective. This sensation was peculiar, filled with a profound sense of dissonance. He could vividly perceive every action, thought, and sensory experience of Alani, yet he was rendered incapable of intervening. Moreover, it is worth noting that even from a purely rational standpoint, two different individuals could possess divergent criteria for judgment. For a rational perspective, doubts arose within Marca's mind. It was evident that he sensed something amiss. He had never approached problems solely from a rational viewpoint, as it fundamentally contradicted his principles. As he observed the scenery shift, from riding towards the Seljuk capital of Bahat to the palace itself, it became apparent that Alani's actions were more straightforward and direct, yet also swifter and more succinct. It was only when Alani, disguised as a Sunni believer, feigned counsel and swiftly assassinated the target that a wail, originating from the depths of the soul, erupted unexpectedly. It was the dagger. He could sense that the enigmatic blade was tormenting the soul of the victim. According to a tome on soul magic found in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, it was stated, tormenting the souls of one's kin could bestow immense power, but would also cause one's own soul to tremble and potentially become fractured. Many ancient dark magics were crafted upon this theoretical premise, such as the long-lost method of creating a soul box. Naturally, there are also those who tread the opposite path, like the infamous dark wizard Hellbow, inspired by the theory of soul boxes, invented the method of creating Horcruxes. As Marca pondered, he suddenly found his entire field of vision transformed into a blinding white. The luminescence surrounding his body gradually faded, and he gazed upon the dark-haired, dark-eyed woman before him, sensing a familiar aura for the first time. Had she also wielded that dagger? Rhoinamira? Marca inquired. What is the objective of this trial? He continued to press. Remember, one must pass the trial to proceed to the next step. Her expression remained serene, yet the solemnity in her gaze intensified. Meanwhile, Rhoinamira had completely vanished from sight. Life in the second year at Hogwarts was, in truth, not markedly different from that of the first year, save for the addition of the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart among the professors. If one were to identify any changes, it would be the shifts within the Quidditch teams. Firstly, Harry ultimately joined the Gryffindor team in his second year, much to Ron's exuberance. Conversely, Malfoy became the seeker for Slytherin, with his father, Lucius, even financing a new batch of Firebolt 2001 brooms, which led him to mock Harry. Furthermore, a significant event transpired within Hufflepuff's team. Maka had voluntarily submitted a request to resign. Although, due to the pleas of team members and even Professor Sprout, he ultimately received only a temporary leave of absence. It was nonetheless a considerable disappointment for the entire Hufflepuff house. In truth, aside from minimizing interference with the actions of the trio from Gryffindor, he required ample time to delve into the study and application of soul magic. If there were any leads at present, they undeniably pertained to the enigmatic power of that dagger. Despite the lack of information regarding it, pursuing this thread seemed promising. Being a Hufflepuff, a more understated approach was indeed the path to take. In the days that followed, Maka immersed himself in the library's secluded corners outside of class hours, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Rather than embodying a Hufflepuff, he resembled a true Slytherin. Hermione, who had often engaged in discussions with him in the library, refrained from approaching him due to her own inner uncertainties. This state of affairs persisted until October. Recently, a damp chill permeated the air, incessantly infiltrating the very halls of Hogwarts. A sudden outbreak of colds swept through both staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a flurry. Her invigorating potions had immediate effects, yet those who consumed them would find their ears steaming for several hours. Ginny Weasley, feeling unwell, was coerced by Percy into taking some of the tonic. Consequently, steam erupted from beneath her vibrant hair, making her head appear as if it were ablaze. After all, the pressure from Slytherin's firebolts weighed heavily on the minds of the team members. Hermione herself was uncertain as to why she hesitated to initiate a conversation with him. As astute as she was, she found herself unable to discern the underlying cause. She merely sensed that Maka seemed somewhat changed. What could possibly be amiss? Hermione sat at the far end of the library, gazing longingly at Maka, who was engrossed in his writings, hesitating inwardly. Just a few days prior, Harry had received an invitation from nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor, to attend the ghostly commemorative ball, an event she and Ron were also slated to attend. In truth, she was quite eager about the upcoming soiree, as it was indeed a peculiar affair, and living beings seldom received such invitations. She yearned to inquire whether Maka would accompany her. Hermione lingered in her seat for an extended period, and as dusk approached, she clenched her fists and steeled herself. Maka, she murmured. Yet, absorbed in his tomes, Maka did not even lift his head, appearing oblivious to her presence, remaining steadfastly focused on his tasks. Maka, Hermione raised her voice slightly. Nearly headless Nick invited Harry to the commemorative ball. Would you care to join us tomorrow night? He sensed eyes from elsewhere observing him and thought it unwise to continue ignoring her, so he merely shook his head slightly. Hermione, witnessing his reluctance to even glance her way, felt a tumult of emotions within her. Very well. That evening, relentless rain poured outside the castle, and peering out, it appeared as if the windows had been coated with ink. The flickering flames of the hearth illuminated numerous plush armchairs, where people sat reading, conversing, and completing their homework. Naturally, Fred and George, the vivacious Weasley brothers, were not idle. They were experimenting with what would happen if a fire lizard were fed some explosive candy. Fred had rescued the vibrant orange lizard from their care of magical creatures class. At this moment, it lay on a table, sulkily smoldering, surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. Just as Hermione pushed the door open, the fire lizard leapt into the air, spinning wildly around the room, emitting crackling sparks accompanied by a series of resounding pops. Percy, with a hoarse voice, sternly reprimanded Fred and George. His demeanor mirrored that of Mrs. Weasley. The fire lizard expelled orange stars from its mouth, a breathtaking spectacle. It soared past Hermione, who had just entered, but she swiftly drew her wand and cast a freezing charm at it. Her mood was decidedly foul at that moment. What's wrong, Hermione? Ron inquired cautiously, approaching her. Leave me alone, Hermione snapped, tossing her head as she briskly made her way toward the girls' dormitory, quickly vanishing from sight. How should I know? Harry shrugged, indicating his own confusion. I remember Hermione was at the library. Ron pondered as he passed the entrance to the girls' dorms, suddenly realizing perhaps it's because of Maka. Though Ron was not particularly astute, he had gleaned enough about Maka to sense a certain distance that had developed between him and their group lately. Especially, it seemed that Maka had not spent time with him recently. Chapter 57, Whispers of the Chamber. Harry found himself regretting his hasty agreement to attend the commemorative ball. The enormous pumpkins cultivated by Hagrid had been transformed into a multitude of lanterns, spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals within. Whispers circulated among the crowd that Dumbledore had commissioned a skeleton dance troupe to entertain the guests. Hermione, are you still planning to attend the Death Day party? Harry inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, Hermione nodded, though her attention was evidently elsewhere. As the clock struck 7, Harry, Ron, and Hermione proceeded through a corridor that led directly to the bustling Great Hall, adorned with colorful decorations and sparkling candlelight, where tables were lavishly set with golden platters. Enticing in their splendor, Harry gazed at the opulent scene, a pang of regret swelling within him as they turned towards the dungeon classroom instead. The corridor leading to the venue of the Death Day party was also illuminated by candles, yet the ambience was far from joyous. The dim, slender candles flickered with an eerie blue light, casting a foreboding glow even upon the vibrant faces of the trio. With each step, the temperature seemed to plummet, and Harry shivered, pulling his robes tightly around himself. At that moment, he was struck by a sound akin to 1,000 fingernails scraping against a colossal blackboard. "Is that what they call music?" Ron muttered in complaint. As they rounded a corner, they beheld nearly headless Nick standing at the threshold of a grand chamber, draped in a cloak of black velvet. "My dear friends," he addressed them with an inexplicable melancholy. "Welcome, welcome. I am truly delighted by your presence." The sight of the hundreds of pale, translucent ghosts within the room, accompanied by the dreadful and quavering melodies produced by 30 saws, resembled a scene from a nightmare. Moreover, the coldness in the air was particularly biting. At that moment, he was engaged in peculiar experiments within the room of requirement. The efficacy of the runic symbols was indeed remarkable. He continued to inscribe the runes with a quill, and although there had been no advancements in application, the sheer volume of his findings was already quite significant. What pleased him even more were the rudimentary abilities he had experienced while inhabiting Irani's body. After thorough research and validation, it became clear that those enhancement abilities could scarcely be classified as runes. They were merely nascent forms of magic. Yet they had proven immensely beneficial. He finally grasped why Godric Gryffindor was heralded as the most accomplished duelist of his time. When a wizard masters a plethora of spells that enhance physical prowess, their combat effectiveness is significantly amplified. Thus, despite Gryffindor's magical achievements being somewhat inferior to those of Ravenclaw and even Slytherin, he stood as the most formidable fighter among the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Of course, there may be additional reasons for this, but according to the research and experimentation conducted by Maka, it was undoubtedly one of the contributing factors. It is even conceivable that Gryffindor himself hailed from a knightly lineage. After numerous attempts involving leaps and spellcasting, Maka concluded his research and took a brief respite in the room of requirement before slowly making his way back to the dormitory. The corridor was enveloped in silence, save for the incessant patter of rain outside, which stirred a sense of unease within. "Villy?" After rounding a corner, Marcus spotted Villy Blova standing by the window of the corridor. She turned her head, regarding him silently. "What is the matter? Why aren't you in the hall?" Marca endeavored to keep his expression from appearing too rigid, yet it was a futile effort. "You have changed," Villy murmured. Another had echoed this sentiment after Luna. Marca was acutely aware of how conspicuous his transformation had become. Despite his attempts at discretion, those who had once been close to him invariably sensed the subtle shifts within him. Among them, Luna Lovegood and Villy Blova were the most perceptive. Perhaps one could also include Hermione Granger in this delicate observation. After a moment of introspection, he hesitated, ceasing to force a smile, and gently shook his head. "Perhaps. But I remain who I am," he replied calmly. Villy turned fully to face him, studying him with a gaze that, while equally tranquil, conveyed an emotional depth starkly contrasting with Marca's aloofness. "The you of the past was better," she said earnestly, locking her eyes onto his. With that, Villy pivoted and departed, as decisively as she had in the library that day. Even devoid of emotional ties, Marca found her thoughts inscrutable. He watched her retreating figure, reflecting on how the rain continued its relentless rhythm outside. After a moment, he turned and made his way toward the Hufflepuff common room in the basement. As he approached a corner on the 3rd floor, his steps faltered. Just beyond the corner, a massive serpent slithered through the corridor, while a petite figure nearby was engaged in drawing something on the wall. "Ginny Weasley," Marco whispered to himself, fixating intently on the small silhouette. The chamber had been opened. "Beware of the air." The bold letters, towering at a foot high, were still discernible in the dim glow of the torches. In conclusion, Ginny affixed a petrified cat next to the inscription on a torch bracket. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's feline companion. Nearby, a door stood ajar, seemingly leading to a restroom. Marca observed quietly, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. The giant serpent reacted instantly, darting into the restroom, followed closely by Ginny, who promptly shut the door behind her. A sign reading out of order swayed slightly on the door, as if denying entry to any intruders. "But I truly heard it," a voice exclaimed. Hermione, who was leading the group, suddenly gasped, pointing towards the lower end of the corridor. Look, it was evident that she had spotted the writing on the wall. One would have to be blind not to see such large letters. What is that hanging below? Ron asked, his voice trembling slightly. They approached cautiously, and Harry nearly slipped, for a large puddle lay on the ground. Hermione swiftly grasped his clothing to prevent him from falling. The two advanced gradually towards the sign, their eyes fixated on the dark shape below. As they both discerned what it was, they recoiled in fright, splashing water everywhere. However, Ron remained transfixed, staring intently at something just around the corner, as if it held his utmost concern. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, standing motionless for several seconds. Should we attempt a rescue? Harry stammered. What for? Didn't we just see it? Hermione exclaimed. No, I just noticed Ron open his mouth, only to swallow his words back. From either end of the corridor, the sound of hundreds of feet ascending the stairs echoed, accompanied by the jubilant chatter of those who had just finished their meals. Soon after, students began to jostle and crowd into the passageway. They found themselves surrounded. When a front of the crowd spotted the cat hanging upside down, the lively chatter abruptly ceased. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood isolated in the middle of the corridor, while the students fell silent, pressing forward to witness the horrifying scene. In the unsettling stillness that ensued, a voice broke the silence. Beware, enemies of the air. You're next, Mudblood. It was Draco Malfoy, speaking loudly. He had pushed his way to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes sparkling with delight, and his usually pallid face now bore a hint of color. Evidently pleased with the current situation, he gazed at the rigid cat hanging there, a cruel smirk evident on his face. What has happened here? What has occurred? Filch, evidently drawn by Malfoy's shout, squeezed through the throng. Upon seeing Mrs. Norris, he stumbled back a few steps, panic-stricken, clutching his face. My cat. What has happened to my cat? He wailed, glaring fiercely at Harry as if he wished to devour him alive. Filch, Dumbledore, and the other professors arrived in haste. In the blink of an eye, he passed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, retrieving Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Come with me, Filch. And you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Lockhart hurriedly pushed forward, inviting Dumbledore to his office. My office is closest, just upstairs. The students silently parted to allow their passage. Inside Lockhart's office, Dumbledore bent low, examining everything, poking here and prodding there. Lockhart feigned expertise, incessantly offering foolish suggestions. She is not dead. Filch, Dumbledore finally declared after his inspection. She has been petrified, but I am unclear as to how it happened. Ask him. Filch screamed, turning his tear-streaked, mottled face towards Harry. Snape, lurking in the shadows, observed the unfolding scene with a hint of malicious delight. For him, Harry's misfortunes translated directly into his own satisfaction, a conversion rate exceeding 200%. Chapter 58, Whispers of Rumor. It must be him. Filch shrieked, directing his gaze at Harry. A second year could never achieve this, Dumbledore asserted firmly, emphasizing the necessity of advanced dark magic. Yet Filch remained unconvinced, stubbornly insisting that it was Harry's handiwork. Meanwhile, Snape exacerbated the situation by interrogating Harry about his whereabouts, seeking to oust him from the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The atmosphere grew chaotic. Until proven guilty, one is innocent, Severus, Dumbledore maintained steadfastly. Snape appeared infuriated, as did Filch. My cat has been petrified, he yelled, his eyes bulging. I demand to see someone punished. I shall brew it, Lockhart interjected. I have done so at least 100 times. I could concoct the Mandrake restorative potion in my sleep. Snape cast a sidelong glance, his words trailing off. But the implication was clear to any discerning listener. Harry and his companions longed to escape the scene, quickening their pace until they nearly broke into a run. Upon reaching Lockhart's office upstairs, they slipped into an empty classroom and gently closed the door. Harry squinted in the dim light, studying the faces of his two friends. Do you think I should tell them about the voice I heard? He hesitated. For several consecutive days, students spoke of nothing else, consumed by discussions of the attack on Mrs. Norris, with Filch's antics ensuring the incident remained fresh in everyone's minds. He was often seen pacing near the spot of the attack, as if expecting the assailant to return. Harry observed him scrubbing the wall's inscription with Scourgify, but it seemed a futile effort, as the words continued to gleam brightly on the stone surface. When not patrolling the crime scene, Filch could be found glaring with his crimson eyes, lurking in the corridors, springing upon unsuspecting students, and concocting excuses to confine them, citing reasons such as their loud breathing or their merriment. As for Ginny, she appeared deeply unsettled by Mrs. Norris's fate. According to Ron, she had always held a fondness for cats, He occasionally offered comfort to his beloved sister, though he would sometimes stare vacantly into the distance. Given his friendship with Harry, it was evident that Harry had noticed Ron's current state. However, Harry was preoccupied with his own troubles. Just the fact that people fled at the sight of him was enough to cause him considerable distress. One day, Hermione emerged from between the bookshelves. She appeared exceedingly vexed, yet eventually consented to converse with him, likely due to the fact that Maka had not been present in the library these past few days. "Why do you wish to see it?" Harry inquired, perplexed. "For the same reason as others, to investigate the legend of the Chamber of Secrets," Hermione replied. "What is the chamber?" Harry immediately followed up with another question. "The issue lies therein. I cannot recall," Hermione murmured, biting her lip and casting a seemingly casual glance towards the corner behind the library, her voice trailing off. "Moreover, I cannot find this tale elsewhere." "Hermione, may I see your essay?" Ron said, glancing at his watch, his impatience evident. "No." Hermione suddenly shot Ron a glare. Observing her mood darkening once more, Ron merely pursed his lips, although his gaze also swept towards that corner. It had almost become Maka's designated spot, yet since the petrification incident, he had not been seen again. Shortly thereafter, the class bell rang. Ron and Hermione walked in silence towards their history of magic class. Along the way, Harry hesitated several times to glance at them, finally realizing something was amiss. No. Harry was taken aback when Hermione and Ron simultaneously rejected this dreadful idea. "What's the matter?" Harry could not help but display his confusion. Nothing at all." Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, both uncertain of the other's thoughts, yet undoubtedly related to Maka. Ultimately, the three of them arrived at the history of magic classroom in silence. The lesson proceeded as monotonously as usual. Professor Binns, the only ghostly teacher at Hogwarts, floated through the blackboard to the lectern, opened his notes, and began reading in a dry, droning voice, the continuous hum akin to that of an antiquated vacuum cleaner. However, after half an hour of this, an unprecedented event occurred in the classroom. Hermione raised her hand. Professor Binns suddenly looked up, visibly astonished. "You are." The term Chamber of Secrets had evidently become a recent topic of intrigue, instilling a sense of fear among the majority of the students. Hermione's sudden mention of it was akin to dousing all the drowsy classmates with cold water, prompting them to sit up straight. Professor Binns blinked at the mention. "My subject is the history of magic," he stated in his dry, wheezy voice. "I study facts, Miss Granger, rather than myths and legends." He cleared his throat and resumed his monotonous recitation. "In that year of October, a specialized group of wizards from the Isle of Wight." Yet Hermione raised her hand again. "May I inquire, sir, aren't legends generally based on some element of truth?" Reluctantly, Professor Binns began to respond slowly. "Well, yes, I suppose you could say that." He scrutinized Hermione intently, as if he had never truly observed a student before. "However, the legend you speak of is a rather sensational, even ludicrous tale. In truth, Hogwarts was established over 1,000 years ago by the four most illustrious witches and wizards of the time. The four houses are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. In the initial years, the founders worked harmoniously together, seeking out young individuals who exhibited signs of magic and bringing them to the castle for thorough cultivation. However, as time progressed, divergences began to emerge among them. The rift between Slytherin and the others widened considerably. He believed that Hogwarts should adopt a more discerning approach in its admissions, asserting that magical education ought to be confined to those from pure-blood families. He was unwilling to accept Muggle-born children, deeming them untrustworthy. After a while, Slytherin and Gryffindor engaged in a fierce dispute over this matter, leading to Slytherin's departure from the school. Reliable historical accounts inform us of this. As Professor Binns pursed his lips, resembling a wrinkled old tortoise, albeit somewhat translucent. Yet, these stark facts were overshadowed by bizarre legends surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. He recounted a tale wherein Slytherin constructed a secret chamber within the castle, unbeknownst to the other founders. According to this legend, Slytherin sealed the chamber, ensuring that no one could access it until his true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir could unlock the chamber and unleash the horrific entity within, tasked with purging the school of all those unworthy of practicing magic. The story concluded here, leaving the classroom in silence, with all eyes fixed on Professor Binns, hoping he would continue. However, as a scholar devoted to factual history, such mythological conjectures were evidently meaningless to him. Regardless of the students' urgings, he was reluctant to delve further into tales that he himself did not believe. Before long, the class ended. 3 individuals were jostled to the side by the crowd, at which point Colin Creevey, a younger admirer of Harry, passed by and cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, Colin," Harry replied casually. Harry, one of the boys in our class has been saying that you are," but Colin was too small to withstand the throng pushing him towards the great hall. They only heard him shout, "Goodbye, Harry," before being swept away by the crowd. "What did that boy say about you?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. "I suspect he was claiming that I am the heir of Slytherin," Harry responded, feeling a slight sinking in his heart as he suddenly recalled Justin Finch-Fletchley's hasty retreat from him at lunch. Ron gazed at Harry with an expression that suggested he had something to say but was struggling to articulate it. "What's the matter, Ron?" Harry asked, noticing his friend's apparent hesitation as he opened his mouth several times without producing a sound, prompting him to inquire further. "Well, actually, Ron stammered, caught in a quandary, yet unable to find the words to express himself. To speak candidly, Ron is indeed a boy who values friendship, and to him, Maka is a quiet yet worthy companion. After all, helping him with his homework is a true testament of camaraderie. He harbors no doubts about Maka. Although he did catch a fleeting glimpse of Maka's departing figure that day at the corner, it was merely for an instant. However, he is far too familiar with the outer robe that always conceals many things. There is no possibility of misidentification. No, it's nothing. I simply believe they can trust anything. To think they would doubt you, Harry." Ron paused, momentarily shifting from his earlier somber tone. The crowd gradually thinned, allowing them to ascend the staircase effortlessly. "Do you truly believe there is a hidden chamber?" Ron turned to Hermione and inquired. "I am uncertain," she replied, furrowing her brow. "Dumbledore could not cure Madame Lorelei, which leads me to suspect that the assailant may not be human." As they conversed, they rounded a corner and arrived at the corridor where the attack had transpired. Almost immediately, they spotted around 20 spiders scurrying frantically on the windowsill, seemingly eager to escape through a small crack in the glass. A long silver thread hung down like a rope, indicating that they had hastily climbed up it to flee outdoors. Ron was startled. He had always harbored a profound aversion to spiders, particularly their rapid movements. Hermione chuckled. "What is so amusing?" Ron retorted angrily. "You must understand, when I was 3, Fred transformed my teddy bear into an ugly, gigantic spider because I had broken his toy broom. If you had experienced what I did, you would not like them either. Imagine clutching your teddy bear and suddenly it sprouts numerous legs." He shuddered, unable to finish his sentence, while Hermione clearly struggled to suppress her laughter. Harry felt it prudent to steer the conversation away from such matters and quickly interjected. "Do you remember the puddle on the floor? Where did it come from?" "Someone must have mopped the floor." They approached, examining the ground and glancing at the adjacent door. "We cannot enter." Ron's hand was scalded by the doorknob. It was the girls' restroom. "Oh, Ron, there's no one inside," Hermione remarked. She straightened up and approached, asserting, "This is the domain of Moaning Myrtle. Come on, let's take a look." Ignoring the prominently displayed out-of-order sign, she pushed the door open. Myrtle is a ghost and rather unpopular. She has a rather foul temperament, often hiding in this restroom, weeping, and has been known to douse any girl who inadvertently trespasses with cold water. However, her behavior is largely rooted in inexplicable insecurity. Harry and the others ventured in and asked a few questions, but Myrtle was evidently disinclined to engage in conversation. After a series of evasive responses, she swiftly retreated into the toilet, splashing them with water. Unfortunately, just as they exited the girls' restroom, they encountered Ron's brother Percy, who promptly deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. That evening, in the communal lounge, Harry, Ron, and Hermione endeavored to position themselves as far from Percy as possible. Recently, Ron had been in a rather foul mood, consistently spilling ink on his parchment while attempting his charms homework. When he distractedly took out his wand to erase the stains, he inadvertently ignited the parchment. Anger flared within Ron, prompting him to slam shut Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2. To Harry's astonishment, Hermione also forcefully closed her book. "But who could it be?" she whispered. "Who wishes to expel the Muggle-born and Squib from Hogwarts?" "Perhaps it's Malfoy," Ron casually remarked, his gaze lowered, obscuring his expression. Hermione looked at him, skepticism etched on her face, yet a flicker of agreement danced in her heart. "You mean, of course it is him." Ron became increasingly animated, suddenly raising his head to face Hermione. "Did you hear what he said? Next, it would be you, Mudblood." In truth, one need only glance at his repulsive rat-like visage to know it is indeed him. Upon hearing this, Harry too closed his book. Just look at their family. They all belong to Slytherin, and he often boasts that they are likely descendants of the Slytherins. His father is wicked enough. They may have held the key to the chamber for centuries. With Harry joining in the conversation, Ron's eyes flickered momentarily, yet his tone grew more resolute. Passed down through generations from father to son. Indeed, Hermione cautiously interjected, "I believe this is plausible. But how are we to prove it?" Harry said with a sense of pessimism. Perhaps there's a way, Hermione said slowly, casting a furtive glance at Percy across the room, lowering her voice further. Of course, it is not easy, and it is perilous, extremely perilous. We would likely violate 50 school rules. Do tell. What is it? Ron asked impatiently. Very well. I might as well share it with you now, Hermione replied calmly. What we need to do is infiltrate the Slytherin common room, pose a few questions to Malfoy, all while ensuring he does not recognize us. That is impossible, Harry asserted, with Ron exhibiting a look of frustration. No, it is feasible, Hermione countered. We merely require some polyjuice potion. What is that? Ron and Harry asked in unison. A few weeks ago, Snape mentioned it in class. Hermione hesitated before continuing. Even earlier, I had seen it in my notes from Professor Maka's potions class last semester. Her voice dwindled to an almost inaudible whisper. Oh, Maka, Ron echoed, yet remained silent. Harry cautiously inquired, are you truly not going to consult Maka? Setting aside the matter of the chamber, regarding this, polyjuice potion, it would be prudent to ask Maka, wouldn't it? He paused, observing the two of them maintain their silence, his expression now rife with confusion. What's the matter with you two concerning Maka? Harry could no longer contain himself and directly inquired. No, it's nothing. I just feel that Maka has been rather reclusive lately, Ron hesitated to say. Hermione pursed her lips, glanced at Ron, and murmured, Harry, let us not ask for now. I'll inquire about the polyjuice potion with Maka tomorrow. Yet, in the following days, Hermione found no opportunity. She scarcely caught a glimpse of Maka. Eventually, they had to seek out Lockhart for a signed permission slip to borrow books from the restricted section. In truth, Lockhart was eager to sign his name anywhere. Speaking of which, Harry, Lockhart remarked as Hermione clumsily folded the slip and tucked it into her bag. Tomorrow marks the first Quidditch match of the season. Doesn't he it? Gryffindor versus Slytherin, am I right? I've heard you've been performing quite well in practice. I was once a seeker myself. They wanted me to run for the national team, but I preferred to devote my life to vanquishing dark forces. However, if you feel the need for extra training, do not hesitate to come to me. I'm always willing to impart my experience to less experienced players. Harry mumbled a vague response in his throat and hurriedly followed Ron and Hermione out. I can hardly believe it, Harry said as the three scrutinized the signature on the slip. He didn't even consider what book we wanted. He.S. an utter fool, Ron retorted. Who cares? We've got what we wanted. He.S. not an utter fool. Hermione frowned as they jogged towards the library. Were it not for Maka, her attitude would have been far more fervent, perhaps even more zealous, as she was indeed one of Lockhart's admirers. But at that moment, she had little time to dwell on such matters and merely let it pass. After all, there were plenty of vexations weighing on her mind. Soon, they rushed to the library and borrowed a book titled Powerful Potions, before hurrying to the girls' lavatory where Myrtle resided. At 11 o'clock on Saturday, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin commenced. At that moment, Maka was seated in the stands. He had initially been reluctant to attend, but Luna seemed quite fascinated by Quidditch and insisted on dragging him to the Ravenclaw viewing section. Observing Luna's enthusiasm stirred a feeling in his otherwise unresponsive heart, compelling him to accompany her. It was a sultry, humid day, with distant rumbles of thunder suggesting imminent rain. Before long, the match began. Suddenly, a heavy black bludger hurtled toward him. Harry barely dodged it, feeling the rush of air as it passed. Maka drew his wand, pointed it at his own eyes, and murmured a few incantations. Instantly, his vision zoomed in, allowing him to clearly see the predicament Harry was facing. Was it the house elf? Maka wondered. Chapter 60, A Twist of Fate. That is Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family, who attempted to create trouble for Harry before the term commenced, preventing him from arriving at Hogwarts. This included throwing a cake pudding at the guests invited by Harry's uncle and magically sealing the pillar that led to the Hogwarts train station. Now, Dobby was once again intervening during the Quidditch match, intending to knock Harry down. At this moment, only Maka vaguely remembered that this house elf was merely acting out of goodwill, wishing to protect Harry from danger. If all went as expected, Harry's arm would soon be broken, yet he had no desire to intervene. However, he could not foresee that his stance, with his wand raised and his perspective magnified, was being observed not only by Ron, who occasionally glanced in his direction, but even Hermione had taken notice. At that very instant, the rogue bludger struck Harry, sending him crashing to the ground. The match concluded with Harry catching the golden snitch at the last moment, yet all attention now turned to his injury upon landing. The Quidditch pitch quickly filled with people. Do not worry, Harry. I am about to mend your arm, Lockhart proclaimed loudly to the anxious Gryffindor students surrounding them. No, Harry exclaimed, let it be as it is. Thank you. He wished to sit up, but the pain in his arm was excruciating. He heard the familiar click of a camera nearby. "I do not wish to have such photographs taken, Colin," he shouted. "Lie still," Harry Lockhart reassured him. "It is a simple charm, one I have performed countless times. Why can't I go directly to the hospital?" Harry gritted his teeth as he spoke. He glanced around, but could not find Ron, nor was Hermione present. In truth, they had not strayed far, standing just outside the crowd. Ron gazed at Maka's departing figure with a conflicted expression, always somewhat self-conscious. He held complex feelings towards Maka, his friend. To be honest, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards this friend. However, as time passed, the disparity grew more pronounced, leaving him little room to ponder whether he should feel envious of Maka. When the term began, and he learned of Maka's accomplishments in potions, only genuine happiness for his dear friend remained in the depths of his heart. Though he himself was unaware of this series of psychological changes, it was undoubtedly a qualitative transformation of their friendship. Thus, even though he had seen Maka's silhouette before, he could not fathom that his good friend would engage in such actions. Such wrongdoing could only be perpetrated by that scoundrel Malfoy. Yet just moments ago, when he witnessed Maka raise his wand and saw Harry tumble from his broom, he sensed a whiff of betrayal. Maka's behavior this term was undeniably abnormal, and this unsettling aura had already spread among his acquaintances. Not far behind Ron, Hermione silently observed Maka's figure. However, unlike Ron, who was consumed by conflicting emotions, Hermione, with her deeper understanding of magic, was filled with concern. Was Maka under the influence of dark magic? To speak candidly, this is not the first time she has entertained such thoughts. The moment Maka's behavior exhibited signs of abnormality, she immediately recalled the incident involving the Philosopher's Stone from the previous semester. She was the sole witness to the final expression on Maka's face. Although she was perplexed at the time, considering the circumstances of this semester, she surmised that the likelihood of Maka being under the influence of dark magic was indeed substantial. It must be said that Hermione's conjecture was already quite close to the truth. Yet, despite the proximity, it remained a miscalculation. Harry's arm was broken, and to make matters worse, he had fallen victim to a curse cast by Lockhart, leading to an even more grievous situation. The bones of his entire forearm were gone. What protruded from his sleeve resembled a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He attempted to move his fingers, but there was no response. Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital wing, was evidently displeased. What should have taken mere seconds to mend now required the use of bone regrowth potion for it to heal. The sensation of regrowing bones was far from pleasant. "At least you caught the golden snitch." Ron's voice was muffled, yet he was at least trying to console Harry. Hermione, standing by the bedside, nodded in agreement, although her mood appeared to be equally dismal. "Once we have consumed the polyjuice potion, we can inquire with Malfoy about his motives," Harry remarked, resting his head on the pillow. "I hope the taste of the polyjuice potion is more palatable than this wretched concoction." No need to ask. Ron and Hermione thought simultaneously, though the implications of their thoughts were worlds apart. Nevertheless, both had yet to express their inner sentiments aloud. At that moment, the door to the infirmary swung open, and members of the Gryffindor team entered to visit Harry. They were all covered in mud, resembling drowned rats. "Harry, you flew magnificently," George exclaimed. "I just saw Marcus shouting at Malfoy, claiming that the golden snitch was right above his head and he couldn't see it." Malfoy did not appear to be in high spirits. The team members brought cake, sweets, and several bottles of pumpkin juice. They gathered around Harry's bed, ready to celebrate a joyous occasion. But to their dismay, Madame Pomfrey stormed in, exclaiming, "This child needs rest. He has 33 bones to regrow. Out, out." Thus, the infirmary was left with Harry alone, with nothing to distract him. He merely felt a dull ache in his arm, as if it were being sliced by a knife. After a long while, he finally dozed off in a daze. However, in the dead of night, he was awakened by Dobby, the house elf, who was gently wiping Harry's forehead with a sponge. Upon realizing that Dobby had sealed the adjoining wall, Harry felt a surge of anger. Yet when Dobby shook his head, indicating his accustomedness to such threats, the elf's pitiful expression caused Harry's ire to dissipate involuntarily. Dobby wiped his nose with a corner of the filthy pillowcase he wore, a faint smile gracing his face. "Why are you wearing that thing, Dobby?" Harry inquired curiously. "This, sir," Dobby replied, tugging at the pillowcase. "It symbolizes the status of a house elf in servitude. Sir, it is only when Dobby's master grants him clothing that he can attain his freedom. The household is exceedingly cautious, not even entrusting him with a single sock, for that would mean Dobby's liberation, allowing him to depart from their abode forever." "Your bludger?" Harry inquired, his anger flaring once more. "What do you mean by your bludger? Did you send that bludger to kill me?" "Ah, if only Harry Potter knew," Dobby lamented, tears cascading onto his tattered pillowcase. If only he understood what he signifies to us humble, enslaved beings in a magical realm. Dobby has not forgotten the times when the Dark Lord, whose name cannot be spoken, was at the height of his power, sir. People treated us house elves like vermin, sir. Indeed, they still treat Dobby in such a manner, sir, he continued, wiping his face on the pillowcase. However, overall, since you vanquished that Dark Lord, our lives as minor characters have greatly improved. Harry Potter survived, the evil one's power was shattered. This heralds a new dawn, sir. For those of us who believe the dark days would never end, Harry Potter shines like a beacon of hope, sir. Yet now at Hogwarts, dreadful events are poised to transpire. Perhaps they have already begun. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to remain here, for history is on the verge of repeating itself. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more. Suddenly, Dobby froze, then seized the water jug from the nightstand and struck his own head with it. Not long after, there seemed to be some commotion outside, and in a panic, Dobby vanished with a flick of magic. If Maka were present, he would undoubtedly etch this scene into his memory. Here at Hogwarts, the existence of a being capable of vanishing through magic presents a remarkable subject for study. However, Maka was evidently not here. Only moments ago, he had been observing the occurrence of the second petrification. Soon, the infirmary door swung open, and Dumbledore stepped in, retreating as he entered. He was clad in a long woolen dressing gown and wore a nightcap. He held aloft one end of a sculptural object. A moment later, Professor McGonagall appeared, lifting the other end. Together, they placed it upon the bed. It was Colin Creevey, the first-year student who adored capturing everything with his camera. A devoted admirer of Harry. His eyes were wide, hands clasped before his chest, camera raised. Petrified? Madame Pomfrey whispered. Indeed, Professor McGonagall replied, shuddering at the thought of what might have transpired had Albus not fortuitously come downstairs with hot chocolate. The three of them focused intently on Colin. The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again, Dumbledore stated slowly. Madame Pomfrey covered her mouth with her hand, while Professor McGonagall stared blankly at Dumbledore. But Albus, you must know who did this? The issue is not who, Dumbledore said, his gaze fixed on Colin, but rather how it was opened. Chapter 61. A reluctant duel at the break of dawn the following day. Harry discovered that the bones in his arm had mended. Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination and, upon witnessing the satisfactory progress, informed Harry that he was free to leave. Naturally, Harry was eager to comply. He hastily donned his robes and made his way to Gryffindor Tower, longing to discuss the circumstances surrounding Colin and Dobby with Ron and Hermione. However, to his dismay, they were nowhere to be found. Perplexed, he ventured out in search of them, feeling somewhat aggrieved that they seemed indifferent to his recovery. Yet, as he scoured the vicinity and eventually arrived at Myrtle's bathroom, he discovered Hermione there, diligently brewing potions. Harry, she exclaimed, startled by his sudden appearance. Come in. How's your arm? Quite well, Harry replied, squeezing into the cramped space. A cauldron was perched atop the toilet, and he could hear the crackling of flames emanating from beneath, a testament to Hermione's adeptness at conjuring portable, waterproof fire. What about Ron? Is he not with you? Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. Well, I haven't seen him since early this morning, Hermione responded. Just then, Ron entered abruptly, his countenance decidedly grim. What's wrong, Ron? Where have you been? Harry asked, astonished. Ron hesitated for a moment before responding, I went to find McNair. Find McNair? Hermione exclaimed, rising to her feet in alarm. Yes, but I didn't find him. Ron's voice trailed off as he exited, leaving Harry and Hermione exchanging bewildered glances. Should we inquire about what transpired? Harry suggested, casting a look at Hermione. In that moment, Harry found himself engulfed in confusion, the words he intended to express slipping from his mind. Little did they expect that, at the most unforeseen moment, McNair would suddenly appear before them. On Monday morning, news of Colin Creevey's assault spread throughout the school like wildfire, leaving him lying in the infirmary, seemingly lifeless. In an instant, rumors ran rampant among the students, sowing seeds of suspicion and paranoia. First-year students now huddled in tight clusters, fearful that venturing alone would render them targets of attack. Ginny, seated beside Colin in Charm's class, was notably distressed. In an effort to lighten her spirits, Fred and George took turns donning feathers or conjuring boils, leaping from behind statues to amuse her, but Harry perceived their antics as counterproductive. Eventually, Percy, exasperated, stammered that he would write to their mother, Mrs. Weasley, to inform her that Ginny was plagued by nightmares, prompting them to cease their mischief. On another day, as Harry traversed the entrance hall, he was drawn to a small gathering around the notice board, where a freshly tacked parchment was being read aloud. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas appeared, particularly animated, beckoning them over. We're starting a dueling club, Seamus announced. The first meeting is tonight. I harbor no objections to acquiring some knowledge of dueling courses, as they may prove useful someday. That very evening at 8 o'clock, the ambience within the Great Hall of Hogwarts underwent a remarkable transformation. The long dining table vanished, replaced by a gilded, elongated stage that emerged along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles above, while the ceiling reverted to its velvety darkness. Almost all the students of the school were present. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough to accommodate the bustling crowd, albeit still teeming with activity, allowing for some room to maneuver. Each student clutched their wand, their faces alight with excitement. However, it was not long before their expressions shifted to one of disillusionment as Gilderoy Lockhart made his grand entrance. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe, with his hair impeccably styled and an appealing visage, he indeed appeared quite dazzling, provided he remained still. Yet, it was evidently unlikely that this flamboyant new professor would refrain from movement or speech. Lockhart waved his hand for silence, then called out exuberantly, "Gather around, gather around. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Splendid. Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest dueling club to thoroughly train you all in self-defense, employing the very techniques I have utilized countless times. For further details, do peruse my published works." With a flourish, he gestured invitingly. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." He gestured towards Snape standing at the foot of the stage, adding, "He has informed me that he possesses some knowledge of dueling as well, and he has generously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before class." I remarked, "Rest assured, my dear students, you need not worry. Once I conclude my demonstration with him, I shall return your potions professor to you unharmed." At that moment, Snape interjected, "While I do possess some understanding of dueling, the individual accompanying you for the demonstration today will not be me." He stepped aside, revealing the person behind him, delivering a sardonic smile. "It is he. Oh, ha. Lockhart faltered momentarily, then chuckled. "I presume you are jesting. As a teacher, how could I possibly duel with a student? That would be far too perilous." "On the contrary, I believe it is quite fitting," Snape replied coolly, "as it will allow everyone to fully comprehend the inherent dangers of spells." He paused, taking the opportunity to subtly deride Lockhart. "I would think that, given the disparity in skill, managing the risks should pose little challenge for you, the so-called expert in dueling." As expected, Lockhart promptly fell into the trap. "Oh, of course. I think your idea is rather splendid." Yes, Lockhart wore an excessively saccharine smile. "Then come forth, Marvolo." Initially, Marvolo had no intention of involving himself in this affair, yet for reasons unknown, Snape had thrust this responsibility upon him. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. "Fear not. Children, there is no need for trepidation. You shall not be harmed. I possess ample experience in instructing dueling." Lockhart maintained a charming smile. "Perhaps I could pin a tome on the art of dueling. That would undoubtedly be fascinating." "Perhaps," Maka casually remarked as he drew out his wand. Below, numerous students gazed curiously at Maka. Although many had heard whispers of certain events from the previous semester, the specifics had been obfuscated by Dumbledore. In truth, most students were quite eager for this sudden duel. At this moment, the eyes of Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all fixed upon Maka, yet their thoughts were evidently divergent. Among them, Harry bore the least psychological burden. "Go for it, Maka," he exclaimed exuberantly, his underlying wish being to see Maka teach Lockhart a lesson, thereby alleviating his tediousness. In contrast to Maka's unremarkable actions, Lockhart was undeniably more flamboyant. He twirled his hands in a multitude of intricate gestures, skillfully adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, and even took a moment to offer Maka an elegant flourish. Then, they raised their wands in unison, akin to arrows poised at their chests. As you can see, we are holding our wands in a standard dueling stance. Maka executed this admirably, evidently having prepared himself with knowledge of dueling. Lockhart addressed the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Rest assured, I will not allow Maka to come to harm." Instantly, all students' attention was riveted. 1, 2, 3. Maka raised his hand and gave a gentle flick, the tip of his wand tracing a swift arc in the air, its speed astonishing. "Disarm." A slender beam of red light suddenly erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards Lockhart. Although the crimson beam was not particularly dazzling, its density elicited a brief look of surprise from Snape. Lockhart barely had time to react before he was struck by the red light, sending him flying backwards off the stage, crashing violently against the wall, and then sliding down to curl up on the floor. If Snape had performed this, it would likely have been with similar force. Although puzzled as to why Snape had delegated this task to him, once the request was made, Maka found it hard to refuse. To put it plainly, Maka's studies in potion-making occasionally required Snape's support. It was rare for the latter to make a request, and to dismiss it lightly would clearly be against his interests. Reluctantly, Maka acquiesced. Even he understood that this minimal and ludicrous imitation was perhaps merely self-deception. Regardless, I require more time, Maka mused internally. At this moment, I am utterly incapable of making rational judgments, which is quite dire. Aside from the impassive Maka and the disheveled Lockhart struggling to rise, the students gathered in the hall were nearly all rendered speechless by astonishment. After a moment of silence, a wave of excitement erupted. Maka surveyed the scene below, fully anticipating this reaction. Nevertheless, this did not align with his current needs, even though it would undoubtedly be beneficial to his popularity at Hogwarts. Professor Lockhart, my apologies, Maka gently uttered, not waiting for Lockhart's response before gracefully leaping off the stage. Below, Snape observed Lockhart as slightly awkward expression, a cold smirk adorning his face. Chapter 62, Hermione's Speculation. The farce of the dueling club ultimately concluded with Harry's astounding performance. Once Maka descended from the stage, Lockhart quickly recovered from his embarrassment and frustration. It must be said, his resilience was quite remarkable. All right, everyone saw that, he proclaimed, stumbling back onto the stage. This is a disarming spell. As you can see, I have lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. He accepted the wand, cleared his throat, and continued, yes, Maka. What a splendid idea to demonstrate that move. But I must say, your intent to perform such a maneuver was rather obvious. If I had wished to thwart you, it would have required little effort. I believe it might be enlightening for them to witness it. Snape glared at Lockhart from the sidelines. Maka remained indifferent, allowing Lockhart to speak, for the ensuing events were no longer his concern. Shortly thereafter, Lockhart instructed the students to begin practicing in pairs. However, it wasn't too long before the situation spiraled out of control. Goodness gracious, Lockhart exclaimed, darting through the crowd, observing the aftermath of the duels. Stand up, Ernie. Be careful, Miss Fawcett, grip tightly. The bleeding will stop momentarily, Butte in a desperate attempt to halt the chaos. Lockhart was compelled to terminate this ill-fated endeavor. I believe it is best that I teach you some methods to counter hostile spells. The scene was indeed too chaotic. Following Lockhart's lengthy discourse, the atmosphere eventually reverted to a one-on-one demonstration, with him and Snape overseeing the proceedings. The first pair selected was none other than Malfoy and Harry. All right, Harry, Lockhart instructed, when Draco points his wand at you, do this. He raised his wand, waving it about in an attempt to conjure intricate patterns, but accidentally dropped it to the ground, prompting a derisive chuckle from Snape. Lockhart promptly bent down to retrieve his wand. Oh dear, my wand seems a bit overly excited. Snape approached Malfoy, whispering a few words into his ear, which caused Malfoy to snicker in response. Professor, could you demonstrate that counterspell for me once more? Harry nervously asked, looking up at Lockhart. Are you frightened? Malfoy hissed, ensuring Lockhart could not hear. In your dreams, Harry retorted under his breath. Lockhart cheerfully patted Harry on the shoulder, exclaiming, just do as I showed you, Harry. Do what, draw my wand? Harry couldn't help but retort, but Lockhart evidently filtered out Harry's comment. As Lockhart began the countdown, Harry felt compelled to raise his wand, concentrating his focus as much as possible. Begin. Malfoy swiftly lifted his wand and shouted, Serpens Sortia. With a crackling sound from the tip of his wand, a long black serpent erupted from it, landing heavily on the floor between them. The serpent's scales shimmered with a faint dark mist, its mouth slightly ajar, revealing sharp fangs. It faced Harry, its head raised high, clearly poised to strike. The crowd screamed and quickly retreated, creating a space. Maka also stepped back a few paces, blending into the panicking throng, remaining silent. Don't move, Potter, Snape drawled lazily. Clearly, he took pleasure in seeing Harry stand frozen, locked in a stare with the enraged serpent. Let me handle this, Lockhart interjected, seizing the moment. With a flourish of his wand, he aimed at the black snake. It hissed furiously, darting towards the nearest Justin Finch-Fletchley. The serpent lifted its head, baring its fangs, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Harry could not comprehend why he acted as he did. He was not even aware of making a conscious decision. All he knew was that his legs moved forward involuntarily, as if propelled by tiny wheels, and then, foolishly, he shouted at the snake, "Leave him alone." At his words, the serpent collapsed onto the floor, submissive as a thick, black plastic hose, its eyes fixated on Harry. Did I succeed? Harry marveled at the snake. He raised his gaze to Justin, smiling faintly. He expected to see relief, confusion, or gratitude on Justin's face, but instead, he was met with anger and terror. What do you think you're playing at? Justin yelled, before Harry could respond. He turned and bolted from the hall. Snape waved his wand, dispersing the black serpent, then regarded Harry with a knowing expression. Around Harry, whispers among the students intensified, deepening his discomfort. What was happening? Harry wondered, glancing around in confusion. At that moment, he felt someone tug at his sleeve. "We should go," Hermione urged, stepping beside him in a low voice. "Ron, where have you been?" Hermione inquired. Meanwhile, Harry sat in an armchair, his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. "I was looking for Ron," Ron replied, a conflicted look crossing his face before he took a deep breath, as if making a decision. "I want to find Maka." "Off to find Maka again?" Hermione began, but Ron interrupted her hastily. "Hermione, listen to me," he said, lowering his voice as he approached them. "Do you remember that day we saw Filch's cat hanging on the wall?" "Oh, of course, but what of it?" Hermione asked curiously. Harry, upon hearing this, lifted his head, waiting for Ron to continue. "At that moment, while you were engrossed in watching the cat, I noticed a figure lurking around the corner." Ron glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, and with deliberate clarity, he stated that although he had only seen the person's retreating silhouette, he was certain it was Maka. The distinctive outer robe of Maka was unmistakable, ample and billowing. There was no way he could be mistaken. "Are you suggesting that Maka is responsible?" Harry exclaimed incredulously. "No, that is impossible." Hermione glared at Ron, resolutely asserting that he could not possibly be the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps Hermione's tone was too elevated, as her latter statement drew the attention of many, causing everyone to pivot and fix their gazes upon Harry. Ron, witnessing Hermione's disbelief, felt a surge of frustration. "How can you not believe it? You saw it too during Harry's last match," Ron shouted. "And besides, since the beginning of this term, Maka has been acting rather oddly." "Lower your voice, Ron," Hermione whispered. "Do you wish for everyone to know?" "It's because of you," Ron muttered under his breath. "What did you say about Maka and Voldemort?" Harry pressed urgently. "I'm not entirely sure," she replied with a complex expression, "but I believe Maka has been behaving unusually since the end of last term." Both Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. As for what became of Voldemort, only Maka and Professor Dumbledore truly know. Yet Ron and Harry exchanged bewildered glances. If it weren't for her, looking downcast and somewhat despondent, if it weren't for Maka saving me meanwhile, Harry found himself momentarily stilled. "Ron, Hermione," Harry pondered. "I think perhaps we should go and seek confirmation ourselves." Chapter 63. The Ineffectual Probe. Since the commencement of the term, Maka had devoted most of his time to examining the issues surrounding himself. The source of this predicament was not difficult to ascertain. It was merely the mischief of that dagger. According to Rowena's words, this was, in fact, a part of the trial. However, this trial was evidently far more arduous than the last. At least the Phoenician characters left behind discernible clues, but that enigmatic dagger left Maka utterly perplexed. Rational thought could assist him in maintaining composure, yet baseless speculation amounted to mere guesswork. It was evidently related to the soul, cloaked in invisibility. Maka perused the restricted section of the library. He meticulously examined a particular tome he had previously glanced at, the one concerning the study of soul magic. The book still emitted an unsettling magical aura, yet for reasons unknown, Maka now found it far more bearable. He turned the pages one by one, studying intently by the moonlight streaming through the window, occasionally lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he had managed to skim through the book. What exactly does the dagger tormenting the soul signify? He muttered to himself, attempting to evoke some inspiration to aid his thoughts. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly closed his eyes and stood still for a moment. "Yes, that's it." Maka's eyes suddenly widened, and he involuntarily spoke out loud. He had completely forgotten that he was in an invisible state. Indeed, if emotions and feelings are integral to the soul, then erasing them would be tantamount to obliterating a part of one's essence. Maka calmly analyzed the situation and proposed a hypothesis that was not even recorded in that ancient tome of magic. To erase a fragment of the soul, one must first rend the soul itself, a method reminiscent of crafting a soul vessel. But then what? Would the fragmented parts be consumed? As he pondered this, his words faltered, suggesting a troubling implication. It seemed imperative to examine the state of the soul. A thought struck him. If he could dissect the flawed spell, he might attempt to isolate its initial segment. Although creating a spell from scratch remained beyond his reach, deconstructing and refining an existing one was within the realm of possibility. Maka focused intently on the text, subconsciously raising his wand to verify the accuracy of his analysis. A faint wisp of black mist flickered around the wand, spiraling from its tip. This dark fog twisted and churned, gradually thickening until it took on a vague, yet ominous form. Before long, it coalesced into a terrifying misty skull, with hollow eyes that flickered with an eerie blue light. exuding an unsettling aura. Suddenly, a suppressed gasp echoed ominously throughout the library. Maka swiftly dissipated the black mist skull, turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. After a moment of silence, he calmly spoke, "Ron, if you're here, do come out." As his words faded, the library returned to its former stillness. After a considerable pause, Ron, Harry, and Hermione emerged from behind the shelves, shedding their invisibility cloak. "Quite clever," Maka observed, glancing at the strips of fabric tied to the soles of their shoes before turning his attention to Hermione. "This is not." He shook his head, interrupting her. "Now, tell me, what brings you here this late hour?" The trio exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to begin. Especially Ron, who, having just witnessed the earlier spectacle, contemplated fleeing the scene. Truth be told, he regretted having accidentally called out. Meanwhile, Harry, standing beside Ron, pressed his hand against the scar on his forehead, feeling the dull ache provoked by the earlier apparition of the skull. As for Hermione, she had not intended to come, but her concern for Maka's well-being had compelled her to join. However, when the three faced the expressionless Maka, they became momentarily speechless, mouths agape. Despite their grim suspicions about the situation, none had anticipated encountering such a horrifying scene within the library. To speak frankly, when the three of them beheld the skeleton materializing from the tip of Maka's wand, an overwhelming sense of dread surged from their very souls. A feeling that lingers even to this day. At this moment, Maka stood beside an enormous bookshelf, a beam of moonlight filtering through the window, casting a slanted glow upon half of his face. His indifferent expression amidst the dim surroundings evoked a palpable sense of trepidation. "No, it's nothing. We merely wish to find a book in the restricted section," Hermione ventured cautiously. Naturally, he did not take her words seriously. The tome on powerful potions had long been borrowed by her, so what book could she possibly seek now? Yet, Maka had no intention of exposing this detail. Just as he passed by Harry and the others, Hermione could not suppress her inquiry. "Maka, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, continuing on his way until he vanished through the doorway. Throughout this exchange, Ron had remained utterly silent, not from a lack of desire to speak, but from a fear that left him somewhat shaken. Meanwhile, Harry was preoccupied with thoughts of the scar upon his forehead, perplexed as to why the sight of Maka's eerie magic would provoke such pain. "Harry, how did you know Maka would be in the library?" Ron asked, his expression grim in the common room. Harry shook his head, replying, "I merely speculated, as I had previously seen Maka's handwriting in a magical book within the restricted section." "You're just taking a shot in the dark." Hermione interjected. "I thought that, even if we didn't encounter Maka himself, perhaps you could glean some clues from his writings." Harry explained, "Since I find them quite difficult to comprehend and have always been curious." "But who could have known?" "Oh, spare me, Harry," Ron exclaimed. "I think we ought to inform Dumbledore about this." At Ron's words, an air of silence enveloped the common room. Hermione regarded Ron thoughtfully, nodding after a considerable pause. "Perhaps this time, you are right. Even if it were for Maka," she mused gently within herself. The events of the dueling club had inevitably become a topic of conversation among the students. Some discussed Maka's bravery and poise, while others speculated just how powerful he had become, with opinions varying widely. However, most were fixated on Harry's performance, as the ability to converse with snakes was a famed trait of Salazar Slytherin. Thus, the emblem of Slytherin House was a serpent. Consequently, the entire school now regarded him as some distant descendant of Slytherin himself. Ron's words echoed incessantly in Harry's ears, and the students' gossip and fear only served to ignite his frustration. When Harry stormed away from the crowd, hastening down the corridor, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an unsettling sight. Justin Finch Fletchley lay sprawled upon the floor, his body cold and rigid, a look of sheer terror frozen upon his face, his eyes vacantly fixed upon the ceiling. This was not the end. Beside him lay a figure, an extraordinary spectacle that Harry had never before encountered. Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor, was nearly headless. However, he was no longer the translucent, milky figure he once was. Instead, he had transformed into a shadowy silhouette, enveloped in swirling smoke. Lying motionless and suspended 6 inches above the ground. Half of his head was missing, and his face bore an expression of terror identical to that of Justin. Soon, Harry realized he need not worry about explaining the matter of Marvolo to Dumbledore, for he was currently being escorted to the headmaster's office by Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore's office remained as intriguing as ever. Had Harry not been burdened with so many concerns, he would have felt immense joy at the opportunity to visit this enchanting space. It was a spacious, beautifully circular room brimming with an array of whimsical artifacts. A slender high table was adorned with an assortment of peculiar silverware, spinning and emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were lined with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, all gently snoring within their frames. In the room stood a massive table with clawed legs, and behind it, on a shelf, lay a tattered and crumpled sorting hat. Harry hesitated, cautiously glancing at the slumbering wizards and witches on the walls. Surely, there could be no harm in trying the hat on? He quietly crept around the table, lifted the hat from the shelf, and slowly placed it upon his head. The hat was too large, slipping down to obscure his eyes, just as it had when he first wore it. Chapter 64. The Seed. With the sorting hat atop his head, Harry stared at its black lining, anxiously awaiting its response. At that moment, a small voice whispered in his ear, "Is there something you do not comprehend, Harry Potter?" "Oh, yes," Harry murmured, somewhat sheepishly. "I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to inquire. You have long pondered whether I placed you in the appropriate house," the hat cleverly replied. "Indeed, your placement was rather challenging, though certainly easier to determine than that of Marvolo McLean." "Marvolo?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. Have you not been contemplating him?" The hat gently continued. "McLean ought to have been sorted into Ravenclaw, yet he ended up in Hufflepuff, whereas you were destined for Slytherin." But Harry's heart plummeted. He grasped the brim of the hat and removed it, the soft, worn fabric dangling in his hand, dirty and faded. "You are mistaken," he declared loudly to the silent hat. The hat remained motionless. Harry stared at it, retreating slightly, when suddenly a suffocating, peculiar sound emerged from behind him. He whirled around. Perched on a tall, gilded perch behind the door was a decrepit bird, resembling a turkey with half its feathers plucked. Harry fixated on it, and the bird, with a sorrowful gaze, returned his stare while emitting that suffocating cry. Harry observed that the creature appeared gravely ill. Its eyes were devoid of vitality, and at that moment, several feathers fell from its tail. He thought to himself that if Dumbledore's bird were to perish while he was alone in the office with it, that alone would be a burden too great to bear. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the bird suddenly ignited in flames. Harry gasped in terror, retreating and colliding with the desk. He anxiously scanned the surroundings, hoping to find a glass of water or something similar, but saw nothing. Meanwhile, the bird had transformed into a fireball. It emitted a shriek, then vanished, leaving only a pile of still smoldering ashes on the tray beneath its perch. The office door swung open, and Dumbledore entered, his expression somber. "Professor," Harry gasped, "I couldn't help it. Your bird just burst into flames." Dumbledore glanced at the pile of ashes, and a flicker of a smile broke through his previously grave demeanor. "It was about time," he remarked. "It has been in such a state for many days. I have been urging it to act swiftly." Noticing the astonished look on Harry's face, he chuckled gently. "Fawkes is a phoenix, Harry. When a phoenix reaches the end of its life, it self-immolates, only to be reborn from the ashes." As Harry turned his head, he caught sight of a tiny, wrinkled chick peeking out from the ashes, resembling the old bird in its unseemliness. "What a pity," Dumbledore mused as he settled into the chair behind the desk. "Today marks its day of resurrection. Most of the time, it is remarkably beautiful, adorned with splendid red and gold plumage. Phoenixes are indeed extraordinary and enchanting creatures. They can bear immense burdens. Their tears possess healing properties, and they exhibit unwavering loyalty to those they deem worthy." In the aftermath of the shock induced by Fawkes' self-immolation, Harry temporarily forgot the reason for his presence there. However, at that moment, as Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair, fixing him with his penetrating light blue gaze, everything came rushing back to him. "Professor Dumbledore, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Dumbledore responded gently. "It's all right, take your time." Harry found that when he was truly faced with Dumbledore, articulating his thoughts became a daunting task. Yet, these were matters of friendship. If he were to divulge what had transpired with Marvolo, wouldn't it be as if? No, this was for Marvolo's benefit. Perhaps, as Hermione suggested, Marvolo was merely under the influence of some dark magic. This situation needed to be resolved promptly. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry inhaled deeply, then with resolve stated, "I believe Marvolo is likely affected by some form of dark magic from Voldemort." Harry poured out everything he had witnessed and surmised, including Ron's observations, Hermione's deductions, and his own feelings, conveying it all to Dumbledore. "That is the situation, Professor Dumbledore." After he spoke, he regarded Dumbledore's face with a gaze laced with both trepidation and anticipation, hoping for some semblance of a solution. However, to his surprise, Dumbledore merely smiled. "Fear not, Harry," he said with a reassuring smile. "Maka is unharmed. He has not been affected by any dark magic. Yes, I acknowledge that his transformation is quite significant, but it is his own choice. All we need to do is believe in him, nothing more." After a brief pause, Dumbledore continued, "And you, Harry, is there anything else you wish to share with me?" I mean concerning yourself. Harry hesitated, caught off guard. He recalled Malfoy's taunt. You're next, you mudblood. And the weeping of the polyjuice potion in the Myrtle's bathroom, simmering slowly. Then, he remembered that ghostly voice he had once heard. Ron's words about hearing sounds that others could not. It was not a favorable omen, even within the magical realm. He also recalled the murmurs about him and the growing anxiety within him, fearing a connection to Salazar Slytherin. In that moment, a tumult of doubts clenched Harry's lips tightly together. No, he replied, nothing at all, sir. The attacks on Justin and nearly headless Nick had transformed the already tense atmosphere into one of genuine panic. Curiously, it was the incident involving nearly headless Nick that incited the greatest alarm among people. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions often found themselves lapsing into silence during their conversations. Although the polyjuice potion was nearing completion, they remained uncertain about whether they should use it. After a whirlwind of anxious thoughts, they decided to proceed with the potion to test Malfoy, seeking to occupy themselves and stave off their worries. At last, the term came to an end, and a heavy silence, thick as the snow blanketing the ground, enveloped the entire castle. Although she had invited Maka to join her family for a lively Christmas, as they had done the previous year, this time he had declined. There were numerous matters that required his attention, and he could no longer afford to delay. There's a flower, please, take a look. As Maka sat atop the astronomy tower, inscribing something, a familiar voice echoed from the stairwell. There's a flower, please take a look. Villy stood at the stairway, still clad in her oversized, loose Slytherin robes, calmly reiterating her earlier statement. Maka regarded her and, after a moment, inquired, what flower? It has no name. Villy produced a small cloth pouch from her pocket and opened it for Maka to see. Inside was a handful of seeds, pale pink with an ethereal, almost elusive iridescence. Maka cautiously pinched one seed, bringing it to his nose, and was immediately struck by a pungent odor that was far from pleasant. He had indeed never seen it before. It appeared to be a rather rare magical plant. Maka observed that it bore a striking resemblance to the seeds of magnolia, perhaps indicating it is a flower that demands a high level of environmental care. Let us attempt to cultivate it. I shall assist you in applying for the key to the 5th greenhouse. With that, Maka and Villy made their way to Professor Sprout's office, soon to acquire the coveted key. Within the confines of the 5th greenhouse, Maka meticulously documented the morphological characteristics of the seeds in her herbology notes, while Villy busied herself laying down a layer of soil in the pots. Both were enveloped in a silence that belied their shared task. Despite working side by side, an atmosphere of camaraderie was notably absent. This very absence, paradoxically, heightened their efficiency, and they swiftly completed their work. Just as Maka prepared to take her leave, Villy unexpectedly broke the silence. What about you? She inquired abruptly. Pardon? Maka replied, momentarily taken aback. Do you need assistance? Villy's succinct remarks had become somewhat of a habit, often omitting contextual details. Me? Maka pondered, then gently shook her head. No. Villy adjusted the brim of her large pointed hat and regarded Maka quietly, before finally stating, if you require anything, do let me know. With that, she turned and exited the greenhouse, pushing open the large door. Maka lingered for a moment, contemplating the closed door, before hastily pursuing Villy. Chapter 65, An Encounter with the Basilisk. In the days that followed, everything seemed to descend into a state of chaotic disarray, much to their dismay. However, Hermione had inadvertently introduced a cat hair into a potion, mistaking it for human hair, resulting in her transformation into a cat girl, which necessitated an extended stay at the hospital wing. Once Hermione finally recovered, they stumbled upon a somewhat faded black-covered diary, its cover faintly inscribed with a date from approximately 50 years prior. On the first page of this old diary, a name written in indistinct ink emerged, Tom Riddle. The three of them gathered around the diary, exchanging bewildered glances, yet they failed to glean any significant insights. Ultimately, Harry resorted to placing it on his bedside table, intending to contemplate its mysteries at a later time. He couldn't shake the feeling that the antiquated diary bore an air of suspicion. Gilderoy Lockhart mysteriously appeared with 12 sullen dwarves, each adorned with golden wings and bearing harps, unlike any ordinary dwarves. Subsequently, the diary vanished, though Harry did not notice its absence immediately. The following morning dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining brilliantly and a gentle breeze wafting through the air, ideal weather for a Quidditch match. At the Gryffindor table, Wood exuberantly filled each player's plate with generous helpings of scrambled eggs. Harry, perk up. You must fuel yourself for breakfast. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione departed the Great Hall, to gather their match supplies, a heavy sense of dread settled in Harry's already tumultuous heart. Just as he set foot on the marble staircase, he suddenly heard that voice once more. "This time, let me tear, let me rend," he shouted, causing Ron and Hermione to leap back in terror. That voice! Harry turned his head back, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? I just heard something." Ron shook his head, his eyes wide with surprise, while Hermione, wearing an expression of curiosity, leaned in to listen, yet heard nothing. "By the way, Harry, what was it you mentioned last time about Hagrid's chickens?" Hermione suddenly asked, her eyes widening. "Chickens? What about them?" Harry replied, puzzled. "Hagrid merely mentioned that something had killed them." "Oh, I think I need to investigate," she declared, dashing upstairs. "What has she figured out?" Harry said anxiously, scanning the surroundings to discern the source of the sound. "I have no idea," Ron replied, shaking his head. "But why is she going to the library?" "Because that's just Hermione's way," Ron remarked, his expression slightly grim. "I certainly don't want to go." Meanwhile, half an hour earlier, in the room of requirement. "You must assist me by using a small knife to scratch out this symbol when I call your name," Maka instructed Villy, who was crouched on the floor. "All right, let us begin," Maka said as he moved to the center of the room, in the spacious area conjured by the room of requirement. Intricate symbols were inscribed on the floor. Between these symbols, neat lines interconnected to form an irregular diagram reminiscent of a circuit board invented by Muggles. The ink used to draw these symbols and lines appeared unique, a deep purplish-black hue that occasionally shimmered with a faint blue light, emanating an inexplicable aura of mystery. Maka stood barefoot on a designated spot within the diagram, each foot resting on a junction of the lines, thereby uniting the entire arrangement with his body. Instantly, the purplish-black lines and symbols erupted in a breathtaking blue luminescence, enveloping Maka entirely. Having conducted numerous experiments prior, Maka felt no surprise. He stood still, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over him, a visceral urge to vomit. Concurrently, wisps of faint black smoke erupted around him, coalescing into a massive skull of dark mist behind Maka. The skull appeared exceedingly menacing, abruptly opening its maw to unleash a silent roar towards Maka. Ugh! Maka felt a pang of anguish, though he maintained a calm facade. However, it felt as though something sought to expel his very soul from his body. And as the force gradually dissipated, he grew increasingly weak. "No, I must endure a little longer." Maka composed himself, striving to maintain his stance. Yet his trembling knees and palms betrayed the difficulty of his endeavor. The skull emitted a second roar. Maka stifled a groan, his eyes wide, the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes glaringly apparent. However, this endurance was not in vain. Soon, a faint ethereal silhouette emerged from within Maka. Although the head and feet remained firmly connected to him, the body was expelled from its shell by the silent roar of the skull. Maka fixed his gaze upon the translucent, indistinct apparition, striving to ascertain the integrity of his soul with his own eyes. After a brief moment, he ultimately could not withstand it any longer and weakly called out, "Blova." Upon hearing this, Villy immediately drew her knife and made a forceful mark on the floor. The Phoenician incantation was still too rudimentary, lacking precision, which resulted in excessive fluctuations. As Maka pondered this, he lay flat upon the floor, his chest rising and falling violently. Villy approached him, gently kneeling by his side, quietly observing his countenance. "Are you all right?" she murmured. Maka slightly shook his head, and, after regaining a modicum of strength, he sat up again. "Please bring me the notebook from the table. Thank you." After a daring attempt, a wealth of crucial experimental data had been generated, which needed to be recorded without delay. After a considerable while, he finally stood up slowly, assisted by Villy, and left the request room. In the past, Maka would have been astonished by Villy's actions. Now, he merely harbored some questions. At this moment, the students and professors had all gone to the Quidditch pitch to watch the match, leaving the castle somewhat desolate. However, just as they approached the library, they encountered Lockhart. Lockhart paused, then quickly donned a smile. "Oh, isn't this Maka? What seems to be the trouble? Do you need my assistance?" Maka glanced at him and subtly shook his head. "Oh, very well, but I believe you should." Lockhart's words were cut short as Maka abruptly drew his wand. "My goodness, what are you doing?" Lockhart hastily retrieved his own wand, alarmed. "Step aside." Maka strained to stand upright, swiftly waving his wand and sending Lockhart flying into the adjacent corridor, his eyes tightly shut. "Miss Blova, close your eyes and go to that corridor," he said firmly, positioning himself protectively in front of Villy. "Professor Lockhart, you too, if you wish to avoid peril." With that, he paid no further heed to Lockhart and murmured softly, "Focus and swift." This was an assassin ability he had learned from Alani. Instantly, Maka's perception sharpened significantly, and his agility increased considerably. Yet, given his already weakened state, these enhancements were merely a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to press on. Why had the basilisk appeared? As Maka contemplated this, he paused. Hermione? He tilted his head, attuned to every sound. He could sense the basilisk's approach, and even hear the faint rustling of its scales against the ground. But his exhaustion compelled him to adopt a defensive stance. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from the left front, prompting him to retreat a few steps without hesitation. With a thunderous crash, the serpent creature collided heavily with the corridor floor, creating a small dent as the stone slabs cracked and debris flew in all directions. In that fleeting moment, Maka contemplated numerous strategies, only to dismiss them one by one. The most daunting aspect of confronting the serpent creature was the imperative to avoid looking directly into its eyes. A direct gaze would result in instant demise, and even an indirect glance could lead to complete petrification. Thus, the eye curse was indeed a targeted remedy, yet aiming it would inevitably intersect with the creature's gaze, making it nearly impossible to evade its deadly effect. Utilizing other aggressive spells was currently beyond Maka's strength, especially considering the serpent's formidable magical scales that enveloped its body. As for employing potions against the serpent, it was worth a try. With this thought in mind, Maka stowed away his wand and retrieved a pure black potion bottle from his robe. The second generation of the fiery bottle had already been released, and he was curious how effective it would be against such a magically potent creature. Chapter 66, Hermione under attack. Holding the fiery bottle number 2, Maka cautiously evaded the serpent's attacks. There was no room for carelessness. Should there be excessive vibration, it could very well explode in his grasp. At that moment, as another fierce wind rushed towards him, Maka tossed the potion bottle away and sprinted back. Maka, huh? A jolt ran through him as he opened his eyes wide to see Hermione standing at the library entrance alongside a Ravenclaw girl, both gazing in his direction. There was no time to waste. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint glimmer emanating from them. In his haste, Maka had unwittingly used the potion as a smoke bomb. Yet, even with his swift action, the transformation of the white mist from thin to dense required time. Hermione and the other girl stood frozen, gradually becoming stiff, until they eventually collapsed to the ground, completely rigid. Ultimately, the serpent creature let out a roar and fled, injured. The flames unleashed by the fiery bottle two had mostly landed on the ground and walls, extinguishing shortly thereafter. However, the remaining flames clung to the serpent's head and body. Despite its frantic attempts to roll away, the effect was minimal. The flames seemed to adhere to it, continuously scorching without any signs of abatement. Meanwhile, Maka knelt beside Hermione, silently observing her. "Miss Granger, what happened?" Lockhart suddenly approached, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness." Maka and Villy chose to ignore him, but Lockhart was not one to remain silent when disregarded. He continued to chatter incessantly, showing no intention of stopping. Maka, Villy stepped forward, looking gently at Hermione. "Yes, fine. They've merely been petrified." He shook his head, murmuring to himself, "Is this the force of fate?" Suddenly, Maka's gaze fixated intently on Hermione's hand, his eyes brimming with seriousness. It appeared that the so-called compulsion was not as formidable as it had been imagined. After a considerable pause, he slightly lifted his head to glance at Lockhart. "Ah, indeed. As you are aware, time has become scarce while teaching at Hogwarts," Lockhart lamented. "I would love to, but it seems Mr. Potter has been perpetually occupied with Quidditch training and such. No wonder I haven't heard about Ron's escapades with the bogey hex." He then gathered his thoughts, already formulating some answers in his mind. Since the past was behind them, it would be prudent to attempt a remedy and see what effects it might yield. As Maka murmured to himself, he walked towards the library, his hand already resting on the wand concealed within his sleeve. "Forget all. Armor protection." Behind Maka, Lockhart's voice clearly intoned a spell. Anticipating the move, Maka stepped back without hesitation, a translucent shield materializing in the wake of the Forgetfulness Charm's magical beam, radiating a dazzling light. Maka's precision in controlling the angle was remarkable, as the shield acted like a mirror, rebounding the Forgetfulness Charm against the wall. "Professor Gilderoy Lockhart," Maka observed calmly, his expression unyielding, "your Forgetfulness Charm is indeed quite proficient. Were it to strike directly, my current iron armor charm would scarcely withstand such an assault. Do you, or rather, would you like me to reveal the creative process behind those novels you authored?" Maka placed particular emphasis on the phrase creative process, casting a meaningful glance at the flustered Lockhart, awaiting his ultimate response. Haha, look at what you're saying, Lockhart chuckled awkwardly, actually. You've misunderstood Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Shall I elaborate on the specifics? Maka fixed his gaze upon Lockhart, one hand brandishing his wand while the other produced a diminutive potion vial. This is known as the truth serum, quite arduous to concoct, and to be frank, I would prefer not to resort to this. However, I suspect your little tales would pique the interest of the reporters from the Daily Prophet. Lockhart's expression faltered as he stared at the small vial in Maka's hand, his smile frozen in place. Fine, he sighed, helplessly raising his hands. What do you want? Nothing that would cause you any distress, Professor, Maka replied. Just remember, you owe me a favor. When I require assistance, a modest effort will suffice. When? Lockhart pondered aloud. Just as a precaution, Maka shook his head. I sincerely hope to never need your help in this lifetime. Then it's settled. I shall take my leave, and I want to breathe a word of today as events. Lockhart dejectedly turned away, but after only a few steps, he was halted by Maka's voice. Professor Lockhart, is there anything else? Lockhart responded with resignation. For him, being caught in such a predicament was exceedingly bothersome, and he longed to depart from this place immediately. If you truly require my assistance, there shall be a corresponding reward for you, remarked Maka, gazing intently at him. What do you think of a fresh and exhilarating adventure tale? Really? Truly? Exclaimed Lockhart, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. I merely surmise that a single piece of leverage may not suffice to garner your wholehearted support. You are welcome to seek me at any time. Lockhart's countenance brightened. However, he quickly added, but it must be within the realm of feasibility. Maka nodded in agreement, and then proceeded towards the library alongside Villi. Why? Villi inquired, looking up at Maka with curiosity. What do you mean by why? The reward, Maka replied, casting a glance at Villi and shaking his head slightly. Did I not mention that to inspire genuine effort from someone, there must be a commensurate benefit? Otherwise, the individual will not exert themselves fully. Villi, somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement, though it was unclear how much she truly grasped. As they conversed, they swiftly arrived at a particular bookshelf. Maka scanned the shelf, withdrew a book, and tore a section from a page, inscribing a few words upon it. Although numerous sheep have already fled, the sheepfold must still be repaired, he murmured to himself. Even though Maka was unaware of the specific turn of events, it was evident that Ron and Malfoy had not clashed, a fact that had become increasingly certain. Perhaps this was why neither Harry nor Ron faced any repercussions. Consequently, Lockhart had come to the library seeking Hermione's assistance, only to stumble upon the incident where Hermione was attacked. Ron had not observed the special award trophy for Tom Riddle in the display room, and Hermione had provided no hints regarding the Chamber of Secrets, leaving him to search aimlessly with little success. Maka, however, had not considered that it was his lesson to Malfoy last semester that had deterred Malfoy from using the term mudblood to insult Hermione again. This was the true catalyst for the series of events. It was even quite possible that Harry had never managed to acquire Voldemort's diary at all. This, however, was Maka's erroneous conjecture. Yet it was clear that he had deduced the overarching changes in the situation. Yes, right over here, Maka suddenly exclaimed, raising his head to find Professor McGonagall and Lockhart hurrying towards him. Maka, Lockhart said, looking at him with a hint of embarrassment. Yet, he quickly turned to Professor McGonagall and stated, I asked Mr. McLean to remain here. Maka shook his head in resignation. Although this was clearly a result of Lockhart's eagerness for recognition, the charlatan's quick thinking was, nonetheless, commendable. Professor McGonagall, we have encountered a dual attack. Oh, indeed. Thank you for your effort, Professor McGonagall sighed. I am aware of your amicable relationship with Miss Granger, but at present, she must be escorted to the hospital wing. Yes, I understand, Maka replied. Do you require my assistance? No, but you may accompany us. After Professor McGonagall escorted Hermione to the hospital wing, she hastily made her way to the Quidditch pitch, where, for the sake of the students' safety, today's match had to be cancelled. Maka sat quietly by Hermione's bedside, gazing at her with an inscrutable expression. Behind him, Villi stood silently, her thoughts equally opaque. On the other side of the bed, Madame Pomfrey was meticulously observing Hermione's condition. After what seemed like a quarter of an hour, Professor McGonagall entered the room with Harry and Ron. Maka, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. You're here, Maka replied, lifting his gaze to meet him and Harry with a blank expression. Don't you have anything to say? Ron shot a glance at Hermione, who lay rigid on the bed, then suddenly lunged forward, seizing Maka's collar and forcefully pushing him to the ground. Don't you have anything to say? Ron's face, contorted with rage, was mere inches from Maka's as he repeated his accusatory question. Chapter 67, Maka and the Acromantula. Ron, who had been suppressing his emotions, finally erupted following Hermione's attack. and his wrath was directed squarely at Maka. "Don't you have anything to say?" This was the third time Ron had uttered those words, resembling a malfunctioning recording device. Maka remained expressionless, pinned against the nightstand by Ron's forceful grip. Harry approached, tugging at Ron's sleeve, but his efforts went unnoticed. Ron's gaze remained fixed on Maka's face, his anger nearly spilling over. After the initial shock wore off, Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey hurried to separate Ron from Maka, visibly puzzled about the nature of the confrontation. Maka stood up calmly, adjusting his crumpled robes, yet his eyes drifted back to Hermione's face. "Maka, don't you want to explain what happened?" Ron continued to shout, though restrained by Professor McGonagall, his fury unabated. "Maka, I heard that you and Professor Lockhart were the first to find Hermione," Harry inquired cautiously, masking his own doubt. Maka did not lift his head. He merely stared at Hermione and shook it slightly. Of course, he hadn't seen anything. After all, he was the one responsible, wasn't he? Ron ceased his struggles, glaring at Maka with seething resentment. "Enough. I trust Mr. McLean, and you should too. Are you not friends?" Professor McGonagall firmly placed her hands on Ron's shoulders. "Indeed, friends." Ron averted his gaze, refusing to look at Maka any longer. That night, Maka leaned against the window at Hagrid's hut, maintaining his invisibility, quietly awaiting the arrival of Harry and Ron. They did not come, likely because Harry had not received the crucial hint from Tom Riddle's diary, the one that should have been revealed to him. 50 years ago, the young Voldemort falsely accused Hagrid, shifting all blame onto him. While the unauthorized nurturing of the dangerous Acromantula indeed posed a grave issue, it was ultimately unrelated to the Chamber of Secrets. This should have been a crucial clue for Harry, guiding him to the Acromantula Aragog, which might have illuminated certain mysteries for him. However, Harry and Ron would no longer uncover this long-buried tale from 50 years past, and at present, Maka had no desire for them to learn it. Nowadays, incidents of petrification involving students and even ghosts had become alarmingly frequent, prompting action from the Ministry of Magic. Seizing this opportunity, Lucius Malfoy, who had always held disdain for Dumbledore, coerced other board members to sign a decree for Dumbledore's dismissal. At that moment, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, had arrived, accompanied by Dumbledore himself. "This is dreadful, Hagrid," Fudge stated in a crisp, rapid tone, "truly dreadful, and we had to come. For attacks on Muggles, it's intolerable. The Ministry must act." "I didn't do it," Hagrid implored, casting a pleading glance at Dumbledore. "You know I didn't Professor Dumbledore, sir. I hope you understand, Cornelius, that I trust Hagrid completely," Dumbledore replied, furrowing his brow at Fudge. "But you see, Albus," Fudge said awkwardly, "Hagrid's past record is against him. The Ministry must take some measures. We've already contacted the school board." "Is that so?" "Yet, Cornelius, I must inform you that taking Hagrid away serves no purpose," Dumbledore asserted, his blue eyes flashing with an uncommon fury. "Take me away?" Hagrid stammered, trembling. "To where?" "Time is of the essence," Fudge stated, avoiding Hagrid's gaze. "It's not a punishment, merely a precaution. If another person is apprehended, you will be released and fully apologized to." "Not Azkaban, I hope?" Hagrid asked in a hoarse whisper. Dumbledore turned to open the door just as Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut, enveloped in a long black traveling cloak, a cold, self-satisfied smile adorning his face. Fong, Hagrid's dog, began to bark furiously. "You've arrived, Fudge," Malfoy remarked with satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent. What brings you here? Get out. Leave my home," Hagrid shouted angrily. "Dear friend, please believe me. I am not pleased to enter your, if one could even call this a house," Lucius Malfoy sneered, surveying the cramped quarters with disdain. "I merely came to see the school. Someone informed me the headmaster was here." "What is it you want from me, Lucius?" Dumbledore inquired, his tone polite, yet his simmering anger evident in his azure eyes. "This situation is utterly dire," Malfoy drawled lazily, producing a long scroll of parchment. "The board believes it is time for you to step down. This is the decree of dismissal. You will see that 12 governors have signed it. We believe you have yet to fully harness your talents. To date, how many attacks have transpired? This afternoon alone witnessed 2 incidents, did not? At this rate, the Muggle students of Hogwarts may soon be entirely eradicated, a catastrophic loss for the school that we all must acknowledge." "Oh, what is that? What did you say, Lucius?" Fudge appears quite flustered. "Has Dumbledore been dismissed?" "Absolutely not. We cannot allow that to happen." Marcel leaned against the back of the house, eavesdropping on the conversation within, his gaze meandering across the ground as if searching for something. His presence here was not merely to listen to such banal chatter, at least. That was not his primary objective. A sudden realization struck him. He crouched down, observing a line of small spiders scuttling across the ground, a silent acknowledgement of his newfound target. With that in mind, there was no further need to linger. He followed the small procession of spiders, mirroring their movements as they made their way towards the forbidden forest. Inside Hagrid's hut, Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance in Marcel's direction without betraying any signs of concern. Once the little spiders entered the forest, their pace accelerated dramatically. Marcel had to illuminate his wand and jog to keep up, but soon, a resounding clatter echoed, and he felt a long, hairy appendage seize him around the waist, lifting him off the ground face down. It was a juvenile acromantula, yet its species-inherent size allowed it to easily lift a child of Marcel's age. Remaining calm, he pointed his wand at its venomous fangs. But the creature seemed disinclined to feast on him at that moment, instead scurrying away with him in tow. The eight-legged beast exhibited remarkable agility, traversing the dense underbrush with astonishing speed. Gradually, the darkness appeared to recede, illuminated by the bright moonlight of the night, revealing the ground strewn with fallen leaves, now teeming with spiders. Twisting his neck, he realized they had arrived at the edge of a broad depression. The trees within the hollow had been cleared, revealing a congregation of massive acromantulas, each the size of 2 horses, in stark contrast to the tiny spiders that had hurriedly scuttled beneath the leaves. The giant spider that had seized Marcel descended the steep slope towards a misty, hemispherical web at the center of the hollow, where its companions encircled it. Upon seeing what it had captured, they excitedly waved their large pincers, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. The spider released its grip, and Marcel fell onto the soft bed of decayed leaves. Dusting himself off, he stood up with an expression of calmness. The spider that had discarded him began to speak. Admittedly, it was not easy to decipher its words, as each utterance was accompanied by the clattering of its pincers. "Aragog," it proclaimed. From a nebulous center of the hemispherical web emerged a spider the size of a small elephant, its body and legs a mottled gray-black, and each of its grotesquely large eyes shrouded in a veil of white mist. A series of clicking sounds echoed as 2 large pincers moved swiftly. The spider that had just captured Maka inquired, "Is it Hagrid?" Aragog approached slightly, his 8 milky white eyes gazing vacantly. "Regrettably, it is not." Maka assessed the imposing form of the 8-eyed giant spider before him, seemingly confirming something. "Kill him," Aragog said irritably. "I was in the midst of slumber. Killing me would yield no benefit." Maka maintained his composure, casually extracting a vial and uncorking it with a soft pop. Like Aragog, his spider offspring recoiled in alarm, creating a circular space amidst the somewhat cramped hollow. "Aragog," Maka remarked, "I believe you are quite familiar with this scent. Would you be interested in making a trade?" The wisdom of the 8-eyed giant spider race is often overshadowed by their innate ferocity, leading to their neglect by other species. However, I believe you must understand the advantages that such transactions can bring. By the way, I'm a student of Hogwarts and a friend of Hagrid. He shared with me the stories of you and him from 50 years ago. "Trade?" Aragog said irritably. "Whatever the trade, first put that thing away." "Aragog, you needn't be so anxious." "How can I not be anxious? How can I not be anxious? That is the ancient creature we spiders fear most. How can I not be anxious?" Aragog exclaimed, clicking incessantly. It was evident that the creature was not present. Maka calmly stated, "What is contained in that vial are its scales, which I procure myself." "So what?" Aragog retorted. "Even if you can handle that thing." "The basilisk," Maka interjected. "Oh, curse be it. We must not speak its name." Upon hearing the word basilisk, the 8-eyed giant spiders stirred restlessly, clearly associating it with terror and death, akin to Voldemort among wizards. "I merely wish for you to acclimate," Maka continued. "This trade is evidently beneficial for you for all your kin." "What trade?" "I have meticulously verified that, regardless of the basilisk," Maka drawled, undeterred by the commotion among the large spiders. "Both the basilisk and your 8-eyed giant spider kind are magical creatures cultivated by wizards." "Perhaps you are correct. Then what?" "This means you should possess no natural enemies," Maka asserted. "The reason the basilisk has become a nemesis to your 8-eyed giant spider race is simply because you have distanced yourselves from wizard cultivation." "Are you suggesting," Aragog hesitated, "that we still have the potential for further strength?" "That is precisely what I mean," Maka replied confidently. "The wisdom of your 8-eyed giant spiders is merely obscured by ferocity." Gazing intently at Aragog, he continued, "What if I were to say that I can enhance your 8-eyed giant spiders further with the blood of a basilisk? Do you enjoy having your body manipulated by others?" Aragog shouted in exasperation. Maka suddenly shifted the conversation. "Aragog, why do you think I chose to trade with you?" "What?" Aragog momentarily faltered, then grasped Maka's new topic. "Is it because we are both friends of Hagrid?" "To be precise, It is due to wisdom, Maka replied. If my memory serves me right, your favorite delicacy among the eight-eyed giant spiders is human flesh. Is that not so? Indeed, it is the most delectable food, Aragog affirmed. Yet you have never partaken of it. That is correct, Maka interjected. No, I have not. Aragog clicked his mandibles. I possess that instinct, but out of respect for Hagrid. I have never harmed a soul. Have you considered why that is? I have mentioned it before. Because of Hagrid. Even as a child, he cared for me, hiding me in a cupboard within the castle and feeding me crumbs from the dining table. Hagrid is my true friend. He is a good man. When people discovered me and demanded that I take responsibility for a girl's death, he protected me. Aragog paused before continuing. Since then, I have resided in this forest, and Hagrid often visits. He even found me a wife, Mozag. You can see how our family has flourished, all thanks to Hagrid. Listen, Aragog, Maka said, raising his head slightly. What you have said bears truth, and that is precisely due to wisdom. You possess enough intellect, reason, and emotion. If you so desire, you can suppress your instincts and govern your actions. This is something the basilisk can never attain. They know only obedience and slaughter. Thus, I have chosen to engage in this trade with you rather than attempting to control the basilisk, Maka stated calmly. Believe me, there are always ways. But I prefer not to pursue that path. Why seek is friendship? He spoke gently. This is a transaction between friends. Should you find anything amiss, you are free to withdraw from the agreement at any time. Transaction between friends, Aragog pondered, chewing on the phrase. After a considerable pause, he added, I can comprehend the significance of this, yet my offspring will not grasp it. That I am well aware of, Maka replied evenly. Now, may I discuss this transaction between friends with you? Of course, Aragog responded. However, I wish to live quietly in the depths of the forest. This is an unwavering condition. Aragog's implication was unmistakable. He wished to remain uninvolved in any form of conflict. Yes, indeed. My request is simple. Once your bloodline transformation is successful, may I adopt some of your first brood? Mozag will not agree, Aragog declared decisively. Though I do not mind overly much, my wife cherishes each child as her treasure. This is the nature of spiders. It is also the nature of every creature. I understand that. I shall care for your children as Hagrid did, Maka insisted, forcing a sincere expression, though it was clear that Aragog could not decipher it. To a spider, all humans appeared the same. Even Hagrid, at best, is only somewhat sturdier than the average person. In this regard, his efforts are ultimately futile. I can only inquire on your behalf. With these words, Aragog concluded the meeting between man and spider. The advantages of having 8 legs became apparent, providing exceptional shock absorption. Aragog's offspring escorted Maka to the edge of the forbidden forest, and after Maka slid off its back, it swiftly scuttled away. To put it plainly, had this trial not posed such a formidable challenge, he would have acted sooner. Once the series of changes from the previous semester were firmly established, Maka resolved to take a more proactive approach. Although he yearned for a tranquil existence as a research-oriented wizard, many matters cannot be resolved merely through desire. It is wise to prepare for the future. The growth rate of the acromantula is remarkably swift, and its reproductive capabilities are astoundingly potent. If nurtured correctly, its cost-effectiveness far surpasses that of a basilisk. However, the concept of bloodline modification is deceptively simple in theory, yet exceedingly complex in practice. Fortunately, the library houses Merlin's Book of Beasts, which offers extensive research on lineage. Moreover, Maka had previously extracted a wealth of experimental data from Royna's chamber. Time, as always, feels insufficient, Maka mused, shaking his head as he briskly made his way to the dormitory. In the days that followed, a series of trivial matters emerged one after another. First, the date for examinations loomed closer, and amidst the students' lamentations, the inevitable approached. Then, the mandrakes were nearing maturity, signaling that the petrified students would soon be saved. Following that, there were matters concerning Maka and Ron. Occasionally, Maka would visit Hermione in the hospital, but if Ron happened to be there, invariably led to a scene of Ron glaring at him with fury. Though Maka remained indifferent to this, Harry found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. One day, Harry and Ron encountered Maka in the ward. As Ron shot a furious glare at Maka, Harry noticed that Hermione seemed to be clutching something in her hand. Leaning closer for a better look, he seized the moment when Madame Pomfrey was preoccupied between Maka and Ron to retrieve the item from Hermione's grasp. Naturally, Maka took note of this, as his frequent visits were solely to witness this event. With Harry having extracted the note, he felt free to depart. Maka cast a stoic glance at Ron before decisively turning to exit, swiftly vanishing from Ron's furious line of sight. After a brief moment, Harry pulled Ron out of the ward. Look at this, Harry whispered, holding up the item he had found in Hermione's hand. It was a page torn from a very old library book. Eagerly, Harry unfolded it, and Ron leaned in, and together they read, "In our land, many dreadful beasts and monsters roam, among which the most bizarre and lethal is the basilisk, also known as the Serpent King. The size of this serpent can become exceedingly vast, and it typically lives for several centuries. It hatches from a rooster's egg, born of a toad. Its method of killing is astonishing. Beyond its lethal fangs, the gaze of the basilisk can also bring about death. Anyone who falls under its stare will instantly perish. Spiders flee at the sight of the basilisk, as it is their mortal enemy, yet the basilisk itself only retreats in the presence of a rooster's crow. For that sound is equally fatal to it." "This is Hermione's handwriting," Harry exclaimed, filled with excitement. "I believe I understand." This crumpled page became a beacon in Harry's mind, guiding all lost vessels towards the right course. Clearly, Maka's remedial actions had proven successful. This outcome was precisely what he desired. "Ron," he gasped, nearly breathless with exhilaration. "This is it. The monster in the chamber is the basilisk, a giant serpent. No wonder I can hear that voice wherever I go while others cannot. It is because I can understand Parseltongue," Ron added silently, "and not Maka, whom she has always trusted." For some reason, a flicker of satisfaction stirred within Ron. Chapter 69, Shadows Gather. The basilisk's gaze spells death for anyone it beholds. Yet here, no one has perished, for none have met its gaze directly. At this point, Harry eagerly glanced at the page in his hand. The more he looked, the clearer his mind became. "The rooster's crow is also fatal to it," he exclaimed. "Hagrid's roosters have all been slain. Once the chamber is opened, the heir of Slytherin would never want roosters near the castle. But how could the basilisk roam freely?" Ron interjected. "An ugly giant snake would surely be spotted." Harry pointed to the hastily scribbled words at the bottom of the page. "Pipes," he declared. "Ron, it has been moving through the pipes. I've always heard that voice from within the walls." Ron grabbed Harry's arm. "The entrance to the chamber," he rasped. "It could be in a bathroom, perhaps. The bathroom of the Weeping Myrtle," Harry responded. This means, Harry reasoned, that I'm not the only one in this school who understands Parseltongue. The heir of Slytherin understands it as well, which is how they have been able to control the basilisk. "Oh, indeed," Ron said, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, but soon his expression shifted to one of anger and helplessness. "Yes, but even if we know this, what can we do? I think we need to find Professor McGonagall." "Right, let's head to the staff room," Harry said, springing to his feet. "She'll be there in 10 minutes. Class is about to end." No matter who the heir is, taking action cannot be wrong, Harry asserted firmly. With that, the two hurried downstairs. They hoped that Professor McGonagall would not catch them wandering another corridor, and they entered the empty staff room directly. It was a spacious chamber lined with wooden panels, filled with dark wooden chairs. Harry and Ron paced restlessly, unable to sit still. Yet the bell, signaling the end of class, remained silent. Harry suddenly turned to Ron, his gaze intense. Could there be another incident? At this moment? It must be Malfoy. Ron exclaimed, "I must go find him." "Don't jump to conclusions, Ron," Harry cautioned, scanning their surroundings. To his left stood an unsightly wardrobe, crammed with the teacher's robes. They concealed themselves within it, listening to the sound of hundreds of footsteps moving about upstairs. Then, the door to the staff room was forcefully swung open. Through the musty layers of robes, Harry and Ron observed several teachers entering the room, some looking bewildered, others appearing utterly terrified. Soon, Professor McGonagall arrived. "Another incident has occurred," she addressed the silent teachers in the room. "A student has been taken by a monster, directly into the Chamber of Secrets." Professor Flitwick let out a sharp scream, while Professor Sprout clamped her hands over her mouth in shock. Snape, gripping the back of a chair tightly, questioned, "How can you be certain?" Flitwick couldn't contain his tears. "Who was it?" Madam Hooch collapsed weakly into a chair. "Which student?" "Ginny Weasley," McGonagall replied. Harry felt Ron silently collapse to the bottom of the wardrobe beside him. The staff room door swung open once more. Ron, seated on the wardrobe floor, momentarily believed it was Malfoy, but to his astonishment, it was Lockhart, wearing an absurdly cheerful expression. "Sorry, I'm late." He seemed oblivious to the hostile glares of the other teachers. Snape stepped forward. "The person to resolve this matter has arrived," he declared. "It is this man. Lockhart, a girl has been taken by a monster. She has been brought into the Chamber of Secrets. Your moment of glory is finally at hand." He expected Lockhart to panic. Yet to his surprise, Lockhart maintained his polished and composed demeanor. "Yes, of course, I shall prepare in my office." Lockhart smiled as he exited the staff room under the scrutiny of the professors. "Oh dear." As he closed the office door, he remarked towards his desk. Do you truly expect me to confront that terrifying basilisk in the chamber? I mean, since you've known my secret all along. In fact, I'd rather not. Leaning against the armchair by the desk was a boy with an impassive expression. The cuff of his left sleeve was rolled up, revealing a sizable abrasion on his forearm, which was oozing faint traces of blood. This boy was using tweezers to apply a cotton ball soaked in a pale green potion to his wound. You see, the basilisk is indeed quite formidable. It ultimately slipped away. However, Professor Lockhart, you need not worry excessively. Although the serpent creature can slow its growth by entering a state of dormancy, it does not cease to grow entirely. The youth remarked that it had grown too old and had sustained significant injuries, leaving one of its eyes blind. Thus, it would pose little threat. Was this not an opportune source for a novel's narrative? Lockhart nodded with difficulty, muttering, but it still has one eye, does it not? At that moment, the boy placed the tweezers on the table and began to wrap bandages around his arm, speaking as he did so. You merely need to accompany me. I require experimental material, and you seek narrative inspiration. Is that not fortuitous? He continued, you need not perform any incantations. The goal can be achieved without any effort on your part. What could be better than this? Very well, even if you do not elaborate further. I must comply, Lockhart replied, shaking his head in disbelief. It is truly hard to believe that you are only in your second year. With sufficient focus, the boy lowered his sleeves and then looked at Lockhart, stating, your forgetting charm must surely be of masterful caliber, is it not? It was still deflected by you. The boy approached the door and pulled it open, saying, because I concentrate on magic while you indulge in clever shortcuts. With that, he hastily departed. Lockhart watched as the office door slowly closed, muttering to himself, Maka McLean? Which ancient pure-blood wizarding family does that belong to? Why does it seem unfamiliar? Meanwhile, the other teachers ensured that no student was left outside the dormitory. They stood up one by one, departing in succession. This was perhaps the most arduous day of Harry's life. He, Ron, Fred, and George sat in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, each rendered speechless. Percy was absent. He had sent an owl to Mrs. Weasley and subsequently locked himself in the dormitory. Never had an afternoon dragged on so slowly, and Gryffindor Tower had never felt so crowded and silent. Ginny must know something, Harry, Ron said, the first words spoken since they had hidden in the staff room's closet. That's why she was taken. It has nothing to do with Percy's foolish antics. She must have discovered something related to the Chamber of Secrets. Or perhaps she encountered Maka. It must be so, which is why she... Ron rubbed his eyes furiously, anger gradually surfacing on his face. I mean, she's a pure blood. It shouldn't have been her turn. There could be no other reason. Harry could see the sun, blood red, slowly sinking below the horizon. He had never felt such profound sorrow. If only they could do something. Anything. Harry, Ron interjected, do you think it's possible she isn't? Well, you know. Harry gazed at Ron, whose expressions shifted from anger to dejection, unsure of how to respond. Although Harry had always believed that one should not doubt their friends without evidence. Maka's recent actions throughout the term had been so suspicious that he could not help but feel a sense of unease. I believe we ought to seek out Lockhart and convey the information we possess, Ron suddenly remarked. Isn't he preparing to enter the chamber? We can inform him of our belief regarding its location and reveal that it houses a basilisk. Harry, unable to conjure another solution, yet yearning to take action, nodded in agreement with Ron's suggestion. The surrounding Gryffindor students were enveloped in sorrow, lamenting the plight of the Weasley brothers. Thus, as Harry and Ron rose and traversed the room, exiting through the portrait hole, no one attempted to impede their passage. As they descended the staircase towards Lockhart's office, they noticed that the corridor had grown somewhat dim. The cloak of night had descended. Chapter 70, A Different Lockhart. Knock, knock, knock. Harry and Ron stood before Lockhart's office door, exchanging glances before Harry reached out to rap on the grand door. Promptly, a voice from within beckoned them to enter. They turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Inside the office, Lockhart sat leisurely behind his desk, engrossed in a hefty tome. Harry instinctively cast a glance, recognizing it as Lockhart's autobiography, Me, the Wizard. Oh, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, he said, looking at Harry and Ron. What brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something of import? Indeed, Professor. We have some information to share that we believe may assist you, Harry replied. Of course. Please come in and sit down, Lockhart urged, rising to guide Harry and Ron to adjacent chairs. Once they were settled, he continued, now do tell. I'm all ears. The situation unfolded as Harry relayed the information he and Ron had gleaned from the notes, along with their corresponding deductions, with Ron occasionally interjecting. Though the narrative was somewhat disordered, none of the essential points were lost. Upon their conclusion, Lockhart nodded appreciatively. Quite a remarkable deduction. Who would have imagined that the chamber was concealed within a dilapidated girls' restroom? Lockhart smiled, though the expression appeared somewhat strained. Indeed, it is astonishing, but my primary concern is for my sister, Ron exclaimed impulsively. Ah, indeed. That matter is most unfortunate, Lockhart responded. I believe the priority should be to rescue her. And fortuitously, you bring good news. Shall we go now? Ron inquired, his excitement evident. Yes, certainly. Let us proceed at once. Lockhart affirmed decisively. I shall accompany you. Ron immediately added. It could be said that when matters concerning his sister arose, the Weasley family exhibited a reckless determination. In truth, the present Ron bore a stark contrast to his usual timid demeanor. However, Lockhart shook his head. No, I cannot permit students to venture into danger. That is my responsibility, he asserted with conviction. Harry glanced at Lockhart once more, sensing an incongruity between his current demeanor and his usual self. Professor Lockhart, Harry suddenly exclaimed. I believe we must go. Ginny has been taken, and neither Ron nor I can bear to remain here in anguish. Lockhart displayed a troubled expression, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately acquiesced. You may proceed, but exercise caution, he advised. Remember, at the first sign of trouble, close your eyes. I shall handle the basilisk. With that, Lockhart hastened with Harry and Ron toward Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. They descended the nearest staircase, traversing dimly lit corridors adorned with flickering inscriptions, until they reached the entrance of Myrtle's restroom. Lockhart led the way, resolutely pushing open the door. Moaning Myrtle sat atop the cistern of one of the stalls, weeping. Oh, it's you, she remarked upon noticing Harry behind Lockhart, her voice quivering. What is it that you seek this time? I wish to inquire about your demise, Harry replied. Myrtle's demeanor shifted instantaneously, as if no one had ever posed such an honorific question to her. Oh dear, it was frightful, she recounted, her voice tinged with intrigue. It all transpired right here. I perished in this very toilet. I remember it vividly. At that time, Olive Hornby mocked me for wearing glasses, calling me Four Eyes, so I sought refuge here. I locked the door and wept when suddenly I heard someone enter. Their words were amusing. I thought they must be speaking another language. However, what infuriated me most was the sound of a boy's voice exclaiming live. So, I opened the door and scolded him to go away to his own boys' restroom, and then Myrtle puffed out her chest, seemingly proud, her face aglow. I died. How did you die? Harry inquired. I do not know, Myrtle replied mysteriously, lowering her voice. I only recall seeing a pair of enormous, terrifying yellow eyes. It felt as though my entire body was seized, and then I floated away. She gazed vacantly at Harry. Where exactly did you see those yellow eyes? Harry pressed. Somewhere around there, I suppose, Myrtle said, vaguely gesturing toward the sink before her. Harry and Ron promptly approached the sink, followed closely by Lockhart, who scrutinized it intently. The sink appeared entirely ordinary. They inspected it thoroughly, inside and out, even examining the pipes below. Then, Harry noticed a small serpent engraved on the side of a brass faucet. This faucet had never released water. Myrtle, observing Harry's intent to turn the tap, exclaimed with delight, Harry. Lockhart suddenly interjected. Why not try speaking to it? Using parcel tongue? Yes, Harry, give it a go. Ron encouraged. Previously, he could only converse in parcel tongue when faced with an actual snake. Harry fixed his gaze upon the carved serpent, attempting to envision it as a living creature. Open, he commanded. He glanced up at Ron and Lockhart, but Ron shook his head. No, you spoke in English, he stated. Harry turned his gaze back to the serpent, compelling himself to believe it was alive. He mused that if he shook his head a few times, the flickering candlelight would create the illusion of movement in the snake. Open, he could not resist saying, shaking his head. However, what Ron and Lockhart heard was not this command, but rather a peculiar hissing sound emanating from his lips. Lockhart stared intently at Harry's mouth, lost in thought. Suddenly, the dragon head emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Next, the sink began to move as well. They watched as the basin slowly vanished from view, revealing a remarkably thick pipe, ample enough for a person to crawl through. Harry heard Ron gasp sharply. I think, Lockhart remarked, eyeing the entrance of the pipe, that looks quite dangerous. You'd best not venture inside. Harry pressed his lips together, abruptly lifting his head, having made up his mind about what to do. I'm going down, he declared resolutely. He could not refrain, for they had discovered the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and there lingered a faint, fragile hope that Ginny might still be alive. I want to go too, Ron said. A moment of silence enveloped the small washroom. Well, at the very least, I shall descend first. Once I assure you it's safe, you may follow, Lockhart stated, decisively leaping and sliding down the pipe. After a while, Harry and Ron heard a faint call from below, a sound so subtle that had they not been listening intently, they might not have caught it. Harry and Ron exchanged nods before jumping in one after the other. This descent was far from pleasurable. It lacked the joy that amusement park rides typically bestowed upon children. Inside, it felt as though they were hurtling down a dark, sticky, interminable slide. They could see numerous pipes branching off in various directions, yet none were as wide as this one. Their path twisted and turned steeply downward. Harry realized he had descended deep beneath the school, even deeper than those underground classrooms. He could hear Ron trailing behind him, making faint sounds as he bumped against the curves. Just as Harry began to worry about what lay ahead, the incline of the pipe gradually became less steep. Moments later, he emerged from the pipe with a splat onto the damp ground. Before him lay a dark stone tunnel, spacious enough for a person to stand within. Close by, Lockhart stood with his wand in hand, remarkably clean, devoid of the mud that clung to Harry. Harry stepped aside, and shortly thereafter, Ron burst forth from the pipe. Once Ron stood up, Lockhart cast a cleaning charm on both of them, and instantly, the stains vanished. "Oh, thank you, Professor," they both expressed gratefully. "We must be beneath the lake," Ron remarked. He squinted, surveying the surrounding dark, sticky walls. Then, the three of them turned their gazes towards the ominous darkness ahead. A flicker of light. Lockhart raised his wand and murmured an incantation, causing it to emit a bright glow once more. "Let us proceed," he instructed Harry and Ron. The sound of their shoes echoed loudly against the damp ground. "Do you remember?" Lockhart said in a lowered voice, though it felt somewhat redundant. "I must reiterate, the moment you hear any noise, close your eyes immediately." Harry and Ron nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Chapter 71. The Chamber of Slytherin. The tunnel lay as silent as a tomb. Suddenly, an unexpected sound pierced the stillness. Crack! It turned out to be Ron stepping on a mouse's skull. Harry bent down to inspect the ground, discovering scattered bones of small creatures. He struggled to suppress the horrid imagery of Ginny being found in such a state. Lockhart led the way, his strides measured yet consistent, guiding Harry and Ron around a dark bend in the tunnel. "Harry, there's something there," Ron whispered hoarsely, gripping Harry's shoulder. Both froze, their gazes tense with apprehension. Harry discerned the outline of a massive, coiled creature lying motionless on the far side of the tunnel. It was a serpent's shed skin, a remnant of the basilisk. Lockhart raised his wand higher, illuminating the path ahead. The light fell upon a colossal, vibrant green snake skin, unmistakably belonging to a venomous serpent. It lay coiled upon the tunnel floor, hollow within. Clearly, the creature that had recently shed the skin was at least 20 feet long. "My word," Ron sighed in exasperation. "Stay vigilant and move forward," Lockhart instructed calmly. The trio navigated through the deep, shadowy tunnel, turning bend after bend. Every nerve in Harry's body quivered uncomfortably. He longed to reach the end of the tunnel, yet simultaneously feared what awaited him there. At last, he cautiously rounded another bend and discovered a solid wall before him, adorned with two intertwining serpents, their eyes set with large, gleaming emeralds. "Mr. Potter, it is once again your time to shine," Lockhart announced. Without needing further prompting, Harry had already surmised what was required of him. He cleared his throat, the emerald eyes seemingly glinting in response. He no longer needed to imagine these stone serpents as real, for their gaze appeared strikingly lifelike. "Open," Harry hissed in a low, raspy voice. The two serpents parted, and the stone wall split down the middle, slowly sliding away to reveal a dimly lit, elongated chamber. The chamber is adorned with numerous stout stone columns, intricately carved with serpentine figures that entwine and coil, reaching skyward to support a ceiling that merges into the darkness above. This creates an atmosphere suffused with enigmatic shadows that dance across the mysterious room. Lockhart, holding his wand aloft, silently navigates through the serpentine columns. At this moment, Harry and Ron cautiously draw their own wands, following closely behind him. In such a hushed environment, any unnecessary sound feels profoundly unsettling. As they reach the space between the last pair of columns, a colossal statue, towering as high as the room itself, emerges before them, pressed against the dimly lit wall. The stone, tinged with a faint green hue, casts a chilling aura. They must tilt their heads back to discern the features of the statue, which bears the visage of an aged, simian face, adorned with sparse wisps of beard that nearly graze the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe, its large feet firmly planted on the smooth floor of the chamber. "Salazar Slytherin," Lockhart murmurs, gazing at the statue. Between the statue's feet lies a diminutive figure clad in a black robe, face down, her hair as fiery as a blaze. "Ginny," Harry and Ron exclaim, rushing to her side and kneeling beside her. "Ginny, oh please don't die. I beg you." Ron discards his wand and grabs her shoulders, attempting to turn her over. Harry, setting aside his own wand, assists him. At that moment, Ginny's face is as cold as marble, devoid of color, yet her eyes remain tightly shut, indicating she has not been petrified. Ginny, wake up, please. Ron pleads desperately, shaking her gently. Her head droops lifelessly. She won't wake up, a voice softly interjects. Ron disregards the voice, persistently shaking Ginny as if oblivious to everything else. A tall boy with dark hair leans against the nearest column, watching him intently. The boy's outline is hazy and peculiar, as though viewed through a foggy window. Who are you? What does this mean? You say she won't wake up? Harry asks, exasperated. She isn't dead. She still alive. The indistinct figure replies, but not for long. Harry stands frozen, while Lockhart remains silent, merely observing. Then who exactly are you? Are you a ghost? Harry asks uncertainly, gesturing towards the large toe of the statue, where lies the diary he had found in Myrtle's bathroom. Weeping, he struggles to comprehend how it arrived there, having distinctly placed it in the dormitory, yet more pressing matters loom. Harry refrains from further conversation, exerting considerable effort to help Ron lift Ginny from the ground. He then bends down to retrieve his wand, only to find it missing. Have you seen for every wizard? A wand is a lifelong companion, a token to be cherished. At Harry's side, Lockhart handed over Harry's wand, yet his gaze remained fixated on that indistinct figure. Oh, Professor. Thank you, but what is it? He wishes to take your wand, Lockhart remarked, nodding toward the tall boy nearby. The boy stared at Lockhart for a moment before shifting his attention back to Harry. Harry Potter, I have waited a long time to meet you, he said, expressing a desire to converse. Oh dear, Harry sighed, losing patience. I fear you do not grasp my meaning. We are currently in the Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps we should discuss this at another time. We must speak now, the boy insisted, a clear smile adorning his face. Very well, let us converse, Lockhart interjected. I believe we must understand how Ginny came to be in this state. Indeed, why has Ginny become like this? Harry inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Ron, who was half embracing Ginny alongside Harry, felt compelled to remain calm, recognizing the significance of the question. Ah, what an intriguing inquiry, the boy replied cheerfully, but it is a long story. In my view, the true reason Ginny Weasley has succumbed to this fate is that she opened her heart to an invisible stranger, revealing all her secrets. What are you talking about? Harry retorted. The diary, the boy declared, my diary. For months, little Ginny has poured her heart onto its pages, confiding her heart-wrenching troubles, how her brothers mocked her, how she had to wear hand-me-down robes and carry old books to school. Furthermore, she believed, the boy's eyes gleamed with cunning, she believed that the illustrious, kind-hearted, and great Harry Potter would never take a liking to her. Throughout his speech, his gaze never wavered from Harry's face, as if utterly disinterested in anyone else's presence. A glimmer of near greed lurked within his eyes. How tedious it is to listen to the trivial grievances of an 11-year-old girl, he continued, yet I was patient, crafting replies to her. I am the benevolent, understanding figure, and Ginny has nearly fallen in love with me. Oh, Tom, no one understands me like you do. I am so glad to have this diary to share my innermost thoughts. As if I possess a friend I can carry in my pocket. The boy emitted a cold, harsh laugh, entirely uncharacteristic of a mere 16-year-old, sending shivers down Harry's spine. I do not boast, Harry. I have always had the ability to ensnare others at will. Thus, Ginny laid her entire soul bare before me, he sneered. And her soul happened to be precisely what I required. I feasted upon her most secret fears and hidden truths, growing ever stronger, far surpassing the diminutive Miss Weasley. Strong enough to divulge a few of my own secrets to her, beginning to share a fragment of my own soul. What did you say? Ron could not contain his outburst, yet his adversary showed no inclination to even glance in his direction. Can you not deduce it? Harry Potter, he murmured softly. It was Ginny Weasley who opened the Chamber of Secrets. She was the one who strangled the roosters in the school and scrawled those terrifying messages on the walls. She unleashed the basilisk from Slytherin to attack 4 mudbloods and that mute, scrawny feline. Oh no, impossible. Ron's expression contorted in disbelief. This cannot be true. You are lying. It was Marcia McLean, who opened the chamber. Upon hearing that name, the boy's smile faded instantly, and a palpable fury flickered within his eyes. Do not mention that name to me. His voice dropped to a low growl. Chapter 72. Truth and Deception. Do not mention that name. The boy scowled. That wretched mudblood. How dare he harm the great Serpent King left to me by Salazar Slytherin? And twice at that. Marcia hurt the basilisk? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. I was present during the first incident, along with Miss Granger. Lockhart interjected. Alas, I was unable to save her. Oh, Professor, so you were aware all along? Harry's eyes widened. And what of it? The boy retorted with a scoff. A foul mudblood attempting to save another mudblood? Absurd. He paused and sneered. Even more ludicrous is that this mudblood failed to save anyone, yet dared to try and rescue Harry Potter. It's a pity you didn't witness Miss Weasley's desperate struggles and her cries, while that mudblood could only lean against the wall, clutching his injured arm, helplessly watching her being taken away by the Serpent King. Oh, right, he couldn't see it, as he lacked the courage to open his eyes and behold this farce. Quite amusing, isn't it? Harry clenched his fists, his gaze seething with indignation. Meanwhile, Ron, who stood beside Ginny, had been keeping his head down, contemplating her face. Lost in thought. We were indeed mistaken about Marcia, Harry declared angrily, and all of this is your fault. Do not say such things. Since Ginny and I arrived here, I have been waiting for you. I knew you would come. I have many questions to pose to you, Harry Potter. What questions? Harry demanded sharply, his fist still tightly clenched. For instance, the boy said, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, a mere infant, devoid of any extraordinary magical prowess. How did he manage to vanquish the greatest wizard of all time? How could you escape unscathed, leaving merely a scar, while Voldemort's power was utterly obliterated? Now, a peculiar red glint sparkled in his wolfish eyes. Why do you care how I escaped? Harry shouted. What does it matter to you? Of course, it matters immensely. Simply because I am Tom Riddle. Instantly, Harry recalled the name from the diary, yet he remained perplexed regarding its significance. But before he could ponder further, Riddle offered an explanation directly. Voldemort, Riddle murmured, is my past, present, and future. With just a slight rearrangement of the letters, you will comprehend the truth. Indeed, he is Voldemort, the Voldemort of 16 years old. Lockhart exclaimed, is he truly Voldemort? Harry was taken aback. Do you believe I would forever bear the name of my filthy muggle father? Know this. My veins pulse with the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself. Passed down through his daughter. Would I retain the name of that repugnant, ordinary muggle who abandoned me even before my birth? Simply because he discovered his wife was a witch? No, Harry. I have crafted a new name for myself. One that I know will strike fear into the hearts of wizards everywhere when I ascend to become the greatest sorcerer in the world. Riddle's tone grew increasingly fervent, his voice rising in intensity. At that moment, Lockhart abruptly stepped forward. The greatest sorcerer? He regarded Riddle with an odd expression. Do you truly believe that someone capable of such acts could be a great wizard? Lockhart pointed to the diary at the foot of the Slytherin statue, his words laden with implication. You know what that is? Upon hearing the underlying meaning in Lockhart's words, Riddle's astonishment was evident. He abandoned his original plan, no longer interested in further banter with Harry, and decisively turned to face the Slytherin statue, hissing words only Harry could comprehend. Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The colossal stone visage of Slytherin began to animate, its mouth widening until it formed a gaping black hole. Something seemed to stir within the statue's mouth, slithering upward from the depths of the stone. Close your eyes. Step back, Lockhart shouted. Harry and Ron hastily dragged Ginny backward. Colliding with the dark chamber's wall, their eyes tightly shut. A massive entity suddenly crashed to the stone floor, causing the chamber to tremble. Then, Harry heard Riddle's hissing voice command, kill him. Yet, what Riddle did not anticipate was that the seemingly feeble man before him possessed remarkable reflexes. Though Lockhart also had his eyes closed, he acted as if he could perceive his surroundings, directing his wand toward a nearby stone pillar. Disintegrate. At the incantation's command, a portion of the pillar collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into several pieces. Then, with another wave of his wand, one of the fragments swiftly transformed into a large rooster. Damn it! Riddle sensed the precariousness of his situation, but lacking a wand, he was unable to mount an effective counter. He suddenly gestured toward Lockhart, unleashing a surge of magical force directed at the rooster, only for Lockhart to effortlessly dissipate it with a flick of his wand. The rooster suddenly crowed, and the effect of that singular call was profound. The serpent creature immediately began to thrash about in a state of panic. In an instant, several stone pillars were shattered, and dust rose in tumultuous clouds, creating a scene of utter chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Lockhart swiftly darted towards the base of the statue, shrouded by the swirling dust. Meanwhile, Riddle appeared to have the same intention, and perhaps due to the differences in their forms, the indistinct Riddle moved with greater speed than Lockhart. However, as Riddle surged past Lockhart, he failed to notice that Lockhart had abruptly halted his advance. With a swift and decisive flick of his wand, a skull of black mist, the size of a human head, erupted from the tip of his wand and shot forth like a vengeful specter, landing squarely behind Riddle's indistinct form. Upon being struck by the sudden onslaught of the black mist skull, Riddle's figure became even more nebulous, twisting uncontrollably as if struggling to maintain its form. In mere moments, that figure split into two ethereal shapes, one large, making a beeline for the diary, and the other small, tracing an arc through the air before accurately landing upon Ginny. In truth, Lockhart could have executed this maneuver earlier. His rush had merely been a display for Riddle's benefit. This entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, leaving Riddle little to no time to react. Once Riddle was dealt with, Lockhart closed his eyes once more, plunging headlong into the still settling dust. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous shriek echoed from a corner of the chamber, followed by a heavy thud. In the obscured corner, Lockhart stood beside the serpent creature's massive head, his gaze fixed not on its scales or fangs, but rather on a rather unassuming horn atop its head. This horn was, in fact, the most precious part of the creature. Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin fashioned it into the core of his wand, granting it formidable power. Come forth. I trust you understand what must be done next, Lockhart, or rather, the entity masquerading as Lockhart, declared. Of course, there is nothing easier. With those words, a figure emerged not far away. It was the true Lockhart himself, who handed over a suitcase he had been holding. Take them away. I shall handle matters here. Certainly. It has been a pleasure collaborating, Mr. McLean. As the genuine Lockhart hurried to Harry and the others, a soft groan echoed, and Ginny had awakened. Her bewildered gaze flitted from side to side before settling on Ron, who had been holding her closely, and finally rested upon the somewhat disheveled Harry. Tears then streamed down her cheeks. Oh, Harry, I want to tell you during breakfast, but in front of Percy, I couldn't admit it was me. I swear, it wasn't intentional. Riddle forced me. He controlled me. Where's Riddle? I can only recall him emerging from the diary. Fear not. All is well. I have vanquished them. Look at Lockhart, brimming with exuberance, as he gestures towards the massive corpse deep within the chamber. Yet Ginny seems far from reassured. I shall be expelled. As Ron silently supports her, helping her to stand unsteadily, Ginny weeps. I have longed to attend Hogwarts ever since Bill arrived, and now I must leave. What will my parents say? Of course, even if they noticed, they would never imagine that someone is currently dismembering the basilisk's corpse. Chapter 73. Just getting by? The basilisk's body was nearly entirely encased in remarkably resilient scales, capable of withstanding not only ordinary blades, but also spells, which it could repel or even reflect. Even in death, it proved quite laborious to cut apart. Indeed, Maka contemplated the idea of chopping it into pieces to take away, for it was a basilisk. It would be no exaggeration to say that every part of it was valuable. However, even with the magically enhanced suitcase, he could not fit it all inside. Ultimately, as Maka turned to depart, this ancient beast, which had once nearly brought Hogwarts to a standstill, causing Dumbledore to receive a dismissal order from the board, was reduced to an unrecognizable mound of flesh. As Maka exited, the stone door finally sealed shut. Yet not long after, a dull rumble of collapse echoed from within the chamber, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart stood at the threshold, their bodies nearly covered in mud and slime. Lockhart appeared somewhat better, yet despite being in an invisibility state throughout, he could not escape the splatter of dirt. In that moment, silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a scream broke forth from beside the fireplace. Ginny. It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been sitting before the fire in tears. She sprang up, followed closely by Mr. Weasley, both reaching out with open arms to embrace their precious daughter. Ron stood to the side, his head bowed, lost in thought. Harry's gaze drifted past them into the room, where he saw Professor Dumbledore smiling, standing before the mantelpiece. Beside Dumbledore stood Hermione, also smiling. Oh, Hermione? Are you all right? Harry exclaimed joyfully. Hermione nodded with a smile, but her eyes remained fixed behind Harry, as if she were anticipating something. Miss Granger has awakened, just as you violated a multitude of school rules. It was McLean, who had labored tirelessly for 2 days and nights to concoct a revival potion using freshly matured mandrake, a modified formula that proved highly effective. Professor McGonagall joyfully explained from nearby. Meanwhile, Ron, standing not far off, suddenly lifted his head. He glanced at Hermione, then at Ginny, his expression shifting in a series of changes, ultimately returning to a state of dejection as he lowered his head once more. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley excitedly turned her gaze toward Lockhart. Unlike the typical adoration often reserved for celebrities, this was a profound respect emanating from the depths of the heart. Professor Lockhart, you saved her. You saved her. How did you manage to do it? Professor McGonagall inquired, her countenance reflecting uncertainty as she gazed at Lockhart. By the fireplace, Dumbledore too, donned an expression of intrigue. "Oh, of course, I shall recount the entire process for everyone," Lockhart proclaimed, a familiar smile gracing his lips, though it lacked the usual bravado, appearing somewhat perfunctory. As Lockhart spoke, all eyes turned towards Harry. Under the collective gaze, Harry hesitated briefly before commencing to narrate his experiences. He spoke for approximately 10 minutes, and the audience listened intently, the room enveloped in silence. However, when he mentioned the crucial clue provided by the note in Hermione's hand, she nodded knowingly at the group. Yet, her hands, which hung by her sides, were tightly clenched around her sleeves. Upon the conclusion of Harry's tale, Lockhart had fully regained his characteristic demeanor. He held his head high, passionately recounting the entire episode of entering the Chamber of Secrets with exaggerated flair. Storytelling had always been his forte, especially since he had nearly invisibly trailed them throughout the ordeal. Is that truly the case? Professor McGonagall could not help but inquire of Harry. Instinctively, Harry glanced towards Dumbledore, who wore a gentle smile, the firelight dancing swiftly across his crescent-shaped spectacles. "Well, that is approximately accurate," Harry began, but Dumbledore interjected. "What intrigues me most is how Voldemort managed to deceive Ginny. For my sources indicate that he is currently hiding in the forests of Albania." "What?" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in shock. "The Dark Lord? Deceived Ginny? But Ginny isn't. Is she? The diary?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly. Harry turned his gaze to Lockhart, believing he might know the ultimate fate of the diary. However, Lockhart shook his head, stating, "As I mentioned earlier, I pierced it with the basilisk as fang. The venom permeated the entire diary, and the Dark Lord's shadow dissipated. I was preoccupied with escorting the children out, so the diary should still remain within the chamber." Remarkable, Dumbledore mused softly. Had it not been for Maclane, he might have been considered the most outstanding student in the history of Hogwarts. He turned to face Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who appeared thoroughly bewildered. Few were aware that Voldemort had once been known as Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, at Hogwarts, I had the privilege of teaching him. After leaving school, he vanished, wandering far and wide, becoming increasingly ensnared in the quagmire of dark magic, associating with the most nefarious individuals in the wizarding world, and undergoing numerous perilous magical transformations. At last, he re-emerged as Voldemort, to the extent that it became increasingly challenging for people to recognize him. Hardly anyone could connect the dark figure of Voldemort with the once clever and handsome student council president who had previously studied here. "But what of Ginny?" Mrs. Weasley questioned. "What is our Ginny's connection to him?" "Ginny," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, taken aback. "Did I not teach you? What have I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself, unless you can see where it keeps its brain. Why did you not bring that diary to me or your mother? Such a suspicious item, clearly filled with dark magic." I don't know," Ginny sobbed. "I found it in a book my mother gave me. I thought someone had forgotten it there." "Miss Weasley should be taken to the hospital wing immediately," Dumbledore interjected without hesitation. "This is a painful ordeal for her, and the school will not impose any punishment. Many wizards, older and more cunning than she, have been deceived by Voldemort." He strode purposefully to the door and gently opened it. "Rest, and perhaps you should drink a large cup of steaming hot chocolate. I have always found it beneficial for lifting my spirits," he remarked, kindly winking at Ginny. "You will find that Madame Pomfrey is still awake, studying the revised resurrection potion formula that McLaggen sent her." Mrs. Weasley led Ginny away, with Mr. Weasley trailing behind, still appearing profoundly affected. More disheartened than Mr. Weasley was Ron, who had been called back by Dumbledore. He had intended to accompany his father to the hospital wing. "You know, Minerva," Professor Dumbledore mused to Professor McGonagall. "I believe this occasion merits a celebration. Might I ask you to inform the kitchen? Ah, and while you are at it, please summon McLaggen to wait for me in my office," Dumbledore added. "Very well," she replied succinctly, making her way toward the door. "You will handle Potter and Weasley, won't you?" "Of course," Dumbledore assured her. With Professor McGonagall gone, Harry and Ron anxiously watched Dumbledore. What did Professor McGonagall's earlier remarks mean? Handle them? Surely they wouldn't face punishment? Yet, Dumbledore smiled as he awarded them points, commending Harry's decisiveness and intelligence, as well as Ron's love for his sister, Ginny. Afterward, he turned his attention to Lockhart, regarding him with curiosity. "Gilderoy, I believe you are well suited for the teaching profession, perhaps next semester." He rambled on, clearly revealing his lack of desire to continue teaching. "Oh, what a pity," Dumbledore remarked casually before shifting his gaze back to Ron. "I wish to speak with Harry a bit longer." Lockhart hurriedly exited, and Ron hesitated for a moment before following suit.